Chapter 1. A simulation begins with a sword. The first simulation. You transformed into a slightly mystical sword, becoming the coveted treasure sought after by countless individuals. Even the emperor, revered above all, wished to enshrine you within the imperial court. Yet, your disposition was rebellious. You acknowledged no one in the world, deeming none worthy of your presence. From your emergence to your eventual disappearance, a span of 45 years passed. You had never taken a life, yet countless souls perished for your sake. There was no day of tranquility, only incessant warfare and bloodshed. Wherever you manifested, chaos and carnage would inevitably ensue. Evaluation, a marvel of existence. Reward, your innate Xian sword human level. First stage is elevated to innate Xian sword human level, 7th stage. A strand of malevolent aura, a condensed essence of countless lives, significantly augmenting the deterrent and offensive capability of the innate Xian sword, rendering it unapproachable to mortals, yet attracting ominous repercussions, which can be resolved through one simulation. In the next simulation, you may enhance your innate talent level once. In a humble courtyard, Su Yuan gazed at the result of his first simulation, feeling somewhat speechless. Who would have imagined simulating as a sword in the simulator? He was originally a transmigrator, now an outer disciple of the demon-slaying sword sect in this realm. This world is known as the 5 realms and 10 heavens, with each realm housing a supreme sect. The demon-slaying sword sect stands as the paramount sect of the demon-slaying realm, and to join its outer ranks signifies Su Yuan's considerable talent among mortals. However, compared to the prodigies of an entire grand world, he undoubtedly paled in comparison. He could only settle for being an outer disciple. Fortunately, Su Yuan possessed his own golden finger, which undoubtedly offered him hope for entering the inner sect. Although this simulator had its flaws, only allowing simulation in the form of a sword and thrusting him into an unknown world for random extrapolation, the rewards were quite commendable. A small sword hovered in the palm of Su Yuan's hand, radiating a gentle green light, now reaching perfection. Around the green light, a faint blood glow flickered, emanating a chilling aura. His innate Xian sword, a hallmark technique of the demon-slaying sword sect, was a foundational practice every disciple undertook to cultivate their own innate Xian sword. The innate Xian sword is categorized into 3 tiers: heaven, earth, and man. Su Yuan had only been practicing for 3 months, having just nurtured a man-level innate Xian sword. Now, his innate Xian sword had soared directly from the first stage of man level to the 7th stage. With only 7 stages in the man-level category, the next step would see him ascend to the earth level. At that point, Su Yuan could directly advance to the inner sect. He could hardly contain his eagerness to initiate the second simulation. Each simulation would randomly assign innate talents based on his present abilities, presenting a new opportunity with every trial. Thus, he must utilize them wisely. Your innate talent for this simulation is transfiguration into a sword blue. You are a slightly mystical sword, undoubtedly a rare treasure in the mortal realm. You have the opportunity to enhance your innate talent level. Will you proceed with the enhancement? Su Yuan, not one to hesitate, chose to enhance. Your innate talent for this simulation is transfiguration into a sword purple. You are an immobile, fragmented celestial sword, harboring a trace of the primordial breath of a celestial being. Even in the realm of cultivation, you are an object of contention among all. Su Yuan could not help but glance at it with newfound admiration. Finally, he had upgraded from a mere sword to a small broken sword. Though it was a small broken sword, it had ties to the celestial. This was indeed formidable. Even within the demon-slaying sword sect, celestial beings were but phantoms, existing only in legends. Based on your innate talent, your randomly assigned talent for this simulation is accumulation over time blue. As time passes, the cultivation within you will accumulate increasingly higher levels. Even in a non-cultivating state, path of duality purple. The path of duality lies in yin and yang. One yin, one yang. This is balance. With balanced yin and yang, one becomes unparalleled. When in close contact, the cultivation speed of both parties is significantly enhanced, and over time, it can fundamentally improve their innate constitution. Su Yuan felt a surge of excitement upon seeing the randomly assigned talents. The path of duality, combined with accumulation over time, was undeniably the quintessential choice for a longevity sect. Finding a female companion, they could initiate extraordinary cultivation, maximizing their speed, with the added benefit of increasing their prowess over time. It was a perfect cycle. The faster they cultivated, the higher their strength, the higher their strength, the faster they cultivate an ascension to the heavens. But then he remembered he was a motionless sword. It was utterly futile. He fell into silence once more. Loading the world. This time, the randomly generated world is the cultivation realm. In the 5 sacred lands and the 4 great seas, the apex beings are all saints. Saints possess the power to overturn the heavens, akin to terrestrial immortals beneath the saints. All are but ants. You have become an immobile, fragmented celestial sword. The emergence of the celestial sword drew the covetous gaze of the saints, yet none knew your whereabouts. Only one sage, well-versed in the fates, discerned a trace of bloodlight emanating from the forbidden forest in the northwest. Amidst the towering ancient trees, a broken long sword was slanted in the earth. Su Yuan exerted considerable effort only to discover he could not move at all. He felt somewhat distressed in his previous simulation. He could at least escape into the air, but this time, he was effectively imprisoned. Alas, I can only wait for a fated individual to find me and take me away. Su Yuan recognized this as his sole opportunity. He could only hope that his benefactor would not be a rough brute. It would be ideal if they were a fairy-like sister. Yet, Su Yuan's wish was in vain. After waiting an entire year, no one came, save for a vine that had grown upon him. He yearned for a fated companion, even if they were not a fairy-like sister. He would have been content, yet he awaited nothing. Despair enveloped him. He sensed the celestial breath within him and turned his thoughts towards cultivation. For a century, no one had come to his location. He absorbed the essence of the sun and moon, and the celestial breath within him grew increasingly refined, accumulating a vast reservoir of power. Su Yuan had become accustomed to greeting the morning sun, absorbing the purest purple chi from the heavens and drawing in the moonlight as the moon rose. As the 2 strands of the most refined essence from heaven and earth flowed into his sword body, the celestial breath within him quietly strengthened yet again. With the rise of the next day's sun, a drop of morning dew condensed upon the sword's hilt. Su Yuan utilized the dew to cleanse the dirt and cobwebs from the sword's body, revealing a glimmer of sharpness. It has already been a century. With the aid of accumulation over time, my cultivation has reached a terrifying level. Su Yuan was uncertain of his current strength, yet he could feel the immense energy accumulating within the sword. I wonder how I would fare against the saints of this world. A fleeting thought crossed Su Yuan's mind, and he returned to his cultivation. He had grown accustomed to this life. Suddenly, a rustling sound broke the silence the grass before him. Half his height began to stir. A frail girl, covered in wounds, stumbled into view. Current progress. The 3rd chapter has concluded. 1st chapter, Ice Phoenix, sections 110. 2nd chapter, Fire Phoenix, sections 2070. 3rd chapter, White Other Shore Flower, sections 90120. Many revelations will only be unveiled at the end of the chapters. Each chapter must be read in its entirety to appreciate the complete narrative. The writing in the 1st chapter was somewhat inexperienced, but from the 2nd chapter onward, it has improved significantly. Please exercise patience and continue reading. After all, it costs nothing. Who knows, you might find it to your liking. Additionally, please support the book by adding it to your shelf, requesting updates, and leaving positive reviews. Chapter 2, The Nameless Broken Sword. Please add to your shelf and request updates. Her youthful face was streaked with tears and dirt, her body emaciated, and her exposed skin marred by gruesome dark red wounds. She stumbled forward, only to trip over a vine and fall to the ground. She began to cry, yet after a brief moment, she wiped away her tears and stood up once more. A glimmer of cold light reflected before her, causing her to retreat in fear, her eyes widening as she discerned it was a sword. A sword, though damaged, still emanating a chilling brilliance. You. A voice resonated within her mind. She frantically searched for the source of the voice, only to curl up in fright. Su Yuan spent considerable effort to help her comprehend that it was his voice. Broken sword, sir? She timidly inquired. Su Yuan clicked his tongue in response. Why did it feel as if the little girl was scolding him? The girl trembled as she drew out the broken sword, which was nearly as tall as she was, guiding it toward a nearby stream. The babbling brook wound its way down, and she carefully dipped the half-dirtied long sword into the water, rinsing it back and forth. Once the mud was washed away, she used the tattered cloth of her sleeve to wipe the water off the sword. Perhaps due to her nervousness or the challenge of cleaning a sword nearly her own height, blood from the dark red new wound on her forehead mixed with sweat and dripped onto the sword. An elusive connection began to form between them. The little girl is quite meticulous. I shall allow you to be the one to take me away. Su Yuan spoke lazily. The girl, seeming to grasp only part of his words, nodded hesitantly. She cradled the clean sword in her arms and ventured into the ancient forest. Little girl, what is your name? Ling Shuang, Ling from Ling Kong, and Shuang from Han Shuang. Ling Shuang, remember, What we establish between us is not a master-servant contract. We shall each follow our own paths in the future. By the way, why don't you ask for my name? Aren't you the broken sword, sir? Su Yuan clicked his tongue once more. Yet in the end, he silently decided to let it go. Upon hearing the silence enveloping her, as the voice of the broken sword, Mr. Pajian fell into a hush. Ling Shuang's frail body trembled slightly, uncertain whether she had misspoken. Yet, she instinctively tightened her embrace, the cold, long sword pressed against her front, seemingly emanating a faint warmth. At least, she was no longer alone. The menacing forest before her appeared less terrifying. The girl named Ling Shuang forged a pact with you, becoming your sword wielder. You remained proud and aloof, unwilling to acknowledge her as your master to you. The sword wielder was merely a user. She quickly adapted to your presence, clutching you tightly in her arms, fearful of losing you. As she carried you into the ancient woods, the scars on her legs hindered her steps, while the wound on her back was deep enough to expose bone. You knew not how these injuries were inflicted, nor did you inquire instead. You quietly assisted her in regulating her breath. Although complete healing was beyond reach, at least some pain could be alleviated. Perhaps the breath regulation took effect, for her perpetually furrowed brow gradually eased. Slowly, she began to realize that cradling you brought her comfort. Her fear began to wane. Look, do you see that plant? Pluck it and place in your mouth. Ling Shuang obediently complied. Yet, Su Yuan heard the sound of her swallowing. I didn't mean for you to swallow it. I'm sorry. Ling Shuang apologized repeatedly, resembling a startled rabbit. Su Yuan sighed. It's fine, I meant to say don't swallow it. Chew it into a paste, and mix it with saliva to apply to your wounds. Ling Shuang followed the instruction once more. However, the instant the herbal paste touched her wounds, excruciating pain nearly caused her to lose consciousness. In the moment before darkness enveloped her, she tightened her grip, ensuring the long sword remained in her embrace, and then closed her eyes. Just before closing them, she faintly heard a sigh. When she awoke again, the moonlight filtered through the dappled leaves, casting its glow upon her. This moonlight enveloped Ling Shuang like a warm white blanket, comforting her. She had never felt the night could be so warm. She realized the long sword she had cradled was missing, and in a panic, she attempted to rise and search for it. Stay still. The voice reemerged. It was then she noticed the fractured, long sword leaning against the ground. I am guiding the moonlight to heal your wounds. The moonlight can be considered one of the rarest innate essences of this realm, unfortunately. Those lacking sensitivity cannot perceive it. The moonlight, which Su Yuan had previously utilized for cultivation, was now employed for healing. Yet, he was in no hurry regarding his own cultivation. This amount of moonlight was hardly significant. After all, there was still the passive cultivation accumulated over time. Ling Shuang emitted a low sound akin to a small creature, curling up slightly, silently absorbing the warmth that felt like the sun upon her skin. Under the warmth's embrace, even her wounds felt less painful. She gazed at the long sword that stood nearby. The position where the sword stood was precisely at her leg. So, Mr. Pajian could stand on his own. She pondered with curiosity. Unbeknownst to her, this was a meager advancement that Su Yuan had spent a century mastering. As a sword, Su Yuan felt a profound sense of regret. He had grown weary of the sensation of lacking legs. You remained vigilant throughout the night, guiding the moonlight to heal Ling Shuang. As the crescent moon descended and the dawn of a new day arose, you continued to absorb the purple qi for her healing. This cycle persisted, combined with the efficacy of the herbs. For half a month, her fresh wounds gradually healed. Even the deep gash on her back began to show signs of recovery. Another half-month later, most of Ling Shuang's injuries had mended, leaving only a few scab scars and one particularly alarming wound on her back. A month passed, and with Ling Shuang's pace, she had barely traversed half a mountain with you in tow. Ling Shuang stood on her toes, tapping the branches with her long sword. Several bright red wild fruits tumbled down from the branches. Cradling the long sword in one hand, she picked up the wild fruits with the other. Mr. Pajian should eat first. Hey, swords do not eat. Yet Ling Shuang merely smiled, her eyes brightening with clarity. Compared to a month ago, her gaze was much clearer, and her spirit gradually rekindled. Su Yuan, observing this, could not help but emit a faint hum. Nearby, the sound of a stream echoed upon reaching the water's edge. She gazed into the flowing water, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. If you wish to go, then go, I shall not watch. Su Yuan considered that her wounds had healed sufficiently to allow her to approach the water. Yet she hesitated. The river has bad fish that bite. Su Yuan scoffed. Do not worry with me embedded in the river. no fish would dare approach. Upon hearing Su Yuan's words, Ling Shuang felt no doubt, eagerly nodding her head in agreement. The reflection in the water revealed Ling Shuang's frail, soiled form, yet compared to a month prior, she appeared somewhat more robust. Beneath her ashen face shone a pair of bright, sparkling eyes. Through the crystal-clear water, she noticed several mischievous fish gathering below, eyeing her with ill intent. Just a few little spiritual fish. Su Yuan had thought they were water monsters. Chapter 3. The warmth of the broken sword request for bookshelf and urging updates. As the long sword entered the water, it drove away the fish before standing upright. Ling Shuang stepped into the water, wading downstream, her petite form gradually submerged. As the distance widened, her grip on the long sword loosened, and her eyes filled with worry. Rest assured, I shall not sprout legs and run away. She emitted a low sound of acknowledgement, finally releasing her hold, yet still glancing back thrice. Ultimately, when the water reached her neck, she began to cleanse herself. Though her back was turned, one could still glimpse half her face and those occasionally darting large eyes. In the water, Su Yuan stood like a guardian, facing the few spiritual fish that had returned, both parties locked in a stare. The fish, initially perplexed by the object before them, soon grew bolder as they became accustomed to his presence, even attempting to swim past him, with one daring fish attempting to nibble on him. Su Yuan quietly observed them, waiting until they drew sufficiently close before silently unleashing a cold smirk, the pressure of the celestial sword manifesting in an instant. The school of spiritual fish scattered in a panic, fleeing in all directions, while the one that had dared to nibble on him was rendered unconscious by the pressure, floating belly up down the stream. Catch that fish. Do not let it escape, Su Yuan exclaimed. Ling Shuang, startled in the water, turned just halfway when a plump fish swam into her embrace. Is this a reward from the heavens? Overwhelmed by the sudden surprise, she felt a bit dazed. No, this is a reward from your broken sword, Mr. Pajian, Su Yuan corrected with utmost seriousness. This fish became the evening's dinner. Wreathed in curling smoke, the fish on the fire pit crackled as its skin turned crispy. Su Yuan, in his true form, could observe the fish's interior, discerning whether it was cooked to perfection. Ling Shuang, wielding a long sword, gazed at the fragrant roasted fish, tears unwittingly streaming down her cheeks. It had been far too long since she had savored warm meat, cleaned and freshened. Her delicate face glowed a rosy hue under the heat, her large eyes sparkling with an extraordinary brilliance in the twilight. Perhaps it was the nourishing effects of the purple aura and lunar radiance over the past month, or perhaps it was her inherent beauty. Her skin appeared rejuvenated, as pure and white as jade after shedding its previous grime. The scars from her wounds faded away, leaving no trace behind. Her youthful visage, with every smile and frown, radiated an innocent charm. One could not help but wonder if she would grow to be a bewitching beauty, capable of causing turmoil in the realm. With such thoughts, Su Yuan couldn't help but chuckle softly. Flip the fish, he instructed, feeling one side had become rather hot. Ling Shuang obediently turned it over, placing the other side to roast, and Su Yuan instantly felt a wave of relief. Before long, the fish was ready, the flesh within emitted wisps of white steam, unmistakably cooked to perfection. Mr. Broken Sword, please have the first bite, Ling Shuang said with a playful smile, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight. Su Yuan, somewhat helpless, thought to himself, haven't I already begun eating? As the last rays of sunlight slipped below the horizon, a canopy of stars adorned the night sky. The tranquil evening had commenced. When the moon ascended, casting its silvery glow upon the earth, the night's healing would begin anew. Amidst the chorus of chirping insects, Ling Shuang's cheeks flushed crimson from the embers of the fire. She gently grasped the longsword, which retained just the right amount of warmth from the fire. Despite being subjected to the flames for so long, the blade bore no trace of charred blackness. Dear Broken Sword, you are quite warm, she remarked. There was no response. Her eyes dimmed slightly, her body curled upon the ground. Although the embers of the campfire still held a trace of warmth, it was insufficient. Tonight, may I hold the body of Sir Broken Sword as I sleep? She inquired cautiously, akin to a beseeching little creature. After a prolonged silence, Su Yuan's voice finally resonated. What a bother. With a soft thud, the sword that had been inclined in the ground toppled over, landing precisely in the girl's embrace. The girl's eyes, once devoid of hope, widened in astonishment as she gazed at the sword so close before her. Her surprise lingered for quite some time. What is the matter? Is there something wrong with me? Su Yuan, unable to bear her intense gaze, wished to turn away but found himself unable to do so. The girl beamed with delight as if she had discovered a hidden treasure. It's nothing. Her sweet, innocent voice radiated pure joy. She embraced the longsword tightly, her forehead resting against the hilt, eyes closed, revealing a smile of quiet delight. This was the most peaceful slumber she had experienced in countless nights. The warmth emanating from the sword continuously enveloped her. There was no chill, no eerie howls of spirits, no anxiety about witnessing the dawn of another day. Su Yuan heard the steady, elongated breaths beside her and could not help but hum softly in her heart. The cold night breeze swept in, gradually diminishing the sword's warmth. Yet, a veil of moonlight quietly draped over her small form cradling the sword. Under the sword's guidance, the moonlight eagerly infiltrated her petite frame. A lingering warmth that refused to dissipate. As the sun rose the following morning, Ling Shuang rubbed her sleepy eyes. The longsword in her arms had inexplicably risen upright. "Get up, you have a long journey ahead," a blunt voice echoed. However, she seemed impervious to it, utterly unfazed. The remnant warmth still lingered in her embrace, gradually fading, yet growing clearer in her heart. Once, she had dreaded the moment just before dawn, the most arduous time. Now, she no longer feared this instant. She rose to her feet, clutching her long sword, her petite figure treading deliberately into the impenetrable depths of the ancient forest. Over the ensuing 3 years, her dependence on you grew exponentially, an inseparable bond forged in the intimacy of day and night, with the sword never leaving her grasp. This close contact activated the twin soul path, accelerating your absorption of the essence of heaven and earth by several folds. You sense this momentum continuing to rise. Now, a month of cultivation equated to what previously took 3 months. Ling Shuang's innate talent was gradually transforming, while you were unaware of her original potential. You recognized that her current foundation was pure, devoid of any impurities, marking her as a prodigious talent in the realm of cultivation. You imparted to her the methods of harnessing the essence of the cosmos and absorbing the most refined innate spiritual energy, as well as the sword techniques you had mastered. Her cultivation has progressed at a far swifter pace than you might imagine, achievements that others may take 1 or 2 years to attain. She can accomplish in merely 1 or 2 months. She was greatly pleased by your compliment. Her appearance gradually blossomed, shedding the innocence of youth to reveal the unique freshness and purity of a young girl. Although merely 3 years had passed, it seemed as if a profound transformation had occurred within Ling Shuang. The once frail girl now possessed a physique that was becomingly full and perfectly balanced. Despite the elements of sun and wind, her skin remained as fair as jade, and her delicate arms and legs, akin to spring onions, exhibited graceful curves with each movement. In just a few years, her charming visage might truly become that of a celestial beauty. Chapter 4. The visit of the sage. She was practicing the swordsmanship taught to her by Su Yuan in an open clearing, known as the demon-slaying sword technique. It is said that when perfected, one could cleave through the abyss between worlds with a single stroke, enabling traversal across realms. Such a feat would surpass even the legendary powers attributed to the terrestrial deities known as sages. Yet, she remained uncertain of its veracity. Her swordsmanship was impressive. Yet Su Yuan perceived numerous flaws. She needed to elevate her forearm a fraction more to align with her shoulder. The hand gripping the sword must remain steady. Any tremor would breed hesitation, and hesitation leads to defeat. When wielding the sword, one should not trace small circles inward, but rather carve grand arcs outward. For the intention is to attack, not defend. Extend the sword to the utmost of your reach. However, mastery of swordsmanship cannot be achieved overnight. Even Su Yuan had merely grasped the fundamentals, yet his prior simulation had significantly enhanced his understanding of the art. A piercing howl echoed through the forest, the rustling treetops drawing nearer. It was upon them. Su Yuan glanced in that direction. Ling Shuang took a deep breath, tightening her grip on the sword. A fearsome one-armed ape swung through the trees before crashing to the ground. Ling Shuang charged forward, engaging the beast in a fierce melee. Though the one-armed ape was more than twice her size, its missing limb did not deter its ferocity, and the battle raged on with intensity. However, after a few initial strikes, Ling Shuang began to falter, her movements becoming increasingly disjointed, unable to maintain her rhythm. With her steps in disarray, her swordplay followed suit. The demonic sword technique, which thrived on bold and decisive strikes, had devolved in her hands into a timid defense. She must not parry, but rather counterattack, forcing the adversary to defend. The one-armed ape swung its arm violently, leaving a gash across Ling Shuang's face. Su Yuan sensed she was nearing her limits. As new wounds appeared on her body, a surge of power emanated from him, the pressure of the celestial sword descending upon the battlefield. With this newfound force, he barely managed to drive the one-armed ape away. Having learned this sword technique, it should have sufficed to vanquish the foe. Ling Shuang, cradling her sword, lowered her head, tears welling in her eyes. "I'm sorry, I am too foolish." Su Yuan sighed in resignation. Practice it another 100 times. Ling Shuang silently endured the pain, continuing to practice in the clearing until she had completed her 100 repetitions. With dusk approaching, coincidentally, her stomach growled in protest. She suddenly chuckled shyly. "Then let's call it a day and prepare dinner." Hooray! After receiving permission from Su Yuan, Ling Shuang happily clutched her sword and went to get ready for the evening meal. The fatigue and weariness that lingered in her demeanor vanished entirely. Like a lark freed from its cage, she chirped and chatted as she walked, although Su Yuan responded only sporadically. Yet, seeing the transformation in Ling Shuang's appearance, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of pride. However, not wanting to be detected by her, he feigned nonchalance. "What's the matter?" Ling Shuang paused to inquire. "Nothing. Hurry up. We must finish everything before the moon rises. We still have to practice tonight." "Oh." At the mention of practice, Ling Shuang puffed up her cheeks, looking rather glum. As night fell and the moon reached its zenith, the world was enveloped in tranquility, save for the gentle rustle of the wind through the grass. Beside the glowing embers of the fire, Ling Shuang tightly hugged her sword, cocooned in leather, her legs draped over it, unwilling to let go. Her long, dark hair blended into the night, and her serene, sleeping face resembled that of a moonlit fairy. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly, as if she were dreaming of something troubling, causing her to clutch the sword even tighter. A warmth emanating from the sword eased her furrowed brow, and a faint smile graced her lips. Su Yuan required no sleep, making him the quintessential night watchman. No, rather, the perfect sword. Observing Ling Shuang's peaceful slumber, he couldn't help but reminisce about the days when he could sleep. Curse it. Can a sword ever sleep? Mr. Broken Sword, I found some delicious donkey meat buns. You eat first. Hearing the murmurs from the small mouth beside him, Su Yuan sighed. All right, fine, no sleep then. On the other side of the dying embers, a figure cloaked in white silently appeared, illuminated by the flickering light. I didn't expect the celestial sword to have an owner. What a pity. I am merely a step too late. The figure's voice was soft as he shook his head. Oh, no, it is a fractured celestial sword. He shook his head again, more vigorously this time. Su Yuan felt displeased. He maneuvered around Ling Shuang's arms and withdrew from between her legs, positioning himself protectively in front of her. Seeing Su Yuan's defensive stance, the man in white chuckled. I am the sage of heavenly mechanisms. A century ago, when the celestial sword emerged, no one knew its whereabouts. I merely calculated that this forbidden place had undergone a change, thus deducing that the celestial sword must be here. Su Yuan replied without courtesy, knowing I am the celestial sword, what significance does your search hold? Come with me, the sage of heavenly mechanisms insisted. I possess the means to restore you. These words sent a tremor through Su Yuan's heart. With a complete celestial sword, he could attain form and cultivate independently, no longer subject to the will of others. Serve me for 100 years, and I shall grant you the means to mend yourself and reconstruct your celestial body. Su Yuan pondered for a moment. What if I refuse? Then it is beyond your control, the sage of heavenly mechanisms chuckled. Su Yuan coldly replied. Are you certain you wish to test that? The pressure of the celestial sword reemerged, and not knowing the extent of his own strength, he decided to put the sage of heavenly mechanisms to the test. Feeling the oppressive force emanating from Su Yuan, the sage's expression shifted. After scrutinizing him for a while, he realized a hint of the breath of creation accompanied him, granting him the right to speak thus. Yet, he soon laughed and shook his head. But you are a fractured sword. Once the breath of creation is invoked, it will begin to leak continuously. The breath of creation is the essence of your existence as a celestial sword. Without it, you will become an ordinary broken sword, indistinguishable from scrap metal. Ignored even at a blacksmith shop, Su Yuan fell silent once more. The sage of heavenly mechanisms, wearing a determined smile, continued, but you only have one chance. And you possess only one life, do you not? The sage's smile suddenly froze. He had not anticipated Su Yuan's resolute nature. He gazed deeply at Su Yuan, realizing he was destined to return empty-handed. The sage's gaze shifted from Su Yuan to the curled-up Ling Shuang behind him. After a moment's calculation, he seemed to perceive something. Before departing, he suddenly smiled meaningfully, revealing the answer to restoring the celestial sword. A celestial sword is flaws, soul-devouring can mend it. That girl is the last descendant of the Ice Spirit Phoenix bloodline, the embodiment of the entire lineage of spirit. Once completed, you will be free of defects. With that, the sage of heavenly mechanisms vanished, leaving Su Yuan standing in contemplation. You were left uncertain about the truth in the sage's words and whether the method of restoration was truly effective. You concealed your doubts deep within without revealing them. Chapter 5, The Fragility of True Character. Yet, you came to understand Ling Shuang's background, realizing why a mere child could venture into this forbidden land despite bearing such terrifying wounds. Indeed, as the sage of heavenly mechanisms had stated, this place was devoid of human presence, filled only with fearsome monsters. The one-armed ape would dominate even in the outside world. It was undeniably a forbidden realm. You attempted to train Ling Shuang as usual, but the weight of the sage's words lingered heavily in your mind. She is the last descendant of the Ice Spirit Phoenix bloodline, yet she has never mentioned that past to you. Perhaps it is too burdensome for her, however. You know she is certainly not forgotten. She often gazes into a distant direction, lost in thought, her expression starkly contrasting with her usual innocent smile. That night, Ling Shuang's sleep was anything but peaceful. She trembled all over, her lips incessantly murmuring, tears shimmering in her eyes. No, please, don't leave me. The long sword was held tighter against her chest, as she curled up, pressing closely against its blade. Had it not been for the cloth wrapping around the sword, it would have surely suffered numerous new wounds by now. Nevertheless, even so, the sharp edge of the intact blade still left traces of blood on the girl's skin under the immense pressure, yet she remained oblivious. Her furrowed brows now etched with an expression of profound despair. Su Yuan absorbed the moonlight that gathered within her. The milky moonbeams cascaded onto her, eagerly penetrating her pores like water. The warmth brought by the moonlight was a precious comfort in the frigid stillness of the night. It was uncertain how long this absorption continued, but gradually, the girl's features began to relax, although the tears in her eyes had yet to dissipate. She slowly opened her eyes. Only upon seeing the longsword pressed against her chest did she realize that she was no longer alone. The girl, with tears brimming in her eyes, rested her face against the hilt of the sword, silently absorbing its warmth. Su Yuan did not press her further. He merely absorbed the moonlight, sustaining that flicker of warmth. The girl, Her voice tinged with sorrow, sniffled softly. Don't cry. I have no hands to wipe your tears. Of course not, she replied in a low, tearful tone, attempting to stifle her sobs. Yet, her small face nestled even closer. I was just having a nightmare. Did it scare you to tears? Absolutely not, she murmured with a childlike complaint. I'm not a child anymore. As her emotions began to settle, she gradually closed her eyes once more, focusing intently on the warmth emanating from the longsword before her. Beneath her lowered eyelids, however, there lingered a hint of abstraction. Mr. Broken Sword, do swords dream as well? Su Yuan had intended to explain that he was not a sword, but upon reflection, he realized such a statement would hold no weight in this moment. Moreover, since his transformation into a sword, he had never experienced sleep. Without sleep, one cannot dream. Do daydreams count? The girl's thoughts were not concerned with Su Yuan's response. Lost in her own reverie, she quietly inquired, in your dreams, am I present? Su Yuan was at a loss for how to respond. He could not dream, so he could not know. Noticing the longsword remained silent for an extended period, a trace of barely perceptible disappointment flickered in the depths of her downcast eyes. She closed her eyes once more, pressing against the long sword as she drifted back into slumber. Time slipped by, and only after an indeterminate period did Su Yuan finally provide his answer. Indeed, his voice floated through the frigid night air, leaving one to wonder if the girl had heard. As a month passed, Ling Shuang, cradling you, traversed the undulating mountains. Over the span of 3 years, you had nearly crossed the entire range. Standing atop the last great peak, the distant cities of humanity and the smoke rising from the villages at the mountain's foot became visible. The one-armed ape had persistently trailed behind, biding its time for revenge. With your healing touch, Ling Shuang's injuries mended remarkably fast, while the one-armed ape, burdened by a multitude of wounds, found itself in a state of decline. She gradually matched the creature's prowess. The one-armed ape, relentless in its pursuit, watched Ling Shuang with a predatory gaze, as if eager to devour her. As you neared the exit of the mountains, the ape, in a fit of urgency, exposed a flaw that Ling Shuang seized upon, severing its final limb, rendering it a shadow of its former self. Now devoid of hands, with severed tendons and crippled feet, it lay vulnerable. A single strike to its head would signify the completion of this phase of your training. Previously, Su Yuan had lamented the lack of a sparring partner for Ling Shuang, and the one-armed ape had fortuitously arrived as an adversary for practice. Though her swordsmanship is not yet flawless, he can indeed perceive her progress. The one-armed ape, profoundly attuned to human emotions, knelt on the ground, wailing in anguish, as if pleading with Ling Shuang not to strike. Ling Shuang raised her long sword high, yet hesitated just before its descent. Her eyes momentarily lost focus, as if she were lost in thought. What are you hesitating about? Do I truly have to kill it? Is there no alternative? Su Yuan merely snorted, withholding his words. After a fleeting moment of distraction, Ling Shuang closed her eyes and brought her sword down decisively. The thud echoed as the head of the ape rolled down the hillside. Su Yuan sighed silently. Such a weak disposition is quite concerning. You have recognized her frailty, yet she is still young enough to be molded. However, the process of transformation will undoubtedly be arduous. Yet, considering her background, it is a necessary change. At your insistence, Ling Shuang severed the useful parts and skin from the dismembered ape. The ape's hide was remarkably resilient, impervious to wind and fire, a testament to its quality, yet it was easily cut under the sharp edge of the sword. Ling Shuang descended the mountain, clutching her sword in a bundle made of the ape's skin. Upon arriving at the nearest village, known as Shiko, the villagers were taken aback by Ling Shuang's presence. However, seeing her solitary state, they took her in. A kind matron, raising her 2 young children alone, offered Ling Shuang shelter. The children, merely 7 or 8 years old, were curious about their new sister and followed her around incessantly. Initially reserved, Ling Shuang assisted the matron with household chores during her training. Observing Ling Shuang's patched clothing, the matron noted its unsightliness. As her own daughter's garments were too small for Ling Shuang, she ingeniously combined 2 similarly colored dresses into one. For the first time, you beheld Ling Shuang adorned in a soft water blue gown, her hair elegantly styled, with delicate fingers gathering stray strands. Aware of your gaze, her cheeks flushed, and she turned her face aside, her half-closed eyes reflecting an almost palpable shyness. Following the matron's instructions, Ling Shuang twirled in her water blue dress, the hem swirling gracefully, revealing the enchanting curve of her slender calves, a sight that stirred one's imagination. Ling Shuang presented the dismembered ape's claws to the matron as a token of gratitude for the gown. The next day, the matron returned, beaming, announcing that the claws had fetched 30 taels of silver, alleviating their financial worries for the year. A sumptuous feast was prepared for you both. However, after the meal, Ling Shuang noticed a suspicious figure lurking outside. Who is that? Seeking an excuse to investigate, she seized her sword and ventured behind the house in pursuit of the shadowy figure. Seeing Ling Shuang alone, the figure dismissed her with a scoff. A mere child with a sword? Go on, get lost. Relying on her swordsmanship, Ling Shuang swiftly subdued the intruder, pressing her blade against his face, causing him to hesitate. I merely smelled something delicious and wanted to take a look. I have no other intentions. The sword wavered slightly, and he stammered. I just thought I might steal some meat. I'm so hungry. Ling Shuang was somewhat convinced. Seeing the thief had been adequately chastised, she prepared to sheath her sword. You shouldn't let him off so easily, Su Yuan interjected calmly. Ling Shuang hesitated, her grip on the sword wavering. Then, what should I? In that moment of indecision, the thief seized the opportunity to flee. Watching him escape, Ling Shuang questioned, surely I can't kill him. Su Yuan said nothing further. On that day, Ling Shuang was outside the village, absorbing the primordial spirit energy of the heavens and earth. Upon returning to the matron's home, she was met with a pungent scent of blood. The matron and her children had been brutally slain in their home. Evidence at the scene suggested that the matron had fought fiercely to protect something before being struck down, and the assailant, having committed murder, callously eliminated the witnesses, the children. Ling Shuang discovered the dismembered body of the ape amidst the matron's embrace, while the rest had been taken along with the bundle. Ling Shuang sat numbly by the door, staring vacantly at the scene, unsure of what to do. You remained silent. Within half a day, the murderer was apprehended by the villagers, any dwellers who had been incited by rumors of treasures within the matron's home. Initially intending to rob and sell, they ended up committing murder in their greed. Ling Shuang's bundle was recovered, with its contents intact. Among the retrieved items was a new blue dress, stained with blood of unknown origin. The girl, now devoid of her former joy, was left in a daze, her smile extinguished. She curled up, clutching the longsword, engulfed in a sense of bewilderment. Within the blade, Su Yuan sensed the girl's confusion, yet he suppressed the urge to offer solace. Instead, he coldly remarked, I warned you. You should not let him off so easily. The girl replied vacantly, unable to articulate her thoughts. Su Yuan let out a disdainful snort. The idle men were dealt with privately by the enraged villagers, while Ling Shuang departed the village, her belongings in tow. She departed silently, as if she had never graced this place with her presence. She steered clear of the throngs, making her way towards the desolate wilderness where wild beasts roamed. Chapter 6. Rise Up. She wandered aimlessly, longing to hear your voice, yet you remained silent. She felt perplexed and utterly helpless. Even a reprimand would be welcomed, as she longed to hear your voice. Suddenly, a majestic white tiger descended from the mountains, leaping towards her. In her dazed state, she found herself staring blankly at the approaching white tiger, utterly unresponsive as she grasped her sword. Su Yuan's voice resonated with an emotionless grandeur, and at that moment, Ling Shuang was suddenly overwhelmed by an intense sense of grievance. Tears welled up in her eyes once more as she grasped the sword. The emotionless words resurfaced. Ling Shuang bit her crimson lips, suppressing the tears that threatened to surface from her gaze. Her trembling hand gripped the hilt of the sword. The blade flashed, and the colossal form of the white tiger crashed to the ground. She stood her ground, a myriad of emotions surging within her. Anger, confusion, bewilderment, helplessness, uncertainty, regret. Would things have been different had I heeded Sir Jian's counsel? She repeatedly questioned herself. She suppressed her tears with great effort and, with a quivering voice, inquired, Is it my fault? However, Su Yuan offered no reply. He merely stated, You were too slow, not quick enough. The anticipated response never materialized, plunging Ling Shuang into a deeper sense of helplessness. Why has it come to this? Clearly, Sir Broken Sword was not like this. Ling Shuang clutched her sword and lingered in the wilderness for a month before she found the courage to return to the world of the living. She fears the recurrence of past tragedies, always clutching her sword, distancing herself from the crowd. Regardless of the season, be it early summer, autumn, or winter, the camaraderie of those who walk together, the harmony of families with their children, and their joys and sorrows remain utterly indifferent to her. She clings to the sword in her embrace, heeding your teachings with unwavering precision. Under your guidance, her swordsmanship flourishes remarkably, and her cultivation progresses steadily. Under your nurturing, her innate qualities have transcended perfection, subtly breaking into a realm unknown to the world. You have become increasingly sparing in your praises for her, no longer comforting her as a child. Your expectations of her have lessened, and you find yourself increasingly resistant to her pleas. Even the simple request to hold her as she sleeps at night. You seek excuses to deny her demands, unwilling to witness her dependence on you. She has her own path to tread, and even you cannot substitute for her journey. She strives to meet your standards in every endeavor, hoping once more to hear your praise. She yearns to revert to her former self. She longed for the broken sword master of your, convinced that perfection in all endeavors would surely earn his approval. Night and day, she cradled this belief within the secluded tranquility of her courtyard. After executing a crisp and flawless sword routine beneath the waning light, Ling Shuang prepared for her nightly cultivation. Yet this evening, an unusual disturbance pierced the silence. Furtive footsteps rustled from all directions, beyond the courtyard walls, behind the dwelling, upon the rooftop, a symphony of stealth enveloping her sanctuary. Though no longer an innocent child, the youthful bloom still lingered upon Ling Shuang's countenance. She recalled something, and her expression inevitably shifted. These individuals have come in search of me, she murmured softly, without directing her words to anyone in particular. Yet, there was no response. As if she held no genuine interest in the matter at hand, she tightened her grip on the sword, sensing the formidable presence of her adversaries. They were numerous, and each one possessed an extraordinary mastery of their craft. The leader, in particular, was capable of manipulating the very essence of the world with a mere gesture, showcasing a power that had reached a visible manifestation. The path of cultivation traditionally unfolds from within to the outside. Once one's inner strength reaches its zenith, it begins to manifest outwardly. Capable of filling rivers and seas with a mere wave of the hand, stirring mountains and rivers, and transcending to become a terrestrial deity. The coordinated movements of these individuals, honed by rigorous training, indicated they had come well prepared. The last remnants of the ice spirit Phoenix lineage. Ah, how conveniently they have come. Having pursued you for 3 years, only to discover you traversing the forbidden lands and surviving. Images of her past flashed before Ling Shuang's eyes, intertwining with her own destiny and the haunting memories of her solitary flight. Recalling those moments, she bit her lip. The inescapable loneliness and dread surged back into her heart. Yet, her fingers brushed against the sword in her embrace. The memories of the broken sword master over the past 3 years steadied her resolve. As long as the broken sword master was by her side, everything would be all right, just as it once was. She recalled the warmth that enveloped her the first time she fell asleep, cradling the longsword. And once more, courage surged within her heart. She gently grasped the longsword, meeting the fierce gaze of the leader. The clash was not one-sided but rather a stalemate. Ling Shuang's prowess far exceeded their expectations. Who would have thought she could reach such an initial manifestation in merely 3 years? Likewise, her swordsmanship was unlike anything they had ever encountered. The dazzling blossoms of her blade compelled them to hesitate, momentarily daunted. The leader, initially taken aback, quickly discerned Ling Shuang's weaknesses. This girl, though her swordplay appeared formidable, was still too inexperienced. The leader's gaze hardened once more, fixating on Ling Shuang like a wolf stalking its prey. As she brought her sword down, she repelled an attack from a figure emerging from the shadows. The sword was not swift enough. Su Yuan silently assessed the situation. 3 assailants charged simultaneously. After a brief moment of hesitation, Ling Shuang made her choice, leaning back to evade while thrusting her sword at one of them. However, the weapons of the other 2 intervened just in time. She had the opportunity to strike a fatal blow but was a heartbeat too slow. The leader, relying on his superior cultivation, advanced towards her, and for an instant, Ling Shuang faltered, her response slightly delayed as she parried his attack. In this fray, her strikes were disordered, and the openings she left were too significant. From Su Yuan's perspective, given Ling Shuang's recent performance, she was entirely capable of overcoming these challenges, even gaining the upper hand. Yet, ultimately, training differs from actual combat. Ling Shuang's temperament still lacked that crucial edge, a truth Su Yuan could acutely sense. She cannot rely on anyone. Behind her lies an abyss of unfathomable depth, where a single misstep could lead to her downfall. Without such awareness, Ling Shuang finds herself cornered in a perilous situation. Amidst the danger, she still occasionally glances at the sword in her hand. Consequently, the leader's attention is partially fixated on the weapon she wields, ever cautious. Yet, what Ling Shuang yearns to witness remains elusive. Her eyes grew dim. Her body bore several new wounds, and a deep gash from a cleaver on her shoulder exposed the bone beneath. She fought with relentless determination against her foes. Time and again, she found herself ensnared in perilous situations, each time harboring the hope of perhaps receiving aid from the broken swordmaster. Yet, time after time, her hopes were dashed. Ling Shuang could scarcely recall how many times she had hovered on the brink of life and death. She only remembers that after the leader fell, she too collapsed, her body adorned with numerous wounds. Her blood-stained fingers caressed the longsword, her eyes glimmering with a hint of yearning. She longed to hear a familiar voice emanating from it. Yet, stand up. The voice, indifferent yet grand, resounded thunderously in her ears. She still believed she had misheard. Her eyes widened as she stood up. Ling Shuang's eyes brimmed with tears of grievance. In that moment, she was transported back to the time when she was fleeing alone in the mountain gorge. Yet, whether then or now, the physical pain she endured paled in comparison to the anguish within her heart at this moment. She wept, ultimately relinquishing the last flicker of hope nestled deep within her heart. She rose to her feet, leaning on her sword, and vanished from the courtyard. Chapter 7. Forging the Sword. Upon reaching a safe haven, she fainted, and you silently tended to her wounds. Upon her awakening, not a word escaped your lips. She endeavored to unveil her origins to you, yet you feigned indifference, silencing her with a dismissive gesture. A sorrowful smile graced her lips. Your standards grew increasingly stringent, verging on the ruthless. Even you recognized your lack of compassion. 3 years elapsed, and she transformed into the embodiment of your aspirations, decisive and merciless, leaving no survivors in her wake. You had forged the sharpest of swords. Another 3 years passed, and the once naive girl had blossomed into a true celestial being. With bright eyes and pearly teeth, a delicate nose and ruby lips. Amidst her cool, enchanting visage, a faint trace of sorrow lingered in her gaze, evoking deeper contemplation. Throughout 6 years, laughter had forsaken her, and she never uttered that once cherished name again. She will merely comply with your wishes, flawlessly fulfilling your demands. Her cultivation has reached the pinnacle of external manifestation, and her mastery of the demon-slaying sword technique is unparalleled, below the level of a saint. It is likely that no one in this world can match her prowess. On this day, she chose to proactively convey to you, I must embark on the path of my own. She had also become, as her name suggested, as cold as ice. A person is indeed as their name implies. Su Yuan knew that this day would inevitably arrive. He responded with a calm demeanor, seemingly indifferent. Go ahead, but on your journey, I shall not accompany you. The path you tread must be yours alone. In an instant, the usually tranquil depths of Ling Shuang's eyes stirred with a myriad of emotions. Her watery gaze surged with tumultuous waves once more. Her red lips parted slightly, filled with 1,000 unspoken words. Yet in the end, she merely lowered her gaze. She returned to the place where they first met, carrying her long sword. In the ancient, forbidden forest. The damaged sword was once again thrust into the ground at the same spot. Following the path she had taken, she descended step by step, watching her silhouette grow taller. Su Yuan felt a momentary daze, reminiscent of the innocent child who had stumbled through the underbrush long ago. After all the twists and turns. She had returned to the starting point. Su Yuan had thought that he had reached his limit. All that he had desired had been accomplished, leaving him with no regrets. 9 years, in the grand tapestry of his century-long cultivation, seemed insignificant. Yet, those 9 years were etched into his memory with a depth that far surpassed a mere century. In Jing Mountain City, the Zhang family stood as one of the most prominent clans in the Five Directions territory, dominating the city and extending their influence over dozens of surrounding metropolises. They were an indomitable force in the region. And rumors circulated of a close relationship between the Zhang family and one of the 5 revered sages, as long as the sage remained in seclusion. None could challenge the Zhangs. Today, the Zhang family mansion was adorned with festive decorations, exuding an atmosphere of celebration. The youngest son of the Zhang family was to wed the eldest daughter of a prominent family from a great city in the northwest. This union would greatly extend the Zhang family's influence into the northwest. Particularly in recent years, the Zhangs had intensified their activities in that region, seemingly searching for something, leading many astute observers to believe they were laying the groundwork for a larger endeavor. Notable figures from all walks of life flocked to the Zhang mansion to offer their congratulations, though they could only be seated in the outer courtyard. Outside the city, an unending procession of carriages made their way towards the center. Each carriage was laden with gold, silver, jewelry, and rare treasures, so heavily burdened that the horses could scarcely lift their heads. Each convoy represented a powerful faction or wealthy family, dominating their respective locales. The festivities surrounding the Zhang family's wedding had drawn in nearly all the significant powers in the region. Congratulations! Young Master Zhang is exceptionally talented, blessed with a fine union. As the evening's momentous occasion approached, many gathered around the head of the Zhang family, Zhang Jiaming, to offer their well wishes. Everyone awaited the arrival of the bride's procession. At last, the caravan draped in red lanterns and clad in crimson attire drew near. The red palanquin at the center of the procession came to a halt before the mansion, and the crowd eagerly anticipated the moment the bride would emerge. However, as the red curtain was lifted by a delicate hand, a figure clad in white stepped forth. Adorned in mourning garb, she starkly contrasted the vibrant reds, leaving the onlookers in shock. Particularly striking was her ethereal beauty. With flowing dark hair and cool, piercing eyes, she possessed an extraordinary elegance, enchanting enough to rival the moonlit fairies. It was she, the remnant of the Ling family. Someone recognized her, but before anyone could react, the graceful figure lifted her gaze. Though she held no sword, her presence was more formidable than any blade, and with a gentle motion, her cold, beautiful visage bore only an expression of unyielding frost. A massacre commenced. Despite the gathering of the region's most elite, none could match the prowess of the woman before them. In a flash of swordlight, a figure of peak mastery fell. She entered the main gate of the Zhang residence step by step, her expression devoid of sorrow or joy. With each step she took, a multitude of individuals fell. Initially, the masters of the Zhang family advanced in succession, yet regardless of how many came forth, they all succumbed beneath the brilliance of her sword, without exception. They began to feel fear. In the courtyard filled with joyous celebration, the woman clad in white retreated with every step she took. Zhang Jiangming gazed in horror at the scattered corpses within the yard. The number of fallen masters from his family beyond reckoning, disbelief etched on his face. Father! A young man dressed in the crimson garb of a groom rushed out upon hearing the commotion. Zhang Jiangming's heart tightened, his eyes wide with despair. Run! Quickly! The ethereal figure merely flicked her wrist, and a dazzling sword light, radiant as the heavens, descended before the young man, severing him in an instant. Zhang Jiangming could only witness this scene helplessly. Once silence enveloped the Zhang mansion, the sole remaining head of the family, Zhang Jiangming, began to laugh maniacally. Even if you annihilate my Zhang family, what of it? Can you preserve the bloodline of your ice spirit phoenix? Haraha. As long as the 5 saints exist, this world cannot accommodate your ice spirit phoenix lineage. Before his words could fade, an unseen sword light pierced through his chest. His eyes widened in fury as he spat blood, dying with resentment. Ling Shuang departed from you. She returned you to your original place, embarking alone towards the fated destination. Her swordsmanship is unparalleled, and her cultivation is formidable. Beneath the saints, none can match her in a single encounter. Her wishes have been fulfilled, and you sense this in the depths of your being, bringing you a sense of comfort. Yet, there lingers a trace of melancholy, the reason for which eludes your understanding. A torrential rain cascades down, leaving only a solitary white figure standing in the heart of the Zhang family estate. The wind howls, and it seems as though all of nature is in mourning. Ling Shuang bows her head, a strand of dark hair swaying gently with her movement. Drifting softly to one side, she fixated on the lock of azure hair, fragments of her childhood memories flickering in her mind. Yet, as she completed her task, those images gradually faded, no longer swirling in her thoughts. However, rather than experiencing the anticipated joy, an even deeper emptiness settled within her. Chapter 8, Destiny. Her slender fingers curled slightly, as if they were meant to grasp something. There should have been something accompanying her. She suddenly smiled. A smile that was exceptionally radiant and filled with joy. That enchanting visage, when graced with laughter, surpassed the combined beauty of the most exquisite women in the world by a considerable margin. Yet, as her laughter continued, tears mingled with raindrops cascaded down her delicate cheeks. She whispered softly, her voice imbued with utmost tenderness, as if confiding the most precious secrets of her heart. Mr. Broken Sword, in truth, I have heard you. That night, in a state of drowsiness, she glimpsed through the slits of her eyes a figure clad in white conversing with the long sword that stood guard before her. She was unaware of how long the two had spoken or what they had discussed. She only heard the final words left behind by the figure in white before departing. The immortal sword is flawed, but the spirit devourer can mend it. That girl is the last descendant of the ice spirit Phoenix bloodline, embodying the essence of the entire lineage. Once completed, you shall be free of all deficiencies. She stood alone amidst the wind and rain, tears mingling with laughter. As fleeting memories danced before her eyes, she returned to the very beginning, solitary and unburdened. Suddenly, from her being, emerged resplendent azure wings. Alongside these wings, there materialized a majestic phoenix adorned with ice crystals, radiating an otherworldly blue luminescence. As the phoenix let out a piercing cry toward the heavens, the entire ice crystal blue creature manifested, soaring into the sky. The spot where it had stood was now void of all presence. The ice phoenix glided through the air, embodying both pride and elegance, as the temperature plummeted to a terrifying degree, causing the once falling rain to freeze, with delicate snowflakes drifting gracefully downwards. She was engulfed in a cerulean flame, her entire being transcending a certain threshold, surging forward with tremendous force. Her spirited gaze discerned a direction, where undulating mountains and countless ancient forests lay. That place held memories she would never forget. With a gentle flutter of her wings, she soared towards it. Yet, from the earth below, 5 radiant pillars of light suddenly ascended, casting a brilliant glow. In the distance, 4 similarly formidable columns erupted from the 4 great seas, dispersing the clouds overhead and creating a dazzling spectacle. A rumbling echoed in the ears of the entire world. The audacious fiend dared to shatter constraints, returning to ancestral form as it stepped into the realm of semi-saint. Having caused the demise of so many human cultivators, it had committed unforgivable bloodshed, leaving no room for its existence. We, the assembly of saints, unite to suppress and eradicate this malevolent creature, to serve as a warning to others. The 9 celestial pillars resembled chains forged to seal the demon, binding the ice phoenix to the ground. Despite her desperate attempts to flee towards the forbidden forest in the northwest, she felt as if weighed down by 1,000 burdens, unable to escape. A glimmer of despair flickered in the ice phoenix's eyes. She gazed skyward, her sorrowful cries resonating across the 5 directions and the 4 seas. Everyone in those distant realms heard the poignant call of the phoenix, a sound imbued with a profound sense of unwillingness that stirred empathy in all who listened. Yet, the ice phoenix did not surrender in that moment. What she has learned, acquired through the most significant sacrifices, has never been a surrender. The ice phoenix dances gracefully in the sky, its elegance seldom matched. Then, the heavens bestow a heavy snowfall, the river ice solid as stone, the ground frozen like iron. And the mountains and rivers fall into a profound stillness. A more intense azure flame ignited upon her. She suddenly spread her wings in the air, her ice blue tail feathers unfurling gracefully. She resembled a bird confined within a cage, relentlessly battering against the impenetrable barriers imposed from all directions. With each impact, a plume of feathers would cascade down. In mere moments, the heavens were adorned with a flurry of delicate feathered snow. Those exquisitely beautiful feathers, seemingly adorned with crystalline ice, fluttered down, blanketing the forest floor in a resplendent display akin to a phoenix's plumage. Yet the ice phoenix remained oblivious to the loss of its feathers, feeling no pain, caught in an endless cycle of struggle. Ultimately, with a sound reminiscent of shattering glass, the restraints imposed by the 9 saints began to fracture. Wretched beast! Even if you burn your essence, you can only prolong your suffering. Surrender to me, they scoffed. How could you possibly hope to defy us when the saints unite? You display a modicum of spirit. Thus, I grant you a chance. Submit willingly. Pledge an oath of servitude for you and your descendants for generations to come. Without harboring any treachery, I shall afford you a brief respite, or else you shall be reduced to ashes. However, the ice phoenix, shackled and resolute, paid no heed to their words, fixated solely on its relentless assault. Before the incredulous gazes of the saints, the cracks in the barriers multiplied until, at last, they shattered completely. Ah, this demon is fighting with all its might, stubborn and unyielding. There is no need to attempt to subdue it further. Seeing that you have reached the threshold of semi-saint, I had contemplated sparing your life, but your reckless defiance leaves no reason to do so. Upon breaking free from its constraints, the Ice Phoenix did not cast a glance at the 9 saints, its focus unwaveringly directed towards the forbidden woods in the northwest. She spread her wings, yearning to soar across the expanse. Yet, a figure descended before her, unleashing a formidable strike that harnessed the very forces of nature, propelling her away with tremendous force. This blow sent her hurtling 1,000 miles. Blood, crimson as rubies, trickled from the corner of the Ice Phoenix's mouth. Yet her focus remained unwaveringly elsewhere. She distanced herself further from the forbidden, dense forest. She let out a mournful cry, attempting once more to charge forward. Yet, it was merely a futile struggle against an unstoppable force. The chasm between a demigod and a true saint was akin to an abyss. If her adversary were but a single saint, perhaps she could muster her utmost strength for a chance at combat. However, she was confronted by 9 saints, the most formidable and elite combatants of this realm. Despite her burning every ounce of her vitality and exhausting all her efforts, she was still unable to transcend. She could only watch helplessly as she drifted further away from the forbidden forest. In her steadfast pupils, a flicker of uncertainty emerged. No. Once again, the saint unleashed a concentrated assault, propelling her into the air yet again. This time, her colossal form landed directly at the precipice of the mountaintop. The rocks at the edge tumbled down in a cascade, plunging into the depths of the sea below. She need only take one more step backward to plunge into the abyss, yet she remains utterly unafraid. She has never feared for her own safety. Gazing at the forbidden forest from afar, the vast distance between them fills her with despair. No, this cannot be the way. I must reach his side. There are countless words I yearn to share with him, an endless array of questions I long to ask, even if it is but for a fleeting moment. A single tear gently cascades down the Ice Phoenix's cheek. Her formidable form dissipates, leaving behind the ethereal and unparalleled woman. Yet, in this moment, her aura is exceedingly frail, her exquisite visage tinged with sorrow and an abundance of regrets. 9 saints materialize in the cardinal directions, encircling the fallen Ice Phoenix, their resounding voices echoing through the heavens, akin to a divine judgment. The semi-saint body of the Ice Spirit Phoenix is indeed challenging to obliterate. Nevertheless, even the semi-saint realm holds its means. Alas, should the Ice Phoenix willingly offer herself for the spirit sacrifice, that sword may well reach a state of utter lawlessness, with no one left to contain it. But how could it ever be so easily achieved? Such is the decree of fate. Chapter 9. One last lesson for you. Ling Xuan gazes up at the saint who uttered these words. It is none other than the saint of heavenly mechanisms. With a smile, the saint of heavenly mechanisms remarks that he had foretold her destiny long ago, and now, everything has come to pass. Observing her reluctance to submit, the saint of heavenly mechanisms finally declares, should you still harbor hopes for the emergence of that fractured celestial sword, it would be wise to abandon such thoughts. The surrounding saints echo his sentiments. That sword dares not reveal itself. Though it bears the form of a celestial weapon, it is merely a hollow title. Even if it were to truly appear, could the 9 saints not subdue it? It is but a broken entity, truly believing itself invincible in this world. The saint of heavenly mechanisms continues, a broken form indeed, yet within it lies a trace of the celestial being's breath of creation, granting it the essence of a celestial sword. However, with its damaged state, should it engage in battle, it would only face the depletion of its essence, resulting in its complete erasure from existence. So it unfolds. Yet contrary to their expectations, Ling Xuan below does not exhibit despair. Instead, she smiles as if a great burden has been lifted. She suddenly attained profound understanding, experiencing a moment of enlightenment. She smiled with a sense of relief. Many questions that once held significance faded into insignificance. His absence might indeed be for the best. Amidst the gathering of saints, she found herself unwinding, as a wave of weariness flooded her thoughts. In a moment of disorientation, she was transported back to a time of cold, hunger, and pain. She exerted every ounce of strength within her diminutive frame, daring not to pause as she ascended the mountainside. When she stumbled, she wept for a moment before rising once more. When her wounds throbbed with pain, she shed tears briefly, then resolutely continued her ascent. Her pleas went unanswered. Her weeping goes unanswered. Her sorrow, her fears, her very essence, all remain unanswered. The desolate valley echoes only with the roars of beasts and the eerie wails of spirits. Uncertain of where danger may lurk, she can only forge ahead. Without a destination, without direction, she runs, oblivious to when it might cease. She remains oblivious. She only knows that to stop is to perish, or to run until death. Until she falls once more, only to rise again. Yet this time, everything has changed. She heard the sound. She uttered that unforgettable title. Everything she uttered has finally found its response. The broken sword. Sir. Overwhelmed by fatigue, her thoughts were on the brink of succumbing to darkness. Yet, she could not help but smile, as the most cherished memories of the past 3 years surfaced, each one treasured like a family heirloom. As her thoughts delved deeper, the surroundings grew increasingly dim. Is this the end? But she curled up into a ball and softly murmured into the emptiness of her arms. Her innocent tone reminiscent of the days when she could rely on him without reservation. May I embrace you just one last time? She has not felt that warmth for an eternity, so long that she is nearly on the verge of forgetting what that sensation truly feels like. She relinquished the final vestiges of her memories, her thoughts plunging into an abyss of darkness. The deeper she sank, the more infinite it became. An exit eluded her, and she found herself adrift, devoid of purpose and direction. Yet, from behind her, an unexpected warmth began to emerge. In that fleeting moment of clarity, she sensed that this warmth bore a resemblance to something from her past, yet it was simultaneously different. Suddenly, the boundless darkness was torn asunder, a singularly sharp object slicing through the void. The world around her delineated as distinctly as the line between dawn and dusk. Familiar yet foreign voices echoed in her ears. This is. In an instant, her thoughts were drawn back. She suddenly widened her eyes, yet dared not glance back. Is it amusing for the old rascals to bully the young? Su Yuan's voice resounded like thunder, echoing relentlessly, stretching for miles. Her innate qualities have attained an unprecedented perfection, and the essence within her bloodline has been fully awakened. She transformed into a genuine ice spirit phoenix. She charged towards you. Her intentions. The secrets of heaven are shrouded, rendering useful information invisible. The secrets of heaven are concealed, and you cannot discern anything of value. You have invoked the breath of creation left by the celestial beings. Over a century, this breath of creation has continuously absorbed the essence of the sun and moon, becoming increasingly refined. You have harnessed this breath of creation to mold your form. Within you flows an immense reservoir of cultivation, yet you are but a fragmented celestial sword. Your incomplete body cannot fully accommodate the breath of creation. As it continuously leaks away, the moment it is entirely lost, your existence will be erased. And this simulation will conclude. You have arrived at her side, on the edge of the heavens. Su Yuan gently lifted that fragile figure into his arms. Cradling her, he could hardly perceive her weight. So this is what it feels like to hold someone. This thought caused the delicate body in his embrace to tremble slightly. She leaned against her chest, her gaze lowered, utterly too timid to lift her eyes. Her eyes brimmed with tears. She was uncertain of the reason. Feeling a mixture of grievance and joy, or perhaps a myriad of emotions intertwined within her heart. She lifted her gaze slightly, only to lower it once more. Her fists clenched tightly, her shoulders trembling faintly, caught in a whirlwind of astonishment and fear, hesitant to confirm if it was truly him. You really came to find me. Su Yuan let out a soft laugh, a sound that echoed through the heavens and resonated within every heart. Oh, you incomplete being. How dare you show your face? It seems you are prepared to seek your own demise, even with the breath of the celestial being sustaining you. Do not forget that you are not the celestial being themselves. Perhaps if any one of us were alone, we might have a headache, but with the 9 saints gathered. Do you dare to dream of overturning the heavens? It is a pity that this breath of creation shall dissipate into nothingness along with you. Su Yuan gently set down the delicate figure cradled in his arms, tenderly smoothing the slightly disheveled cascade of her dark hair, holding her close. He whispered softly into her ear, "This is the last time I shall teach you how to be ruthless. In the future, should anyone bully you, I will no longer be here." Enveloped in that warm embrace, Ling Shuang could no longer suppress her emotions, tears streaming down like rain. She lay weeping on that warm chest, her cries echoing in the air. Meanwhile, Su Yuan's gaze grew increasingly sharp, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. He no longer held back. The immense power within him erupted entirely, transforming into a towering beam of light that pierced the heavens. Imbued with a sword intent so fierce it seemed capable of tearing apart the sky. The expressions of the 9 saints present shifted dramatically. Tianji, did you not claim that the strength at most was merely at the initial saint level? How could there be such a drastic change? They questioned Tianji's saint. Sensing the impending doom, faced with this overwhelming power, they felt like a fragile boat adrift on a vast ocean, powerless against the tides. The true terror lay not in the ocean itself, but in the unfathomable abyss beneath it. Especially Tianji's saint, who was now aghast, his earlier confidence completely shattered. No. This cannot be, he muttered frantically, calculating in his sleeve, but every calculation led him astray. Why did Tianji not foresee this scene? As despair consumed him, his gaze became vacant. Could it be that Tianji was mistaken? When he regained his senses, he found himself locked in Su Yuan's fierce, bloodthirsty gaze. Old fools. Prepare to die. You dare. Chapter 10. The 9 saints no more amidst the shouts of astonishment and rage from those around. For invisible, yet razor-sharp, sword energies manifested around Su Yuan, slicing through the air with an unmatched momentum aimed directly at Tianji Saint. Tianji Saint soon realized he was completely ensnared by the overwhelming power, with no means of escape. His limbs were severed, blood gushing forth. Before he could even grasp the pain, he desperately shouted to Su Yuan, "Young friend, we can negotiate. Tell me what you desire, and we shall compensate you." Yet Su Yuan did not spare him a glance. His cold voice resonated through the realms. "Tianji Saint, your crimes are unforgivable. You shall be executed. The Tianji sacred land, along with its affiliates, shall be obliterated." As his words fell, chaos erupted in the vast land where the Tianji sacred land was situated. Many fled towards the outside. However, before they could escape far, a colossal sword energy descended from the heavens, blocking out the sun, cleaving down upon the Tianji sacred land. The devastating sword energy spread mercilessly in all directions. Those fleeing from the Tianji sacred land were expressions of despair, helplessly watching as the sword energy ruthlessly crushed everything in its path. Everything it touched was reduced to dust. For 100 miles around, not a single trace of life remained. The place that once housed the Tianji sacred land was left with nothing but a dark sword scar that plunged deep into the earth. The Tianji sacred land left no remnants behind. One of the 5 sacred lands, the Tianji sacred land, was hereby erased from existence. Tianji Saint looked on, his heart extinguished. However, he was even more perplexed as to why Su Yuan could see through his concealed schemes, why what he perceived as the truth was but a facade. Those 100 miles away who witnessed the celestial display were filled with horror, cold sweat trickling down their backs. Those with even a slight connection to the Tianji sacred land trembled, paralyzed by fear. Yet, in the next moment, they heard new proclamations. Yupan Saint, dazed and confused, shall be executed. The Yupan sacred land, along with its affiliates, shall be obliterated. A sword energy, blazing like fire, broke through the clouds and plummeted down upon the Yupan sacred land. The unstoppable sword energy, imbued with flames, turned the surroundings into a fiery wasteland. Even though the people within the Yupan sacred land had long fled towards safety, none could escape the onslaught of the sword energy. Guiyuan Saint, complicit in tyranny, shall be executed. Liuwa Saint, deceitful in darkness, shall be executed. Shijue Saint, colluding in mischief, shall be executed. Shuhai Saint, aiding evil, shall be executed. Yuhai Saint, in league with the wicked, shall be executed. Huai Saint, unforgivable in sin, shall be executed. Xianhai Saint, deserving of death, shall be executed. With each proclamation, another sacred land was annihilated by descending sword energy, leaving only deep chasms carved into the earth. The sight was shocking. What was even more terrifying was that those once exalted saints were treated like criminals. Each declaration was akin to the judgment of death. As the sacred lands fell, the colossal entities of the past were crushed like insects, effortlessly snuffed out. 9 sword energies obliterated the pinnacle of combat prowess in this realm. On this day, the world transformed dramatically. After the final judgment of the saints' crimes was pronounced, a last decree echoed in the ears of the world. There shall be no more 9 saints in this realm. You have reached the pinnacle of power within you. And with a mere gesture, you have obliterated the 9 sacred lands across the 4 corners of the world. The 9 saints, in their terror, were exterminated, their souls scattered. Unable to find peace in death, the remnants of their bodies lay strewn across the lands, forming various mystical forbidden zones, bearing witness to the brutal upheaval. With the 9 saints gone, so too were the 5 sacred lands and the 4 great seas. Having accomplished all this, the primal essence within you dwindled, your forms slowly fading as the countdown began. The radiant beam of light that nearly pierced the clouds retracted. Above, the clouds dispersed, revealing a clear sky. The sea breeze caressed the cliffside, lifting the delicate garment of the one in your embrace. In this moment, the world seemed exquisitely serene and beautiful. Ling Shuang rested her eyes upon your chest, her eyelashes adorned with glistening tears, appearing enchanting and vulnerable. The warmth emanating from you felt so distant, so dreamlike. She feared that this was merely a fantasy after her demise. Neither spoke a word. Su Yuan instinctively tightened his grip around her fragile waist. Her delicate form nestled closely against his chest, creating an almost seamless connection. He was reminded of her childhood, when she would clutch her sword in sleep. And he couldn't help but chuckle softly, breaking the silence. "What are you laughing at?" came a timid complaint in a low voice. Su Yuan replied with a grin, "It's nothing. I just recalled how you used to cling to me like an octopus." Ling Shuang's tear-streaked face flushed crimson, and she couldn't resist muttering softly, "Don't say that." Laughter erupted, echoing through the air, carried by the wind. It had been a long time since Su Yuan felt such unrestrained joy. Cradling the beauty in his arms, he gazed at the clear sky. With the sea breeze sweeping by, everything felt infinitely wonderful. Suddenly, he spoke, "I'm sorry for being late." Ling Shuang, her tear-stained face slightly moved, closed her eyes to hold back the tears again, shaking her head gently. "It's my fault. I was wrong." Su Yuan shook his head and chuckled lightly. "Let me share a story from my hometown. On the high plateau, there exists a group of incredibly precious beings, always blissfully unaware of their worth. They would foolishly approach humans, especially if they were holding food. However, many wicked individuals would slaughter them in droves. If they couldn't distinguish between good and bad, they would inevitably fall into the hands of the malevolent. Thus, people would often scold these innocent creatures loudly, even striking them, so they would keep their distance from everyone. whether good or bad. But I am not foolish, a mournful voice broke the moment. Really not foolish? Su Yuan laughed. What if I had truly been a villain and devoured you? Would you still have followed me? Chapter 11. The goddess gazes at the sea. Why didn't you just tell me directly? That way, I wouldn't. Some things cannot be conveyed through words. Su Yuan said with a soft laugh, stopping her from continuing. If mere words could change reality, the world would not be filled with so many ignorant yet self-assured souls. The expression on his face did not resemble that of someone on the verge of fading away, yet his figure began to dissipate. Glimmers of light floated from his body, carried by the wind, gradually transforming into the intangible. Ling Shuang's lowered brows and eyes reflected an intensifying sorrow as she tightened her grip on his warm form. Her lips moved, producing indistinct sounds. Su Yuan could not hear clearly and leaned in closer, while Ling Shuang slightly raised her head, resting it against his shoulder. Whispering softly into his ear, "Eat me," her voice trembled slightly yet resonated with unwavering determination. The celestial sword may be flawed, yet the devouring spirit can mend it. I am the last ice spirit Phoenix. By consuming me, you shall restore the celestial sword to its complete form. Su Yuan let out a soft grunt once more, gently pressing his small head against his chest. Foolish girl, once the bow is drawn, there is no turning back. After their candid exchange, Su Yuan's heart was unburdened, and his form grew even more ethereal. Ling Shuang sensed that the warmth was becoming increasingly tenuous, as it seemed to drift further away from her. She bit her lower lip tightly. Her eyes once again clouded with tears. I still remember the very first time you stumbled over the vines and fell, crying inconsolably. That image remains vivid in my mind. A source of amusement, even now. Su Yuan's voice felt ethereal, gradually receding into the distance. Yet, after your tears subsided, you managed to rise again. From head to toe, Su Yuan's form began to transform into radiant light, drifting away with the breeze. His vision turned dark, his eyes starting to fade. His final words lingered, directed towards that trembling head. I have always believed that even without me, you would find the strength to rise. The voice faded into the wind. Ling Shuang finally summoned the last vestiges of courage, her gaze searching upward. Yet, she could not catch even a final glimpse. Through her tear-blurred vision, only half of a vanishing face remained, the chin softly curved with a faint smile, silently conveying everything to her. Some things cannot be articulated in words. Recollections of his voice echoed in her ears. She rose on her toes, gently imprinting her figure upon the faint, ephemeral shadow before her. The barely discernible silhouette seemed to respond to the softness emanating from her lips, the curve of her smile widening ever so slightly. Yet, when she opened her eyes again, nothing remained. Only glimmers reflected under the bright sunlight, leaving her uncertain whether they were the sparkling points of the ocean or traces he had left behind. In this vast expanse, she found herself utterly alone. At that moment, she could no longer contain herself. Tears streamed down her face, and the brief warmth did nothing to alleviate her longing. An overwhelming surge of emotions erupted from within her heart. Only after losing him did she realize that she could not bear the agony of his absence, nor could she forge ahead alone. His words, claiming that she could stand tall without him, were but a fade. The strength he had crafted for her shattered in an instant, leaving only the echoes of the girl's mournful cries in the world. And there, a faint whisper lingered, calling out, Mr. Broken Sword. In the depths of the forbidden forest, a fractured celestial sword stood sentinel. Its broken blade remained tilted just as it had been in the beginning, undisturbed by the passage of a century. Only a vine before it bore signs of disturbance, having tilted forward a short distance, as if someone had stumbled upon it. The forest was eerily quiet, filled only with the sounds of insects and birds, occasionally interrupted by the distant howl of a wild beast. Subtle cracks began to appear on the sword's surface, initially so fine that they were nearly imperceptible. Yet, as the fissures multiplied, a relentless sound of breaking emanated from within the blade, jarring against the stillness of the forest. This cacophony abruptly ceased after reaching a certain crescendo. With a faint pop, countless stem fragments erupted from the depths of the woods, leaving behind nothing where the shattered sword had once stood. Only a shallow imprint in the soil remained to attest to what had existed there. As the breath of creation bestowed by the immortals dissipated with your being, your sword became hollow, devoid of any sustaining power. You have shattered. Your consciousness faded. Your sword transformed into countless fragments, lost to the unknown. The simulation concluded. The darkness before Su Yuan lasted but a moment before a glimmer of light emerged, drawing his thoughts back to the disciple courtyard of the D.M. Sword sect. Before him lay the small room where he sat in meditation. Wisps of blue smoke curled upward from the corner, the sandalwood incense still burning halfway. It turned out that barely a quarter of an hour had passed. A century had slipped by in the blink of an eye, yet he remained unchanged. The sensation of dislocation overwhelmed him for a moment before he rose, nearly stumbling as he did so. A bitter smile crossed his face. Having wielded a sword for so long, he had forgotten how to walk. Reluctantly, he returned to his seated position, gradually regaining his composure. The memories of 100 years needed time to be digested. Fortunately, most of that century had been spent monotonously absorbing the essence of the sun and moon, allowing the current Su Yuan to remain relatively unshaken. Yet, the tenderness of being held by that enchanting figure lingered in his heart, refusing to fade. The memories of his 9 years with Ling Shuak were deeper than any other. That feeling, even now, felt as real as ever. Su Yuan exhaled, silently murmuring her name, a slight flutter of emotion stirring within him. But it was merely a simulation. It was akin to having lived an exceptionally vivid game, experiencing a grand life within it. Yet, as the game concluded and reality returned, he was once again that frail young boy. The immersion and memories would perhaps last a few days, but inevitably, he would forget amidst the daily march of life. Only occasionally, during moments of discontent, would he recall the extraordinary experiences of his youth, reflect for a few seconds, and then continue with his existence. With this thought, Su Yuan smiled dismissively, casting his gaze out the window. The world was vast, and perhaps, by some coincidence, a girl named Ling Shuang, with the blood of an ice phoenix, truly existed. He wondered if he would ever have the chance to meet her. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to bury these thoughts deep within his heart. They felt too ethereal, too elusive. On the vast, sunlit cliff, the kneeling girl slowly raised her head. Gazing out at the turbulent sea, she was unaware of how long she had been kneeling there. Her tears have already dried. The pain within her heart has long since become numb. Her call has long gone unanswered. She was uncertain of her direction. The wind tousled her long hair, and in the breeze, it seemed as though distant whispers floated by her ears. Yet, those words ultimately transformed into a profound ache deep within her heart. She was unwilling to reminisce. As long as she refrained from recollecting, the memory of that fleeting warmth would not resurface. The girl stood up, her gaze vacant, and approached the edge of the precipice. With but a single step forward, she would plunge into the terrifying abyss below. The sea breeze swept past, lifting the fabric of her dress. She gazed into the distant sea, her eyes devoid of any sparkle, lost in a blur of focus. The young girl stood motionless at the very edge of the cliff. Regardless of the howling winds and torrential rain, she remained steadfast, unwavering in her position. The tempest, with its fierce gales and blinding flashes of lightning, held no significance for the girl perched atop the precipice. She appeared as if oblivious, gazing silently into the distance until the oceans ran dry and the stones eroded. After the demise of the 9 saints, few dared to approach this realm. Yet some audacious souls drew near. Upon witnessing the figure atop the cliff, they were struck with awe, fleeing in terror. Nearby, mortal fishermen, from afar, beheld the goddess-like silhouette on the precipice, stirring within them a sense of reverence. Were it not for her fluttering garments, they might have mistaken her for a divine being. Nevertheless, they bowed from a distance, addressing her as the goddess looking to the sea. Thus, a myth began to circulate. 20,000 miles to the north lies the forbidden forest, dense with mystical beasts and the essence of the divine phoenix, known as Frost. Wishing to forge a sword, she sought to offer herself, yet the sword immortal, attuned to the spirit, extinguished the phoenix, burying it atop the cliff. Henceforth, day and night, the goddess looking to the sea yearned for her beloved's return. As time flowed like the changing of seasons, an old fisherman recounted this tale to his granddaughter. And what became of the goddess? She inquired, resting her chin on his knee, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Yet, a moment's reflection cast a shadow over her delight. The goddess is so pitiable. If I were she, I might find it unbearable, unable to even enjoy the most delectable chicken leg. The old fisherman chuckled heartily. After his laughter subsided, he continued, it is said that a traveler has emerged in this world. She seems to be in search of immortals, tirelessly seeking traces of the divine. Some claim that no saints remain in this world, while others assert that a saint still exists, though she has transcended the mere title of saint. With that, he turned his gaze toward the lofty cliff on the horizon. But at its pinnacle, there was only emptiness. The figure that had stood for untold years had vanished. The granddaughter followed her grandfather's gaze and asked, why does the goddess not continue to look to the sea? The old man shook his head before replying. Perhaps she has finally realized that mere waiting cannot summon that which one longs for. One must rely on oneself. He reminisced about that fateful day, the day the goddess awakened. The heavens shifted hues, storms gathered, snow fell from clear skies, and the phoenix's cry resonated endlessly. The entire world seemed to tremble in anticipation of the goddess's rightful return. Her innate qualities have reached an unparalleled pinnacle, unmatched by any predecessors or successors, while her lineage has, through daily resurgence, become exquisitely pure to an incomparably remarkable degree. As she stepped forward, the ethereal figure of the ice phoenix overshadowed the skies, her aura having transcended her former pinnacle, reaching an unparalleled realm. Even the once mighty 9 saints appeared no more than mere ants before her. On that day, the ice phoenix traversed the sea, sweeping across the ocean, and wherever her wings touched, vast stretches of the sea became encased in ice. At the ruins of the divine mechanism sacred land, endless sword energy crisscrossed the site, and a chasm, seemingly capable of tearing apart heaven and earth, still lay across the mountain range, cleaving it in two. Despite the extreme peril and lurking dangers here, where a moment's carelessness could result in being shredded by the sword energy, countless brave souls sought to venture and uncover treasures. Among them were some with ulterior motives. Most of the inheritance of the divine mechanism sacred land had perished beneath the cataclysmic sword energy, yet a small portion had miraculously survived. Those who hailed from the divine mechanism sacred land had become the most despised of outcasts, with everyone eager to seize whatever relics they could from them. They concealed their identities and endured in obscurity, all in hopes of reviving the former glory of the sacred land. Sister Xuanji, I acquired a peculiar shard from the underground market. As long as one possesses this shard, they can approach the ruins without being harmed by the rampaging sword energy. Although its efficacy remains untested in terms of depth of entry. If we refrain from venturing too close to the sword abyss and confine our search to the periphery of the ruins, we might yet make significant discoveries. Is it truly such a treasure? Brother Xuanning replied, there is no time to waste. We must set out at once. The calamity of that day, which claimed our master and all our fellow disciples, remains etched in my memory. I shall restore the sacred land's legacy and make that wretched woman suffer a fate worse than death. A middle-aged woman with a face marred by ghastly scars spoke with venomous hatred. My visage, daily ravaged by sword energy, is a testament to my unhealed wounds, my anguish. Everything I have lost must be reclaimed from that vile creature. Another middle-aged man sighed in silence. Sister, under our master's guidance, we immersed ourselves in the blood of the Ice Spirit Phoenix clan, reaching the external pinnacle before the age of 30, just a step away from becoming saints. Yet that step has eluded us for a full 50 years. The master had orchestrated everything, forcing the last of the Ice Spirit Phoenix bloodline to awaken their ancestral form for capture, to bleed and be consumed, serving our sacred land for generations. Perhaps we could have safely ascended to sainthood. Who could have anticipated such drastic turns of fate? Brother, I warned from the outset that we should have eradicated them entirely. Had we slain the Ice Spirit Phoenix bloodline during their youth, we would not be facing such unforeseen complications. The scarred woman seethed, her eyes ablaze with fury. I long to return to that moment and crush her in my grasp. The middle-aged man replied, there will be other opportunities. She is still but half a saint. Stripped of her celestial sword's protection and having offended the 9 great sacred lands, the entire world awaits a chance to rise against her. When the time comes, should someone rally the call, we will have her imprisoned once more, and when she falls into our hands, sister, you can exact your vengeance as you see fit. I heard there were unusual occurrences at the edge of heaven recently. Have you any news? The woman inquired with concern. That wretched creature is but a shadow of herself, reduced to mere bones. I only hope she remains foolishly rooted in place and does not flee, for if she escapes, our quest for revenge will be thwarted. The middle-aged man hesitated briefly before shaking his head. The disciples we sent to monitor have yet to return, but I suspect it is not of great concern. The Ice Spirit Phoenix is indeed as senseless as livestock. This is our opportunity. After plotting for some time, the two set off with an irregular, dark iron shard towards the ruins of the divine mechanism, sacred land. I know of a hidden treasure site on the outskirts of the sacred land, safeguarded from the sword abyss's destruction. It may contain relics left by our master, which could assist us in overcoming our obstacles. Ah, sister, our master truly cared for you. For years, our other brothers and sisters were oblivious to this. We were never allowed near his treasure site, only for it to be ultimately destroyed by a single sword strike, leaving his treasures to waste. Humph, you know our master's character. Had it not been for me, he would never have revealed this to you. I often wonder if our path to sainthood has been obstructed by him, imprisoning the Ice Spirit Phoenix under the pretense of aiding us, perhaps for his own benefit. Chapter 12. Only awaiting your return, the middle-aged woman spoke resentfully. However, it is fortuitous. Without him, we may inherit his legacy, and the opportunity to achieve sainthood is now before us. The middle-aged man nodded, murmuring, that old wretch died as he deserved. This vacancy shall serve us well. Upon arriving at the sword-ravaged ruins of the divine mechanism's sacred land, he produced the irregular shard. Indeed, even in the presence of the sword energy, it shielded him from harm. Without the shard, even with his strength at the external pinnacle, he would not dare to enter the ruins, for within moments he would succumb to the obliterating sword energy. Only those recklessly daring or extraordinarily fortunate might hope to advance even a few steps amidst the ravaging sword energy. Seeing the shard's effectiveness, they exchanged glances filled with elation. Now, they could venture further without fear of being trapped within. Empowered by the shard as protection, they hurried toward the so-called treasure site. Yet shortly after entering the sacred land ruins, they sensed something amiss. Why is the temperature so profoundly low? The unusual chill alerted the middle-aged man to a troubling sign. They had previously entered the sword energy's domain, yet during those explorations, they had encountered no such anomalies. The middle-aged woman furrowed her brow. We must remain cautious. Let us swiftly obtain the legacy of the treasure site to avoid unnecessary delays. Though the middle-aged man felt an unsettling anxiety, he acquiesced. The woman oriented herself according to the former mountain range of the sacred land, but as her gaze shifted to a certain angle, her expression abruptly froze. Her lips quivered slightly. The middle-aged man followed her gaze and was immediately struck with shock. In the distance, atop the highest peak of the sacred land, a figure stood silently under the moonlight. The silhouette was ethereal and noble, her garments billowing in the wind, and her flowing hair swayed gently, resembling a celestial maiden beneath the moon. Could it possibly be? A chilling thought erupted in the man's mind. His first instinct was to flee. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, his body remained immobile. In horror, he glanced down at his feet, only to find them ensnared by frost, as if frozen to the very earth. Junior sister. He turned in panic to look at his companion, only to witness a more terrifying sight. The middle-aged female cultivator was entirely encased in frost, her body resembling a suit of solid ice, with only a single eye visible. She extended a hand towards the man, seemingly in a plea for help. Her eyes filled with panic and terror, yet no sound escaped her lips. The middle-aged man shuddered slightly, turning back to find that the figure atop the distant mountain had vanished without a trace. Before him, however, appeared a graceful silhouette. The features of this figure were so exquisitely refined, akin to a flawless jade, captivating and breathtaking. Yet the hollow depths of their eyes stripped away the enchanting essence of beauty. Gazing upon this apparition, the man felt his terror reach a climactic peak. Ling family SU. Before he could utter the words, the frost at his feet had already spread to his chest, creeping inexorably towards his head. While the spiritual energy within him was nearly frozen, it was only when the frost fully enveloped him that he realized, in the presence of this entity, he was as insignificant as an insect. As the frost continued its relentless ascent, his hands became immobilized, his chest ceased to rise and fall, leaving only his head capable of movement. He let out a bewildered scream of horror, yet remained powerless. Help me. I shall serve you like a beast of burden. I will uncover the remnants of the Holy Land for you. I will expose the inheritance of that old wretch, revealing his crimes to the world, so that all may witness his true face. Yet, no matter how fervently he pleaded, the figure before him remained utterly unmoved. She slowly approached the man, yet her gaze was entirely averted from him. Her gaze remained fixated on the peculiar shard clutched in the man's hand. Upon touching the irregular, ashen fragment, a flicker of life returned to her previously vacant eyes, awakening a semblance of vitality. The man before her ceased his exclamations, his entire being encased in a layer of frost, the expression of terror on his face frozen in that very moment. Meanwhile, the middle-aged female cultivator, observing the figure mere inches away, displayed a tumultuous blend of resentment and fear within her exposed eyes. Yet, the enchanting silhouette merely extended a hand, as flawless as jade, to retrieve the irregular shard. She cradled the fragments, profound sorrow welling up in her eyes. She slowly turned, taking measured steps towards the northwest. Behind her, the two figures, encrusted in frost, crumbled piece by piece, ultimately transforming into a carpet of shards, vanishing without a trace. In the forbidden northwest, amidst the dense thicket, a graceful figure descended into a patch of unremarkable weeds. Ling Shuang surveyed her surroundings. The weeds, now only reaching her waist, had once concealed her entire form, until she was tripped. She advanced a few steps forward and discovered an extraordinarily thick vine on the ground, now overrun with weeds. Yet, beside the vine, there were no remnants left by the celestial sword. In the end, it was she who had left the sword here with her own hands. A profound sorrow once again etched itself onto Ling Shuang's face as she gazed at the fragments cradled in her palms. Though they had transformed into irregular shards, she instantly recognized them for what they were. Wait for me. She turned gracefully, her figure vanishing into the ether. A magnificent ice phoenix soared above the world, its form adorned with a shimmering azure hue, captivating all who beheld it. The moment the ice phoenix appeared, the creatures of the forbidden realm trembled in fear, rendered utterly silent under its overwhelming presence. The ice phoenix's gaze swept across this realm, letting out a resounding cry that echoed throughout the world, declaring its existence to all. In the blacksmith's forge, the scorching sword-casting furnace glowed with intensity as the blacksmith retrieved a peculiar fragment. Why won't this thing melt? Is the temperature insufficient? He murmured to himself. This furnace can easily melt even the finest iron. Yet he suddenly noticed an unfamiliar silhouette appearing within the blacksmith's shop. The figure was graceful, yet its features remained shrouded in obscurity, impossible to discern. She approached the blacksmith directly, reaching out to grasp the shard that had just been retrieved from the hearth. The blacksmith, taken aback, attempted to intervene, exclaiming, "Wait, that is just yet." To his astonishment, he found himself unable to move. The figure effortlessly seized the fragment from his grasp, seemingly unaffected by its heat. Upon sighting the shard, an inexplicable sorrow enveloped her, casting a shadow over the blacksmith as well. Surely, this must be something of immense significance to her. He felt the sentiment rise within him unbidden. In the next moment, the figure vanished, leaving nothing behind. Even by the furnace, the blacksmith was drenched in a cold sweat. Fortunately, this mysterious individual bore no ill intent. However, in an instant, he noticed that the once vibrant flames of the sword-casting furnace had dimmed considerably, on the verge of extinguishment. I must stoke the fire quickly. He promptly disregarded the peculiar shard and the figure, hastening to rekindle the flames of his forge. The divine maiden has returned to her rightful place, and the world is aware. In the shadows, the remnants of the 9 sacred lands gathered anxiously. Representatives from the other 8 sacred lands had arrived. Yet the people of the Tianji sacred land were conspicuously absent. The Tianji sacred land had been at the center of the turmoil. Had it not been for the troubles instigated by that old man from Tianji, we would not have been ensnared in this chaos. Do not presume that aside from Tianji, your Yupan sacred land is untainted. You are all too aware of your own misdeeds. How is it that Qianai sacred land, which also partook in these matters, now adopts such a sanctimonious stance? What a hypocrite! Silence! The voice of authority resounded. All sacred lands have fallen. Surviving is already a feat we must unite. The purpose of this gathering is to discuss a remarkable shard we have acquired, which can protect us amidst sword energy. However, possessing merely one shard is inefficient. If anyone else has obtained similar shards, let us present them forthwith, so we may expedite the retrieval of our legacies and remaining treasures from each sacred land. Such treasures, who would dare to reveal them? There is no time. You are all aware that the Ice Spirit Phoenix has gone mad. Regardless of whether one is affiliated with the sacred land, if they have even the slightest connection, she will mercilessly eliminate them. The realms are undergoing a thorough cleansing, and soon it will be the turn of the noble families who secretly protect us. Once all powers are purged, there will be no chance for our survival here. A heavy silence fell over the assembly. All present understood the gravity of their situation. Eventually, representatives from 3 other sacred lands produced shards of similar properties. As I understand it, these shards are remnants of a fragmented celestial sword, which explains their extraordinary effects. It is a pity for this celestial sword, truly remarkable. Merely serving the saints for a century allows it to mend itself without disintegration. How foolish. This wretched sword sacrificed itself for a beast. Was it worth it? Such a fate is well-deserved. Amidst the gathering, a voice of malediction arose. And once it subsided, a crisp, delicate laughter echoed in their ears. The sudden sound sent shivers down their spines as they instinctively sought its source. Abruptly, they realized that the individual who had first revealed the shard had been replaced by another, an indistinct figure resembling a celestial maiden beneath the moonlight. Yet, the coldness in her gaze was unmistakable. In this world, there was only one who matched such a description. An overwhelming terror swept through the remnants of the sacred lands. Ling Shuang, having finished her laughter, stood and approached the man who had cursed it, freezing his limbs before methodically shattering them one by one. Finally, she levitated him, asking, "Did you dare to curse him?" She was indifferent to others' opinions, but this particular individual was beyond reproach. The man, reduced to a breathless wretch, could utter no further sound, existing only in a state of suspended agony. The others present dared not even breathe, consumed by despair. Ling Shuang crushed the limbless body with a single palm, and countless ice crystals cascaded through the air. She waved her hand to retrieve the other 3 fragments, and the icy demeanor in her eyes instantly transformed into a sorrow imbued with endless pain and memories. She caressed the surface, the sensation emanating from her hand as unchanged as it was in the past. Yet, the words that once resonated from within were now forever silenced. Having acquired 3 more shards, she exited the clandestine meeting place of the 8 great sacred lands, the sound of shattering ice crystals echoing behind her. After the Ice Phoenix goddess reclaimed her position, her methods became formidable. Wherever she arrives, it inevitably stirs upheaval and a bloody purge ensues. The noble families that once had ties to the Holy Land are left with scarcely 1 in 10 surviving this cleansing, with few managing to endure. The name of the Ice Spirit Phoenix casts a shadow over every corner of this realm, erasing all in the 5 directions and 4 seas. A new dynasty is birthed upon the remnants of the old. The Empress, ascending the throne upon ice and blood, is too preoccupied to attend to any other matters. Everything she did was in pursuit of reclaiming him. She confined herself within the vast, desolate hall, each day merely piecing together the scattered fragments upon the floor. Her once unparalleled beauty remained unchanged, as it had always been. She knelt gracefully before the scattered fragments, resembling a youthful maiden. The simple blue dress she wore exuded an unparalleled elegance, embodying a rare and ethereal beauty. Her silky tresses cascaded to the ground, resting delicately upon her snow-white ankles, while the lingering sorrow in her expressive gaze remained ever present. She bent down, meticulously arranging each shard, which she had caressed countless times, back into its original position. As recalled from her memory, as the familiar blade gradually took shape before her eyes, a faint sense of recognition stirred within her. After a decade of searching, I have finally reassembled you. She curled up, resting her forehead against the shattered blade, longing to reclaim that warmth. Yet, there are certain things that even the sacrifice of life cannot amend. The warmth emanating from the sword's body is something she could never retrieve, no matter how fervently she searched. The chilling cold radiating from the sword caused her to shiver, reminiscent of the lonely, frigid nights of yore. Clutching the icy weapon, she drifted into an unknowing slumber amidst the profound silence. In her dreams, she found herself back in the 3 years of their initial encounter. Each night, she would peacefully fall asleep, cradled by the comforting warmth of the blade. In this reverie, she felt herself being lifted. Gazing upon the gentle smile of the one who held her, she slowly raised her head, only to catch a glimpse of that person's face. Just as the dream reached this point, it abruptly came to a halt. She awoke with a start, caressing the shattered sword. On the blade, there remained a final segment. Still incomplete. One piece is still missing, she murmured softly. She rose and walked towards the palace entrance. After listening to the old fisherman's tale, her granddaughter spent countless nights tossing and turning, unable to find sleep. She yearned to discover whether the divine maiden in the tale ever encountered the person she longed to meet. Yet, the answer eluded her. And the old fisherman remained oblivious as well. Consumed by her thoughts, she wandered to the seaside in the dead of night, treading lightly upon the water's edge. The nocturnal shore lay in serene silence, broken only by the gentle lapping of the waves. As she strolled along, she suddenly stepped upon something hard beneath her feet. Curiously, She bent down to examine it and discovered an irregular piece of metal. Her eyes sparkled with excitement at the thought of exchanging for delicious food at the village's old blacksmith the following day. As she lifted her gaze, she was taken aback to find a beautiful young lady standing before her, seemingly appearing from nowhere. The blue dress billowed gracefully in the moonlit sea breeze, reminiscent of an ethereal fairy. The girl gasped, "You resemble a goddess." Ling Shuang offered a gentle smile and inquired, "May I have that fragment?" The little girl hesitated momentarily but ultimately raised her hand to present it to the figure before her. "What is this?" she asked. Ling Shuang spoke with an unparalleled tenderness, her voice soft as a whisper. "This is my most cherished possession." The girl recalled the tale her grandfather had shared with her a few days prior, where the protagonist, too, had sacrificed everything for a matter of great significance. She turned her gaze toward the cliff top beneath the moonlit night, faintly perceiving the towering silhouette. "Do you know the tales that once unfolded there?" the girl inquired, pointing to that place. Ling Shuang looked on, the tenderness in her eyes gradually transforming into sorrow. No. The girl brightened. "Then do you know the ultimate conclusion? Did the goddess await her beloved?" She, perhaps, did not. "Is that so?" The light in the girl's eyes dimmed, filled with pity. "That is truly unfortunate. If I were to wait for 3 days without little Bei from the neighboring village coming to play with me, I would be so troubled that I couldn't even eat a chicken leg." Ling Shuang gently patted the girl's head, "Although I am unaware of the story's conclusion." Her words were soft, yet I understood that within the gentle whispers lay an unwavering determination. She would undoubtedly not falter. She cast her gaze upon the resplendent starry sky above. "It is said that beyond the stars, there exists another realm. In that ethereal domain, each star represents a world unto itself." Chapter 13. Abundant Rewards. After a long contemplation of the window, Su Yuan redirected his thoughts back to the simulation harvest. Surely, the rewards from this simulation would be far superior to the last. The previous simulation had yielded only a sword of blue talent, whereas this time, it was a fractured celestial sword. As Su Yuan focused on the imagery of the simulator, a painting suddenly materialized before him. This artwork appeared to come alive, gently moving as if imbued with breath. At the top of the painting, sunlight poured down brilliantly, while the majority was shrouded in the ominous shadow of a cliff, with a gently swaying azure sea at the bottom. This scene, the familiarity of it sparked a memory within Su Yuan. Was this not the very cliff where he had held Ling Shuang in his embrace and vanquished the 9 saints? His gaze instinctively traveled to the cliff summit, where he indeed beheld a figure. Towering cliffs loomed endlessly, waves crashed below, and a slender silhouette stood at the precipice, gazing out at the boundless ocean. Waiting day after day, based on the results of your simulation, a memory emerges. The goddess gazes at the sea, gold. The goddess gazes at the sea, longing for your return. Special effect of the memory. Before the simulation begins, one talent can be randomly enhanced to the golden level. At this moment, Su Yuan's attention was entirely consumed by the special effect of the memory. He fixated on the delicate figure in flowing garments, instantly recognizing that familiar presence. Like the relentless waves of the sea, the dazzling sun, and the howling wind, this figure seemed to have come alive, casting a vacant gaze from the cliff, waiting aimlessly for someone who would never return. He lost track of time in his observation, letting out a wry smile. Silly girl, still waiting. Yet he understood that this was merely a self-consistent conclusion generated by the simulation, akin to an ending screen in a game. Nonetheless, the yearning for your return lingered. Murmuring to himself, an impulse surged within him, a desire to step forward and tell her to stop waiting. "To you, I am merely an elusive specter. To me, you are but a fleeting illusion." He reached out to touch the painting, but unsurprisingly, his hand passed through. So close, yet utterly untouchable. He chuckled again. Realizing his own folly, what was he hoping for? It was all an illusion. He finally grasped why some people affectionately refer to their paper figures as wives. With his thoughts tucked away, he turned his attention to other rewards. The greatest advantage of this golden finger was its ability to assist him in cultivating his intrinsic mystical sword. He still harbored hopes of elevating it to the terrestrial level and gaining entry into the inner sanctum. This time, you are a motionless, fractured celestial sword. In the initial century, you achieved nothing, remaining uninvolved in the world's strife, the conflicts among saints, perhaps due to your inability to partake in them. Yet you wisely chose to immerse yourself in arduous cultivation, absorbing the essence of the sun and moon to strengthen the breath of creation. Though perhaps you were compelled to do so, it was only when a girl possessing divine veins discovered you that your monotonous existence began to shift, albeit out of necessity. Su Yuan could no longer contain his frustration. This damn simulation, why must it include such unnecessary details? He felt an urge to smash the simulator. You became the most crucial entity in the girl's life. She embraced you in slumber for 972 days, with only 28 days remaining to reach 1,000. A day as husband and wife equates to 100 days of affection. The intimacy between you could indeed be likened to that of a 10-day union. You forged her into a sharp sword according to your singular vision, neglecting her innermost feelings. Undoubtedly, you were a tyrannical wooden sword. She yearns to dedicate herself to you, actively seeking to complete you through a spiritual offering, yet she fails, leaving you a fragmented being in the simulation. Your body is incomplete, but the exact missing piece remains elusive. In the end, you unleash your wrath upon the 9 saints and the 9 sacred lands for her sake. Your fury echoing across vast distances, affecting countless lives, and the entire world bows before your anger, a truly satisfying spectacle. You alter her destiny, yet leave her standing alone. Gazing into eternity, you bear the consequences of your actions, unaware if you can safely consume the fruits of your deeds. Review, utterly domineering, a severance of fate. Su Yuan always felt that this simulator was merely stirring up trouble, as if it were subtly mocking him. Yet, he found himself unable to articulate his grievances, compelled to swallow his frustrations in silence. Fortunately, this assessment was deemed positive, utterly domineering, a severance of fate. Su Yuan savored the phrase, suddenly feeling like a mysterious sage standing atop a mountain peak. Indeed, this air of sophistication was rather appealing. It appeared that this simulation had received a commendable rating, and the rewards promised to be equally exceptional. As anticipated, you have unlocked the following achievements. Achievement reward. Phoenix wood hairpin, purple. Are there further rewards for achievements? Su Yuan let out a soft hum, continuing to read. Upon seeing the subsequent rewards, he raised an eyebrow, nearly exclaiming in surprise. Simulation reward. Innate sword heart. Red, your innate sword, the Xian sword, has advanced from the 7th stage of the human tier to the 1st stage of the earth tier. Additionally, the Xian sword has unlocked the ice phoenix form inactive. A threat of malevolence, a sinister aura condensed from the lives of countless beings. Significantly enhances the deterrent power and attack of the Xian sword, rendering mortals unable to gaze upon it directly. The ominous fate has been dispelled. This can be refined. And if your comprehension is sufficient, you may grasp one of the ultimate sword intents, the black malevolence sword intent. Should your understanding fall short, it can still enhance your perception of the black malevolence sword intent. A minuscule yet exceedingly rare breath of creation. A breath so faint it is nearly imperceptible. Capable of reviving the dead and reshaping flesh and bone, as long as there remains a single breath. However, this breath is so limited that it can only sustain one individual. If a method to accumulate it is discovered, a sufficient amount of the breath of creation might yield. These simulation rewards are so bountiful that Su Yuan could scarcely believe his eyes. The mere existence of the red tier innate sword heart left him dumbfounded. Innate sword heart. Red, you possess an innate sword heart. Your comprehension of the sword has reached its zenith. Ordinary sword techniques are effortlessly wielded by you. Advanced techniques are swiftly understood, and supreme sword techniques are instinctively grasped. Your affinity with the sword allows you to effortlessly achieve a union of man and sword. This is not merely a talent for simulation. It is a reward from the simulation, signifying that Su Yuan can directly experience the effects of the innate sword heart. The sword techniques circulating in the world can generally be categorized into 3 tiers. Ordinary sword techniques, accessible to any practitioner. Advanced sword techniques, usually derived from esteemed lineages or exceptional sword sects. And supreme sword techniques, exclusive to the most elite forces, varying greatly in difficulty. The demonic sword technique is among the supreme sword techniques, a unique treasure of the demonic sword sect, accessible only to its disciples. However, the demonic sword technique is known for its ease of entry, yet difficulty in mastery. It is divided into 5 swords, and beginners lacking sufficient comprehension often find themselves stagnating at the initial stage for decades. Mastering the 5th sword, capable of cleaving through the realms, is not beyond possibility, yet. It is said that no one has achieved this feat in a millennium, with the sect's talents often diverting their focus to other techniques of lower difficulty, yet comparable power. Reflecting on the demonic sword technique, Su Yuan suddenly found himself with myriad new insights. During his first simulation as a treasured sword, he had achieved an understanding equivalent to that of an inner disciple after merely a decade of practice. Yet now, in his eyes, those insights seemed rather laughable. His current understanding of the demonic sword technique likely surpassed a century's worth of study. This innate sword heart is truly terrifying. Su Yuan felt an overwhelming desire to summon his innate Xian sword and perform a few graceful movements in the courtyard. At this moment, to speak of understanding would not be an exaggeration. He could be considered a master of sword techniques. The Xian sword soared from his palm, a sharp little blade, translucent and shimmering with a faint blue light, indicative of its recent ascension to the earth tier. The Xian sword embodies 3 stages corresponding to the colors purple, blue, and green. Once forged, it can contend with practitioners of the same level without relying on cultivation, and should he unleash his full power, practitioners of the same level would be utterly insignificant, save for those who hail from equally prestigious sections. Thus, the cultivation method for the demonic sword sect's innate Xian sword has always been regarded as the foundation of the sect. Without the innate Xian sword, the demonic sword sect would not exist. The azure Xian sword in Su Yuan's palm spun delicately, transforming to a regular sword size. However, the innate Xian sword was not forged from metal but was a manifestation of ethereal essence. As Su Yuan examined the innate Xian sword, he pondered the meaning of the 3rd reward, the additional unlocking of the ice phoenix form, inactive. According to the cultivation method he practiced, there had been no mention of alternative forms for the innate Xian sword. What could this ice phoenix form entail? Just as Su Yuan was lost in thought, he suddenly noticed a small hole beneath the sword's hilt, which did not appear to be man-made. It seemed naturally integrated, as if crafted alongside the innate Xian sword itself. The whole, no larger than a thumbprint, was round and smooth, suggesting something circular could be embedded within it. Could this be the unlocking method? A startling thought flashed through Su Yuan's mind. The innate Xian sword was already an extraordinary combat technique, if it could also assume other forms. It would be a cataclysmic reversal of fate. Chapter 14. The first sword of the demonic path. The more Su Yuan contemplated, the more convinced he became. The ice phoenix form. He caressed the ethereal innate Xian sword in his hand, recalling the beautiful silhouette upon the cliff during the simulation. The connection between them was undeniable. An inexplicable hope surged within him. Perhaps there remained a chance to reunite with Ling Shuang. The thought he had suppressed deep within reemerged. If such a possibility existed, he would be willing to exhaust every effort to seize it, regardless of how slim the chance might be. He could only hope that, should the time come, he would indeed have the opportunity to meet her once more. Could she still recognize herself? A wisp of sinister energy was summoned by Su Yuan, manifesting as a faint bloodline aura trailing from his faded sword. From this sanguine essence, a faint wail echoed, and merely standing before it sent a chill racing through him. The lives of countless beings condensed into this minuscule trace of blood energy. During his initial simulation, Su Yuan discerned that this wisp of malevolence carried an ominous causality. Now, he began to grasp the implications of this foreboding essence. Contemplating this sinister aura, Su Yuan paused, opting not to refine it immediately. Instead, the final reward evoked a sense of nostalgia within him. The breath of creation. Alas, it was merely a thread of exceedingly thin essence, whose healing properties were indeed remarkable, yet could it serve a purpose beyond mere restoration? Su Yuan's gaze drifted to the latter part of that thought. What if it could be accumulated? Having undergone a simulation once, Su Yuan understood profoundly that the breath of creation was no ordinary spiritual substance. Without an appropriate vessel, amassing it would prove exceedingly difficult. Even the celestial sword body he simulated began to leak uncontrollably after a single use. This frail breath of creation in his possession would be arduous to gather. Moreover, the time required for accumulation would likely be extensive, measured in centuries at the very least. Yet, despite the daunting nature of this endeavor, the potential rewards were staggering. Su Yuan had personally experienced the effects of the breath of creation. In his second simulation, he estimated the saintly figure's power to be approximately at the 7th tier across the 10 heavens of the 5 realms. The 5 realms and 10 heavens are not a singular world, but rather a confluence of numerous realms that have endured countless wars, merging, fracturing, and re-merging to form the present landscape. Each realm hosts a supreme sect. The diverse cultivation methods across these realms are too numerous to count. The most common practices include body tempering, celestial cultivation, breath nurturing, and the path of Buddhist vows, all of which represent the Great Way. There are also lesser-known paths, such as the specialized arts of ghost cultivation and the nurturing of Dharma forms, resulting in a chaotic classification of cultivation methods. Consequently, the 5 realms and 10 heavens adopted a tiered classification system, ranging from the 1st to the 9th tier. Broadly speaking, the higher the tier, the greater the strength. In the realm of cultivation, diverse paths ultimately converge. The distinctions between major and minor paths are often superficial. All begin with self-cultivation, expanding inward and outward. Thus, the 1st to 3rd tiers represent the foundational stages of self-cultivation. For instance, in body tempering, they correspond to the stages of refinement, post-heaven, and pre-heaven. In celestial cultivation, they equate to chi refinement, foundation establishment, and golden core. The 3rd to 6th tiers signify a perfected self, beginning to extend into the external world, capable of summoning the spiritual energies of heaven and earth with a mere gesture. In body tempering, this correlates to the master, pinnacle, and external aspect stages. In celestial cultivation, it corresponds to the nascent soul, divine transformation, and union phases. Upon reaching the 7th tier, one transcends the mundane realm, exuding an aura reminiscent of immortals. In body tempering, this individual is known as a martial sage, while in celestial cultivation, they are termed a tribulation transcender. The formidable tribulation transcenders may even be referred to as loose immortals. In Buddhist practice, they can condense their golden body, potentially earning the titles of Bodhisattva or Arhat. Above the 7th tier, the 8th tier is a realm few have attained. The supreme sects of the 5 realms and 10 heavens are esteemed for harboring 8th tier beings. As for the nature of these 8th tier existences, in this era devoid of great battles, no one truly comprehends their strength. Even the 9th tier remains shrouded in mystery. Some claim it is the other shore. Others refer to it as the Great Emperor, while still others call it the Immortal King, yet none can definitively articulate the correct title. In Su Yuan's perspective, the saints within the simulated world merely represent a title, not a rank. He surmised they were likely at the 7th tier, subtly possessing the capabilities of immortals. Simultaneously, Su Yuan noted that the immortals within the simulation differed from those of the 5 realms and 10 heavens. This term likely denotes a specific reference. The wisp of the breath of creation he acquired from the immortal was extraordinarily potent, capable of subduing even those at the 7th tier who wielded similar powers. It appeared that the simulator possessed its own interpretation of what constituted an immortal, not merely those with the ability to command the elements or reshape mountains. The breath of creation, acquired by the immortal, could counteract seventh-tier beings with just a mere wisp. One could only imagine the extent of power a complete essence would hold. Yet, gathering the breath of creation was not a simple task. Su Yuan attempted to absorb the essence of the sun and moon as he had in the simulation, but found himself unable to do so. Perhaps it was a matter of timing. In the simulation, absorption occurred primarily during the rising sun or the ascendant moon, harnessing the solar and lunar energies to nurture the breath of creation. Su Yuan resolved to try again that evening or the following dawn. Upon reviewing the simulation rewards, Su Yuan realized that entering the inner sect was not a formidable challenge. However, he needed to substantiate his ascension from the human rank to the earthly rank with valid demonstrations. Fortunately, the management of external disciples at the Exorcism Sword sect was not overly stringent, as long as one did not violate sect regulations or divulge secret techniques. External disciples were only reviewed every 3 years. Su Yuan had joined merely 3 months prior, leaving ample time until the next review. Moreover, external disciples wishing to elevate to the inner sect could voluntarily approach the Sword Gate Mountain to sound the drum, with no time restrictions. As long as they passed the assessments of Sword Gate Mountain, they would automatically transition to inner disciples. Based on past experiences, disciples under the age of 20, having cultivated their fated sword to the earthly rank, were typically sufficient to pass. Su Yuan planned to find an opportune moment to approach Sword Gate Mountain and request an assessment. Su Yuan's innate aptitude was not exceptional but rather above average. He had not hindered his selection when the Exorcism Sword sect recruited disciples. Fortunately, with 2 lifetimes of experience, he possessed a nimble mind and eloquence, which ultimately led to his selection as an external disciple. Reflecting on this, Su Yuan suddenly yearned for the dual-path talent he had experienced in his second simulation, a gift that could enhance one's innate roots. He smacked his lips, imagining the delightful prospect of cradling those tender little feet, which could also elevate his foundational abilities. Alas, that boon was confined to the realm of simulation. In contemplating this, he nearly forgot a particular item, the achievement reward, the Phoenix wood hairpin. At the moment he beheld the hairpin, Su Yuan was momentarily stunned. One end of the hairpin bore an exquisitely carved phoenix, its mouth agape in a mournful cry, the expression imbued with sorrow as its wings appeared to take flight, with even some tail feathers falling, exuding an urgent and grief-stricken demeanor as if it were right before him. Su Yuan was captivated by the exquisite phoenix, lost in thought for an indeterminate time. Eventually, he regained his composure, feeling an inexplicable familiarity wash over him. The phoenix wood hairpin. Su Yuan's expression grew solemn as he carefully wrapped it away. The evening sky was darkening and he had readjusted to his new body, able to walk unassisted. As the moon ascended, he ventured into the courtyard, attempting to absorb the moonlight, akin to his sword body simulation. This evening marked the full moon, and the clear night sky was nearly devoid of clouds. The moonlight draped over Su Yuan like a white garment, and remarkably, the exceedingly thin wisp of the breath of creation he had obtained from his simulation began to absorb the moonlight. It was truly effective. Su Yuan was momentarily invigorated, only to be doused by a wave of despondency. He observed that the minuscule trace of the primordial breath he had just absorbed from the moonlight dissipated silently as swiftly as it had been acquired. Whatever he drew in faded away in equal measure, leaving no sign of augmentation. It was utterly futile to seek nourishment in this manner, he mused, unyielding to despair. He remained in the courtyard throughout the night, until the dawn broke and the sun's purple aura emerged. The same disheartening phenomenon recurred. The exceedingly tenuous primordial breath he had absorbed vanished in tandem with the influx of purple energy. Compared to the previous night, there was no discernible growth. After a night's endeavor, nothing had changed. Thus, he relinquished his efforts. If he wished to cultivate the primordial breath, he would need to explore alternative methods. Surely, he could not plunge himself into a furnace to be forged into a sword for sustenance, he thought helplessly. Even in simulation, being a sword was already exasperating enough. To be literally transformed into one was utterly unacceptable. In the ensuing days, Su Yuan settled into the transformations brought about by the ascension of his innate mysterious sword into the earth rank. The demon-slaying sword technique was divided into 5 forms. Without the accompaniment of his innate mysterious sword, the technique was merely an ordinary pinnacle sword art. However, with his innate sword, the 5 forms of the demon-slaying sword technique erupted with unparalleled vitality. The first form could be practiced with a human-rank innate mysterious sword, while the second demanded an earth-rank sword. The first form was the most widely practiced, with the greatest number of insights passed down from predecessors, rendering its entry relatively accessible. It was not merely a single sword strike, but an entire suite of swordsmanship, capable of being both comprehensive and fragmented, allowing a singular stroke to encapsulate the essence of the entire form. This singular stroke was the most challenging and elusive, yet it stood out among the finest sword techniques. As Su Yuan practiced the complete first form in the courtyard, poised to delve into the second, his gaze suddenly shifted as his sword began to execute an intricate series of movements at astonishing speed, but the blade itself remained motionless. In an instant, a brilliant flash of sword light emerged, unparalleled in its radiance. His sword, seemingly weightless, lifted gracefully, conjuring an identical breathtaking sword light. A tempest brewed in the air. The sky darkened ominously. It was unclear whether the heavens were preparing to unleash rain or if this phenomenon was a consequence of his swordplay. This was merely a demonstration devoid of any cultivation or the use of his innate mysterious sword. When Su Yuan regained his senses, he realized he had maintained the sword-drawing posture for over 15 minutes. He contemplated the nuances of that singular stroke, gaining ever greater clarity. The first sword of the demon-slaying sword technique was perfected, harnessing his innate sword heart. He had comprehended the quintessence of the first form within merely a few days. This stroke could only be executed by a select few among the inner disciples. Emboldened by his progress, Su Yuan sought to continue with the second form of the demon-slaying sword technique. However, upon completing the entire sequence of the second form, he found himself lacking the extraordinary sensation he had previously experienced. He understood that this second stroke would likely prove more elusive. After all, the first stroke had eluded the majority for decades, if not centuries. The second stroke was even more formidable. Only a rare genius among the disciples could claim to master it within a century. It was the seasoned sword cultivators with esteemed positions within the sect who could wield such skills. Even with his innate sword heart, transcending too far was improbable. Nonetheless, Su Yuan remained unperturbed. Mastery would come in due time. As Su Yuan concluded his practice, a resonant bell tolled across the mountains of the sect. Subsequently, a multitude of long swords soared through the sky, each imbued with an overwhelming presence, subtly affecting the energies of heaven and earth. Su Yuan was taken aback. Surely, these were powerful beings nearing the 7th rank, if not already within it. The sheer number of formidable presences suggested that the demon-slaying sword sect had mobilized en masse. They occupied strategic peaks, as if bracing for an imminent threat. A palpable tension enveloped both the inner and outer sections. It was evident that the tolling bell heralded an extraordinary event. In the back mountains of the demon-slaying sword sect, a painting emerged. Etched with the essence of sword and tint, a watercolor scene depicting ethereal figures resembling Taoist immortals, one male and one female, appearing to be in their 30s. Though their faces were carved from the sword's imprint, they exuded remarkable vitality, their expressions captivating enough to enthrall even the most seasoned swordmasters. Upon the ringing of the bell, their visages shifted, lips moving softly. One star in the heavens shone brighter. Oh, has another kindred spirit emerged beyond the realms of the 5 worlds and 10 heavens? It seems more than just that. The celestial navigational pathways tremble. And even the star charts on the observing heaven platform have shifted, triggering the bell's toll. Clearly, this is an unsettled presence. Rare indeed. Other exalted sects have also become aware. Such celestial changes cannot remain concealed from anyone. Knowing the cause, there was no need for undue concern. As the conversation between the two concluded, a subtle message emanated from this place, and the turmoil within the wandering sword sect, triggered by the sound of the bell, swiftly returned to its previous state. Su Yuan observed as countless flying swords, having just passed by, made their way back in the direction they had come from. The overwhelming aura traversed the skies twice, truly astonishing to behold. For reasons unknown, Su Yuan felt an inexplicable stirring within him. He retrieved the phoenix wood hairpin. Gazing at the phoenix at its tip, a sense of nostalgia flickering in his eyes, he gently caressed the phoenix's head, murmuring a name in his heart before carefully stowing it away. On this day, Su Yuan was invited to accompany several fellow disciples to enjoy the scenic lakeside not far from the mountain gate. The expansive lake was bordered by a few low hills, adorned with pavilions and towers, a picturesque blend of mountains and waters. As Su Yuan leisurely walked along the lakeside corridor, a thin veil of mist enveloped the world, blurring the boundaries between heaven and earth, where mountains and waters were indistinguishably intertwined. The lake's surface mirrored the hues of the sky, reflecting the tranquil scenery. Su Yuan's thoughts drifted to a small, fleeting figure. While he was lost in contemplation, his peripheral vision caught sight of a silhouette approaching from behind. The figure was delicate and graceful, standing tall with an air of familiarity that momentarily rendered Su Yuan entranced. Staring blankly as the figure moved further away, he eventually snapped back to reality and hurriedly quickened his pace to catch up. Yet, as he drew nearer, he slowed his steps, wary of startling the person ahead. Adjusting his attire, he then continued forward, his pace slightly outpacing that of the figure before him. Casually, he crossed the corridor wide enough for two to walk side by side. As he passed the slender silhouette, he chanced to glance over his shoulder. The owner of that graceful figure also lifted her gaze towards him. They stood side by side on the corridor, their eyes intertwining momentarily. However, upon recognizing her face, a flicker of disappointment inevitably crossed Su Yuan's eyes. It was not her. The person before him possessed a charming visage, with sparkling eyes that brimmed with life, and a delicate face radiating an innocence untouched by the world. She gazed at Su Yuan with a hint of curiosity, yet Su Yuan quickly averted his gaze. She could not help but smile coyly, a glimmer of mischief dancing in her eyes. Might this young gentleman have a matter of importance? Perhaps he wishes to invite me to the Wangshan pavilion ahead? Su Yuan initially intended to remain silent and let the moment pass, but to his surprise, the young lady spoke up first. A hint of embarrassment crept across his face. Ah, not quite. However, upon reflection, it seemed too awkward to outright deny her invitation. It would be better to play along and provide an opportunity for both of them. He revised his response, saying, "If the lady is inclined, might we venture to the Wangshan Pavilion for a cup of tea while admiring the scenery of the lake?" He wondered what thoughts occupied the mind of the young girl before him. She pursed her lips, seemingly dissatisfied with Su Yuan's performance, and reluctantly said, "It's not entirely out of the question." Su Yuan did not dwell on it. He merely thought of offering a cup of tea as an apology before finding an excuse to take his leave. Thus, he nodded and extended his hand, inviting her. She offered a gentle smile and gracefully bowed, inviting, "Please, young sir." Upon reaching at the heart of the lake, Su Yuan sought a secluded window-side seat on the third floor, requesting the waiter to bring forth a pot of fine local tea. To his surprise, the young girl halted the waiter with a gesture, insisting that he present the prized Mingqian tea reserved by the owner. "Is the young lady a local?" Su Yuan inquired with curiosity. "One might say so, though I merely find myself residing here temporarily, wandering along the lake in moments of leisure." She sat obediently on the other side, glancing at Su Yuan with a fleeting gaze. As the tea was served, they engaged in a casual conversation, savoring the local Mingqian tea while gazing out at the landscape shrouded in mist and rain. Though the mountains and waters were not fully visible, they possessed a unique charm that stirred unarticulated emotions within. Su Yuan's tone grew somewhat melancholic as he contemplated. "This tea is exquisite. Indeed. To live a life well is to indulge in the pleasures of food and drink, thus making the most of one's existence. Such a perspective is liberating." Su Yuan couldn't help but chuckle lightly, his melancholy dissipating. The conversation flowed more freely, filled with laughter and chatter, until the sparse lights by the lakeside illuminated the dusk, prompting the realization that the day had grown late. Su Yuan intended to use this as an excuse to slip away. However, before he could speak, the girl took the initiative to ask, "When you first saw Ziyuan, whose shadow did you perceive?" Noticing the astonishment on Su Yuan's face, the girl named Ziyuan pouted slightly. "Your dejected expression is evident to anyone." Su Yuan found it difficult to maintain his pretense, laughing awkwardly. "I almost thought I encountered a friend." Ziyuan again pouted, casting a sidelong glance. "To call her a friend, is it not more accurate to say she is someone you admire? If that is the case, why not speak openly? In this age, everyone is familiar with the tales of elegant ladies and gallant gentlemen. It is not that exaggerated," Su Yuan stammered, caught off guard by her words. "It is merely a fleeting thought." His expression grew slightly despondent, or perhaps it could be termed an illusion. Yet, soon Su Yuan's demeanor brightened. "In truth, there are no regrets. Occasionally, I may reminisce, and I apologize for amusing you, Miss Ziyuan." A mischievous smile curled at the corners of Ziyuan's lips. "Are you truly without regrets?" She seemed to be lost in thought, her eyes reflecting a profound melancholy as she sighed. "You men, so oblivious to your own regrets, do not realize that often the woman waits with a heart torn asunder, enduring until the seas run dry and the stones decay." Noticing her deep immersion in contemplation, Su Yuan tentatively inquired, "Miss Ziyuan, you appear quite youthful. Could it be that you have indulged in many tales?" "Mind your own business." Ziyuan's face flushed a deep crimson. Su Yuan, feeling victorious, let out a hearty laugh. His spirits lifted considerably. Chapter 16. The drum of Jianmen Mountain. Ziyuan bit her red lip and shot him a glare. "Young Master Su, perhaps a day, a month, or even a year from now, you may not feel regret. But 10 years, 100 years hence, when you think of her, will there be not a trace of remorse left in your heart?" Su Yuan was taken aback, his hand holding the teacup frozen in midair. Outside the window, the night mist had settled, mingling with the distant lights of homes by the lakeside. In the hazy twilight, it seemed to form the visage of a gentle, blushing smile. She turned sideways, cradling a long sword, her eyes filled with tenderness and contentment. She slightly parted her lips, as if faintly calling for something. The visage formed by the mist seemed to sense something, lifting its gaze towards Su Yuan. Yet, her eyes were filled with sorrow, and she opened her mouth in a mournful manner. The shape of her lips distinctly conveyed a message: "Do not come closer." She cast a reluctant yet resolute gaze behind her, turning away with unwavering determination, her silken tresses cascading like water, swaying gently in the breeze. The silhouette beneath those strands, so near yet ethereal, seemed poised to vanish at any moment. Su Yuan's heart quivered, his teacup fracturing inch by inch, the tea and shards spilling over him. When he sought to catch a glimpse of that visage formed from mist, he found only a shape-shifting vapor, leaving nothing in its wake. He lowered his gaze, perplexed. They had seemingly achieved an almost flawless conclusion. There were no regrets left. She had indeed learned to stand alone, no longer reliant on anything. What could he possibly still cling to? In these days, he had managed to suppress it deep within his heart, feigning indifference. If, a decade or a century later, he were to marry and bear children, establishing his own family and life, and then look back upon this chapter, would he be able to remain unscathed? Would he merely smile and let it pass, or would he reflect with a sense of melancholy? That was merely a simulation, he intended to tell himself so. Yet, under Ziyuan's piercing gaze, he could no longer deceive himself as he did in solitude. As the simulation drew to a close, the aftertaste lingered like a fine wine, growing richer with time, his sense of loss, his feeling of aimlessness. In his search, he mistook shadows for her presence and chased after them, only to realize it was an uncontrollable longing. A bitter smile crossed his lips. It was I who had woven my own cocoon. Perhaps a candid acceptance would have spared me from this entanglement. Ziyuan observed the man with a complex expression. The subtle hint of sorrow in him was not feigned. His gaze towards the window bore an inexplicable tenderness, nostalgia, and loss, emotions that even the most eloquent novels would struggle to encapsulate. Suddenly, a twinge of envy blossomed within her heart. How wonderful it must be, she couldn't help but murmur softly. If the young master felt this way, then that person must be even more sorrowful than him. Her regrets, deep within her heart, were likely 100-fold or even 1,000-fold more profound than his. The mist swirling before Su Yuan was about to change again. As the turbulent waves crashed against the cliff's edge, a solitary figure stood there, gazing blankly into the void, lost in thought, unceasingly. Yet, Su Yuan's attention was drawn away by the words of Ziyuan that followed. When he turned back, he realized the mist had not altered in the slightest. It was merely his own illusions. In the realms of the 5 worlds and 10 heavens, people often deluded themselves into believing they were the center of the universe. In truth, beyond these realms, there existed an expanse as vast as the sea. An innumerable array of worlds, a myriad as abundant as grains of sand. As long as one could ascend to the 7th tier, they could traverse between realms. Even the barriers between worlds would not impede them. This gave rise to countless possibilities, even if the person you sought was not within the 5 realms and 10 heavens. One could still cross through layers of boundaries, overcoming any obstacles to find them. If one day Ziyuan encountered the person she would willingly give everything for, she would undoubtedly do so. Having said this, she rose to leave, casting back a final remark. Otherwise, if I were to recall the past a decade or a century later, I would surely be consumed by regret, an emotion so searing that it would last until death. Su Yuan was momentarily stunned by her words, murmuring to himself, until death. A sudden, nameless fire ignited within his eyes. In that instant, he felt as though he had discovered a new direction, and he was eager for the day to arrive. Ascending to the 7th tier, to seek her, Su Yuan sprang to his feet. Regardless of whether the simulated world was real or illusory, he had to give it a try, no matter the challenges that lay ahead. Resolute, Su Yuan returned to the sect, but he noticed a red string left behind in the spot where Ziyuan had sat. This string seemed to be a fragment of some ornament, now reduced to a mere remnant. The ends were frayed and worn, showing signs of age, the red hue having faded considerably. Just as Su Yuan intended to call out to Ziyuan, he arrived at the foot of Wangshan Tower only to find she had vanished. In the vastness of the night, he could not discern the direction she had taken. He could only wait until tomorrow to inquire about where Miss Ziyuan resided, so he could return it to her. However, the following day, when Su Yuan returned to ask if anyone had seen a Miss Ziyuan in the vicinity, he was met with ignorance. After inquiring at various places, none had ever heard of that name, and ultimately, Su Yuan had to abandon his search. Upon returning to the mountain gate, the first thing Su Yuan did was strike the large drum at the entrance of Jianmin Mountain. Is someone beating the drum at Jianmin Mountain? It had barely been a few months since the last recruitment of outer disciples. Was it possible someone had already cultivated their life soared to the earth tier in such a short time? Such occurrences were not unheard of in previous years. Among each batch of disciples, a few would inevitably stand out, so it was not surprising. Indeed, many disciples only revealed their talents after beginning their cultivation. Every year, the drumming at Jianmin Mountain attracted a multitude of inner and outer disciples to witness the event, which had become a grand occasion for the Dhamma sword sect. Jianmin Mountain was formed by 2 towering peaks resembling swords, with a perilous staircase leading straight upward between them. Su Yuan stood at the first step, awaiting the appearance of the presiding elder. To advance toward the 7th tier, utilizing the simulation was undoubtedly the fastest means. Yet, before the 3rd simulation, he first needed to become an inner disciple to proceed. A middle-aged elder approached, descending gracefully before Su Yuan. Outer disciple Su Yuan. Applying for the Jianmin Mountain trial to enter the inner sect, Su Yuan stated with a respectful bow. The elder inspected Su Yuan's token and requested he reveal his life sword. When the pale blue life sword materialized before everyone, a collective gasp echoed around him. This young man had silently cultivated to the earth tier? Alas, I was selected as an outer disciple alongside him, and I am only at the 3rd stage. I had thought I was among the talented, but now, there were indeed many prodigies among the outer disciples, as far as I know. Someone has already reached the 5th stage. It was unexpected to find such a skilled individual. The elder's expression shifted slightly in surprise. The life sword was indeed at the 1st stage of the earth tier, and his identity was verified. Chapter 17. Entering the Tianguan Palace after confirming this. The elder nodded. At that moment, 2 elder figures descended gracefully nearby. Upon seeing them, the presiding elder immediately bowed in respect. Elder 1, Elder Su. Each elder was accompanied by a youth of higher standing. Beside Elder 1 stood a tall woman, and beside Elder Su was a proud young man. The elders merely waved their hands, indicating they were passing through and that the presiding elder need not concern himself with them. Thus, the presiding elder signaled to Su Yuan that he could proceed with the trial. Su Yuan cast a glance at Elder 1 and Elder Su. Both of them offered him a slight smile, while Elder Su merely nodded lightly, the young man remaining silent. He ascended the towering steps, moving toward the narrow gap between the 2 sword peaks. As Su Yuan's figure vanished, Elder Wan and Elder Su began conversing. Reaching the Earth tier in 4 months is not particularly rare. A genius of a century might be hard to find. But a genius of a decade surely has a place among them. Compared to Jianfeng, you took 4.5 months to reach the Earth tier, did you not? Elder Su questioned the young man beside him. The youth named Jianfeng nodded begrudgingly. Indeed. But if we are to speak of the most dazzling genius of the Danma sword sect in a century, it would surely be that individual who reached the Earth tier in just 3 months. That record remains unbroken to this day. Compared to him. It's best not to think about it. When one encounters him, who wouldn't respectfully call him Sword Saint? The two shared laughter. Unaware that Su Yuan had also crossed into the Earth tier in 3 months, albeit taking an additional month to apply for the Jianmin Mountain trial. The two elders were exceedingly confident that Su Yuan would pass the trial without issue. However, they did not anticipate it would happen so swiftly. When a mere quarter of an hour later, Su Yuan's figure reappeared at the summit of Jianmin Mountain staircase, both Elder Wan and Elder Su were taken aback. Even the presiding elder wore an expression of disbelief. How much time had passed? Barely a quarter of an hour. If I recall correctly, the trial not only included the assessment of the life sword's cultivation but also the swordsmanship evaluation, even if the life sword met the standards. Could the swordsmanship assessment have been completed so swiftly? Goodness, this child possesses extraordinary talent, Elder Su began, but before he could finish, Elder Wan's figure had already vanished. Only after Elder Su scanned the area did he realize that the elder had already appeared beside Su Yuan. This old fellow moved remarkably quickly. Elder Su, though a proud man, felt a strong urge to disregard his pride at that moment. Yet, since Elder Wan had already taken the lead, he refrained from rushing forward to engage. Elder Wan stood before Su Yuan, his gaze intense. I am an elder of the Tianguan Palace. Do you wish to join us? Within the inner sanctum of the dragon-slaying sword sect, there exist 2 grand palaces, the Heavenly Gate and the Earth Axis. The master of the Heavenly Gate practices the first and third techniques of the dragon-slaying sword art, while the master of the Earth Axis specializes in the second and fourth techniques. Each palace possesses its unique strengths. The first technique has the lowest threshold for practice, resulting in a greater number of disciples mastering it. Consequently, the number of disciples who comprehend the first sword technique is the highest. In contrast, the second technique sees a decline in the number of practitioners. However, its power surpasses that of the first technique, thereby compensating for the disparity in numbers. Overall, the 2 palaces remain in a state of equilibrium. As for the fifth sword technique, no one within the dragon-slaying sword sect has succeeded in mastering it, and thus no insights or methods for its cultivation exist. By a fortunate coincidence, Su Yuan has grasped the essence of the first technique and seeks to join the Heavenly Gate, aligning perfectly with his newfound understanding. Moreover, the elder surnamed Wan and his tall disciple have responded to Su Yuan's presence with warm smiles, prompting him to nod in agreement. Disciple Su Yuan wishes to join the Heavenly Gate. Elder Wan, filled with delight, stroked his beard and exclaimed thrice, good. He returned to Elder Su's side, teasing. With the shift, do ensure that your Earth Axis does not fall behind our Heavenly Gate. Elder Su merely twitched his lips, dismissing Wan's jests, and with a flourish of his sleeve, took his disciple Jianfeng away. The youth cast a disdainful glance at Su Yuan, brimming with arrogance. Yet Elder Wan chuckled, displaying none of the superiority expected of a tribulation period cultivator. Little Shu, come, let us escort your new junior brother back to the palace. He beckoned the tall maiden, leading Su Yuan aloft on a sword, leaving the surrounding outer and inner disciples in awe. Thus, Su Yuan became acquainted with his senior sister, Qin Shu, who possessed a friendly demeanor and exuded a natural leadership quality. Once they reached the inner palace, she efficiently arranged accommodation for Su Yuan, situated on the mountaintop, not far from the master of the Heavenly Gate's residence, offering a splendid view of the surrounding peaks. Little Yuan, I shall look after you in the inner palace from now on. Our master is affectionately known as the Seer of Errors. Should you encounter trouble, invoke his name, for he already has enough issues to contend with, Qin Shu remarked. Hey, master, I am not flattering you, she continued. Did you not mention feeling the essence of the first sword technique? Come, give it a try. No, master, I understand my mistake, Qin Shu admitted, her energy waning. Elder Wan, satisfied, grunted, take little Yuan to the Sword Valley. Newly admitted inner disciples are entitled to visit, and perhaps the celestial swords there will recognize his exceptional talent and be drawn to him. Of course, he did not take this notion too seriously. After speaking, he drifted away, blending into the clouds, presenting a slightly ethereal demeanor. As he departed, Qin Shu's expression shifted. The old man is carefree. Bring any matters to me. Do not take his words to heart. There are indeed celestial swords in the Sword Valley, but the likelihood of them being attracted to you is far slimmer than becoming a once-in-a-century genius. Intrigued, Su Yuan pondered the origins of the celestial swords within the Sword Valley. Where do these celestial swords come from? He inquired. This question caught Qin Shu off guard. She turned away, stating, inquire about this during the Palace Master's lectures. Perhaps it will clarify some of your confusions. The Palace Master? Our Heavenly Gate's master is even more formidable than our own master. You understand? Qin Shu offered a knowing look. Su Yuan suddenly comprehended the implications of being of the 8th tier. the steadfast anchor of the dragon-slaying sword sect. He wondered if he could encounter the palace master during his second simulation at the height of his power and who would ultimately prevail. Qin Shu continued to share various insights regarding the sect. Finally, she spoke earnestly. Little Yuan, although you have demonstrated considerable talent, attracting much attention within the sect, do not lose your focus on sword practice. The path of the sword, in comparison to other cultivation methods, allows for rapid entry. Consider how many years cultivators spend progressing through the stages of qi refinement, foundation establishment, and golden elixir. Bodily refinement practitioners endure countless hardships to forge their bodies. Yet, by focusing solely on the innate sword art, one can swiftly attain combat power akin to theirs, but this comes at a cost. The further one aspires, the greater the perseverance required compared to other methods, and the challenges faced will multiply. Should you lose your sword heart, you will falter, questioning your abilities and becoming disoriented. Countless prodigies advance quickly, only to falter at obstacles, leading to self-doubt and ultimately abandonment. Transitioning from the earth tier to the heaven tier will present a significant hurdle, and ascending from the heaven tier to the celestial tier is even more daunting. This challenge far surpasses the tribulations faced by other cultivators. You must prepare yourself mentally for this. Qin Shu expressed concern that Su Yuan might become impatient after a swift ascension to the earth tier. Su Yuan nodded solemnly, recognizing the truth in her words. The initial advancement in the innate sword art is indeed rapid, with outer disciples easily attaining first and second tier combat capabilities. However, the subsequent journey will demand a proportional increase in effort. Do not worry, senior sister, I understand, he reassured her. Yet Qin Shu remained unaware that Su Yuan, through 2 simulations amounting to 150 years of trials, had cultivated a remarkably stable mindset. Qin Shu smiled gently. Typically, aside from mastering the innate sword art, inner disciples also pursue another method. For instance, the sword saint chose the path of bodily refinement. After refining his body, his swordsmanship became increasingly fierce. And the combined effects were far beyond mere multiplication. With the support of the sect and an abundance of resources, cultivating a second technique would undoubtedly yield remarkable results. You might ponder which technique to pursue, as there exists a plethora of choices within the sect. Although not all are the pinnacle of cultivation methods. Each is commendable in its own right. Thus, even if he were to lose his life-bound profound sword, he would not be rendered entirely powerless. This aligned perfectly with Su Yuan's intentions. Once he had conveyed the necessary instructions, Qin Shu advised Su Yuan to rest for the day, promising to take him to the Sword Valley the following day. Su Yuan had also contemplated the timing for initiating his third simulation. That day, news of Su Yuan's achievement in refining a terrestrial-level life-bound profound sword in just 4 months, alongside his swift passage through the Sword Gate Mountain trial in merely a quarter of an hour, spread throughout much of the inner and outer sections. Many outer disciples were stirred, and a stream of challengers flocked to Sword Gate Mountain. Yet, none succeeded. The challengers had merely acted on impulse, with many not even having fully cultivated their life-bound profound swords at the human level. Inner disciples, especially those from the heavenly tranquil palace, were particularly eager to witness Su Yuan's swordsmanship. They were less concerned with his 4-month achievement and more intrigued by his brief passage through the trial. Among the challenges in the Sword Gate Mountain trial, the most time-consuming was the swordsmanship assessment. Completing the trial in such a short span implied that Su Yuan possessed extraordinary comprehension of sword techniques. For the inner disciples, the level of comprehension in swordsmanship determined their ability to grasp the 5 swords of the demon-slaying sword technique. Within the inner sect, mastering any of these 5 swords was highly esteemed. Disciples from the heavenly tranquil palace were known to grasp the first sword, while those from the earth axis palace could attain the second sword. Such talents were exceedingly rare. It was said that Elder Su, a proud disciple from the earth axis palace, was merely a hair's breadth away from comprehending the second sword, a feat achieved only after 10 years of observing the sword scar wall, a treasure of the earth axis palace. The wall bore the sword scars left by past prodigies who had grasped the second sword, their insights coupled with exceptional innate talent allowing them to barely touch that threshold. This illustrates the formidable challenge presented by the 5 swords of the demon-slaying sword technique. Su Yuan, however, remained indifferent to the external turmoil, as Qin Shu assisted in fending off those unfamiliar to him. The next day, under Qin Shu's guidance, he arrived at the Sword Valley. The Sword Valley lay nestled between the main palaces of the Heavenly Tranquil Palace and the Earth Axis Palace. The 2 grand palaces shone like radiant gems amid the mountains of the demon-slaying sword sect, visible from miles away due to their resplendent architecture. Situated between these 2 main palaces, the Sword Valley was typically inaccessible to ordinary individuals. As Qin Shu, a direct disciple of Elder Wan, led Su Yuan through numerous checkpoints, he noted that each guardian at these checkpoints possessed an aura comparable to that of Elder Wan himself, deepening Su Yuan's understanding of the sect's strength. At the final entrance, a middle-aged female cultivator shifted her gaze from Su Yuan's face and nodded with her eyes closed. As a newly inducted inner disciple, he was granted a singular opportunity to enter the Sword Valley. She cautioned him that if he encountered peril within, his foremost priority must be survival. Otherwise, even the sect leader would be unable to intervene on his behalf. Should he fail to emerge within 7 days, they would assume him deceased. Su Yuan took her words to heart while secretly pondering that the true nature of the Sword Valley might remain elusive to outsiders. Only by entering could one truly understand. Even the sect leader could not. With these thoughts, Su Yuan looked ahead, where he beheld a valley encircled by towering walls, with a narrow passage allowing entry for only one person. I shall wait for you here. Qin Shu nodded to Su Yuan, signaling him to proceed through the narrow entrance. Su Yuan nodded solemnly and strode into the Sword Valley. Upon entering, the atmosphere around him instantly grew sharp and intense. Indeed, Su Yuan felt an extraordinary acuteness in the air, as if it could slice through stone. He cautiously advanced, the sense of danger rising steadily within him. Each step was taken with trepidation, fearful of being cut by the surrounding sharpness. Once beyond the narrow passage, his vision opened up to a vast expanse. The distant sky was obscured by the towering walls, resembling 4 swords standing in unison, their overwhelming sword intent momentarily transporting Su Yuan back to his days as a sword. At the center, directly ahead, stood another mountain piercing the clouds. Yet, this mountain was not as high as the surrounding cliffs, remaining concealed from view. This arrangement formed a circular valley filled with an unending aura of sword energy. Scattered across the ground were various swords, some dim and lifeless, while others glimmered with an ethereal light reaching towards the heavens. Some swords were bent, reduced to halves, while others were either damaged or lacked hilts. The variety of swords was astonishing. Every type Su Yuan recognized was present, as well as those he had yet to encounter. From long to short, soft to hard, wide to narrow, the array was dazzling. Su Yuan found himself at a loss, pondering how long it would take to find a suitable sword. As he reached for the nearest sword, he was unexpectedly met with a sharp pain, the sword's aura cutting into his hand. He quickly understood that this sword was not meant for him. After spending an hour searching within the Sword Valley, he found himself thwarted at every turn by the sword energy, whether presented by the dull remnants or the pristine, radiant swords. None yielded success. Yet, the swords he had touched constituted less than 1/10,000th of the entire valley. Clearly, such a method of touching each sword individually was not the right approach. Fortunately, there were no stringent time constraints for entering the Sword Valley. As he was currently the only newly admitted inner disciple, he could indulge in the luxury of time. As long as he exited within 7 days, there was no need for haste. Su Yuan remained unperturbed, recalling Qin Shu's mention of the celestial swords. There were reputedly several celestial swords within the valley, yet since his entrance, no extraordinary phenomena had occurred to draw forth these fabled weapons. Having once shared a semblance of camaraderie with them, he wondered why they did not extend any courtesy. Su Yuan wished to commune with these celestial swords regarding the essence of being a sword. Nevertheless, after some playful musings, he returned to a more serious mindset. He was not a true prodigy. His current achievements stemmed largely from the aid of his unique abilities. It was unlikely that celestial swords would simply present themselves to him. Thus, he continued his search for any potential celestial swords within the vast expanse of the valley. Even if he could not acquire one, he at least desired to see what a true celestial sword resembled. However, the vast sword valley presented a daunting challenge. With over 100 varieties of extraordinary swords emanating their unique auras, leaving Su Yuan momentarily perplexed. What extraordinary attributes had he possessed during his years as a sword? He could not help but reminisce about the years he spent as a celestial sword, pondering whether he emanated any divine light or if anything unusual surrounded him. However, upon reflection, he realized that the celestial sword he had become exhibited no extraordinary qualities. There were no remarkable phenomena to speak of. Nevertheless, Su Yuan recalled one significant fact. He was fundamentally linked to the origin of the celestial sword, a fragment of the primordial breath left behind by an immortal. At that moment, Su Yuan recognized that he indeed shared a connection with the celestial sword. According to the words of the female cultivator at the entrance, even the sect leader could not intervene to protect anyone within the Sword Valley, and the external perception of the valley was likely non-existent. Su Yuan immediately summoned that faint trace of primordial breath within him. Although this breath was exceedingly thin and incomparable to the one he possessed during his time as a celestial sword, it was still primordial breath. As Su Yuan activated this breath, the nearly imperceptible essence took on a hint of sentience, swimming within his dantian like a fish. He felt an unusual connection to the world around him, his perception of this realm transforming drastically, as if he had acquired a higher dimensional perspective to observe the Sword Valley. From this vantage point, he quickly noticed an ancient short sword radiating a unique aura not far away. Approaching the ancient short sword, he found it devoid of any exceptional qualities. Without this elevated perspective, he might have overlooked it entirely. Yet, since he had spotted it, it seemed that fate had intertwined their paths. Su Yuan cautiously reached for the ancient short sword, and before he could examine it, he felt a peculiar stirring. A new innate talent was activated. In the name of the sword, purple. Whenever there is a corresponding offering, he could bestow equal power upon the offering using sword magic, with the potency of the bestowed power increasing with the rarity of the offering, thus providing him with greater rewards. To his astonishment, Su Yuan did not anticipate the simulator would present such a new notification. This sword had indeed activated a new innate talent. While innate talents were not singular, each simulation yielded a unique innate talent. Before a simulation commenced, one could switch innate talents. Current innate talents: transfigure into a sword, blue, and in the name of the sword, purple. Each simulation would randomly assign talents based on the innate talent chosen. Presenting a new opportunity with every simulation, one must utilize it wisely. Su Yuan glanced at the ancient short sword in his hand and silently stored it away. Regardless of the circumstances, activating the purple talent suggested that this short sword was not ordinary. With his choice made, Su Yuan found himself with ample time. And he was not in a rush to venture outside. He sought a vacant area and sat cross-legged, closing his eyes and immersing himself in the simulation. Please select your innate talent for this simulation. Su Yuan pondered briefly. This time, there were no additional enhancement opportunities. The blue level transfigure into a sword was inferior to the purple level in the name of the sword. Your innate talent for this simulation is, in the name of the sword, purple whenever there is a corresponding offering. You can bestow equal power upon the offering using sword magic, with the potency of the bestowed power increasing with the rarity of the offering, based on his innate talent. His randomly assigned talents for this simulation were, Sword Shadow, blue you may project your understanding as a shadow, manifesting various wonders. Demon Dispelling green the radiant aura surrounding you possesses the power to dispel demons, proving particularly effective against them. Seeing that the randomly assigned talents were only of blue and green levels, Su Yuan felt a twinge of disappointment. Yet, suddenly, he recalled an unactivated ability. Indeed. Recollection. Goddess Gazing at the Sea, gold, activated. The special effect of recollection allows for the random enhancement of one talent to gold level before the simulation begins. Demon Dispelling green was enhanced to Demon Dispelling gold. Demon Dispelling gold, you are the most formidable existence against demons in the world, with blood offerings. You may bestow pills that repel all demons and a purifying essence that lasts for half a month without dissipating. You can empower a mortal to become a demon dispelling agent, granting them supreme abilities against demons, ensuring their success in battles. As this golden talent emerged, Su Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Was he to become a mere tool? Before he could entertain such thoughts further, the simulation transformed into an image and sank into his consciousness. He awoke in an underground tomb shrouded in shadows, where someone had pulled him from the mud. He realized that he still existed as a sword body, but fortunately, he seemed capable of movement and possessed a faint ability to take shape, allowing him to appear before others. Those who pulled him from the earth were a group of grave robbers, who tossed him alongside other treasures into a cloth bag. After several hours, they returned to their lair, burdened with their spoils. Brother, I reckon we've unearthed a noble's tomb this time, a bountiful harvest. Hey. This village was recently ravaged by demons, not a soul left alive. Otherwise, a tomb of this scale would surely have guardians. We wouldn't stand a chance. You're right, brother. You were wise to mark the tomb early, waiting for the demons to pillage before sneaking in. With this haul, we could buy a grand estate in the imperial city and live as wealthy gentlemen for the rest of our lives. What kind of wealthy gentlemen? Have some ambition. There are still several grand tombs to the south. If we get there before others do, we could strike it rich beyond measure. When the time comes, we could claim a mountain and recruit a band of soldiers to seize the lovely maidens from the grand estates, become a mountain king, and live freely. You're right, brother. A mountain king sounds good too. Su Yuan listened to their banter and couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed the mountain king had even less ambition. Yet, he mused, in times of turmoil, a mountain king might possess a modicum of self-preservation, while a wealthy gentleman was likely just a plump target waiting to be bled dry. This world was indeed being besieged by demons. Yet, Su Yuan felt no fear of them. With the power of demon dispelling, he could dispatch one with ease. Two with the same. However, he sensed a void within this sword body, devoid of any cultivation. He urgently needed to find rare offerings to restore himself. He manifested before the group of grave robbers. The moment they beheld a figure materializing amidst the pile of gold and silver, they exchanged terrified glances and fainted in shock. He felt an instinctive urge to pursue offerings within him, but this instinct showed no response to the robbers, indicating they were unworthy as offerings. He tied the bags of gold and silver to a horse's back and departed from that place. Thus commenced his journey in search of offerings. Accompanied only by the solitary horse carrying the bags, with no trace of a human figure in sight. Along the way, he encountered no valuable offerings, yet he remained patient. After an indeterminate distance, the horse grew weary, and the bags tumbled down the slope, pulling him along. He fell amidst the scattered gold and silver, where a slender, pale hand picked him up. In that instant of contact, he became restless, nearly unable to restrain his burgeoning desire to possess. His instinct told him that this was an extraordinarily rare find. Though the owner of the slender, pale hand appeared gaunt and smeared with dirt, her piercing eyes radiated an undeniable brilliance. She disregarded the gold and silver that tumbled down alongside, her attention solely captivated by a peculiar, antiquated short sword. It seemed to possess an enigmatic allure that piqued her curiosity. The ancient blade refracted a deep yet translucent hue under the resplendent sunlight, enchanting and radiant. Reminiscent of the stars. Her gaze was captivated, and a glimmer gradually emerged in her bright, expressive eyes, just as she was observing. The sunlight above her head was obscured by a shadow. She tilted her head upward, yet all she could perceive were shadows beneath the blinding sunlight. A voice, not harsh, but rather resonant, echoed in her ears. A rare find, a splendid offering. It seems fate has intertwined our paths. Come, follow me. She was not afraid. Rather, her eyes widened as if contemplating the meaning behind those words. Then, addressing the shadow above her head, she inquired, "Do you intend to consume me?" Su Yuan had already envisioned the scene where she would display fear, crying, and pleading. He had planned how to gently persuade her, compelling her to willingly become the sacrifice in exchange for his power. She is so slender and petite, without the company of an adult, undoubtedly fleeing after the ravages of the demon clan. During her escape, the adults must have fallen one by one to protect her. Thus, let us approach this narrative from the perspective of her flight. Or perhaps she was victimized by thieves. In tumultuous times, it is common for wandering refugees to encounter bandits. Most suffer from a lack of strength, helplessly witnessing events unfold before their eyes. If only they possessed power. Various scenarios played out in my mind, yet I never anticipated she would utter those words. She bore a meticulously earnest expression. And even in the shadow cast by Su Yuan's figure, her clear eyes, starkly contrasting in black and white, revealed no hint of pretense. She sincerely inquired. Su Yuan had intended to rest his hand upon her shoulder, but it lingered suspended in midair. That instinctive impulse, which yearned to take action, was subdued in that fleeting moment. The slender, pale hand gripping the short sword transformed into a gentle embrace, cradling it instead. As its owner gazed in puzzlement at the shadowy figure that had unexpectedly emerged behind her, now enveloped in silence, she voluntarily extended her hands above her head, the meaning of which remained a mystery. Observing her gesture, Su Yuan fell silent. His hands, previously suspended in midair, gently descended to rest upon her head. "I mean no harm," Su Yuan's voice, soft yet firm, echoed in her ear once more. She gazed strangely at the figure turned away, only to hear the silhouette inquire, "What is your name?" She replied without a moment's hesitation, as though she had uttered those words countless times before. In her childhood, someone had remarked that her fate lacked water, thus they bestowed upon her the name. Yushi. Yushi. Su Yuan murmured this name, and an instinctive restlessness stirred within him, yet silence prevailed. He gathered the scattered treasures of gold and silver from the ground and placed them into a satchel. Simultaneously, the sound of clinking metal resonated nearby. Turning to look, he noticed the girl named Yushi mirroring his actions, bending down to collect the precious items. She held a collection of items in one hand while cradling an ancient short sword against her chest with the other, the hilt obscured beneath a scattered heap of gold and silver. The girl clutched the sword tightly, and the familiarity of her gesture stirred a flicker of memories within Su Yuan's eyes. In silence, they gathered the fallen treasures. The duo, a towering figure and a smaller one, progressing slowly forward. Suddenly, the taller figure halted abruptly, nearly causing the petite figure to collide with them. When she looked up, she heard a question. "Do you desire power?" Driven by an intense instinct, Su Yuan found himself asking this question. He yearned not to become a mere slave to his instincts, yet he was reluctant to let slip this exceedingly rare offering. After much inner turmoil, he finally reached a consensus with his primal urges. Should she willingly respond, he would comply with her wishes. "Power?" She tilted her head, then nodded, only to shake her head moments later. A faint chuckle escaped Su Yuan as he continued on his path. Rain Shi, oblivious to the implications of his laughter, followed closely behind as the imposing figure strode ahead. The horses that had fallen were freed from their bindings, their burdens redistributed onto the two companions. Aimless and uncertain of what lay ahead, they meandered through the desolate, ochre expanse. Chapter 21. I shall teach you the rare offering you encountered did not yearn for power. Instead, your instinct to bestow strength dissipated. Though you garnered no feedback and possessed no cultivation, the gold and silver salvage from tomb raiders alleviated your concerns for future sustenance. However, the abundance of riches compelled you to bury most, taking only a small portion with you. The girl named Rain she trailed closely behind, matching your every step. You remained indifferent to the hardships of life in the wilderness, yet upon witnessing her frail form and grimy visage, you resolved to seek a city. Heading southward, you encountered a throng of refugees, their tattered garments hinting at the desperation of their journey spanning several kilometers. These refugees hailed from Nanguan City, recounting tales of its conquest by the demonic horde, leaving no survivors within its walls. You guided Rain Shi away from the crowd, yet her gaze lingered on the displaced souls, rendering her immobile. Reluctant to venture further south, you were nonetheless drawn by Rain Shi's unexpected determination to lead you onward in that direction. Along the way, Su Yuan observed the dilapidated villages, where 9 out of 10 homes lay abandoned, the paths littered with shattered weapons and the bleached remnants of bones. The predatory birds that feasted upon human flesh regarded the two of them with an unsettling gaze. Rain Shi, wide-eyed and earnest, took in the scene with a mix of fascination and confusion. "How do you feel upon witnessing all this?" Su Yuan inquired of her. She nodded at first, expressing her desire to protect all of this. "Do you seek power?" She shook her head once more. "How can you protect if you lack strength?" A trace of bewilderment reappeared in her eyes, a serene confusion that embraced acceptance. It was as if matters that seemed detached from her own existence had been preordained. Yet she was compelled to navigate them herself. Su Yuan finally discerned the source of that subtle dissonance. Perhaps this girl did not lack fear. Rather, she was numb. A tranquil numbness, a numbing tranquility, akin to a soulless vessel. Who taught you this? Su Yuan inquired helplessly. The people around Yushi replied softly, her tone hesitant. I was born to protect. I am the dawn in the rain, thus I must safeguard everything. Is that not correct? He let out a sigh, shaking his head. To merely spout hollow phrases about protection without comprehending the true essence behind such actions, how could one genuinely yearn for strength from the depths of their being? He believed he had pinpointed the root of the issue. Let me teach you what true protection entails, and then you shall understand your own frailty and powerlessness. He was indifferent to what she wished to protect or her lineage. Whether she was a descendant of a fallen warrior or a scion of a refugee family was of little consequence to him. All he desired was for her to utter that single phrase, to speak it aloud. Please, grant me strength. That would suffice. Yushi tilted her head, gazing at Su Yuan's face, shadowed beneath the sunlight, her eyes stirring with an inexplicable emotion as the timeless gaze rippled gently. These were words she had never heard before. Words that those around her had never spoken. She inquired about his name. Su Yuan answered without hesitation, you may call me Mr. Demon Sword. Yet, there lingered a feeling that he did not embody true malevolence. Genuine demons were indeed terrifying. Am I not frightening? He asked, but the girl shook her head. Su Yuan sensed his authority dissipating. You will, sooner or later, comprehend this, the moment you utter your desire for power. I hope you do not regret it then. Not satisfied with the reaction from below, Su Yuan added, hee. However, he felt that his laughter lacked the sinister quality he sought. The girl's expression remained unchanged, leaving Su Yuan puzzled that he could not instill fear. Nonetheless, he was confident that his wish would eventually be fulfilled. Resolute, he was unwilling to relinquish this tantalizing opportunity. As he uncovered the hidden side effects of his talent, akin to the previous simulation, the instinct to seek sacrifices deepened, especially in the presence of such a rare offering. He desperately needed her to utter that phrase. They ventured deeper into the northern wilderness, but the journey was fraught with hardship. The very grass beneath their feet had been stripped bare. They could find no sustenance, and were often eyed hungrily by the refugees they encountered. Su Yuan's physique was not frail. Compared to those refugees who had been grotesquely distorted by hunger, he appeared robust and strong, particularly since he did not require food. Uncertain of their location, Su Yuan knew only that refugees continued to appear along the way. He exchanged silver for some food from a relatively intact group of fleeing nobles. Initially, they were reluctant to part with their provisions, but only after Su Yuan displayed a fierce demeanor and offered several times the usual silver did they relent. Eat, he commanded, tossing the coarse burnt cakes at Yushi's feet. These cakes, made from sifted wheat husks, were difficult to swallow, but in this desperate flight, they were a rare source of sustenance. Yushi, already gaunt and emaciated, had barely managed to endure thus far, thanks only to the 2 flatbreads she had unknowingly carried with her for an unknown length of time. She remained silent, oblivious to her hunger. It was not until she fainted from starvation that Su Yuan realized this girl had long run out of provisions. Su Yuan felt a pang of regret for quite some time. Hurry and eat, for if you were to perish from hunger, where would I find another exquisite offering? Yushi opened her eyes, her crystalline gaze reflecting Su Yuan's figure concealed beneath the shadow of the blazing sun. She gazed at him, lost in contemplation. She was roused from her slumber by the clamor of an argument. Clearly, she witnessed Su Yuan, fierce and menacing, embroiled in a dispute, on the verge of resorting to violence. Although his physique appeared somewhat concealed beneath his robe, the bulging muscles revealed when he rolled up his sleeves were indeed intimidating. Just as it seemed a punch was imminent, the leader of the caravan approached to mediate, offering only a meager supply of wheat-bran cakes, with no refined rice available whatsoever. Resigned, Su Yuan had no choice but to relent, ultimately paying an exorbitant price for a mere 2 cakes made from wheat bran. She recalled the fierce and menacing expression of Su Yuan, who nearly resorted to violence, and it intertwined with the slightly frustrated visage before her. What constitutes true guardianship? She pondered, her gaze shifting towards the 2 pieces of bran cake before her. A spark of realization flickered in her eyes, illuminating her expression with newfound clarity. She yearned to lift herself, yet her frailty caused her to collapse once more, landing in the embrace of a sturdy arm. Above her, a voice tinged with mockery echoed. In your state, what do you know of guardianship? Those who taught you such words must be fools. Heed my counsel instead. Once we find a secure place, I shall teach you. Rainy, she settled onto the ground, resting her head against the man's chest, his incessant chatter barely registering in her mind. She picked up the bran cake and brought it to her lips. Though difficult to swallow, it carried a faint hint of sweetness. Are you even listening to me? The stream of words from Su Yuan seemed to fall on deaf ears, as evidenced by the rustling of her small head, exuding a sense of helplessness. A soft, almost inaudible response made Su Yuan's authority feel considerably diminished. He steeled his tone, insisting, they say a small town lies 50 miles north. We must rise and continue our journey. He adjusted Rainy Shi's posture, ensuring she sat upright before standing himself. Yet, as he turned away, he felt her small hand grasp his. Chapter 22. A bowl of porridge suspended in midair, one end held by her delicate, frail hand that tugged gently. I cannot stand. Her voice, as faint as a mosquito's whisper, trembled slightly. Turning to look, Su Yuan beheld the dirt-streaked Rainy. She perched on the ground, cradling the partially bitten bran cake and an ancient short sword in one arm, while her other hand shook as it clutched his. Yet, from her grip, he felt not a trace of warmth. Holding her hand was akin to grasping a piece of iron, frail and cold. Rather than clasping a hand, it felt more like holding a mere bone. She lowered her head as she spoke, waiting in vain for a response, until she slowly raised her gaze. When Su Yuan met her eyes, he realized that they held a depth beyond the previous calm acceptance, as if something within her had gradually come to life. It resembled a once-blocked river, where time had abruptly halted, now beginning to flow again. He sighed silently, pondering whether he had chosen a sacrifice or if she had chosen one for him. Nevertheless, everything that transpired henceforth would be reclaimed from her. He crouched down, lifting Yushi's delicate frame. The moment he grasped her, he was startled by how alarmingly light she felt in his hands. It was not until he sensed her weight on his back that he realized she had settled there. Hold on tight. If you fall, it's not my responsibility, he murmured. This time, if you do tumble, I shall not carry you again. You must rise by your own strength. Do not mistake my actions as kindness. Recognize your true position. You are my sacrifice, and all that you are must ultimately be offered to me. I am merely ensuring your survival until that moment. So cast aside any extraneous hopes and accept the reality of your situation. Su Yuan continued his monologue, yet the gentle murmurs from behind ceased. Instinctively, he glanced back, catching a faint reply. Quickly averting his gaze, he felt a sense of relief. As long as she was alive, they could ration the 2 pieces of bread. 50 miles, it was neither too far nor too close. Alas, the burden of flesh and blood is indeed troublesome. Yushi's head rested against his broad back, and for reasons unknown, his incessant chatter brought her a sense of comfort, despite the ungracious nature of his words. Though she possessed only a rudimentary understanding, she diligently transcribed every word, just as she had been instructed by those around her on the so-called art of guardianship. However, unlike before, this time she endeavored to actively comprehend and contemplate those words. Thus, when the time came for her to reflect on whether she desired power, she would be prepared to understand and respond appropriately. Amidst the incessant murmurs, a wave of drowsiness enveloped her, and her eyelids grew heavier. Just before she succumbed to slumber, the final thought reverberated in her mind. Indeed, the demon sword master was not a demon. By the time they arrived at the city 50 miles away, it was already the dead of night. Fortunately, Su Yuan was not human. Tirelessly forging ahead, he was akin to the finest steed. Yet, casting a glance at the invaluable offering behind him, Su Yuan gritted his teeth. It was worth it, given the intensity of his instinctive reaction upon their initial encounter. Such rarity was perhaps unmatched in the world, as long as she is imparted with the right perspective. The brutality of the demon race and the suffering of countless souls could only be alleviated by stepping forward to rescue the vast expanse of the earth. She will inevitably fall into the trap, plunging in without hesitation. At that time, it will be a situation where all 3 parties benefit, he, she, and the entirety of humanity. He will obtain what his instincts ardently crave. She embodies her ideals and may well become a hero renowned throughout the ages, immortalized in the annals of history. Remembered by all, humanity will be liberated from the clutches of the demon race, and under her guidance, they shall accomplish a monumental feat. A world free from injury shall be attained. Meanwhile, Su Yuan cast a glance back at the serene visage of the one who slumbers deeply. Despite the dust that clung to her gaunt features, her delicate beauty remained evident. You claim to be the glimmer of dawn amidst the rain. Born for the purpose of protection, so be it. Upon your arrival in the town of Jingshui, you found a multitude of refugees seeking solace, blending seamlessly among them. The townsfolk met your presence with indifference. You settled temporarily in Jingshui, yet the influx of refugees led to a sharp rise in food prices. Understanding the wisdom of discretion, you refrained from extravagant purchases, for most of the townspeople shared the same surname or were related by marriage. As an outsider, any lavish expenditure would inevitably draw attention, leading to unforeseen complications. You mingled with the refugees to beg for food, fortunate enough to procure 2 portions that you devoted entirely to Yushi. After a month of consuming somewhat decent meals, her condition improved significantly, and her frail physique began to regain strength. In the makeshift dwelling, Su Yuan entered, carrying 2 bowls of thin porridge. Drink, he urged, placing both bowls before Yushi. The surrounding refugees cast furtive or overt glances in their direction. Yet Su Yuan remained unfazed. Yushi gazed at the 2 bowls of insipid porridge before her. She sipped delicately. Tomorrow, I shall go alone. Su Yuan was indifferent. It was fine either way. He nodded, for he was not there to serve others. The following day, Yushi followed the refugees alone in search of food, but all she managed to bring back was a bowl containing only half of a watery porridge. Her face remained devoid of any expression, lacking both fear and concern. What lingered was merely a serene acceptance, as if the matter did not pertain to her. As if everything were already predestined. The only moment of fluctuation in her gaze occurred upon encountering Su Yuan. She lifted her gaze to find Su Yuan, and before her expression could shift, he stormed toward her, fury etched across his face. Where's the porridge? Su Yuan inquired menacingly. It was taken away, Rainy, she replied. And as her words fell, her hand was seized and she was pulled back along the path they had come. Who did it? Before they had gone far, Rainey, she glanced around and pointed to a group of jovial men. These men, far from intimidated by Su Yuan, raised their bowls, licked clean, as if in mockery. The number of bowls they held was precisely one more than the number of men. Su Yuan cursed under his breath, ready to confront them. But a small hand grasped his. Rainey, she looked up at him, shaking her head. Yet, Su Yuan shrugged off her grip, insisting, "Stay here and don't move." With that, he charged forward, disregarding their numerical advantage, seizing one and pummeling him mercilessly, even as several fists rained down upon him. Each punch he landed came at the cost of several that he absorbed. Nevertheless, Su Yuan clung to his target, whose cries of despair echoed louder than any other, sending shivers through those nearby. Even the surrounding men, initially emboldened, grew increasingly alarmed, terrified by the wails. Yet they found themselves unable to separate the two or to inflict any meaningful damage. "Damn it, this guy's a lunatic. Separate them, or someone will die," they lamented. If only we had known better than to provoke him. It was just a bowl of porridge. Yet what use were such words now? They had underestimated him, thinking him an easy target with a child in tow, never anticipating his reckless resolve. What would happen if he were to fall while protecting the child? Chapter 23. I have only just begun to understand Rainey. She stood frozen, still holding that half bowl of thin porridge, utterly at a loss. Her expression was no longer one of calm acceptance. Instead, it bore an astonishment she perhaps had not anticipated, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on Su Yuan. After all, it was merely a bowl of porridge. She slowly lowered her head, and in the half bowl of clear rice porridge, the reflection of her dirty face appeared. Yet her pair of crystalline pupils shone vividly in the water. At that moment, however, the pupils mirrored in the water trembled slightly. It was uncertain whether the ripples in the bowl caused it, or if it stemmed from the unrest within their owner's heart. Su Yuan possessed an astonishing strength, seemingly inexhaustible. After the first man was brought to the brink of unconsciousness and collapsed, he glared with reddened eyes at the other men. He lunged at the one nearest to him, sending that individual into a panic, shouting incoherently and fleeing without a glance back. The remaining men, witnessing the blood-soaked body of their fallen comrade, felt a chilling dread wash over them. With just a slight shift of his stance, Su Yuan sent them scattering in fear. He wiped the corner of his mouth, flexed his arms, and then approached Yushi. The other refugees, witnessing Su Yuan's advance, instinctively retreated in tandem, leaving Yushi alone at the center. "Let us go," Su Yuan urged, pulling Yushi back towards their temporary refuge. Along the way, Yushi attempted to speak several times, but faltered each time. Su Yuan, discerning her thoughts, spoke without turning back. "Some troublesome matters, if left unresolved, will only embolden those individuals, leading to greater complications. Moreover, you are my offering. If you were to perish from hunger, it would create significant trouble for me. Thus, addressing the situation while it remains manageable and at minimal cost is indeed a prudent strategy. Wouldn't you agree?" After a pause, Su Yuan added, "This body is robust enough to endure my antics. Any minor injuries will heal swiftly." His words reached Yushi's ears, and although he had said nothing explicit, the unrest in her trembling pupils became more animated. Time seemed to halt, like a frozen stream suddenly resuming its flow. Regarding the question she had pondered, she gained a clearer understanding. In the dead of night, Su Yuan leaned against the wooden wall of the grass hut. In the corner by his feet, Yushi lay on the straw, deeply asleep, her long, beautiful eyelashes fluttering slightly. Despite the howling winds outside that pierced the cold night, she remained undisturbed, peacefully slumbering. Su Yuan frowned as he gazed at Yushi's serene visage. Indeed, this body was failing. He needed to return to the sword and recuperate for a while. Observing Yushi's peaceful sleep stirred a feeling of concern within him. What if something were to happen while I am away? Yet, he quickly reassured himself, after all, she is a precious offering. However, prolonging this situation was not a viable solution. With a silent sigh, he ultimately dissipated into a wisp of smoke, which then returned to the ancient short sword lying beneath Yushi. In her dreams, Yushi sensed a faint chill creeping in. She groggily opened her eyes, only to discover that the figure who was supposed to be guarding her from the outside had vanished. Without any protection, the biting cold wind surged in unabated, dispelling the last remnants of her drowsiness. "Mr. Demon, the sword?" she tentatively called out, yet received no response. A flicker of panic crossed Rainey's usually meticulous eyes, which seldom betrayed any emotion. She scrambled to her feet, her gaze swiftly scanning the surroundings in search of that figure. A figure that, though not imposing, brought an undeniable sense of comfort. Yet, wherever her eyes fell, only the desolate void of darkness remained. She could no longer maintain her composure. "Mr. Demon Sword," she murmured softly, but it soon transformed into a fervent call. She hoped that he had merely departed temporarily and would return upon hearing her call. Surrounding the thatched cottage was a dense forest shrouded in darkness. She pondered that perhaps it was merely in the woods. She dashed towards the dark forest behind the thatched cottage, calling out loudly as she ran. The branches of the thicket tripped her, but disregarding the pain in her legs, she quickly rose to her feet and pressed on, fearing she might be a moment too late. Yet, the profound darkness of the woods offered no reply. Not far into the thicket lay a low hill, Her gaze was fixed upon the mountaintop. She exerted every ounce of her strength to ascend the low hill. Her fingers were scraped by the earth and stones, and delicate beads of blood emerged from her fingertips. After falling, she clumsily rose to her feet and pressed on. Unaware of how many times she had stumbled, her legs and feet were already adorned with countless minute scars. She was uncertain of how far she needed to climb. Yet she understood that she must persist in her ascent. As a glimmer of dawn broke above her, she propped herself up, and the soft light gradually illuminated her pupils. She stood atop the mountain, bathed in the distant, gentle radiance of dawn. Before her lay the vast expanse of the earth on the opposite side of the low hills. The boundless terrain stretched infinitely, revealing only endless plains. Her gaze met the dawn's light as she searched the vast plain. Yet, there was no trace of a figure upon the desolate expanse. In this frigid night, only the mute darkness and silence prevailed. The howling wind swept down from the mountaintop, causing her tattered and thin garment to flutter ominously. Master of the enchanted blade, the hope in Yushi's eyes gradually turned to a cold, ashen despair. She is unable to locate it. She could not locate that person. However, her pupils tremble incessantly. What you have taught me, I have only just begun to comprehend. The clarity in her eyes gradually dissipated, giving way to confusion and a lack of understanding that slowly emerged in the end. In her eyes, a flicker of vitality once more sprang to life, only to revert to its original state. She became tranquil, embracing acceptance. It was only when the dawn's gentle light cascaded upon her that she raised her head and gazed towards the quaint town nestled behind the low hills. Wisps of smoke were already ascending from the town, where early risers prepared their daily implements, embarking on the cyclical rhythm of everyday life. Ranxi was unaware of how she had returned to the thatched cottage. Upon entering, a glimmer of hope lingered within her, yet upon witnessing the emptiness of the cottage, that final flicker of hope was extinguished. When she unearthed the ancient short sword from the straw, a fleeting glimmer illuminated her eyes. Yet, it was quickly extinguished. She cradled the sword in her arms, her gaze a sea of tranquility. A tranquil numbness, a numb stillness. She once again chose to embrace everything. She wandered aimlessly, cradling the sword, just as she had before discovering this blade and encountering the enigmatic swordmaster. Everything around her, even the objects within arm's reach, felt distant and detached. It was as if the affairs of the world were none of her concern. Everything seemed predestined. All she could do was acquiesce and accept her fate. Uncertain of how long she had been meandering in this purposeless fashion, she found herself lost in the vastness of her journey. She heard the whispers of refugees beside her ear, speaking of a person who had mysteriously vanished the previous night. Disappearances were not uncommon. Perhaps they had simply perished. This suggested that the injuries were severe. Just the day before, they had appeared unscathed, merely putting on a brave face in front of outsiders. It was truly unfortunate for the child. Indeed, who could argue otherwise? In these times, without an adult nearby, it was uncertain how long a child could survive alone. Upon hearing the word death, she regained a semblance of awareness. So this is what death felt like. Chapter 24, Enlightenment. I do not wish for Sir Demon, sword to perish. This was the first time such a thought had crossed her mind. She could accept everything else, but this singular notion was intolerable. Yet, she found herself powerless to prevent it. For the first time, she discovered a desire to pursue something. Yet it was also the inaugural experience of yearning for something unattainable. Helplessness, disappointment, urgency. The inception of her thoughts marked an equally poignant conclusion. The scorching sunlight poured over the endless, dust-laden wasteland. A scene of utter desolation was reflected in her starkly contrasting black and white eyes, devoid of any color. She seemed utterly oblivious to the desolate stillness of the wasteland, wandering aimlessly. She grasped an ancient short sword tightly in her hand, holding it with great intensity. She murmured something softly under her breath. She could not recall how long she had walked in this direction, only that the hues of the sky and earth had shifted multiple times. Having lost sight of that person's silhouette ahead, she found herself returning to her previous state. I was born to protect. I am the glimmer of dawn in the rain. Thus I shall safeguard all. She murmured softly. Yet her voice bore no emotional resonance, resembling a mere recitation. Prior to encountering the figure ahead, this was the sole task she felt compelled to undertake. It was only when someone offered to teach her the true essence of guardianship that her understanding began to shift. In her dazed state, she began to grasp a semblance of understanding. Yet, that person had already vanished. What, then, should she do now? She furrowed her brow slightly, devoid of emotion, as if perplexed about what she ought to do at that moment. Her expression, void of joy or sorrow, lingered in a state of bewilderment for a brief instant. Rainy dawn. I must protect. Yes, I must protect. After a moment of resolute determination on her face, she once again succumbed to confusion. But why must one protect? And what is it that needs protection? Her perplexed gaze fell upon the ancient short sword in her hand. These questions were ones she had never entertained before. In the past, she had merely accepted all that was laid before her. She accepted every arrangement, every predetermined conclusion, as though they were not matters concerning her at all. After pondering the thought several times without resolution, her brow finally relaxed, and her delicate face returned to a state of serene neutrality. In her clear pupils flickered the answers once bestowed upon her by others. There was no need to comprehend the reasons, no necessity to understand. She merely had to comply. To guard his eye as one who yet before she could articulate her thoughts, A voice, not jarring but rather unsettling, suddenly issued from behind her. Where do you think you are running off to, sacrifice? You believe you can escape? You are mine, and there is nowhere for you to flee. The voice drifted away with the wind, growing fainter, as if it belonged to another realm. I have told you before, you must recognize your identity. You are my sacrifice. I have yet to teach you the true meaning of guardianship, and until then, I shall not allow you to leave easily. The figure, gripping the ancient sword, remained silent, standing resolutely until she confirmed that the voice had indeed emanated from behind her, at which point she slowly turned. Her gaze shifted with utmost slowness until it once again fell upon that figure ahead. She gazed intently and with utmost seriousness at that figure. The brilliance within her pupils began to ripple once more, reminiscent of time abruptly halted and frozen streams that resumed their flow. The quivering light in her eyes exhibited a vibrancy more vivid than at any previous moment. Something had truly come to life. In this instant, Yushi gained a deeper understanding of what it truly meant to protect. She was enveloped by darkness, her body collapsing under its weight. The reappearing Su Yuan rushed forward to catch her fragile form, gazing down at the weightless body in his arms. He could hardly believe this was the normal weight of a human being. It felt even lighter than the 2 loaves of wheat cakes he had carried on his back. Su Yuan's expression grew increasingly grave. She had been unconscious for several days, and he could only wonder what had transpired. He hoped nothing dire had occurred. Without a moment to regret, he lifted her nearly weightless body and sprinted in a chosen direction. Rainy, she lay unconscious in your embrace as you tirelessly ran for miles, finally catching sight of the city walls. However, due to the curfew, the gates were tightly shut, and soldiers patrolled the walls. You were eager to enter the city but found no way to scale the walls, resorting instead to pounding on the gates and calling out. This drew the attention of the gate captain, who, noticing your ragged appearance and the unconscious child in your arms, did not wish to hinder you. Yet, bound by military orders, he refused your request to enter. He informed you that the demon race had intensified their assaults, and their iron cavalry was nearby, potentially appearing at any moment. He offered you some water and grain, advising caution. You cradled Rainy She and found an abandoned post outside the city, where you dripped water along her lips and fed her porridge made from the grain. You could only hope she had merely fainted from hunger. Fortunately, upon examining her, you discovered no significant external injuries, just numerous small cuts on her hands and legs, embedded with sand and gravel. Fetching water from the well, you boiled it to cleanse her wounds. As you treated her, she would gently furrow her brow but remained unconscious. You continued to drip water and feed her porridge. Rainy She did not awaken. She had developed a fever, and you placed a damp cloth on her forehead, dripping water and offering porridge. After a night passed, her fever showed no signs of abating and seemed to worsen. You needed herbs, but the surrounding wasteland offered no remedy. The city was your only option. You replaced the wet cloth on her forehead, which had grown warm. You continued to drip water and feed her porridge, but the remaining grain was scant, barely enough for 2 meals. Suddenly, the sound of hooves pounding the earth reached your ears, a thunderous cacophony echoing like distant thunder, growing ever closer. Glancing at the pale face of the girl in your arms, you carefully removed the ancient short sword from her grip. She had held it too tightly, and it took some effort for you to pry it from her fingers. Stepping out of the half-collapsed abandoned post, you beheld a surging tide of black approaching from the distance. Beneath layers of silver armor lay the grotesque faces of the demon race, creatures both human and monstrous, driven solely by bloodlust. Su Yuan calmly regarded the shadowy demon cavalry advancing toward him, the 2-foot-long short sword reflecting a dim light in his grasp, its dark blade deep enough to swallow everything. The demon riders noticed him, raising their weapons in a unified roar as they charged forward. Almost 1,000 demons surged toward him, the earth trembling beneath their onslaught. Chapter 25. The absence of the initial humanity. The demon cavalry commander approached with a sinister grin, eager to unleash his blade. Yet, as he drew near, the figure before him merely lifted his sword, a wave of pure energy cascading down with unparalleled force. The commander's grin faded as his head fell from his shoulders. The approaching 800 demon cavalry stirred panic among the city guards, followed by the relentless cries of battle. It was as though 2 cavalry armies clashed in a furious charge. An hour passed before the sounds of conflict and thundering hoofs finally ceased. Within that hour, the demon steeds would have wreaked havoc in any area where the sounds were heard. However, the city guards, peering anxiously, saw no sign of the demons on the horizon. The commander of the city guards ultimately decided to send a light cavalry unit for reconnaissance. Following the source of the noise, the riders were met with a chilling silence that enveloped them. Even their mounts fell quiet in fear. Before them lay the scene of the blood-soaked post, a landscape of endless blood and bodies. Piles of corpses rose like small hills, mingling the remains of demons and their steeds. The stench of blood was so overwhelming that even the most seasoned soldiers felt nauseated. Even the battle-hardened commander could not suppress the tightening of his heart as he beheld the sight. In the midst of the blood-soaked chaos, one figure stood. He remained motionless before the post, unwavering. As the guard's captain caught sight of this figure, a chill ran down his spine, his heart pounding as though 1,000 drums were struck within. It was him. How could this be possible? He had single-handedly dealt with the 800 demon cavalry. 800 cavalry, Especially these powerful, bloodthirsty demons could wreak havoc in the midst of a vast army, yet he had faced them alone and emerged victorious. At that moment, a rustling sound emanated from the collapsed post. A small head peeked through the creaking door. A pale, frail face bore a look of anxiety, her trembling eyes darting about until they settled upon the figure standing amidst the crimson landscape, which momentarily steadied her. She nearly stumbled in shock, hearing the commotion. Su-Yuan quickly turned, catching Rainy Shi before she could fall to the ground. "Don't look," he urged her, fearing the sight would further distress her already fragile state. The head nestled in his arms did not rise again. Master of the demon sword?" A faint voice emerged. "I understand now." "What do you understand? You seem to be feverish." Su-Yuan, filled with frustration, had gone through great lengths for this rare offering, and all his efforts seemed to rest upon her shoulders. He returned her to the straw bed, pressing a damp cloth to her forehead, gazing sternly at her weakened form. "Do not speak or move, otherwise I shall seek you out even in death. I have yet to taste what this offering brings, and all the dues shall be accounted to you, understand?" Rainy She blinked, her eyes still clouded with confusion. Soon, she felt something being placed back into her hand. The object felt smooth against her skin, and she heard the faint sound of liquid dripping to the ground. Then, she caught the sound of conversation outside the post. A commanding voice demanded, "Give me the medicine to heal her." For reasons unknown, a subtle curve formed at the corner of her lips. Gradually, darkness enveloped her gaze, her vision deepening until she succumbed to a languid slumber. "You cast the head of the demon cavalry commander to the city guards, seeking only the medicine to heal you." The commander and the accompanying light cavalry were momentarily paralyzed by the sight, their eyes wide with astonishment, unable to react. When they finally regained their composure, they dared not meet your gaze. They were unwavering in fulfilling your request, even summoning all 53 doctors from the city. Along with them came precious medicinal herbs and fine rice and meat from the apothecary. Once the light cavalry returned, your renown began to spread throughout the city. Soon, every inhabitant was aware of your name and deeds. One man, one sword, vanquishing 800 demon riders. The soldiers revered your exploits, the common folk expressed their gratitude, and children cried in fear at the mere mention of your name. Yet, you remained indifferent to such accolades, solely concerned with Yushi's condition. To facilitate the doctor's treatment, the city commander welcomed you into the city, where you resided next to the medical hall. "Benefactor, this girl is merely weak from malnutrition, compounded by the emotional turmoil of great joy and sorrow, leading to a chill. She only needs to rest well to recover." After several days, Yushi's high fever showed no signs of abating, just as Su-Yuan was consumed by worry. The city's most skilled old doctor examined Yushi for the third time that day and remarked, "There is no need for concern, dear benefactor. Her frail constitution cannot withstand much exertion, and it is entirely normal for her recovery to take longer than usual." Su-Yuan's expression softened at this, gesturing dismissively. "As long as she lives, that is sufficient." The old doctor assumed Su-Yuan was jesting, not taking him seriously. After all, who would risk their life against 800 demon riders for a stranger? "You jest, benefactor. Who would undertake such a heroic act if not for a cherished person?" Faced with the old doctor's bemused gaze, Su-Yuan could only shake his head, opting not to explain. After the old doctor departed, another brought a medicinal concoction. Su-Yuan carefully administered the medicine, drop by drop, into her delicate, pale lips. Under the care of these past days, her complexion had regained some color. On the day they moved in, the maids had meticulously cleaned her body, and her clothing had been changed. The once grimy visage was replaced by a slightly pale, youthful face, still carrying a hint of innocence. Even so, the exquisite features were discernible. It was likely that in 3 to 5 years, she would shed this childishness, blossoming into a truly enchanting young woman. Su-Yuan merely glanced at her face. Once the medicine was administered, he departed with the bowl, unaware that behind him, a sliver of awareness flickered in Yushi's eyes. Through her blurred vision, she perceived everything the reassuring figure behind her was doing. Had it been her former self, she might not have comprehended the significance of these actions. Yet now she understood. She fell into a deep slumber, a barely perceptible smile gracing her lips. Days passed. The fever had subsided, yet her frail body required further recuperation. The old physician, having imparted his advice, took his leave. As Su-Yuan prepared the medicine for the day and approached the bedside, he discovered a figure seated at the head of the bed. The silhouette gazed vacantly out the window, her unbound, flowing hair cascading like water down her shoulders, embodying a delicate weariness from her prolonged illness. Upon hearing a sound, the petite figure turned her head. Their eyes met, and Su-Yuan once again beheld those meticulous, autumn-like eyes, reminiscent of their first encounter. However, at that moment, the tranquility that had once characterized those depths was now rippling with unspoken emotions. The owner of those eyes confirmed the presence of the person before her and broke into a genuine smile. Master of the demon sword. That smile seemed to resonate within Su-Yuan's heart, indelibly etched into his memory. It was reminiscent of their initial meeting. Yet the person before him was no longer the same. Chapter 26, The Moon Festival. Rain she awakened, her smile disrupting the careful preparations he had made. The words he had rehearsed eluded him. Yet, He could not help but feel a genuine sense of relief. He realized that it was not merely the preservation of the offering that brought him comfort. In light of that smile, he resolved to treat her as a patient during this time, rather than as an offering. He tended to her for a month, and as the days unfolded, their bond grew increasingly intimate. She had grown accustomed to your presence. You initially intended to show her a bit of authority, to make her aware of her own limitations. Yet she remained unafraid of you. You thought to yourself that this was the end. You desperately needed to assert your dominance. On this day, the city was bustling with activity, vibrant and lively, as the moon festival approached. Yushi leaned against the door, gazing intently at the scenes unfolding within the city. You contemplated that as soon as she sought your assistance, you would resolutely refuse her, thereby establishing your formidable reputation in one decisive stroke. She turned her head, gazing at you with longing, her eyes shimmering softly, yet not a word escaped her lips. You took Yushi out into the world, reminding yourself that even a condemned criminal deserves a fine meal. Su Yuan led the way, traversing the wide street, where the air was filled with shouts and the vibrant displays of various street vendors and ready-to-wear shops dazzled the senses. As they ventured deeper into the bustling heart of the city, the crowd thickened. For a long time, the populace had lived in a state of trepidation, ever fearful of the encroaching iron hooves of the demon horde. However, after the annihilation of the 800 demon riders, a prolonged period of tranquility ensued, allowing the joy of this newfound peace to overflow during the festival. Families poured into the streets, and initially, the two of them walked side by side without a care. Yet, as the throng swelled, the space between them occasionally widened, pulled apart by the relentless tide of people. Yushi meticulously scrutinized every stall that came into view, her gaze diligently sweeping over each delicacy and trinket, leaving no morsel unexamined from one end of the street to the other. With each new sight, a sense of curiosity blossomed within her, a satisfaction derived from her discoveries. However, as her attention shifted away from a nearby clay sculpture stall, she abruptly realized that the figure who had been ahead of her had vanished. All that remained was the relentless flow of the bustling crowd. A hint of unavoidable panic flickered in her eyes. Yet, soon after, she strode forward, navigating through the throngs of people in her path. It was not until that silhouette re-emerged before her that she felt a sense of recognition. Beside that figure, a hand swayed gently, its slightly curved palm seemingly poised to grasp. She reached out. Su Yuan, having witnessed grander spectacles, found the sights of this city rather unremarkable, lacking in any extraordinary charm. After all, his primary purpose for being here was not to partake in the festivities. As he observed the surroundings with indifference, something small and soft suddenly grasped his hand. Lowering his gaze, he found Yushi emerging from the crowd, her hand firmly clutching his. With this hold, she was finally able to trail closely behind him, free from the throngs of people. Su Yuan redirected his attention. He exerted a gentle pressure, intertwining his fingers with hers. After all, a little connection was of no consequence. He sighed softly. One cannot be burdened by excessive debts. He would later take the opportunity to teach her the significance of national concern and true guardianship, establishing their authority together. But for now, it mattered little. He walked ahead, holding the half-extended arm that connected them like a bond, weaving through the bustling crowd. They traversed in this manner for an indeterminate duration, when suddenly he felt a tug from his hand. Turning back, he found Yushi gazing intently at a jewelry stall, captivated by its offerings. In her gaze, a woven ornament of red thread was reflected, with one end adorned by a silver bell the size of a peanut. Su Yuan glanced at the object, pondering its purpose as either a bracelet or an anklet. He lifted the ornament, giving it a gentle shake, producing a sound that was far from jarring, a delicate jingling that resembled the soft mew of a kitten, easily drowned out by surrounding noise if one wasn't attentive. Is this what you desire? Su Yuan inquired, locking eyes with her. The ornament, suspended in his hand, passed through the loop formed by the red thread, her eyes shimmering with a subtle wave of emotion. Under her unwavering gaze, Su Yuan felt a growing discomfort and ultimately decided to purchase the item. However, upon reaching for his pouch, he was reminded that most of the gold and silver he had acquired from the thief had been buried away, and the small amount he had managed to carry was now lost to him, likely claimed by the refugees of Jinshui town. Fortunately, among the patrolling soldiers, someone recognized Su Yuan. He did not hesitate to borrow a few pieces of loose silver, which enabled him to secure the purchase. After completing the transaction, he playfully tossed the red thread onto her forehead. The tiny silver bell dangled from the circle of red, and she caught it with both hands. You owe me. Consider this an increase in interest, and remember it well. She paid no heed to his words, fixated on the crimson cord and bell in her hand, a gentle smile playing at the corners of her lips. As the moon ascended above the treetops and the vendors began to close their stalls, the throngs of people gradually thinned. Su Yuan surmised that this would suffice. He returned to the small courtyard with Yushi. Upon their return, Su Yuan noticed Yushi rummaging beside the bed, yet he paid it little mind. However, when he stepped out and came back, he discovered that Yushi had unearthed an antique short sword. She was deftly tying the red cord to the hilt of the sword. The end of the hilt had a small loop, perfectly accommodating the cord. The red cord, reattached to the sword, was adorned with a silver bell. With a look of disdain, Su Yuan lifted the sword, and with his movement, the silver bell emitted a soft, tinkling sound, delicate, not at all jarring. The sword, dark as the starry sky, now bore this peculiar cord and bell. Su Yuan found it increasingly awkward. It was simply too unsightly. He had never anticipated that Yushi intended to adorn the sword with that ornament. Resisting the urge to strip the cord and bell away on the spot, he returned the sword to her. For now, he would let her be. After all, there would be ample opportunities in the future. Thus, you and Yushi settled in the city. Days passed, and Yushi grew day by day. Since her recovery, you had been following the old doctor's prescription to nourish her health. The city's guards had also sent an abundance of fine rice and various meats. Under the nourishing effect of medicinal herbs and ample food, and during her growth spurt, her originally frail frame began to blossom. Half a year elapsed, and she underwent a remarkable transformation. Her fair face, like congealed fat, lost its childishness, revealing a tender beauty, while her increasingly robust physique began to display graceful contours. The once slight girl, barely felt in one's arms, had undergone a metamorphosis, becoming a striking contrast to her former self. You found this place to be quite pleasant, deciding to settle here for the time being. Another half year slipped by, marking a full year since you arrived in this city. Yushi followed you closely every day. Wherever you went, she was there, never wishing to be apart, even for half a day. Her responses to your words have become increasingly abundant, and your own utterances have gradually multiplied as well. By your side, the character of Yushi has grown ever more radiant. She began to truly embody the essence of a vibrant human. Su Yuan realized that the girl, Yushi, had grown increasingly audacious. 6 months ago, she would obediently heed his words, occasionally running off in a huff when she felt slighted. Yet now, she dared to challenge him. Chapter 27. Human, why did you push the grandson of the old doctor next door into the water? Su Yuan's expression darkened considerably. A flicker of something unusual crossed Yushi's eyes as she replied, I didn't like it. Observing her defiant demeanor only intensified Su Yuan's frustration. Over the past 6 months, her transformation was strikingly evident. She spoke more freely than before and occasionally graced him with bright smiles. Previously, she would merely stand there, her clear eyes scrutinizing everything with utmost seriousness, meticulously attentive to what others said and did. She bore little resemblance to a child, more akin to a lost marionette. Su Yuan surmised that this was the consequence of the misguided influences surrounding her. He pondered whether mingling with other children might yield improvement. Indeed, her demeanor had noticeably enhanced over the past half year. At the very least, she exhibited a newfound courage in expressing herself. Yushi quietly pouted. The grandson of the old doctor next door was always intrusive, unbound by any sense of personal space. During their first encounter, she had struck him in retaliation. Fortunately, he did not return to complain. Yet, he continued to approach her with a grin, undeterred. She sought refuge behind the individual before her, only to be met with his insistence on fostering a harmonious relationship. After repeated encounters, her patience waned. But you cannot simply push him into the water. If you dare to do so today, what will you be capable of tomorrow? Will you cast me into the depths as well? Su Yuan slammed his hand on the table. You will apologize to me. I refuse, Yushi stated earnestly. Su Yuan sprang to his feet. Do you dare? Seeing Su Yuan's fierce demeanor directed at her, a hint of grievance flickered in Yushi's eyes as she clenched her fists and murmured, the sword demon is the most foolish in the world. She turned and dashed outside. Su Yuan was instantly filled with rage. How could she defy the heavens like this? Does she still remember her own identity? If she weren't worth his efforts, he would have long since. Yet after calming down, Su Yuan couldn't help but sigh. At the very least, the changes in her were something he welcomed. Compared to before, she now resembled more of a person possessing her own thoughts, emotions, and perceptions. Only thus could she better comprehend universal values. But Su Yuan was still furious. Just then, the old physician came knocking. Su Yuan had assumed it was to demand an explanation, but instead, the old man began with an apology. Benefactor, I come to beg your forgiveness. It was my oversight. Yushi has always been shy around strangers, never smiling at outsiders. Moreover, she has outgrown her childish demeanor and should no longer be treated as a child. My grandson is obstinate. Knowing only how to play foolishly, he brought this upon himself. This time, he got what he deserved. Su Yuan listened quietly, offering no further comment. After seeing the old physician off, he wandered to the small garden behind the courtyard. There, perched on the mossy stone by the pond, sat a small figure. Yet compared to half a year ago, she had grown taller by half a head. Her delicate frame now carried a trace of youthful grace, no longer childlike. Without a word, Su Yuan walked past her from behind, deliberately letting a paper bag slip from his hand. It landed on the ground with a crisp, conspicuous sound. Oh dear, the peanut candies from Huaxiang Fang have fallen. The figure stirred almost imperceptibly, her head twitching slightly as if to turn before freezing again. Su Yuan clicked his tongue softly. Oh well, might as well feed them to the fish. Yushi's lips pursed slightly before she finally turned her head, fixing her gaze directly on the man behind her. Her eyes held a flicker of indignation, mingled with resignation. In the end, she rose to her feet, bending down to pick up the fallen paper package. She gazed at the paper package, recalling some past memories, and ultimately resolved not to harbor any anger towards Mr. Demonic Sword. However, Su Yuan's indifferent voice echoed from above. Just as the old doctor delivered some pastries, he remarked, I have no desire for such things. It would be a pity to discard them and feed the fish. If you wish to indulge, feel free. It saves us from waste. Yushi pouted in discontent. Realizing that Mr. Demonic Sword was indeed the most foolish of all, she felt a tinge of anger, albeit slight. If one does not like it, so be it. It is of little consequence. In fact, this might be fortuitous, for should the day arrive when one must depart, a well-established relationship could lead to unnecessary delays that would impede my pursuits. Your trivial matters pale in comparison to my grand endeavors. This is something you ought to understand. Within her heart, Yushi simmered with indignation. It was not as if she sought to play with that old doctor's grandson. Just as her frustration mounted, Su-Yuan took her hand and began to lead her back. Let us go. Tonight we shall enjoy ginseng chicken soup. Make sure to eat well, lest you burden me in the future. Habitually, Yushi tightened her grip around his hand, feeling the gentle pressure ahead and the reassuring silhouette that accompanied her. She pouted, yet ultimately dispelled all the anger that had been festering within her. After all, this is simply who he is. In her strikingly contrasting eyes at that moment, there lingered only the silhouette, devoid of any other thought. As night fell, upon seeing Yushi revert to her usual demeanor, Su-Yuan finally felt a sense of relief. Their relationship could not afford to fracture. A rift would be detrimental to future endeavors. Yet, on the other hand, he recalled the words of the old doctor from earlier that day. Yushi lay on the bed, deeply asleep, but her hand remained tightly clutched around the hem of his garment, as if terrified of his absence. It was uncertain when this unfortunate habit had begun, but Su-Yuan had grown indifferent to it. He had no need for sleep. However, she was no longer a child. In her prior frailty, she appeared considerably younger than her actual age. Yet this past year, with ample nourishment, the difference was starkly evident. The time was right. She had begun to comprehend the complexities of human emotions, and the next step needed to be prioritized. Aside from her occasional stubbornness, her performance met with your satisfaction. Having spent a year in the city, you gradually clarified your thoughts on how to guide her. You brimmed with confidence, eagerly anticipating the tangible future ahead. You commenced instructing Yushi on the correct principles, what it means to protect, what it means to serve one's country and people. You disregarded her previous rigid beliefs and the teachings of those around her. In your hands, you were determined to reshape her worldview. Only with a correct perspective could she truly empathize with the dire plight of humanity today. Only then could she genuinely grasp the sense of helplessness, thus igniting a heartfelt yearning within her. Regrettably, circumstances did not unfold as hoped. You found yourself failing. You endeavored to teach her the principle of prioritizing the worries of the world before one's own joy, recounting numerous tales of those who cared deeply for their country, selflessly serving the public good. Her response was tepid, as if she were impervious to the emotions around her. You despise, you scream, you feel utterly helpless. You perceive that you have invested so much, only to end up with nothing, not even the principal remains, let alone any interest. If you were to discover who instilled in her those vacuous platitudes during her childhood, you would undoubtedly seek them out with fervor. One should not be elated by material gain nor despondent by personal loss. When residing in the heights of power, one bears the concerns of the populace. When dwelling in the depths of society, one contemplates the welfare of the sovereign. Whether advancing or retreating, anxiety persists. So when, pray tell, is one to find joy? It must be said, worry for the world before oneself, and rejoice after the world has found joy. Su-Yuan spoke contemplatively. Beneath the shattered landscape, some choose to display valor, shedding blood for their cause, while others endure infamy, bearing humiliation and hardship for decades. Some elect to preserve their integrity, leaving a legacy of honor. In varying times and among different individuals, many heroes confront the same dilemmas, each making their own resolute choice. Su-Yuan continued to articulate his thoughts, but the listener, Yushi, appeared somewhat distracted. In her pupils was reflected the figure of Su-Yuan. Yet her mind was far from the words he had spoken. The prosperity and decline of the nation concern every individual. Each person's method of safeguarding what is precious varies, but all contribute in their own way. It was only upon hearing this that Yushi's attention was momentarily captured. What is truly precious? As she began to regain her composure, Su-Yuan's enlarged visage loomed closer before her. With a stern expression, he intently asked, Yushi, what did I just say? Worry before the world worries, rejoice after the world rejoices. Yushi possessed an exceptional memory, reciting Su-Yuan's words verbatim. Yet, Su-Yuan was acutely aware that she had not absorbed a single word. She merely reiterated her words in a monotonous manner once more. If you were in her shoes, how would you choose? Su-Yuan asked again. Yushi bowed her head in silence. Su-Yuan sighed, urging her to pay attention and engage earnestly in the lesson. He possessed ample patience. With hands clasped behind his back, he turned away, closing his eyes to recall the deeply ingrained memories, continuing his teachings. Yet, Yushi lifted her gaze, propping her chin on her hand, staring blankly at Su-Yuan. Her eyes shimmered like rippling autumn waters. As Su-Yuan delved into an impassioned discourse, he turned back to find Yushi nodding her head rhythmically. Strands of hair cascaded down her forehead, swaying gently in time with her nodding. Su-Yuan cleared his throat softly. No response. He increased his efforts, but Yushi merely raised her eyes slightly. Recognizing a familiar figure through a haze, her lips curving into a dreamy smile as she resumed her slumber. Su Yuan could no longer contain himself. He slammed his hand on the table, glaring at her fiercely. Yushi had no choice but to open her eyes, sleepiness evident as she stared back at Su Yuan. Although he had a multitude of words he wished to express, they all retreated into a mere sigh. Reflecting on his own teachings, he recognized their superficiality and rigidity. Undeniably dull. Yet, he was constrained by his own limitations. Su Yuan wished he could infuse himself with the wisdom of a classical literature expert, but such fortune was elusive. Fortunately, his memories were clearer than in the past when he wandered aimlessly, enabling him to recall and articulate numerous concepts. Otherwise, he feared he would struggle to impart even this knowledge. Another year had passed. Throughout this year, the circumstances within and beyond the city remained relatively stable. Ever since the defeat of the 800 demon riders, the city's guards had not glimpsed the shadow of the demon race. Many speculated that the demons had been cowed by your might. The city's guards revered you, and the citizens had come to recognize both you and Yushi. Aware that you had vanquished the 800 demon riders, securing this arduous period of peace for the city, everyone knew of you both, yet no one knew your names. You paid little heed to such trivialities. However, in this newfound tranquility, the absence of urgency made it increasingly challenging for you to nurture Yushi's temperament. Just as you were contemplating this, a throng of refugees arrived from outside the city. The procession was immense, stretching for miles. Reminiscent of the scene when you first encountered Yushi, the conditions among the refugees were harrowing, and merely witnessing it cast a shadow over your heart. Standing atop the city wall, Su Yuan observed the endless stream of refugees, predominantly women and children, with scarcely a few able-bodied men or elderly among them. What was even more astonishing was the visible suffering etched upon the faces of these women. Many bore grievous wounds, some still oozing blood, hastily patched with rudimentary dressings. Blood dripped along their path, creating a grim trail, indistinguishable as to whose blood it was. Su Yuan silently watched these scenes unfold. While the commander stationed at the city wall was issuing orders to open the gates and discuss arrangements for the refugees with the relevant officials, they hailed from Phoenix City. Located 500 miles away, one of the largest cities in the southern border region and a crucial stronghold after the front line had been breached. If Phoenix City fell, the demon army could surge forth unimpeded. 500 miles might seem a short distance, yet the ordeal they faced to reach this place was unimaginable. It was said that in their desperate plight, some women resorted to unspeakable acts to survive. As whispers of preparations for opening the granaries faded into the distance, Su Yuan's gaze drifted toward the horizon, becoming increasingly profound. Today, as usual, he commenced lessons for Yushi. Though acutely aware of his ineffectiveness as an instructor, he clung to the hope that even the slightest impact would accumulate over time. Yet, during the lesson, Su Yuan found his mind wandering. Yushi rested her chin on her hand, observing his face intently. 2 years had passed, yet the visage of the sword master remained unchanged, not even in the slightest. What is the matter? Noticing Su Yuan's deviation from his usual monotonous and soporific discourse, Yushi grew curious. Su Yuan shook his head, contemplating something profound. He then began to recite lines of poetry. In times of famine, a couple starves together, better for the concubine to sell herself at the market. With 3,000 coins, I can send my husband home. A piece of meat can aid him a mile. Lotus skin cooked to fragrant perfection, dumplings made. People crave to taste. The butcher first severs the arms, then slices the tender meat to make soup. The softness of a woman's skin. With little perspiration. 3 days of meat consumed, only a soul remains. Yet fortunately, the crows do not peck too early. Ah. The plight of the vegetable vendor. Oh, vegetable vendor, the misfortune of humanity, none is more sorrowful than this. Su Yuan, moved by the verses, yearned to express more, yet the words faltered on his lips. He expected Yushi to remain indifferent, yet to his surprise, she pursed her lips. Staring blankly at the table, lost in thought. Perhaps she felt a moment of empathy. Su Yuan mused, after all. His own heart had trembled profoundly upon first encountering these lines. Yushi remained in a trance for quite some time. When she finally returned to her senses, her long eyelashes fluttered down, concealing her gaze. What do the lines in times of famine, a couple starves together, better for the concubine to sell herself at the market imply? Su Yuan paused slightly, understanding that while Yushi comprehended the poem's meaning, he still took the time to explain. In times of famine, if a couple stays together, they will inevitably perish together. Thus, the woman contemplates selling herself in the market. And what does with 3,000 coins, I can send my husband home, a piece of meat can aid him a mile mean? Yushi continued to inquire. Su Yuan patiently elaborated. By becoming a vendor, I can earn 3,000 coins, thus enabling me to support my husband's return home. A piece of meat can help him walk a mile. And Yushi persisted in her questions. Su Yuan continued to respond. Yushi listened intently. Until Su Yuan concluded his explanation, she remained ensnared in thought. Is this protection? Yushi suddenly lifted her gaze, fixing her eyes on Su Yuan, studying him with utmost seriousness. Meeting her gaze, Su Yuan recalled the first moment he encountered Yushi. He nodded, affirming, yes, this is protection. Chapter 28. Unforeseen anticipation. After that day's lesson, Su Yuan had hoped Yushi's perspective would shift. However, she still appeared disinterested in other topics he presented. Yet, she frequently found herself lost in contemplation. Once again, she had drifted away. Su Yuan gently tapped the bamboo ruler against the forehead of the young girl before him, leaving a faint red mark on her smooth, white skin through a few strands of hair. Yushi, feeling aggrieved, cradled her forehead and lowered her head. Yet her gaze swept defiantly over Su Yuan. Not willing to concede, are you? Su Yuan raised the bamboo ruler once more, but the girl remained silent, showing no sign of submission. The ruler, poised in midair, ultimately did not descend. Her stubborn nature was increasingly unyielding. I shall impose upon you the task of copying yesterday's homework 10 times. No, 100 times. With a flick of his wrist. Su Yuan cast the ruler aside and strode out, leaving Yushi alone in the study. Sunlight streamed in through the window, vibrant and beautiful. The bamboo grove outside swayed gently in the breeze, the leaves rustling, while the cheerful chirping of birds filled the air. Yushi sat at the table, resting her chin on her hand, lost in thought as she gazed blankly at the surface before her. She maintained this posture until the sunlight shifted, casting half the table in a golden hue, prompting her to regain her senses. Remembering the punishment set by Su Yuan, she silently pouted, picked up paper and pen, and began to recall yesterday's assignments, each word and sentence vividly etched in her mind. She meticulously transcribed every word, leaving no detail overlooked. Her speed was remarkable, and she swiftly completed the first draft. Then came the second, the third, the 10th, and the 15th. Despite her rapid pace, the repetitive writing proved to be quite time-consuming. By the time noon had passed, she had barely made it through half of her task. As the sun shifted westward and the afternoon wore on, the surroundings remained eerily silent, devoid of any approaching footsteps. Rainey's stomach began to grumble. Her attention waned compared to before, and for a fleeting moment, her gaze wandered. Instantly, a mistake slipped through her pen. Upon noticing the erroneous character, Yushi lightly bit her crimson lip, a hint of stubbornness emerging on her face as she crossed it out and continued writing beneath it. She yearned to write more swiftly, yet the faster she penned her thoughts, the more errors emerged, causing her to slow her pace. However, she was resolute, determined to continue until dusk. Managing to copy the text 100 times, the waning sunlight painted the clouds outside in hues reminiscent of fire. Rushi rubbed her somewhat stiff wrists and rose to step outside. Peering out, she found the small courtyard beyond her study enveloped in silence, devoid of any sign or sound of activity. A flicker of melancholy inevitably graced Rushi's eyes. Yet, just as she was about to cross the threshold, her peripheral vision caught sight of something that left her momentarily taken aback. Leaning against the pillar by the door was a figure with crossed arms. Upon hearing her footsteps, the figure opened his eyes. Finished copying? Su Yuan inquired casually, as though indifferent. Rushi stared at him in a daze, rendered speechless. It was only when Su Yuan approached her that she jolted back to reality, turning her face away and shutting her eyes, unwilling to meet his gaze. Observing her stubborn demeanor, Su Yuan, both amused and exasperated, reached out to gently touch her forehead. The mark has faded, and it's not swollen anymore. Rushi merely cracked her eyes open a fraction, casting a resentful glance at the man before her, remaining silent. Yet, the tender sensation from his touch stirred an unfamiliar feeling within her heart. She wished to evade, yet her body involuntarily gravitated towards that hand, ultimately surrendering to its caress until it ceased. Su Yuan appeared oblivious to the lingering resentment in her gaze. An indescribable sound emanated from the depths of the young girl's abdomen, resounding notably in the hushed courtyard. The girl, turning her face slightly aside, felt a rush of warm fluttered cheeks cascading down her smooth neck to her delicate collarbone, which glimmered with a faint blush. Ah, if you were hungry, you should have called me sooner. It's the same whether you eat before or after I finish. Who would have known you remained silent? I had dozed off quite soundly. It was dreadfully boring. Upon hearing Su Yuan's words, the girl slightly opened her eyes, filled with indignation and resentment. How could this be fair? Why has it all turned into my fault? She lowered her head once more, gently biting her crimson lip, intending to voice a retort, yet ultimately sealed her lips in silence. She allowed Su Yuan to lead her to the dining table. After merely warming the dishes, she faced the array of culinary delights before her. Though modest in quantity, each dish was a feast for the senses. Yushi, seated at the table, remained utterly unmoved. Su Yuan cast a casual glance her way. If you do not fancy this, I shall serve you porridge and brown rice every day henceforth. Yet, her small head remained unresponsive. Recalling her mournful gaze, Su Yuan understood she was still sulking, thus he softened his tone. Very well, we cannot let you starve. That would only lead to greater troubles. Open your mouth, and I shall feed you. One cannot rely solely on stern discipline. Occasionally, a gentle approach is necessary. Upon hearing Su Yuan's words, a visible flicker of alarm crossed Yushi's face, but the pangs of hunger and the tantalizing aroma of the food proved irresistible. Open wide. Do not make me use force. Though her demeanor displayed reluctance, she obediently closed her eyes and parted her lips. Yet within her unwillingness lay a palpable tension of anticipation. She herself is unaware of what she is anticipating. Yet, when he expressed it this way, she simply resolved to comply. She reasoned with herself deep within her heart. However, after waiting for quite some time, the anticipated feelings never materialized. She half opened one eye and beheld a face that bore a semblance of a smile, yet was enigmatic in nature. It was as if her innermost thoughts had been laid bare, fully discerned by the observer. She felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. her once fair complexion now blushing more fervently than the setting sun on the horizon. "It was you who told me." "Yes, indeed." It was at this moment that she remembered Tahida's words. Yushi sought to defend herself, yet as she opened her mouth, no words emerged. Any attempt at explanation seemed utterly futile. Casting a glance at Su Yuan, she gritted her teeth and resolutely closed her eyes, parting her cherry-like lips once more. Humph. Su Yuan ceased his teasing, finally behaving himself and feeding the rosy little mouth with the meal. Observing Yushi as she bowed her head in silent chewing. Her previous stubbornness vanished. Su Yuan felt a sense of accomplishment wash over him. At last, he had triumphed once. This was how it should be, otherwise. If he allowed her temperament to run unchecked, what would become of her in the end? Reflecting on Yushi's conduct in class, Su Yuan was once again beset by a headache. The road ahead would be long and arduous. Yushi, her face still flushed, continued to chew, letting the delightful aroma of the food linger in her mouth, yet what stirred her more than the fragrance was an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. Was it simply because the food was delicious? She pondered for a moment and concluded that it was not. Was it the anticipation that had finally been fulfilled? After contemplating for a while, she ultimately arrived at no conclusion. Yet, as her thoughts wandered, a smile involuntarily tugged at the corners of her lips, and a hint of delight glimmered in her eyes. The day's grievances gradually faded away. Chapter 29, The Maiden Beneath the Moonlight That Night. The moonlight flowed serenely outside the window, casting a gentle glow upon the wooden bed where a youthful maiden, her figure beginning to reveal its graceful form, lay. She sat with her back to the figure beside her, her vivid eyes fixed upon the moonlight streaming through the window, lost in contemplation. After a moment of reflection, she turned around and grasped the hem of her garment that lay before her. With a hint of hesitation in her gaze, she finally spoke, "Mr. Demon Sword. I do not wish to attend class." Su Yuan immediately opened his eyes from a feigned slumber, decisively rejecting her. "No, that is out of the question." It was no jest. This was his bottom line. With only a final stretch remaining to reach their ultimate goal, he could not afford to falter at such a critical juncture. Yushi pondered for a moment before speaking again. "I have come to understand." Su Yuan recognized the implication of her words. He shook his head. "You understand? Then let me ask you." But he abruptly halted mid-sentence. Yushi was left bewildered by a sudden silence. She gently tilted her head back, only to find a look of slight turmoil etched upon Su Yuan's face. Yet, he swiftly masked it. The question he had long pursued now loomed over him, a query he dared not utter, fearful of receiving a definitive answer. "Do you yearn for power?" Should she respond affirmatively, the delicate balance within him would inevitably tip. "No." Su Yuan shook his head, dispelling this peculiar sense of foreboding. "How could I be afraid? This is precisely what I long to witness. Your inattentiveness during class. As if you had truly grasped the concepts." Su Yuan playfully flicked Rain-Shi's forehead. Rain-Shi winced in pain, instinctively cradling her head. She intended to clarify but found her words eluding her. "I truly understand." She could only respond softly. She was at a loss for how to articulate this feeling, this peculiar yet profoundly certain sensation. Su Yuan remained silent. Suddenly, a gentle warmth brushed against his leg. Yushi had wrapped her arms around him, bending her body and quietly closing her eyes, a serene expression of contentment gracing her face. The arrival of refugees had merely stirred a ripple in his life, yet it had not disrupted his plans. Under his watchful gaze, Yushi blossomed day by day, becoming increasingly charming and delightful. Most of the time, their lives revolved solely around the small courtyard. Neither found it oppressive. 2 years passed, and she had fully transformed into a spirited young lady, her bright eyes and pearly teeth, her slender figure radiating the exquisite beauty of youthful exuberance. He understood that being charming was quite natural, yet he was perplexed by the source of her innate arrogance. There was an effortless pride about her that could often leave him breathless with frustration. "Come to class. I refuse to learn those rigid doctrines." With her cascading hair framing her face, her striking features met Su Yuan's gaze, and for a moment, he was taken aback with indignation. "What rigid doctrines? Is this truly a rigid doctrine? If this is a rigid doctrine, then what are those lessons they teach you? Stifling protection?" The playful glimmer in her eyes, upon witnessing Su Yuan's reaction, could not help but reveal a hint of amusement. Before he could launch into another lengthy discourse, she had already scampered out of the study. "She's becoming increasingly difficult to manage." Su Yuan sighed deeply, reminiscing about how easily she could be swayed in the beginning. Those were simpler times. After dinner, which was supposed to be a time for repose, Su Yuan leaned back in a pavilion by the small pond, the nearby bamboo swaying gently in the breeze, leaves fluttering down. Just then, a green leaf landed atop his head. A delicate hand, akin to a jade onion, stealthily plucked the leaf. Su Yuan, alerted by the commotion above, opened his eyes to see the girl, bent over and smiling, holding up the leaf. Her eyes sparkled with mirth, so close that he could feel the warmth of her breath on his face, accompanied by a faint, sweet fragrance wafting from her. Upon noticing Su Yuan's gaze, she immediately giggled and dashed away. "Come back," he called, prompting her return. She stood before Su Yuan, hands clasped behind her back, exuding a charming demeanor. "I haven't done anything." She tilted her head back, her exceptionally vibrant eyes gazing at him with an air of innocence. Su Yuan, without hesitation, playfully flicked her forehead. The girl winced in pain, casting a resentful look at the person before her. I truly did nothing. Su Yuan chuckled softly. The girl who once barely reached his waist was now at his chest level, her petite head drawing nearer, almost within reach with a slight bow. It's nothing. Just a bit displeased. Ignoring her sulking expression, he continued to feign sleep, leaving her to simmer in her frustration, unable to openly retaliate. Resorting instead to resting her chin on the stone table, filled with unspoken grievances as she stared at him. Yet, amidst her resentment, she found herself entranced by Su Yuan's demeanor. Time seemed to slip away too quickly, for years had passed in the blink of an eye. And the gap between them was steadily narrowing. Now, she could almost touch him with just a slight rise on her toes. With this thought, a subtle smile graced her lips, her autumn-like eyes sparkling with joy and anticipation. The following day, a grand family from across the way knocked on the gate of their small courtyard. The head of the household radiated joy, distributing wedding candies with a beaming face. Come, come. My daughter has just reached the age of maturity and is already engaged. Less than a year has passed, and the other party is eagerly wanting to bring her home. Everyone is invited to the wedding feast. The host greeted the neighbors, particularly addressing Su Yuan. Benefactor, you must come. Without you, our family might have been as displaced as those poor refugees. He solemnly handed Su Yuan an invitation adorned in bright red. Gazing at the vibrant invitation, Su Yuan felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. The daughter from the house across had been merely a small child when he last saw her, even younger than Yu Shi by 2 years. And now she was set to marry. Yu Shi, peeking from behind Su Yuan, scrutinized the invitation in his hand. Upon seeing the bold double happiness characters, she studied it with great seriousness. Though Su Yuan initially had no intention of bringing Yu Shi along, he could not withstand her imploring gaze, and ultimately, he decided to take her to the wedding banquet. Although the seating was assigned, Su Yuan's unique status allowed him to choose a corner table where he and Yu Shi could sit together. Most of the attendees recognized Su Yuan and refrained from disturbing him, allowing him the tranquility he sought. He watched as the vibrant red bridal sedan chair carried the beautifully adorned bride to her new home, where she was received with joyous cheers as she performed the traditional rites at the ancestral hall. Yu Shi remained silent, her small, rosy lips slightly parted as she fixated on the bride's wedding dress, captivated by its grandeur as if she had never seen such exquisite finery before. Even after the bride disappeared into the inner chamber, she continued to rest her chin in her hands, lost in thought. Unable to resist, Su Yuan gently tapped her forehead. Don't daydream. One day you too will have the chance to wear such a gown. Upon hearing this, Yu Shi's head froze in surprise. Her gaze descended, resting upon the table, and within her half-closed eyes lay an enigmatic expression. I have no desire to wear that. She wrinkled her delicate nose. Yet, the corner of her eye caught sight of the person beside her. However, that individual merely smiled at her words, offering no further response. She couldn't help but feel a twinge of disappointment. Unless, she murmured softly. Unless what? Glancing at Su Yuan, Yu Shi gritted her teeth, preparing to articulate her thought, unless. But in the next moment, Su Yuan playfully tapped her on the forehead, admonishing her not to be foolish, reminding her of her identity and that without his permission, she could not aspire to marriage. Instantly, Yu Shi could only cast a more melancholic gaze upon Su Yuan. Her delicate lips slightly curled, exuding a tempting allure that evoked an irresistible desire to taste. Upon returning to the courtyard from the wedding banquet, the dismal glances from behind her persisted throughout the journey. However, when Su Yuan turned to meet her enchanting gaze, Yu Shi averted her head, unwilling to meet his eyes. Yet, as he continued forward, the mournful glances returned. Su Yuan quickened his pace, attempting to distance himself from her. He concealed himself around a corner, leaning against the wall in quiet anticipation, waiting for Yu Shi's silhouette to pass by. After a lengthy wait, when her figure failed to appear, a sense of unease gripped his heart, prompting him to retrace his steps in search of her. Eventually, he found her curled up in a ball, clutching her knees in the same spot. Su Yuan sighed in resignation. She was no longer a child. The figure remained silent, head bowed, seemingly resolute in her decision to remain unmoving. With a gentle motion, Su Yuan extended his hand beneath her delicate knees and wrapped his other arm around her fragile waist, lifting her effortlessly into his embrace. Her small frame felt heavier compared to 4 years prior, the delicate touch palpable in his hands. She nestled comfortably against his chest, resting her head on his shoulder. A few strands of hair fell loose from the friction, and she clutched the fabric of his shirt tightly. Feeling the strength of his supportive grip, a subtle smile crept onto her lips, her eyes shimmering with a soft light, as if some scheme had succeeded. Though she had gained a bit of weight since 4 years ago, she still felt light to Su Yuan. As he sensed her movements within his arms, their forms aligned even more closely, prompting him to smile wryly. Her slender legs, peeking out from beneath her skirt, exhibited a near-perfect silhouette, devoid of any excess. Naturally graceful and swaying gently with his steps. Others younger than you are already married. Yet here you are behaving childishly, he thought. I am not. A reluctant mutter escaped her lips. Her lively eyes momentarily lost their focus as she contemplated voicing her thoughts to explain, but recalling Su Yuan's previous demeanor, she hesitated and retreated into silence once more. She had reiterated it countless times, yet, Regardless of her insistence, he remained unconvinced. Su Yuan strode back with an air of finality. Yushi curled her lips, tightening her grip on the hem of her garment, closing her eyes in a silent plea for time to linger a little longer. Upon Su Yuan's return, he found that Yushi had, unbeknownst to him, succumbed to slumber in his arms. Her small head rested upon his shoulder, breathing evenly, and with every movement he made, her head tilted back slightly, emitting soft sounds of contentment. Gazing at her delicate visage illuminated by the silvery moonlight stirred something deep within Su Yuan. Unconsciously, they had arrived at this juncture. For years, neither too brief nor overly long, that once scruffy, emaciated girl had blossomed into this charming young woman, albeit occasionally exasperating. Contemplating this, Su Yuan carried her to the bedside, preparing to lay her down. However, Yushi clutched the fabric of his shoulder tightly, refusing to let go. Reluctantly, he allowed her to lean against him, grappling with the decision for some time. After all, she was fast asleep. He gently removed the hairpin from her head, allowing her silken tresses to cascade like water, and drew her closer, subsequently lying down beside her, propping his head on one hand while the other encircled her slender waist. Su Yuan experienced his first slumber on a bed, cradling Yushi for the very first time. He glanced at the head nestled against him. In the moonlight, her raven locks appeared even more lustrous. Yet unbeknownst to him, beneath those dark tresses, her lips curled into an unmistakable smirk. On that day, the commander of the city's defenses sent a messenger to invite Su Yuan. With nothing pressing to attend to, he obliged. Upon entering, he found the commander and other officers deep in troubled discussion. The war had dragged on interminably, their defenses retreating steadily. Soon, this place would transform from a flanking position to a frontline battlefield. Over the past 2 years, support from the imperial capital had dwindled, and the army's elite could no longer contend with the formidable demonic entities. Resources were overstretched in every direction. The populace of the capital placed their hopes upon the Spirit Pacification Festival, believing it would bring them peace. But 12 years of military complacency had led to this dire situation. Ultimately, the festival ended in failure. A dozen years of preparation reduced to ashes, leaving nothing behind. Upon seeing Su Yuan's arrival, they ceased their discourse, rising in respect. The commander extended a courteous invitation, his intentions unmistakably clear. He wished for Su Yuan to join the military. However, Su Yuan deftly sidestepped the offer with other excuses, for he had no desire to embroil himself in the conflict. The commander, having invited Su Yuan on multiple occasions, recognized the steadfastness of his refusal and nodded in understanding. Since you are unwilling, we shall not press further. In the coming days, there may be a great battle. This city is no longer a safe haven. Hearing the commander's words, Su Yuan fell into silence for a moment before bowing in farewell. As he walked away, not once glancing back, the commander and his comrades relinquished their final flicker of hope, exchanging glances filled with resignation and sighs. By the time he returned, dusk had settled. Su Yuan searched the small courtyard, but found no trace of Yushi. Ultimately, he discovered her small feet dangling from above, tracing the smooth curve of her legs upward to find her perched on the roof. She sat at the edge, gazing up at the descending sun and the faintly glowing round moon and stars. Half the sky was ablaze with crimson clouds, while the other half twinkled with starlight. Su Yuan joined her, sitting side by side as they watched the red clouds gradually fade, while the stars and moon grew ever more radiant. She leaned back on her hands, humming an indiscernible tune, her pristine eyes reflecting the increasingly radiant night sky, lost in her thoughts. Upon hearing a rustle nearby, she cast a sidelong glance, her peripheral vision catching a glimpse of Su Yuan's silhouette. She calmly redirected her gaze upwards. Chapter 30, The Truth of the Tranquility Festival. No one spoke. Only an unknown melody floated serenely through the air. Listening to this tune, Su Yuan felt an inexplicable sense of worry dissipate from the depths of his heart. He couldn't help but inquire, "What song is this?" Rainshi appeared momentarily dazed, then replied, "I don't know either." In the next instant, Su Yuan playfully tapped her forehead. "You're lying." Whenever she lies, her fingers instinctively bend at right angles. Yushi hugged her legs and rubbed her forehead, reluctantly complaining, "I am no longer a child." Heh. Yushi's gaze lingered on the unchanging face of Su Yuan, which had remained the same over the years. Now, they appeared to be only a few years apart. She discreetly shifted her scrutinizing gaze back. "Mr. Demon Sword, what do you mean by sacrifice?" After a moment of hesitation, she finally mustered the courage to ask. Su Yuan was taken aback that she brought it up instead of him. At that moment, he found himself reluctant to confront the question. He merely replied, "A sacrifice, indeed. Is someone who will bear my children, wash my clothes, and cook for me, a lifelong servant." However, upon uttering these words, he realized that he was already doing all of this himself, except for bearing children. Nonetheless, that was not insignificant. Children. Rainishi's face flushed crimson, and against the backdrop of her rosy cheeks, her neck and collarbone bore an unusual hue. Had it not been for a few strands of hair that drifted past, obscuring his view, Su Yuan would have noticed her peculiar state immediately. The words Rainishi had meticulously prepared were now in disarray, leaving her at a loss for what to say next. She could only bow her head in silence. Observing her demeanor, Su Yuan couldn't help but smile. Was she frightened? It was only after a while that a muffled sound emanated from beneath Rainy Shi's knees. Too small. Su Yuan nearly lost his balance and tumbled from the roof. Wasn't the issue right here? Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, he placed a hand on Rainy Shi's head. You believe that I'm deceiving you? I certainly know. Rainy Shi exhaled in relief, albeit tinged with disappointment. Humph. If becoming my sacrifice meant that I would consume you, would you agree? Su Yuan said half-jokingly. To his surprise, he was met with a pair of exceedingly serious eyes. The mirth and playfulness that usually danced within them had vanished, replaced by an unwavering calm. This reminded Su Yuan of the first time he encountered her. Back then, she too had worn such an expression. She was utterly clueless yet resolutely prepared to embrace whatever came her way. She gently parted her crimson lips, and the words of Yushi gradually dissipated into the air, while the bewilderment on Su Yuan's face remained unchanged. Like a playful cat, Yushi propped herself up and approached Su Yuan, a subtle smile gracing her features. Her flowing hair cascading in the breeze, her exquisite brows and eyes inching closer to Su Yuan. If it were the case of the sword master. She responded earnestly once more, her serious gaze gradually drawing closer to Su Yuan. Memories of him flooded her mind, and she began to comprehend the reasons behind her feelings. Su Yuan, caught off guard by such an unexpected response, found himself momentarily speechless, though a flicker of restless instinct ignited within his eyes. The closer Yushi approached him, the more intense this agitation became. He longed to embrace the charming figure before him. However, unwilling to succumb to that scenario, Su Yuan swiftly retreated to the shadows of the room, gripping the ancient short sword tightly in his hand, allowing the turmoil to subside. Meanwhile, Yushi, left alone atop the roof, wore a look of despondency, just a breath away from touching the enigmatic sword master. She maintained her previous posture, her head bowed as if she had committed a wrongdoing. She was uncertain whether she had uttered something amiss, or perhaps. As night fell, Yushi nestled into her blanket, gazing at Su Yuan who sat at the table, her once vibrant eyes dimming slightly. Throughout the past 4 years, Su Yuan had always been by her side as she drifted into slumber, never faltering. She dreaded the thought of opening her eyes, fearing once more the desolate sight beside her, the chilling wind that seeped in, and the surrounding voices discussing the somber subject of death. She found herself in a state of inner turmoil, wanting to speak but unable to do so as memories of the rooftop encounters in the evening flooded her mind. It was Su Yuan who broke the silence first. I have something to attend to. You should rest. Yet, Yushi remained utterly silent. Su Yuan had no choice but to rise and offer her comfort. I will return shortly. He paused midway, as if taking another step would propel him into an alternate realm, shattering the delicate equilibrium between them. At that moment, he perceived a terrifying transformation in Yushi's gaze, cold and unrecognizable. Nevertheless, he managed to restrain himself at that precipice. He turned and walked away, distancing himself from Yushi. I shall be back soon. The sound of Su Yuan's departing footsteps evoked genuine disappointment in Yushi's eyes. She curled up in bed, harboring thoughts she wished to articulate, yet inexplicably felt a vast chasm separating her from Su Yuan, a distance that only seemed to widen. It was bewildering. Just moments ago, everything felt perfectly fine. She gazed at her palm resting before her, recalling how each night she could effortlessly grasp at the corner of his garment, even if it was merely a fragment. Holding on to him allowed her to drift into peaceful slumber. However, now that very fragment had slipped through her fingers, leaving her with the sense that she could no longer seize it. Yet, she clung to the hope that upon awakening, everything would return to its former state. She whispered to herself, her heart restless and uneasy, as Su Yuan unknowingly wandered atop the city wall. The soldiers all recognized him and continuously paid their respects. Yet, Su Yuan stood on the rampart, gazing in a singular direction. There lay what was once an abandoned post station. It had now been reconstructed into a new station, but soon it would once again fall into disuse. Su Yuan reminisced about moments spent with Yushi. He recalled the first time he found her, dirty and disheveled. The time she had fainted from hunger. The instance when her porridge was stolen, and she appeared numb, as if unaffected. The night she slept soundly. In their reunion after several days apart. Although merely a few years had passed, in his eyes, she seemed reborn, a complete transformation. Yet when he thought of that girl who had approached him at dusk, her earnestness unwavering, he felt she was indeed the same person. In the end, it was merely a self-imposed entanglement. Su Yuan chuckled helplessly, realizing the moment had come for him to make a decision. There was no longer any room for delay. He had to choose whether to accept her as the true offering or to evade the matter entirely. He need not teach her what it meant to protect. Nor did she have to respond to his so-called questions. Unintentionally, she had already answered the queries that had plagued him. The equilibrium he had established for himself had thus been rendered ineffective. In the name of the sword, Su Yuan pondered. As he contemplated, he found himself atop the city gate. Below, a lone carriage approached, driven by a solitary and unassuming coachman. Yet behind the city gate, a grand display awaited. As the entire garrison prepared to receive them, the gate swung wide open, and from the carriage emerged a woman clad in gray robes. In her hand, she held a scroll. Upon the sight of this woman, all the city's commanders and officials bowed in reverence. They paid their respects to the imperial envoy from the capital. The woman in the gray robe nodded slightly and unfurled the scroll in her grasp. Find her. Her words were devoid of emotion, as if she felt nothing at all. The entrance to the demon realm could no longer be contained. The demonic army had breached Guang'an City, Linqiao City, and Mashanqing, drawing ever closer to the imperial capital. The tranquil ceremony, which had been interrupted for years prior, must now be resumed. A scroll tumbled to the ground, unfurling gradually, and Su Yuan, illuminated by the flickering orange flames of the torch, beheld it. Depicted upon it was a girl, her features exquisite, her attire opulent, and her aura transcendent. Yet, in what should have been the most endearing of ages, her face bore not a trace of a smile. Her eyes were as clear as a mirror, undisturbed by the slightest ripple, devoid of sorrow or joy. Su Yuan would not forget. It was with such eyes that she had picked up a short sword, raised it above her head, and asked him, "Do you wish to consume me?" Even though the filthy, gaunt face before him could hardly be reconciled with the fair visage illustrated on the scroll, the commander of the city guards had found Su Yuan atop the city gate. "Have you perhaps changed your mind?" he greeted with a smile. Su Yuan silently shook his head. Noticing Su Yuan's dazed expression, the commander suddenly chuckled. "Did you see her?" Su Yuan nodded. "It must be her." The middle-aged man could not help but smile wryly. Anyone who has encountered that girl, Yu Shi, cannot forget her visage, even after 4 years. She could be recognized at a glance. He had witnessed Yu Shi's transformation from a frail, listless child into the charming young lady she was now. "My daughter is no longer a child. She is about the same age as Yu Shi, and it is time for her to marry. Yet I have been stationed at the border for 12 years without returning. She likely would not recognize me. 12 years ago, we had set forth from the imperial capital, brimming with youthful vigor, solely to expel the demons and restore peace and stability to the people. When she was in my arms, she was as small as a puppy, laughing endlessly at the slightest tease, and when hungry, she would burrow into my embrace. I, a grown man, found it rather amusing. I have long opposed such superstitious rituals. It is better to rely on oneself than to depend on others. But to exchange one person for countless lives is a choice that is always easy to make. Yet, I never anticipated that the sacrificial offering would be that child. Yu Shi." The middle-aged man's face bore the weight of exhaustion. The silence atop the city gate was profound, and he finally spoke softly. "I have lured the imperial envoy to the north gate, and the guards at the south gate have all been replaced with those you know. Let us go. Flee as far as you can, and do not let yourselves be discovered." After a prolonged silence, Su Yuan finally inquired, "What is the tranquil ceremony?" "The tranquil ceremony is the offering of a chosen sacrifice to the demon lord. As long as the demon lord is pleased, perhaps with a mere wave of his hand, the demonic army will withdraw." The middle-aged man turned away, gradually receding from view. In that moment, Su Yuan suddenly understood. He realized why those stark black and white eyes had gazed at him so earnestly while wielding a sword. She was to carve herself open with her own hands. Yet, she accepted this fate with remarkable tranquility. That night, Yu Shi drifted into slumber, enveloped in solitude. In her dreams, she found herself transported back to that fateful day. A grand procession set forth from the imperial capital, opulent carriages adorned with a myriad of gold and jewels, and at the center, she was meticulously adorned, resembling a precious gift. "You were born to protect. All that you are is destined to be sacrificed for the sake of safeguarding. You are our hope. You must shield all that exists. You must give of yourself. Your name is Yu Shi, the dawn's light in the rain. The world blossoms with your arrival. One person's sacrifice ensures the survival of millions. Yu Shi, do you understand? What does it mean to protect? To protect is to sacrifice, to dedicate oneself. The time has come for you to offer yourself, Yu Shi. The offering of this era is you." The echoes of countless voices reverberated in her ears, culminating in the resounding declaration of an elegant woman. After proclaiming this truth, the woman turned and departed, leaving Yu Shi with her hand raised in a daze, yearning. Mother. Her hopes went unanswered. Dressed in splendid attire and adorned with a golden hairpin, she was dragged away by the guards. On her silent, youthful visage, the sparkle gradually faded, leaving only an air of tranquility. She donned a peculiar ensemble under the attentive service of her maid, the design of which bore no resemblance to human preferences. She was gently assisted into a splendid carriage brimming with treasures. Before her sat a formidable assembly of the most influential families within the entire dynasty. They had long since reached a consensus, and not a single dissenting voice was raised. All wore smiles as they watched her carriage depart towards the palace gates. Along the route, countless armored guards flanked her, their presence stretching for 10 miles beyond the city limits. These guards dared not raise their eyes to meet hers, and the palace maids they encountered bowed their heads in silence, paying their respects. It was as if everyone existed in a realm entirely separate from her own, from which she had merely stumbled into. Upon exiting the palace gates, she beheld a broad street paved with azure stone, teeming with a multitude of shadows. They gazed at her from a distance, separated by the guards, pointing and whispering among themselves. Some shook their heads in sorrow, others offered silent sympathy, while a few expressed regret. Laughter erupted from others who pointed at her, and some even celebrated. Children of similar age squeezed between their parents' legs, curiously observing her while clutching sugar paintings and chattering incessantly. Boys tugged playfully at girls' braids, who retaliated with spirited vigor. Each face bore a distinct expression, a tapestry of emotions. Yet, Amidst the myriad of reactions, no one seemed to believe she did not belong there. A flicker of bewilderment appeared in her clear eyes, before a deeper tranquility settled within. I am Yushi. I was born to protect. I am the dawn light in the rain. I shall safeguard all of this. The grand carriage passed through city after city, under the watchful gaze of the populace. With each city reached, Yushi grew increasingly composed, the serenity in her eyes deepening further still. Everyone believed it was her. She also believed it was she who should go, until the moment when the panicked female guard, clad in a gray robe, carried her through the wilderness. The guard eventually ran out of breath. Your Highness, run. As she fell from the guard's embrace, she found herself at a loss for a considerable time. It was not until the guard's furious shout resounded once more that she realized, run. She had just begun to run. After covering a short distance, she glanced back at the guard, only to see him smiling warmly and waving at her with a look of contentment on his face. She merely cast a tranquil glance before resuming her swift pace. She was unaware of the reason behind the need to flee. It was simply that the individual had instructed her to run, and so she did. She was oblivious to the distance she had traversed, as well as the destination she was meant to reach. The myriad experiences along the way held no significance for her. The act of running was the sole imperative she felt compelled to fulfill, much like the promises they had made to themselves of protection. Until that fateful day, when a cascade of gold and silver tumbled before her, glimmering brilliantly under the blazing sun. Yet, none of it captured her attention. Only the short sword, dark and lustrous like obsidian, shimmered with resplendent hues. She picked it up and beheld the ancient short sword, which shimmered under the sunlight like a celestial expanse. Meanwhile, she found herself enveloped in a vast shadow. Beneath that obscurity, an indistinct visage uttered the word sacrifice. She recalled once more what she ought to do. To protect is to offer oneself. To become a sacrifice is to be devoured. She raised the short sword with both hands, presenting it to the man. She inquired, do you intend to consume me? She tilted her head in an attempt to discern the features of the individual, yet the brilliance of the sunlight rendered her vision unclear. The dream abruptly ceased at this juncture. Outside the window, the sunlight streamed in, radiant and vibrant. The azure sky, adorned with drifting white clouds, exuded an enchanting tranquility. She propped herself up, surveying the room, yet she could not discern the figure she longed to see. After donning her dress and pushing open the door, she beheld a figure leaning against a pillar in the courtyard. Rainy Dawn gazed intently at the person's face, her eyes quivering slightly. She saw clearly. Chapter 31. Self-deception. Upon seeing Yushi emerge, Su Yuan found himself at a loss regarding the expression that adorned his face. It was likely not a pleasant one. Yushi approached him step by step, her long, unadorned hair cascading over her shoulders, her unpainted visage radiating a tender allure, fairer than frost and whiter than snow. With each graceful stride, her ebony tresses swayed gently behind her, glimmering enchantingly under the morning sun, creating a dreamlike charm. As Su Yuan beheld the transformation of the once frail and unkempt child into this vision of beauty, he momentarily lost himself in thought. Yet, almost instinctively, he took a subtle step back, increasing the distance between them. Yushi paused, a look of bewilderment crossing her face, before lowering her gaze, as if she had erred in some way. Softly, Su Yuan spoke, there is no need to attend class any longer. It was as if he had made an exceedingly significant decision. Upon uttering those words, an inexplicable sense of relief washed over him, granting him a measure of solace. Yushi's gaze momentarily lost its focus. This had once been among the most desired phrases she longed to hear. Yet now, it resonated in her ears with a strange connotation. Her fingers, resembling delicate scallions, twisted together behind her back, the rosy hue of her knuckles paling from the pressure. How peculiar. Ever since yesterday, everything seemed to have taken on an unusual quality. Why utter such words? What do they signify? Yushi endeavored to keep her voice from sounding too despondent, striving to maintain her usual composure. I do not know. Yet her voice grew ever softer. She was at a loss for words, her mind enveloped in confusion. She could not comprehend what had transpired or why everything had changed so abruptly. She felt restless. Su Yuan gently patted the nearby package. I have already prepared everything. The necessities are all inside, along with some silver coins. The commander of the guards has informed me that the demon cavalry is approaching, and a great battle will soon ensue. This city is no longer a suitable place for habitation. However, Yushi remained perplexed. Then, there is no need for. Her underlying unease continued to surge. The carriage was ready. Su Yuan took the bundle and pushed open the grand door, revealing the waiting carriage. Accompanied by a woman and a coachman, he lifted the package and placed it inside the carriage. We shall depart from the southern gate, leaving this place behind. Su Yuan gently called out to the still motionless Yushi. Please, get on. The bewilderment in Yushi's eyes took on a palpable form. Everything had transpired so abruptly. Yet, she reluctantly acquiesced to Su Yuan's words. As the carriage swayed gently forward, Su Yuan trailed behind at a measured pace. Yushi, through the curtain, kept her gaze fixed upon Su Yuan, fearful that he might vanish in an instant, akin to that fateful night. The carriage ambled along, and the streets were nearly deserted in the early morning light. The surrounding scenery appeared as it always had, yet through Yushi's eyes, it seemed as though she were ensnared in an alternate realm. This continued until they reached the southern gate. The carriage came to a halt, and Su Yuan paused. Speaking softly, His voice was not loud, yet it clearly reached Yushi's ears. You have already understood. From now on, you may live as you wish. He smiled as he watched the carriage slowly drift away. Within the carriage, Yushi finally grasped the reality of the situation. No. She panicked. No. Why? Is it not us? She rushed bewilderedly in front of the car, yet Su Yuan stood resolutely in place, showing no sign of following. No. She yearned to disembark, yet was firmly restrained by the woman, who clutched her tightly, refusing to relent. Let me go, she cried out in desperation. But her pleas fell on deaf ears. In her violently trembling eyes, that figure was vividly reflected, yet it was unmistakably drifting away. Yushi could only watch helplessly as the figure gradually receded, until it transformed into a minuscule black dot, too small to be seen. In her eyes, the reflection of that figure could no longer be seen. With the disappearance of that silhouette, her watery gaze lost its vibrancy, descending into shades of gray. Why have I erred in my actions? She repeatedly inquired about the reason, yet received no response. She recalled that fateful night once more. As the biting wind howled in, leaving her exposed with no shelter in sight, the figure had vanished into thin air. She searched time and again, ultimately succumbing to despair. Yet, in her most desolate moment, she unexpectedly beheld him once more. Contemplating this, a flicker of life ignited in her ashen gaze, and she suddenly lunged toward the package. Fervently beginning her search, she searched with hopeful anticipation, longing for that elusive object to still be present. Yet, despite rummaging through every corner of her bag and meticulously examining each item, she found no trace of the anticipated treasure. She remained undeterred, persistently searching, hoping that in some unnoticed corner, she might discover that elusive object. Suddenly, she heard a faint jingling sound. The noise was subtle and delicate, easily drowned out by the clamor of passing carriages. Yet, it seemed to her as if a monumental hope had emerged, guiding her to unearth a solitary red thread. Adorning the thread was but a tiny silver bell, nothing more. Rainy Dawn gazed in disbelief at the red string cradled in her palm. Her eyes fixed upon it in a daze. A single tear fell silently. She clutched the red string tightly, unable to believe that the most inconceivable events were unfolding before her eyes. This time, she has truly been abandoned. However, she whispered softly, tears flowing uncontrollably. What you taught me, I had truly understood. The essence of true guardianship he imparted. Guardianship is not about self-sacrifice. It is not a fierce countenance that still begs for food when one is faint from hunger. It is not the broad and warm back that shields. Guardianship is not a furious reaction to the theft of a bowl of porridge meant for her. It is not the constant vigil at the bedside of the ill. It is not the 4 years spent in each other's company. Guardianship is simply you being by my side. Su Yuan stood still, watching the carriage recede into the distance until it vanished from view. Until the sun dipped below the horizon, weary birds returned to their nests, the stars began to twinkle, and all fell into serene silence. It was only when he felt the chill at his waist that he snapped back to reality. Su Yuan lowered his gaze to the ancient short sword in his hand, its blade dark as obsidian, akin to the night sky. Yet, where something had once been tied to the hilt, there was now an emptiness. In a moment of reverie, he envisioned that sword being picked up by a filthy little hand. How foolish. He wasn't certain to whom he directed that sentiment. He had been mistaken from the very beginning. So had Yushi. Their guardianship was, indeed, distinct. She has long understood the nature of the guardians she must confront. The vegetable people mourn. She is, indeed, the embodiment of the vegetable folk among the human race in this world. She does not need to instruct anything on her own. For years ago, she had already made her choice. Likewise, Su Yuan had also made his decision 4 years prior. From the moment he laid eyes on Yushi, from the instant she raised her sword and locked gazes with him, from the very first question she posed to him, he had made his choice. Not at this moment. He was merely deceiving himself. Su Yuan chuckled bitterly, deep within his heart. He had never regarded Yushi as a true sacrifice. Chapter 32. The Demon Army. Now that he could finally confront himself, Su Yuan felt an overwhelming sense of liberation. He turned and strode purposefully into the city, a quiet exhilaration bubbling within him. There remained a matter of utmost importance. His gaze shifted to the distant horizon, where the emissary from the imperial capital approached. At the moment the captain of the guards caught sight of Su Yuan, his expression was one of immense frustration. Why haven't you left yet? I cannot delay much longer. The emissary is not alone. She represents the imperial capital and its influential families. If they discover you here, you might be able to protect yourself, but what about Yushi? Su Yuan shook his head. The captain grew more urgent. I know you are formidable, but the imperial capital is teeming with experts. I have encountered many who are your equal. If you take Yushi and flee, there may be a glimmer of hope. Once surrounded, there will be no escape. Su Yuan again shook his head, but this time he spoke. Tell me about the strengths of the various factions in the imperial capital, as well as the might of the demon army. The captain stared at him in disbelief. What are you planning? Even if you alone, combined with all the guards in this city, confronted either side, you would be easily consumed. I can only do so much. I cannot abandon the people I have sworn to protect. No, Su Yuan countered, we will confront the demon army. You are mad. The captain truly believed Su Yuan was unable to accept reality and had begun to fantasize. Nevertheless, he urged him, the city has merely 2,070 guards. Our meager force would be akin to striking a stone with an egg. Moreover, we bear the duty of defending this city. If we leave, what will become of the citizens? Yet, in a moment of reflection, the captain recalled his first encounter with Su Yuan. At that time, Su Yuan stood alone with a sword amidst a sea of bloody corpses, his aura of slaughter so palpable that even a seasoned general like him found it suffocating. 800 demon riders, even without the presence of demon masters, to resolve such a situation single-handedly seemed impossible. Undoubtedly, Su Yuan's prowess was beyond the grasp of a mere city guard commander. Even so, the notion of abandoning the city to lead 2,000 men against the demon army was unfathomable. Not even Su Yuan could achieve that. Su Yuan displayed no dissatisfaction at the captain's skepticism. His expression was devoid of sorrow or joy, only a calm explanation. Do you think that once the people from the imperial capital have pursued us here, knowing that Yushi is within this city, we could escape even if I took her with me? Upon hearing this, the captain quickly grasped Su Yuan's intent. He sighed. While I am unaware of the intricate power struggles among the great families of the imperial capital over the years, since they have tracked us down to this point, your only option is to flee. It is a desperate choice. Most would have no other recourse. Su Yuan's face remained expressionless, yet his eyes grew increasingly resolute and bright. Do you remember the words you once shared with me? The captain faltered, confused. Relying on others is inferior to relying on oneself, Su Yuan murmured softly. Only by seizing power into our own hands can we achieve our desires. He turned to the 1,000-strong garrison outside the tent. I can provide you with the invincible demon-repelling essence and the anti-demon pills. With these two gifts, 2,000 men will suffice against the demon army. The captain had never heard of such miraculous phenomena. However, having witnessed Su Yuan single-handedly vanquish 800 demon riders, he felt compelled to believe him. If what Su Yuan claimed was true, that the demon-repelling essence was invincible and the pills impenetrable, then he remained skeptical. But what is the cost? He was no naive child to believe in such wonders without a price. At the mention of cost, a flicker of hesitation crossed Su Yuan's face, yet he pressed on. Whatever the cost may be, bring forth death row inmates. Though still doubtful, the captain ordered the arrival of 10 death row inmates. Some wailed in desperation, while others cursed everyone around them. Each of these prisoners had committed heinous crimes and were scheduled for execution next month. Su Yuan observed the death row inmates, drawing his ancient short sword. How dare you brandish weapons in front of me? When I was killing, you weren't even born. One particularly brutish inmate spat. Su Yuan's eyes were devoid of emotion as he swiftly drove the short sword into the inmate's throat. The man's eyes bulged in shock as he collapsed. With the inmate's fall, Su Yuan sensed a surge of energy within his sword. He unleashed a stream of pure essence into the captain's body. This essence would last for half a month, granting even an ordinary person the strength to confront a demon. Though the captain still harbored doubts, he felt a peculiar change within himself. A surge of energy enveloped him. If a demon appeared before him, he felt he could shatter its skull with a single punch. Instantly, he believed 8 parts of Su Yuan's words. Su Yuan swiftly dealt with the remaining death row inmates, casting 5 pills and 4 streams of essence into 5 individuals. Thus, it was done. These men marveled at the newfound energy and pills within them, as the demonic aura spread throughout the world. Those who inhaled it for long periods would grow weak or even succumb to its influence. Yet, at that moment, they felt the corruption of the demonic energy vanish completely. Su Yuan was indeed correct. The golden talent of demon repelling was markedly different from the sword's name. The sword's name sought to bestow power upon sacrifices, while demon repelling, with mere blood offerings, could continually bestow strength. At that moment, Su Yuan felt no hesitation. He recalled Yushi's delicate smile, the soft form resting in his embrace, her mournful gaze, and her earnest expression as she spoke to him. He declared coldly, "Bring all the death row inmates to me. The new book has made its debut. And during this period, data is of utmost importance. Dear readers, your encouragement for updates is greatly appreciated. If you could offer gifts, I would be exceedingly grateful. Even if you wish to nurture the book, please turn to the last chapter daily to count as a follow-up read, as this positively influences the recommendation mechanism. Thank you immensely. If you find the content enjoyable, I humbly request that you leave a favorable review. The more praise received, the more updates will follow, and the more gifts will be cherished." Chapter 33. The Slaughter of the Demon Crow. On this night, you have slain nearly 100 condemned prisoners, bestowing the purified essence and elixirs upon a select group of valiant warriors. These individuals, handpicked by the city's commander, are elite light cavalry, each one a formidable fighter. Armed with finely crafted steel blades and clad in light armor, their imposing stature is augmented by the blessings of the purified essence and elixirs, rendering them seemingly invincible. This squad is personally led by the city's commander, who implicitly acknowledges your leadership and awaits your commands. The demonic army has drawn near, with signs of their iron cavalry and monstrous beasts lurking just a few dozen miles beyond the city walls. Under the cover of night, you lead this valiant group to engage the closest demonic forces. You traverse the darkness for several miles until you encounter a resting horde of monstrous beasts. Fearsome creatures transformed by dark magic, exuding an aura of terror. Such entities are notoriously difficult to combat. Conventional armies often suffer heavy losses, achieving a Pyrrhic victory at best. Even if they manage to defeat the beasts, the lingering dark energy can lead to their own demise, resulting in mutual destruction. Leading the charge, You wield an ancient short sword, unleashing waves of purifying essence as you plunge into the throngs of monsters. You are the bane of these creatures, facing them with unerring success. Behind you, a cadre of light cavalry follows closely, brandishing their long blades and spears, each strike releasing faint trails of purifying essence. A single slash leaves deep gashes upon the beast's tough hides, while a thrust can pierce through their formidable bones. The dark energy emanating from the monsters cannot harm them in the slightest. The middle-aged commander has never felt such exhilaration as he does now. Decades of pent-up frustration are released with each swing of his blade. In the past, they could only defend a city or a strategic location, relying on numbers to hold back the demonic forces. Yet now, they find themselves cutting through the monsters as if traversing an uninhabited landscape. All thanks to the figure at the forefront. He fixes his gaze on a dark steed ahead, upon which rides a cold and resolute youth. With each strike, swathes of monsters fall, each inflicted with a single, fatal wound. The precision of this control is nothing short of astonishing. As he observes the youth's face, the commander suddenly realizes that in these 4 years, his appearance has seemingly remained unchanged. A sudden flapping sound interrupts his thoughts. A noise so powerful it surpasses that of any eagle. The commander is momentarily taken aback, for he can only imagine the colossal beast responsible for such a sound. In this remote little town, there exists a human expert. Yet, having encountered me, they shall soon meet their end. In the darkness, a massive black crow descends from the clouds, its sharp claws glinting coldly, and its beak stained with crimson blood, locking onto you. Its wings obscure the moonlight. But in the next moment, the black feathers cascade down like a torrential rain. The enormous crow crashes to the ground, its wings separating from its body, drifting down in segments. Dark blood, infused with malevolent energy, flows like a river from the creature's body. The crow's eyes, once filled with shock, now brim with abject terror as it pleads for mercy. Yet, you pay it no heed, stepping before its fallen form, your ancient short sword raised high. In the crow's fearful and desperate gaze, the blade plunges into its vital point. In an instant, the dark energy within it dissipates, while the malevolent blood is drawn towards your sword. The obsidian blade ignites with blood-red patterns that writhe and pulse, consuming the dark essence from the crow. You sense that you can now bestow a significant amount of purifying essence and elixirs, nearly 200 in total. Not far away, the cavalry, still reeling from the crow's assault, watches in awe at this bizarre blood ritual, an involuntary dread creeping upon them. However, the middle-aged commander speaks up, undeterred by the spectacle. If this grants us the power to eliminate demons, I would willingly pay any price, even if it means embracing dark powers. Though he pays no mind to the cost. He recognizes this as a form of dark magic. Unlike the malevolence of the monsters, which is rooted in pure darkness, what they receive is derived from this blood ritual. This too can be considered a different form of darkness. The light cavalry share similar sentiments. They are not repulsed, for if it allows them to slay demons, they would embrace any means necessary. Their fear arises solely from witnessing this strange blood ritual. In my village, I was the only one who escaped alive. If it means ridding the world of these vile creatures, I would brave any peril. Yes, I swore to my ancestors that one day I would eradicate all demons. In the past, I would have hesitated to return home and face my kin, but now, I can do so without shame. After years of hiding within the city, enduring the torment of witnessing suffering and cannibalism, I have had enough. What does death matter? The resolve in their eyes strengthens, and they regard you with newfound respect. Upon returning to the city drenched in dark blood, the gatekeeper can hardly believe that all have returned unscathed. Not a single soul has perished. Moreover, apart from the dark blood, there are no signs of taint from the malevolent energy. What perplexes him further is that these cavalrymen, who had languished in the city for years, now exude a completely different aura, one of rejuvenation, filled with fighting spirit and confidence. A stark contrast to the listlessness they once displayed. These men, once mere shadows of their former selves, have transformed in a single night. All eyes are fixed upon you, brimming with admiration. The crow you vanquished was indeed a formidable demon, capable of speech, and held a high status among its kin. You nod in acknowledgement. This crow, by your estimation, had only achieved the pinnacle of its own power, barely able to influence the external world. At most, it had just entered the 4th rank of strength. You turn to the middle-aged commander, inquiring about the respective strengths of the demon forces in the imperial capital. Chapter 34. The arrival of the blacks and the formidable beings of the demon race seldom reveal themselves, yet when they do, they possess the uncanny ability to rend the hearts of the most skilled warriors dispatched by the imperial capital, devouring them whole. The records of demon warriors are replete with names of great renown. From the demon hounds that could swallow 100,000 troops in one gulp to the demon fiends that could lay waste to over a dozen cities with but a breath. However, none are as formidable as the demon lord, whose mere hand is said to eclipse the sun, invoking storms of thunder and lightning with a mere thought, casting a shadow over the entire demon realm. The middle-aged general bore a hint of trepidation upon his countenance. Yet, none had ever witnessed the demon lord in action. Some 10 years prior, while accompanying a general on a campaign, I encountered a mountain-like demon bone. It toyed with a full battalion of 30,000 heavy cavalry as if they were mere insects, and I merely survived by a stroke of luck. Su Yuan contemplated silently, pondering the ominous strength of the demon lord. As for other demon warriors, judging by the prowess of the demon crow, They were at least of the 4th tier and above. Nevertheless, he felt no inkling of dread, for he was a natural nemesis to these fiends. Yet, therein lay his own vulnerability. What of the imperial capital? Surely, it must have a few capable warriors to uphold its defenses. Otherwise, humanity would not have persisted until now. The middle-aged commander nodded in agreement, acknowledging that at least a century ago, the imperial capital had an old sword immortal, a figure capable of withstanding the onslaught of the demon race. However, as the old sword immortal's interventions waned, the demons grew ever more rampant, leading to the establishment of the tranquility rite. He ceased his discourse and turned his gaze towards Su Yuan. The latter remained silent until after a pause, he remarked, "There are many unclear matters within this, and it seems the situation is not as simple as it appears." The middle-aged commander noted Su Yuan's reluctance to delve into the tranquility rite, uncertain whether it stemmed from indifference or evasion. He nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed. As you have said, many of these matters must be addressed with that exalted individual in the imperial capital, along with the numerous prominent families." "Oh, who is that individual you speak of?" "The direct overseer of the imperial envoy, the one who inherited the legacy of the old sword immortal, gained the trust of the previous emperor, and ultimately entrusted the entire dynasty into her hands. She is none other than the current empress." As he spoke of her, the middle-aged commander elaborated with greater fervor. "This empress is known for her formidable resolve. Even before her marriage into the palace, she was already a renowned sword immortal, possessing innate beauty and an enchanting grace. Her sword dance is ethereal and boundless, exuding an air of celestial elegance. In that year, she triumphed in the martial arts competition, astonishing all with her exceptional skills, prompting the aging emperor to summon her to the palace after merely a glance. She accepted her fate with grace, and within 3 short years, she ascended from a mere concubine to the esteemed position of empress. Thereafter, she diligently assisted in governance, with the old emperor entrusting her with numerous affairs. Following the emperor's passing, it was only natural for her to ascend the throne, becoming a true sovereign. Upon her coronation, she dispatched envoys far and wide, each envoy a reflection of her own presence. The 8 prominent families, including the Qian, Li, Zhao, and Tang clans, unified under her influence, remaining obedient to her ever since. At this point, the middle-aged commander sighed deeply. The rivalries among these noble families were far more intense than the average person could fathom. The 8 great families had existed for centuries, their historical grievances accumulating to an almost irreconcilable extent. I hail from a collateral branch of the Zhao family. In tracing back 3 generations, my lineage once thrived. However, due to the relentless strife among the families, we have fallen into decline, leading to our present state. At this juncture, Su Yuan began to grasp the dynamics between the imperial capital and the demon tribe. Recognizing the crux of the matter, he softly inquired about the distance from their location to the imperial capital as the demon army approached. It was over 2,000 miles away. A forced march would take more than half a month, while swift horses could traverse it in 3 to 5 days. Su Yuan chuckled lightly, standing atop the city wall, gazing towards the direction of the imperial capital, where flames blazed fiercely. The commander Zhao, who had idled away decades of his middle age, remained unaware of Su Yuan's thoughts. Yet he began to sense what Su Yuan intended to do. Meanwhile, Yushi was oblivious to when she had fallen asleep, perhaps having exhausted herself from weeping. She opened her eyes, tears still trickling down the corners, cascading from one side of her face. She had a dream, a continuation of the last one. In that previous dream, she raised her sword high above her head and asked the figure whose face she could not discern, "Do you wish to consume me?" This question found its answer in her current dream. The person, whose visage remained obscured in the sunlight, replied that he did not feast upon humans. He then gently ruffled her hair, a soft gesture that evoked an unprecedented sensation within her. It was as if she could wholeheartedly trust and surrender herself to this large hand. He inquired about her name, and in turn, she asked for his. He introduced himself as Mr. Magic Sword. She found it quite peculiar and utterly mismatched. She did not perceive this person as having any connection to demons. Demons are known to devour humans, and she was born for that very purpose. Yet he was not. Yushi turned her gaze once more to the red string held tightly in her palm, the silver bell jingling melodiously with the jolts of the carriage. She curled her body tighter, her eyes once again blurred by tears. The hand gripping the red string was so tight that her nails sank into flesh, crimson blood oozing forth and staining the red cord. Yet, Yushi felt none of it. Given a choice, she would rather be devoured whole by the demon lord than endure the agony of this separation. When the dawn of the following day illuminated the city, the populace was thrown into an uproar. The cause? A massive black crow hung at the city gate. Its wings were pieced together in fragments, and at the heart of its body lay a gaping, bottomless cavity, drained of blood. A special envoy from the imperial capital, a woman clad in gray robes, approached the black crow and observed it in silence before suddenly turning to Captain Zhao with a cold inquiry. "Who did this?" "I merely instructed you to locate the individual in the portrait, not to." Before she could finish, a thunderous roar echoed from beyond the city, a cacophony that seemed to shake the very mountains. "Who killed my son?" Captain Zhao hurried to the city wall, only to witness the horizon outside shrouded in darkness, the skies overtaken by the ominous presence of the demon army. Even though he had mentally prepared for this moment, It was not the sight of the army that terrified him most. Suspended above them was a colossal black sun. The instant he beheld this dark orb, his heart seized with dread. It radiated an oppressive brilliance, even larger than the golden sun above, enveloped in an eerie and terrifying black light. This shadowy luminescence was both mysterious and frigid, penetrating through his pores, accompanied by sinister whispers that gnawed at his mind, making those with even a hint of weakness yearn to tear their heads asunder. Fortunately, with the aid of a medicinal pill, Captain Zhao felt a modicum of relief. Though some soldiers on the nearby walls had already knelt, trembling uncontrollably, while others were in a state of utter despair. Below, the citizens clutched their heads in panic, black vapor seeping from their eyes. Gritting his teeth, Captain Zhao fixed his gaze upon the dark sun, only to discern that within it lurked an enormous black bird. If ancient tales spoke of the golden crow, this would surely be deemed the black crow. The gray-robed woman, upon catching sight of the black bird, could no longer maintain her icy demeanor, her expression twisted in horror. Yet, in the next instant, the black sun surged forward, hovering directly above the city walls. It was so close that one could merely tilt their head to behold the transformation of the black bird into this ominous celestial body. As the dark sun approached, bizarre phenomena intensified 100-fold, throwing the city into chaos. Soldiers bashed their heads against the ground, as if something were burrowing within their minds, while the black mist pouring from their eyes spilled forth uncontrollably. The citizens screamed and fled, only to succumb to a frenzy, entangled in dark energies that led them to lash out at one another. Under the shadow of the black sun, the city had metamorphosed into a hellish realm reminiscent of a demon's lair. As the black bird descended upon the walls, it immediately spotted the black crow hanging at the city gate and locked its gaze onto the gray-robed envoy. In a fit of rage, it struck down upon her. And as the walls crumbled, the envoy found herself buried beneath a heap of stone and debris, the sound of shattering bones ringing clear. You wish to die? Is it that you no longer wish to have a rightful empress? Do you truly desire the annihilation of your kind? Do you believe that I will fulfill your desires and transform all human territory into demon soil, burying everyone alongside my son? The gray-robed woman attempted to utter a response, but only torrents of blood erupted from her mouth, rendering her speechless. The terror and panic in her eyes had materialized, rendering her unable to maintain her former composure. Her dilated pupils reflected only the menacing talons of the dark raven, sharp as iron and gold, and the malevolent gaze of its avian eyes. The dark raven, still unsated, used its pointed beak to extract the black crow from the collapsed city gate, swallowing it whole. An even more furious shriek reverberated in everyone's ears, causing many to bleed from their ears, their minds ensnared by a cacophony of torment. My child is drained of blood, left with nothing. Nothing at all. Well done, well done. I shall turn your human realm into demonic soil, where you shall endure the scorching of black flames, never to escape for all eternity. Yet, a light and airy voice drifted through the wind. You have slain the young, and now the old have come. Do you wish to be drained of blood too? A figure, not imposing yet strangely reassuring, stepped forth. The young man's eyes glinted with an icy stare, imbued with infinite murderous intent. Chapter 35, The Demon-Slaying Army Stands. It is you. Who has slain my child? A thunderous voice of rage erupted as the black sun swelled ominously, seemingly on the verge of exploding. However, Su Yuan, who approached with a calm demeanor, merely raised his short sword towards the black sun. With a single stroke, it seemed as if he pierced the very heavens, akin to the birth of the universe itself. The stunning radiance of his sword captivated the dark raven's attention, which could not evade it, forced to watch as the breathtaking light reached it in the blink of an eye. Within the black sun, the raven's once sinister gaze transformed into one of pure panic. It no longer yearned for vengeance, only to escape this place. Yet, it failed. The black sun plummeted. The headless demon army descended into chaos, some demons losing control, engaging in fratricidal combat, while others charged towards the city. Behind you, a cavalry of 100 surged forth. You bestowed the purifying essence and elixirs garnered from the blood sacrifice of the Black Crow, resulting in a contingent of 200 demon-slaying light cavalry. They charged at the oncoming demon cavalry. Thousands of demon riders surged forward, colliding with the 200 light cavalry like a dark tide engulfing silver arrows. Yet, the silver arrows held their ground. The foremost light cavalry faced a multitude of demon riders, each one grotesque and cadaverous, brandishing a myriad of weapons. As one fell, another took their place. Not a single soldier from this light cavalry retreated. They were like arrows, piercing through the dark tide, striking with lethal precision, bringing down throngs of demon riders. After puncturing through the ranks of the demon cavalry, they swiftly pivoted, charging towards the rear of the enemy. Fearless and emboldened for the first time, they possessed the strength to counter the demon riders, their eyes ablaze with madness. After several fierce skirmishes among the thousands of demon riders, they finally scattered the enemy, sustaining losses of less than 20%. However, even more demon cavalry and creatures surged forth, driven by instinct, attacking without strategy. Despite the light cavalry's ability to slay foes outnumbering them, they could not halt the overwhelming tide of demons. They fought valiantly outside the city, and with the absence of the Black Sun's influence, the soldiers within the city began to recover. Covered in blood, Commander Zhao crawled out from the rubble of the collapsed wall. Fortunately, he had only sustained some bruises and quickly began issuing commands. The remaining soldiers, organized by the centurions, formed a defensive line to block the breach in the collapsed wall. while others took up positions behind the walls. You approached the corpse of the Dark Raven. Not all demons could perform blood sacrifices, but a creature like the Dark Raven certainly could. Su Yuan understood he could not withstand the sheer number of demons alone, even if he survived. The outcome would leave him as the sole survivor. Perhaps a few light cavalry who had received the invulnerability elixirs remained. Thus, he required more soldiers imbued with the power to vanquish demons. He needed an army, a demon-slaying army, under the watchful eyes of countless soldiers. He stood atop the Dark Raven's corpse, raising his short sword high before plunging it into the creature's body. The sword, like a beast thirsting for blood, drained every drop of the Raven's life essence, igniting crimson patterns upon the blade. This scene etched itself deeply into the minds of all the soldiers. Su Yuan felt the purifying essence and elixirs he could bestow swell within him, the Dark Raven's formidable strength yielding a bountiful sacrifice. He could at least endow over 1,000. Standing atop the Raven's corpse, he nodded towards Commander Zhao atop the city wall. The middle-aged man, still smeared with blood, immediately understood. He summoned squads of soldiers, led by centurions, to the Raven's side. Su Yuan waved his hand, bestowing waves of purifying essence and elixirs. Countless streams of essence and white light swirled around him, resembling a deity. He appeared entirely transformed from the one who had just performed the blood sacrifice. The thought arose in the minds of the soldiers gazing up at him. He embodied both divinity and darkness. As the translucent purifying essence and elixirs entered their bodies, these formerly ordinary soldiers felt the Dark Raven's influence dissipate. Those who had approached too closely to the black sun, already afflicted, found the darkness retreating from their eyes. The chilling energy within them dispelled by the elixirs, warmth returning to their bodies. The maddening whispers in their minds ceased, and signs of frenzy vanished. Such divine phenomena led them to recall the valiant light cavalry outside the city. Could they, too, slay demons? Once resigned to certain death, the soldiers' fighting spirit surged exponentially. The recipients of the gifts advanced to the breach in the city wall, each one raising their weapons with newfound fervor, the tip shimmering with the essence of purifying light. Even with over 1,000 endowed soldiers, the battle for resistance remained a costly victory, faced with an enemy tenfold their numbers. The endowed soldiers formed a defensive line at the breach, preventing the demons from easily infiltrating the city. You joined the fray. Yet the sheer number of demons made it impossible to kill them all in a timely manner. Reports of breaches from 3 other directions echoed, walls crumbled, and demons poured in. The soldiers transitioned to fortify the city, but the defense continued to shrink, ultimately converging on your position. All were consumed by the bloodlust of battle. Oblivious to the situation within the city or the fate of others, fixated solely on keeping the relentless tide of demons at bay. No one knew how long they fought until the black mass of demons before them suddenly diminished, leaving behind a field strewn with corpses of demons and men. The remnants of the small city reduced to ruins, stained by mingled black and red blood, transforming the remnants into a demon realm. Only a fraction of the endowed soldiers who had fought alongside you survived. She still drew breath, exhausted yet resolutely clinging to life. Commander Zhao brought the woman clad in gray robes before Su Yuan. With Su Yuan present, the breach in the wall, initially crushed by the dark claw, stood more resilient than ever. The surviving soldiers gathered around Su Yuan, their faces numb, oblivious to the tally of demons and creatures they had slain. The scene unfolding in the city filled Commander Zhao with a pang of sorrow. There were 472 remaining, of which 106 were grievously wounded. Yet, they had survived. Despite his grief, Commander Zhao felt a flicker of solace. He recognized a glimmer of hope, the hope of enduring the tide of darkness. No army had ever emerged unscathed from such an onslaught, yet they had done it. The gray-robed woman, brought before him, was barely clinging to life. Yet she beheld the horrifying spectacle before her. This sight was even more shocking than witnessing the descent of the Dark Raven. So many soldiers had survived the tide of darkness? Was it you who vanquished the Black Raven? Upon uttering these words, she was seized by a violent fit of coughing, spitting forth several mouthfuls of blood. Her innards were shattered, yet as an envoy of the imperial capital, her power was formidable. Commander Zhao contemplated that before this young man wielding a sword, no one could truly be deemed formidable. He further elucidated that every envoy of the imperial capital underwent secretive methods to fortify their bodies. Otherwise, they would have perished long ago. Nevertheless, even so, this gray-robed woman would not endure much longer. Receiving no response from Su Yuan, the gray-robed woman, undeterred, summoned her last ounce of strength to inquire, "Who exactly are you?" She harbored doubts regarding the courage of those soldiers who merely cowered behind the formidable city walls, questioning their audacity to confront the demon race to such an extent, let alone survive amidst the onslaught of the demonic tide. Moreover, they had succeeded in vanquishing the formidable demon lords, Black Raven and Black Crow. Her dying gaze fell upon Su Yuan. "Who are you?" The breathtaking sword strike from Su Yuan not only captivated the attention of the dark figure, but also stirred the very essence of the world. As if drawing the heart of the universe to that singular blade, such a sword technique. She had only heard tales of it being wielded by the elder sword immortal of the previous generation. Yet, this was not the most terrifying aspect. Su Yuan had invoked the blood sacrifice of the dark figure to bestow upon her the purifying energy and elixir of the demon-dispelling army. The bizarre crimson blood ritual and the grand, purifying energy of the demon-dispelling army, two fundamentally opposing forces, manifested within the same individual. To her, Su Yuan's silhouette appeared as a blend of divine and demonic, embodying both righteousness and malevolence. Su Yuan merely approached her with his sword in hand, observing her fading vitality, as if he were addressing her, or perhaps proclaiming to the entire cosmos, "We are the demon-dispelling army." He tightened his grip on the hilt. "I am the commander of the demon-dispelling army." His unassuming voice gently resonated within the hearts of all the surviving souls present. The soldiers who remained, regardless of their ability to move, gazed up at him in silent reverence. No one dared to voice dissent. It seemed as though Su Yuan was born to lead them. In the next moment, the sword in Su Yuan's hand pierced the chest of the gray-robed woman, the eerie blood ritual re-emerging. The gray-robed woman felt her last breath being siphoned away, her eyes vacant as she murmured, "Demon army." This term felt distant and unfamiliar to her. Su Yuan leaned close to her ear and whispered, "The demon-dispelling army is established. The blood sacrifice shall cease." In that instant, the gray-robed woman experienced a fleeting clarity before her body fell heavily to the ground. The final image that lingered in her mind was of the little prince she had seen 4 years prior during the farewell of the blood sacrifice. The indifferent expressions of those around the prince contrasted starkly with his calm demeanor, as if he had already accepted the fate that awaited him. His eyes, devoid of any tremor, conveyed an unsettling serenity, as if he were not the one destined to be the offering. Yushi gazed out the window of the inn, where birds chirped merrily among the branches, the market buzzed with incessant calls, and people flowed to and fro beneath the blue sky in white clouds. Everything appeared as though nothing had transpired. It felt as if her experiences were merely an unexpected interlude, stirring only a slight ripple within her heart before being engulfed by the torrent of the world, leaving no trace behind, ultimately submerged in the forgotten recesses of history. No one knew, and no one remembered. Yushi released her tightly clenched hands, the dried blood on her snow-white palms starkly contrasting like twisted crimson scars. The red cord, stained with an uncountable number of blood droplets, along with the blood-tinged silver bell, gently swayed, producing a faint jingling sound. Yet, the most crucial element that should have been tied to it was missing. No matter how many times she looked, it would not return. As Yushi was lost in contemplation of the red cord, a woman pushed open the door and entered. Yushi did not turn her head. Yet the woman's words resonated in her ears. "Little she, you should eat something. We must continue on our journey after resting for a night. You won't be able to endure the road without some sustenance." In just a day's time, Yushi's once plump and radiant face had become considerably gaunt. Her eyes devoid of sparkle, lost in thought. "My benefactor instructed us to flee towards the northwest, the furthest from the invasion of the demon clan. Please do not blame me. If it were not for my benefactor, my child's remains would still lie in the desolate demon lands. Thanks to him, we were able to give the child a proper burial." Yushi recalled a time when Su Yuan had left on a journey soon after they settled in the city. He had vanished for a while, only to return with an entire cart filled with gold and silver, bringing the child's remains along the way. Yushi shook her head weakly, murmuring, "Is there any news from Li Yuan City?" Though merely 4 years had passed, the name Li Yuan had become indelibly etched in her memory. She will never forget the countless days and nights spent in that remote little town called Li Yuan, sharing the same courtyard with that person, a beauty that seemed almost unreal. The woman shook her head, asserting that it had only been a day. Surely nothing significant had occurred. If there were any matters of importance, they would have been alerted in advance. Rest assured, once we find a suitable place to settle, I will certainly inquire about news from Li Yuan for you. Rainy Dawn's gaze inevitably grew slightly somber. Let us hope for the best. She gently parted her lips, uttering a barely audible sound. Yet, the turmoil within her heart was incessant. The demon sword master had spoken. The demonic army was already drawing near. "We must depart. My husband has prepared the carriage." The woman approached Yushi, cautiously extending her hand to assist her. The very posture made Yushi acutely aware that she had no alternative. A glimmer of sorrow flickered in her eyes. Wherever she went after leaving him, it would all be the same. Rainy Dawn obediently allowed herself to be ushered by the woman into the carriage. Casting a final glance towards the direction from whence she came, she longed to pierce through the intervening distance to glimpse the current state of that person. Yet, she could not see. She beheld the rising dawn, radiant with a blood-red brilliance, its unwelcoming light cascading upon her. She yearned to extend her hand. Yet upon feeling the frigid air outside, she instinctively withdrew it. Chapter 36. Slaying demons or merely surviving. Commander Zhao leaned against the ruins of the city wall, recuperating his strength. The air was thick with a foul stench, as mountains of demon corpses, dark and grotesque, loomed around him, while rivers of putrid, dark red blood pooled at his feet. "Does that sword have a name?" Commander Zhao inquired of those nearby. He recalled the fleeting brilliance of that sword's light, which had captivated the hearts and minds of all beings in an instant, rendering them oblivious to everything else. The first sword of demon slaying Su Yuan initially intended to say, but then reconsidered, finding the title rather lacking. No, it currently lacks a specific name. It stems from the first style of the demon-slaying sword technique, thus it may be referred to as the first sword of demon-slaying. Commander Zhao's gaze turned ethereal. "Ah, the demon-slaying sword technique. What a remarkable art. Might I request to learn it?" Su Yuan shook his head but then added, "This technique should not be disseminated lightly. However, I could share my insights on swordsmanship. Let us call this compilation the Li Yuan Demon Slaying Sword Classic. Li Yuan Demon Slaying Sword Classic. Li Yuan Demon Slaying Sword Classic. Splendid. We shall follow you in practicing the Li Yuan Demon Slaying Sword Classic." Though the surroundings were grim, the survivors bore an altered demeanor, one that reflected a rebirth from their previous numbness. Exhausted to their core, yet their eyes still burned with the fervor of battle. The soldiers lay amidst the crimson-stained river, for the first time feeling the essence of life coursing through them. Having rested sufficiently, Commander Zhao approached Su Yuan. "You have slain the envoy from the imperial capital. What are your plans henceforth?" Su Yuan replied nonchalantly. She was destined to perish anyway. Commander Zhao grasped Su Yuan's implication. The envoy had come to retrieve Yushi for a ritual, sealing her fate. Our next course of action remains the slaying of demons. Su Yuan pointed her sword toward a distant direction, which ominously aligned with the imperial capital. Previously, she had mentioned that the demon army had breached Guang'an City, Linqiao City, and Mozhan City, now encroaching upon the imperial capital. We shall pursue along the periphery of this route. Commander Zhao, following Su Yuan's indication, realized the significance of the location. His expression shifting as he hesitated. "You do not intend to take advantage of this moment. The common folk and soldiers are not as enlightened as you presume. Let alone the imperial court, firmly under the emperor's control. Should we assault the imperial capital?" Su Yuan laughed gently, halting Commander Zhao's train of thought. "What are you imagining? It is not yet at that stage." Her gaze turned profoundly deep. "Our journey is still solely for the purpose of slaying demons." Commander Zhao's face manifested a contemplative expression. After a night of rest, the soldiers rummaged through the ruins for sustenance and restored their encampment. The following day, save for a few tending to the incapacitated, they set forth toward the imperial capital. En route, they encountered the first city, fervently preparing for the impending demon army. They gathered the remaining soldiers from Li Yuan City. Recuperating within this medium-sized fortification, they relayed that the principal force of the demon army had breached Guang'an City, advancing in a straight line through Linqiao City and Mozhan City toward the imperial capital. The scattered remnants of the demon forces were spreading along this breach, extending toward the cities flanking the route. Multiple reconnaissance cavalry units dispatched had gone silent, and it was likely that an indeterminate number of demons had already reached the outskirts of the city. The remnants from Li Yuan City were regarded merely as cowardly stragglers who had fled before the siege could commence. You halted Commander Zhao's inclination to explain. You did not even raise the banner of the demon-slaying army. Instead, you requested a specific number of horses, precisely matching the number of skilled riders among your troops. This time, you took the lead, riding a dark steed at the forefront. They charged out of the city, an absurdity. Who permitted them to leave? Hearing the news, the vice commander hurried to the city gate, only to see a cavalry unit of over 200 vanish into the horizon amidst the swirling dust. The gatekeeper frowned. Is this the commander's intent? The vice commander grew anxious. Were these men insane? If they sought death, why not perish in Li Yuan City? He had a certain camaraderie with Commander Zhao, and seeing him amongst the ranks stirred nostalgia, causing his eyes to glisten with unshed tears. The vice commander muttered to himself, "Damn it, is it merely because they could not hold the city? What is the big deal?" The LLB laughed at a bit. "But who genuinely looks down upon you? In this world, anyone could find themselves in the same predicament. They come here, eager to find death before even catching up with me. Don't they understand that it is better to live than to die?" At some point, the leader of the city's garrison appeared behind him, offering a comforting pat on the shoulder. "I have not been informed of the specifics regarding Li Yuan City by Commander Zhao. I only know it has been reduced to ruins. They might be enduring torment at all hours, arriving here as guests. They must prove themselves, lest they be forever deemed inferior, subjected to ridicule with that." The leader began to murmur, seemingly revealing his true thoughts. Should they wish to venture out, let them. They might also gauge the strength of the demon forces, allowing us to strategize our defenses. As long as the demons are not numerous, we can still hold the city with some sacrifice. The lives lost would not weigh upon him, naturally. Upon hearing such words from his direct superior, the vice commander felt constrained to voice his concerns, silently clenching his fists in frustration. Yet, less than half an hour later, he was startled by the thunderous sound of hooves. Instantly alert, he questioned, could the demons have been lured into an assault? But in the next moment, everyone atop the walls, including the vice commander, beheld a formidable legion of human cavalry emerging over the horizon. The vice commander and the commanding officers, possessing keen eyesight, discerned that the weapons wielded by these riders were adorned with the grotesque heads of demons. It was not until the cavalry reached the city gate that the onlookers could comprehend the scene before them. Still entranced by the dripping black blood from the demon leaders' severed heads, the vice commander found Commander Zhao among the ranks, surprisingly positioned beside a young man who appeared to be leading the charge. The gatekeeper meticulously counted the number of riders, and as he reached the end, his face paled, and he exclaimed in shock, "Not a single one is missing." Surrounded by those who heard his words, especially the commander and vice commander of the city's garrison, their expressions transformed into a vivid display of astonishment. Su Yuan noticed the astonished gazes directed at him from the city gate. With a swift motion, he hurled the severed head of the demon leader to the ground. The light cavalry behind him mirrored his actions, discarding the demon's body with precision. Each soldier bore a distinct aura of determination and confidence, a sharp energy gathering above them, their murderous intent seemingly reverberating through the walls of the city. This could not possibly be a defeated army. What manner of troops were these? The vice commander could only feel an overwhelming sense of shock and confusion. Commander Zhao, how many demons are outside the city? The officer beside the vice commander could no longer contain his curiosity. Commander Zhao, with a solemn fist salute towards the city wall, responded. General Li, there are 500 demon cavalry outside, and nearly 1,000 other demonic creatures have been completely vanquished, scattering into disarray. A new wave of murmurs erupted among the soldiers atop the walls. Even if they could hold their ground against such numbers, the cost would be significant. Yet, this contingent of fewer than 200 light cavalry had managed to eliminate them without sustaining any losses? Were they truly a band of retreating soldiers? Commander Zhao spoke again. If there are doubts, you may send scouts to verify the truth. When the sun rose the following day, General Li, accompanied by numerous vice commanders and over 1,000 soldiers, arrived at the site where the demons had been eradicated, only to be met with an eerie silence. The ground was littered with the remains of demons, torn apart by long blades or pierced by spears, leaving behind gaping holes revealing their blackened flesh. Stretching for miles was a colossal demon ape, kneeling on the ground, unscathed and appearing as if it were still alive. No one dared to approach the demon ape. Yet from the center of the soldiers of Liyuan City emerged a dark stallion. The young man atop the steed bore an indifferent expression, wielding a dark short sword approximately 2 feet long. From a distance, blood-red patterns began to manifest along the blade, exuding an otherworldly aura. The surviving soldiers of Liyuan City uniformly gazed up at him with a mixture of recognition, reverence, and fear, as if he were a figure of destiny, embodying collective hope. Both General Li and the gathered officers were moved by this unified presence as they watched the young man leisurely lead his horse to the demon ape. Resting his hand upon its head, all eyes among the 1,000 soldiers were fixed upon him. Su Yuan's deep, yet resonant voice echoed in their ears. The demons are brutal. The dynasty is apathetic, and the people are displaced, suffering grievously. Do you wish to slay your enemies like them, or do you prefer to languish in despair, witnessing the destruction of your homes? With a deft flick of his short sword, he unleashed a torrent of pure energy that effortlessly disassembled the demon ape's limbs and torso, reducing it to dried, blackened flesh. He then cast the sword, which struck precisely at the demon ape's forehead. Waves of pure energy and white elixirs surged forth from Su Yuan, creating an ethereal spectacle as if a deity had descended upon them. Those who desire to fight the demons, join my demon extermination army and receive the blessings of the pure energy and protective elixirs. Follow me to cleanse the world of demons. Chapter 37. Master Su's words struck like thunder, resonating deeply with many. The soldiers and officers were swayed, whispering among themselves as flickers of something new appeared in their previously vacant gazes. General Li only asked him a single question, and after receiving his reply, he remained silent for a long while. The following day, the Demon Extermination Army welcomed a wave of robust reinforcements. General Li reassigned more than half of the garrison soldiers to the Demon Extermination Army, swelling its ranks to 2,000. Due to a shortage of pure energy and elixirs, you instructed General Li to bring forth all the condemned prisoners from the city. You replenished nearly 200 units of pure energy and elixirs, yet the supply remained insufficient. Additionally, after vanquishing the demon ape, you granted half of your accumulated energy and elixirs to the troops, forming a complete demon extermination army of 1,000 soldiers. You and your 2,000 troops continued along the path of the demon army towards the imperial capital. On the journey, you encountered several small towns. Some had been overrun by scattered demons, with no survivors left, reduced to mere demon-infested ruins. Others you stumbled upon just as the demon army attacked. You led the demon extermination army into battle, rallying the remaining soldiers and refugees. Along the way, your forces grew, and the demon extermination army swelled to 5,000 strong. You specifically targeted powerful demons, encountering many of the 3rd and 4th tiers among the scattered demon ranks. They seemed to revel in slaughter, each occupying a town. Yet upon seeing you approach, they were struck with shock and confusion, demanding to know your intentions. You offered no explanations, merely slaying these formidable demons and performing blood sacrifices, transforming them into pure energy and elixirs within your ancient short sword. As your forces accumulated, over 2,000 soldiers among the 5,000 received your bestowed pure energy and elixirs, including 1,000 light cavalry and 300 heavy cavalry. These heavy cavalry donned formidable armor, scavenged from the small towns. However, as you drew closer to the imperial capital, the devastation of the towns became increasingly apparent. Gradually, not a single city remained intact. Each you encountered had been laid to waste. Reflecting on your journey, every powerful demon you encountered exhibited profound shock at your presence. As if the demon extermination army was never meant to appear in such places. They even questioned you repeatedly, their cries echoing in disbelief. These unusual occurrences were etched into your memory. Within the military tent, Commander Zhao and other assembled leaders engaged in heated discussions. The demon army that breached Guang'an City is advancing along the main route from Linxiao City to Mashanqing. Our path deviates slightly, separated by over 100 miles. Logically, if the demon army's target is the imperial capital, we should not encounter so many demon forces along the way. Another officer concurred. Yesterday, we faced at least 20,000 demons in the small town. Had it not been for our commander holding the front, our casualties would have been significant. Scouts dispatched within a 50-mile radius found no remnants of soldiers or refugees. Those small towns had not even evacuated their citizens. One officer pondered. Perhaps they did not have time? This is the heart of the dynasty. When Linqiao City and Mashanqing fell, surrounding towns should have been alerted to evacuate their citizens. Yet they suffered such great losses. Soft footsteps approached the tent, drawing nearer. A young man clad in light armor entered, his demeanor calm. All the commanders immediately rose, exclaiming, "Commander!" No one dared to belittle this seemingly youthful figure. Each encounter with him stirred a sense of tension among these seasoned leaders. Su Yuan composedly took his seat at the head of the table, allowing the leaders to resume their positions before inquiring, "How are the supplies arranged? What are the injured?" Su Yuan faced numerous challenges, with generals reporting to him. The dismantling demon army had grown in numbers, making it impossible for him to easily grasp the overall situation as before. Once the generals concluded their reports, Su Yuan calmly stated, "In 1 hour, we shall advance to the next city." A mere hour. Just yesterday. Murmurs arose among the generals, yet Su Yuan remained silent, and the whispers quickly diminished into silence. Upon reaching the next city, a medium-sized fortress that had recently fallen to the demon race, a menacing black-winged vulture cackled in the air, leading the dismantling demon army into the city. The vulture expressed its fury at their appearance, shouting shameless. The army surged forward like a fierce tide, with over 1,000 armored soldiers forming the first wave. Their weapons gleaming with a radiant light, undeterred by the taint of demonic energy. The black-winged vulture, having never encountered such soldiers, hesitated in the air. Yet Su Yuan effortlessly severed its wings with a single strike. The vulture plummeted to the ground like a flightless ostrich, its wings cleaved from its body. "You cannot kill me." It screeched in terror. This was agreed upon. Agreed upon. Su Yuan's sword pressed against its head. Who made such an agreement? The vulture's eyes darted nervously as Su Yuan's blade pressed deeper into its neck, the purging energy swirling around them. It was the Su family. "We made an agreement with the Su family that the nearby cities would be ours to ravage and enjoy." In the next moment, the vulture's head was severed. Black demonic blood splattering and sizzling as it hit the grass and trees. The attacking demon forces numbered around 10,000, but within half a day's time. The dismantling demon army had eradicated those who had invaded the city, with over half of its inhabitants surviving. The commander of the city's defenders was brought before Su Yuan, leaning heavily on others for support. The commander, his hair already gray and black veins visible beneath his eyes, bore the marks of demonic corruption, devoid of hope for survival. Yet, as Su Yuan released a beam of white light, a healing pill entered his body. To his astonishment, the vitality that was being devoured began to rejuvenate, cleansing the corruption that had plagued him. The gray-haired commander gazed at Su Yuan, deeply imprinting the young man's visage in his memory. "Thank you for your assistance." Su Yuan waved his hand. "Tell me about your encounter with the demon siege." The old commander clenched his fists tightly, a deep sigh escaping him as hatred flickered in his eyes. We originally had a master from the family of Mashanqing to protect us. The master informed us that Mashanqing had fallen, but that the demon army was headed toward the imperial capital, so we had no need to worry. But who could have anticipated that the master would vanish overnight, only for the demon forces to flood in? Without any warning, no foreboding. The citizens and soldiers had no time to evacuate. We were left with no choice but to fight to the death. My household's men, including my 3 sons, were torn to shreds by the demons. Su Yuan nodded, his expression calm, yet he inquired again, which family did this master belong to? The Su family, one of the 8 great families of the capital. Su Yuan pondered for a moment, then addressed the old commander. "Would you be willing to join my dismantling demon army?" At his words, the commander's eyes widened in shock, tears welling as he murmured, "The dismantling demon army?" Such a foreign term, one that has not been uttered in years. It felt as if these soldiers, were destined to cower behind thick city walls, numb and desensitized. How many times had the thought of change arisen within him, only to be swallowed by a sense of powerlessness, drifting along with the tide. Too afraid to see the true nature of the world? When the old commander grasped the implications of Su Yuan's offer, he immediately knelt, tears streaming down his face. "I am willing. We are willing." Chapter 38. 30,000 dismantling demon soldiers. You gathered the old commander's troops and the able-bodied men within the city. Among these soldiers were a few exceptionally strong individuals, their muscle and bone density noticeably superior, clearly trained fighters. To you, this represented a lineage of martial prowess, albeit at most at the first stage of strength, able to barely defend against ordinary demons. However, with the purifying energy and protective pills you provided, their potential could be amplified countless times. Such soldiers were undoubtedly rare and precious in this realm. The old commander explained, "These soldiers rely entirely on our family's traditional techniques. Though we are not a prestigious family, we share a connection with the old sword immortal, passing down a method that allows one to break through rigorous training." The old commander demonstrated his strength, shattering a boulder the size of a person with a single punch. It is because of this that we have been able to hold out for so long. Thankfully, you have arrived. Xu Yuan silently assessed the old commander's strength, determining it was at most at the second stage. However, it paled in comparison to the powerful demons. Even the imperial envoy was stronger. Upon sensing Xu Yuan's curiosity, the old commander sighed. In the past, many families had their own techniques, but the great families. A complex expression flickered in the old commander's eyes, filled with both loathing and helplessness. The 8 great families had existed for far too long, intertwined with the imperial dynasty, their survival at stake. In every profession, the shadow of these families loomed large, even within the military. Our family's techniques can only cultivate one to perfection. Just a step away from influencing the surrounding world like a family master, yet that step remains insurmountable. Aside from the techniques of the great families, the few remaining methods outside are similarly constrained, leading to a situation where only the great families can produce masters above the 4th stage. Xu Yuan increasingly comprehended why this world had fallen into such decline. Under the monopoly of the great families, true experts were scarce. Meanwhile, the demons boasted formidable beings at the 3rd and 4th stages. How could they be contended with? Even that black vulture was likely a 6th stage entity. The creatures that Commander Zhao had mentioned, demon hounds and demon bones, were all formidable adversaries. The old commander continued to lament, time and again, in battles against the demons. Those with inherited techniques have perished or been devoured, families collapsing, and their teachings fading into obscurity. Yet the 8 great families stand tall, and in today's military, anyone wishing to achieve merit must rely on the prowess of these families. Otherwise, we, composed solely of ordinary flesh and blood, would be left to be devoured by the demons. The 8 great families had not refrained from sending experts to battle, but their masters were merely drops in the bucket against the tide of the demon forces. I can only impart our family's techniques to the soldiers under my command, but most possess mediocre talent and lack the external aids for body refinement, making it exceedingly rare for anyone to even reach the first layer, let alone attain a perfected physique. Xu Yuan listened in silence, his gaze directed towards the distant capital. He silently murmured that name. Soon. It will be soon. While resting at the inn, Yushi overheard some fragmented conversations. They spoke of the frontier. The demon clan had already devoured several small cities along the border. She was unaware whether Li Yuan City was among them. Yet, as soon as she closed her eyes, she could envision Li Yuan City transformed into a desolate ruin. Countless demonic corpses and the remains of humanity intertwined, flowing amidst the dark crimson streams of blood. She could only helplessly wish. As long as the sword master survived, nothing else mattered to her. She suddenly recalled the question posed to her by Mr. Magic Sword. Do you desire power? She can now respond with unwavering certainty. Yes, regardless of the cost. She yearned to escape the suffocating sensation of helplessness. As night fell, her desolate room echoed with solitude, a stark reminder of her isolation. She curled up her body, trembling slightly. Just like that time in the thatched hut when the figure shielding her from the wind and rain outside disappeared. Since gathering the white-haired old commander's troops, the demon-slaying army had grown to over 10,000 strong, 3,000 light cavalry, 1,000 heavy cavalry, and even a small elite force of a dozen first-tier soldiers. You gathered every last resource from the city, leaving nothing behind, before marching toward the next stronghold. Half a month passed, and under your leadership, the demon-slaying army advanced northward from the borderlands, cutting through demon-infested lands toward the imperial capital. Countless demons had fallen to your blades. Each soldier had slain at least several times their own number. The most accomplished commanders bore the blackened blood of nearly 1,000 demons upon their hands. Yet none had slain more than you. You had long lost count of the demons you had slaughtered. Now, only 300 li remained between you and the imperial capital. The demon-slaying army had swelled with new recruits and able-bodied volunteers, its numbers now exceeding 30,000, 8,000 light cavalry, and 2,000 heavy cavalry. Beyond the army itself, countless civilians you had rescued provided logistical support. But as the army grew, so too did the strain of distributing the demon-cleansing aura and elixirs. Only half the soldiers could be blessed, leaving the rest unable to stand on the front lines against the demonic hordes. The situation worsened as the first batch of veterans from Li Yuan City neared the end of their half-month blessing, their demon-cleansing aura gradually fading, requiring renewal. The closer you marched toward the capital, the wealthier the cities became, their reserves of gold, iron, and grain far surpassing those of other regions. Over the 300 li to the capital, you passed through 6 cities. Only 2 remote ones remained unscathed under the demon-slaying army's protection. These cities teemed with the lesser branches of noble houses, those without the status or merit to cultivate their family's techniques, relegated to wielding their family names as blunt instruments of power in mundane trades. Though they made up barely a tenth of the population, these nobles claimed over 80% of the city's wealth. Chapter 39. Never again. Commander, another 1,000-strong unit has lost their demon-cleansing aura. Just ahead lies the capital. The imperial city was already encircled by the demonic horde, their numbers beyond reckoning. The exact situation remained unknown. Hearing the report, Xu Yuan merely nodded calmly. The assembled commanders exchanged uneasy glances, thoughts unspoken. Old Commander Zhao opened his mouth several times, but remained silent, until the white-haired elder slammed the table and rose. "Commander, grant me 3 days." Su Yuan met his gaze and nodded in assent. Though pieced together from disparate forces, the 30,000-strong demon-slaying army now burned with a momentum at its peak. Before them stood the capital, the heart of the empire. Later, Su Yuan stood atop a nearby mountain, gazing toward the imperial city. Upon the plains between river and mountain rose a colossus of stone, walls 100 meters high, crowned by a shimmering azure barrier in the sky. Within those walls lived millions. Its usual splendor was unimaginable. Yet now, the plains swarmed with an endless black tide. Even at this distance, the stench of decay tainted the air before him. Footsteps approached, Commander Zhao appeared at his side, his eyes dark with unspoken thoughts. 3 days. Will it be enough to delay the demon assault? Su Yuan chuckled softly. I'm not buying time. Zhao frowned slightly. You don't intend to wait until the capital falls before. Then he shook his head, realizing his mistake. He had been there from the beginning, witnessed every battle, every turning point of the demon-slaying army. He understood why Su Yuan had changed, from an indifferent recluse living quietly with that girl, to this godlike, demon-like commander. In Su Yuan's mind flashed those eyes, once frozen and unreadable, then gradually thawing with life. When displeased, she would pout and chide him, though her eyes rarely held true anger. When wanting something, she would simply stare, those autumn water eyes speaking volumes, pleading in a way that left him helpless to refuse. And when granted her wish, she would secretly curl her lips in a smile, thinking he wouldn't notice. At night, she had first clung tightly to his sleeve, but gradually grew bolder, twining herself around his leg. Fortunately, this body was but an avatar, else sitting motionless all night would have left him numb. She shows little affection for the patriotic subject she teaches. In class, she is more enamored with her own reflection, her gaze often drifting into a trance, only to be interrupted by an inexplicable smile that graces her lips. Her smile is captivating, yet it is when she buries her face in her hands, lamenting, that she appears even more endearing. Thus, Su Yuan cannot help but tease her, lightly flicking her forehead and relishing the melancholic glances she casts his way. In truth, when she crawls towards him like a cat, there is a fleeting moment where his heart stirs, as she softly articulates her thoughts. I will. She has long provided herself with the answer to her own inquiries, from the very beginning. Su Yuan forces himself to close his eyes, erasing the enchanting gaze from his mind. Upon reopening them, only unwavering resolve remains, a conviction that the demonic forces shall never assault the imperial capital. Never. Commander Zhao's expression shifts, yet he quickly comprehends the implications of Su Yuan's words. With a change of thought, the myriad events of their journey suddenly make sense. Are you implying that someone is colluding with the demons? That both parties have reached some sort of accord? That the cities overtaken by the demons were merely bargaining chips? This entire scenario is but a performance for the world to witness. He may not have acquired as much information as Su Yuan, but a simple nudge from him has illuminated many truths. Su Yuan, with the wind as his companion, gradually articulates the thoughts he has harbored for so long. The human race is weak, yet not devoid of opportunities. Perhaps the queen holds a contingency left by the late old sword immortal, which cannot be easily invoked unless in dire straits. However, once unleashed, it becomes a matter of life and death. Since they cannot completely sever ties, they must instead seek mutual benefit. In a certain sense, mortals are merely offerings for the tranquility ritual. The death of a few mortals merely delays the cycle of life for a few decades. On the surface, the aristocratic families may seem to be under the queen's dominion. Yet their interests are diverse, and consensus within their ranks is far from assured. Among the 8 great families, they can unite without hesitation only on one matter: the tranquility ritual. In the 4 years that have passed, there has been ample time for the queen's emissaries to locate the offerings for the tranquility ritual. And how could an unremarkable girl possibly escape from the guardians of such an important event? The queen and the aristocracy are not of one mind. There exists both alliance and contention between them. What I endeavor to do is merely exploit the fissures in their game, widening them into chasms. In due time, I shall forge a stable era, an age for the human race devoid of the need for the tranquility ritual. As long as I exist, and the demon extermination army persists, she shall not have to accept a predetermined destiny. No one can compel her. Commander Zhao is astonished by how much Su Yuan has deduced from the previous information. Yet, he suddenly feels compelled to inquire. If you possess such strength, why not act directly? But the words catch in his throat, unable to escape. For this implies a terrifying outcome. An outcome potent enough to send chills down his spine, capable of obliterating all he presently possesses, annihilating the demon extermination army that has toiled to reach this juncture. It is sufficient to render mortals mere pawns on the chessboard, doomed to continue their numbing existence. Were Su Yuan merely a figure of extraordinary skill, lacking the might of the demon extermination army, how would the aristocracy and the queen choose to deal with him? Fortunately, this remains an indeterminate result. Until certainty is achieved in Su Yuan's true capabilities against the elite of the human race are witnessed, those who have seen him slay demons as easily as butchering swine dare not wager, especially the seasoned individuals among the aristocracy. Particularly since Su Yuan is not alone, he commands an entire demon extermination army at his side. Chapter 40, 50,000 Blood Sacrifices. During the 3 days of waiting for the elderly commander with graying hair, the demonic forces neither attacked the imperial capital nor ventured elsewhere. Everything unfolded as Su Yuan had anticipated. The old commander departed with nearly 10,000 ungranted common soldiers. 3 days later, the old commander returned to report to Su Yuan. Commander, I have gathered 50,000 guilty souls, including death row inmates from nearby cities and bandits who took advantage of the chaos to pillage, as well as children of the aristocracy. His words incited a commotion within the tent filled with generals. Yet the old commander continued unperturbed. These children of the aristocracy are all from the collateral branches of the 8 great families. After several generations, they have become bloated and arrogant, indulging in the spoils of the common people. Their crimes are innumerable. Here are a few of their transgressions. Firstly, they seized virtuous women. When their husbands reported them to the authorities, they were falsely accused, beaten to death in prison. Secondly, they publicly whipped a soldier returning home from the front, pouring pig feed into the soldier's begging bowl. Thirdly, the old commander's voice boomed as he recounted the crimes committed by these individuals. Finally, he concluded, among the children of the aristocracy, only 1 or 2 are innocent, the rest are all guilty. I have prepared the altar, awaiting your command. Upon hearing this, half of the generals erupted in vehement protest against him. In an instant, emotions ran high as they adamantly refused to include the children of the aristocracy. However, the remaining half silently observed, gauging Su Yuan's expression. After listening to the old commander's report, Su Yuan's face betrayed no emotion. He merely regarded the cacophony of generals before him with indifference. Some could no longer contain themselves, drawing weapons and hurling insults at Su Yuan, denouncing him as an ignorant child daring to challenge the aristocracy. Yet in the following moment, blood splattered across the faces of all present. The tent fell silent. The one who had just spoken out slumped to the ground, and the previously raucous generals fell mute. Some suddenly recalled that this youth before them possessed the ability to slay demonic beings on par with the masters of the aristocracy. As silence enveloped the space, all eyes gradually shifted to Su Yuan's face. With an expression devoid of emotion, he stated coolly, tomorrow, we exterminate demons. Having spoken, he rose, drawing the ancient short sword from the fallen figure before him, and strode out of the military tent. In the distance, the old commander's soldiers were excavating a pit of considerable depth, akin to a small city, while a line of captives was being herded into its depths. At the forefront of the pit stood a wooden altar, towering several meters high, visible to all. As half a day passed and dusk approached, once all preparations were complete, Su Yuan made his way towards the altar, ascending step by step to its pinnacle. The various generals stood in silence below the altar, forming a row. The 30,000 demon-slaying army, save for those stationed at the pit's edge, stood clad in armor, arranged neatly before the altar. Within the pit, cries of despair echoed. Yet Commander Zhao, upon hearing these lamentations, gazed toward the distant imperial capital, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. I was born in that grand city, once relishing a brief period amidst a prestigious family, yet ultimately I was a branch of the lineage, lacking talent, making little progress in the family's martial practices, and had to return to the station that was deemed appropriate for me. Yet I was unwilling to accept mediocrity, striving to achieve military merit, only to realize my folly upon venturing forth. Without the backing of my family, I would be naught. But I also understand profoundly that the operation of the dynasty relies on the noble families, yet it is they who lead to its decline. The elderly commander beside Zhao, his hair ashen, scoffed softly, unable to refrain from closing his eyes, for what resonated in his ears was not the wails from the pit, but the cries of the citizens from the city he defended. Countless innocents had perished due to the noble families, not merely millions. Despite our actions thus far, we could not even make amends for a fraction. The two fell into silence. The blood sacrifice was soon to commence. Under the watchful gaze of the 30,000 demon-slaying army and nearly 1,000 officers, the ancient short sword in Su Yuan's hand took on a somber sheen reminiscent of the starry sky. The sinking sun in the distance subtly shifted, hastening its descent. The sky became exceedingly dim. The night enveloped the realm. Su Yuan's gaze fixated upon the endless tide of demons before the imperial capital. The short sword flew into the air, refracting a dark glow, and in the sight of over 30,000 onlookers, it plunged directly into the pit. In an instant, countless columns of blood surged skyward. Spiraling around the sword, they coalesced above it, fully absorbed by the blade below. This scene etched itself into the minds of every soldier of the demon-slaying army, and into the consciousness of a certain general, where an ocean of crimson hue flourished. Yet in the next moment, a more ferocious and visible wind erupted around the ancient short sword. Initially a mere flicker, it soon blossomed into hundreds, then thousands. Then tens of thousands of points of light illuminating the dim night sky, as if it were day. These luminescent specks descended upon Su Yuan, and soon, streams of ethereal energy encircled him, soaring toward the heavens, penetrating the cloud layers above. In the whistling wind, it seemed to reach the ears of the divine, as if receiving celestial decree. One side witnessed the blood-red columns converging into the short sword, while the other beheld Su Yuan, radiating an aura as grand as a deity's descent. The intertwining spectacle of gods and demons stirred an overwhelming reverence within all, compelling many to kneel. Even the distant demonic army and within the imperial capital were taken aback, as powerful gazes emanated from numerous directions, the ethereal energy piercing through the heavens. instilled tremors in countless demons, shaking even the strongest of those gazes, leaving them astounded. Within the imperial capital, 8 formidable figures ascended from the ground. Positioned at 8 cardinal points, maintaining a certain distance yet locking their sights upon the demon-slaying army. Their faces reflected confusion and astonishment. Within the grand, austere palace. Upon a golden seat, a regal woman, her expression serene as she rested her eyes, opened them to reveal a flicker of unexpected surprise. Upon stepping outside the palace to comprehend the unfolding events, her countenance shifted with emotion. In the demon realm, a colossal figure, as if bearing the weight of the heavens upon its shoulders, abruptly opened its eyes, disbelief filling its gaze. Around it, and throughout the entire expanse of the imperial capital, a pillar of light became perceptible on the horizon. This beam, piercing the firmament, danced beneath the night sky, radiating enchanting colors. Among a group of refugees fleeing northward, a little girl clad in tattered garments gazed entranced at the brilliant light, blissfully exclaiming, "Mother, look! Such a beautiful light, like the celestial river in stories. I wonder if I could make a wish like a shooting star." The weathered woman beside her turned at the sound. Her once numb eyes stirred by the sight of the light. She gazed blankly, her voice soft as she spoke. "Perhaps, what if the heavens truly heard us? Then, I would wish for us to live a life akin to that of emperors, with a warm abode that shields us from the wind, a grass bed impervious to the rain, and an endless supply of wheat bran cakes. Moreover, we would no longer have to scurry about, nor would we be pursued by terrifying monsters, and Mother would be free from worry." Her mother smiled. "Silly child, even an emperor does not live such a life." The smile could not conceal the weariness etched upon her face, yet she gently caressed her daughter's head, whispering tenderly, "However, for some reason, I always feel that our lives will only improve. Perhaps, the heavens have indeed heard your wish." Chapter 41. The Demon Lord A carriage was hastily making its way to a nearby town for the night. Inside, Yushi suddenly turned her head. She beheld a magnificent radiance unexpectedly drifting along the horizon of the night sky, a shimmering brilliance that ascended into the celestial expanse above, reminiscent of a resplendent Milky Way. Ranxi stood transfixed, her heart inexplicably entwined with that luminous spectacle. As she gazed upon the beam of light, a certain part of her soul seemed to stir. Yet, it was a sorrowful stirring. A fragment of her heart felt as if it were being tugged. An object of her affections appeared to be slipping away. It was as though this cherished entity was submerging into an ever-deepening darkness, while she could only watch in silence, reaching helplessly towards the shadows, yearning to grasp that last glimmer of hope. However, in her hands, there remained no thread that connected them. Despite the breathtaking beauty of the scene, a solitary tear, radiant and luminous, fell from Ranxi's face, shimmering like crystal beneath the brilliance of the resplendent beam. She wiped away her tears in confusion, only to be followed by even more cascading down. She is unaware of the reason. She only knew to wipe away her tears. Yet no matter how vigorously she rubbed her hands, the tears continued to flow, increasing with each attempt. The crystalline droplets fell onto the windowsill of the carriage, shattering like fragile glass. One drop followed another, an unrelenting cascade. Within the ranks of the demon-slaying army, 30,000 souls stood in stunned silence, captivated by the ethereal column of light that had suddenly appeared before them. The scenery in their eyes was entirely replaced by the radiant glow of the column and the luminous white elixirs, an image forever etched in their minds. Impervious to the passage of time, the figure of the man standing upon the altar appeared to them, not merely divine, but godlike in essence. Yet at the forefront, a scarlet point of light, bright as the sun, intensified. It was the short sword that had absorbed the blood offerings of 50,000 sacrifices. The blood-red patterns on the sword writhed slowly, radiating a dazzling crimson light. The red brilliance intertwined with the white glow, each embracing the other in a celestial dance, illuminating the sky in harmonious duality. Though starkly different, both emanated from the same source. From somewhere within the ranks of the demon-slaying army, a murmur began to swell. It was unclear from where it originated. Someone whispered the words, "Demon Commander." These 2 words seemed to possess an enchantment, swiftly spreading throughout the entire army. Every heart echoed the chant, unable to resist the urge to repeat them, though reluctant to admit it. There was no more fitting title than this. He was their commander, the beacon who had rescued them from the depths of ignorance and numbness. He was the legendary figure who led them from the borders to the imperial capital. He bestowed upon them the power to slay demons and shielded them from the encroaching demonic aura. He was not a god, yet resembled one, not a demon, yet bore similarities to one. In the blurred lines between divinity and demonic essence, his visage shifted through time. No one could discern whether he was a deity or a demon. The boundary was indistinct. Perhaps he was silently slipping towards the precipice of the abyss. Su Yuan stood at the heart of the luminous column, surrounded by countless strands of purifying energy and protective elixirs, coalescing to alter the very fabric of heaven and earth. "Grant." Su Yuan's voice, resonant like the tolling of a great bell, reverberated within the minds of the 30,000 demon-slaying soldiers. The swirling energies and elixirs surged from the column, transforming into a tempest that enveloped each soldier. A fierce gale roared above them. Yet as the wind subsided, they were astonished to find a radiant protective elixir within themselves, dispelling the faint demonic aura and emanating a gentle warmth. Their weapons shimmered with a white light. Seasoned soldiers, who had witnessed the first line of battle, immediately recognized what this was. Those who had never been graced with purifying energy or protective elixirs. Those who had seen their energies dissipate now found themselves bestowed with their long-desired gifts. The short sword, aglow with crimson light, floated back to Su Yuan, whose expression, illuminated by the red radiance, appeared rather fearsome. Fortunately, the crimson glow gradually dimmed upon returning to his grasp, the writhing red patterns reverting to the obsidian blade. Su Yuan brandished the sword before the 30,000 soldiers, each expression vividly reflected in his gaze. Among the ranks were veterans, their hair white with age, and spirited youths, freshly bound in their first hairstyles. Yet regardless of their origins, ages, or past experiences, all their eyes now shared a singular expression, a blend of reverence and trepidation. They gazed upward at the sole commander of the demon-slaying army. A mysterious smile graced Su Yuan's lips, leaving others to ponder the meaning concealed within. He stood tall upon the platform, his silhouette merging with the encroaching darkness of the night as the sun vanished completely. Tomorrow, we shall vanquish the demons. The entire demon-slaying army erupted in a thunderous roar, responding to Su Yuan's command. In that moment, their collective spirit soared to unprecedented heights. Nothing could stand in the path of the demon-slaying army. The influx of the guilty scions had ensured that the number of purifying energies and elixirs bestowed upon them was sufficient. All 30,000 soldiers received the gifts of purifying energy and protective elixirs. Chapter 42. We are kindred on the following day, as the first light of dawn broke. The fully prepared demon-slaying army surged forth towards the distant plains. The endless tide of demons stirred restlessly, as the formidable aura emanating from the demonic forces sensed the army's approach. Amidst the roars, the demon-slaying army collided with the black sea of demonic entities. On the towering walls of the imperial capital, the defending soldiers gazed upon the seemingly endless tide of demons, their hearts heavy with dread. They had been besieged for nearly a month, yet the demons showed no signs of assaulting the city. Were they attempting to starve them out? The capital's reserves could sustain them for at least 2 to 3 years, but they might not survive that long. Severed from all external contact, the outside world must be rife with devastation. They could only wonder when the masters of the noble families would intervene. Wait, do you hear that sound? They seemed to hear the thunderous gallop of thousands of horses, as if an army was charging towards them. But who would dare approach this endless tide of demons? Any army that ventured forth would surely meet their demise. Yet, glancing towards the southern horizon, they saw a rolling cloud of dust akin to a sandstorm drawing near, accompanied by the increasingly loud sound of galloping hoofs. An army charged forth, much to their astonishment, plunging into the heart of the demonic tide. Halt! Who dares to court death? A black demonic hound lifted its head from the ground, its prostrate form resembling a small mountain. As it stood, its towering figure reached nearly 1,000 meters in height. The hound's crimson eyes betrayed an uncontrollable frenzy. It had been stationed here for almost a month and was growing increasingly impatient. The beast charged toward the demon extermination army with the force of a colossal pillar, each step leaving dozens of demonic creatures reduced to mere fragments. It showed no concern. With a ferocious snap of its jaws, it lunged at the army. Yet, at the forefront of the demon extermination army, a youthful soldier astride a dark steed merely brandished his sword toward the beast. This strike was akin to a flash of heavenly light, captivating the hearts and minds of all present. In that moment, the world seemed to vanish, leaving only the breathtaking brilliance of the sword's radiance. The hound was utterly ensnared by this luminous display, rendered incapable of resistance. An overwhelming fear surged within it, for it knew it could not withstand this attack, yet escape was impossible. The dazzling sword light surged toward it, and in its mind, it could only muster one fleeting thought: no. In the next instant, the enormous body of the hound crashed to the ground. Observers, including other powerful demons and those within the imperial city, witnessed a flash of light faster and more astonishing than the sun itself. As the very hound tasked with suppressing this region fell, the speed was beyond mere words. The sound of gasps filled the air, a continuous chorus of disbelief. This sword transcended their comprehension. Even those in the imperial city doubted that the legendary sword immortal of old could have achieved such a feat facing the formidable hound, which was no less imposing than the earlier black demon. Su Yuan hesitated not for a moment before unleashing the first sword of the demon extermination technique once more. After the strike, he paid no mind to the hound's demise, maintaining his stance as if the essence of that sword had yet to depart from him. Only he understood that after slaying such a powerful foe twice, he sensed that the first sword of demon extermination had not been executed to its fullest potential. He had felt this after the first kill of the black demon, and this sensation only intensified after vanquishing the hound. He was beginning to grasp that ethereal feeling. With the natural heart of a swordsman, his understanding of the first sword of demon extermination reached its pinnacle. The tide of heavy cavalry split behind Su Yuan, circumventing the fallen hound, and surged toward the flanks before him. No one dared to disturb him. He stood resolute, like an immovable rock amidst the confluence of rivers and seas. The heavy cavalry, protected by a radiant white light, charged forth, their long blades and spears exuding a white glow of demonic extermination. When confronted by the demonic forces, they melted away like snow under the sun. The relentless cavalry advancing like an impenetrable wall, unstoppable in their progression. The few remaining stragglers were caught off guard when an even larger and mightier wall of cavalry surged forth, Light cavalry thrice the number of heavy cavalry, ensnaring a broader swath of demonic forces. Following them were the most numerous infantry, bravely forming a continuous line of battle. Roaring as they clashed with the demonic horde. The demon extermination army was unstoppable, and the demonic forces found themselves utterly incapable of resistance. Until they encountered the formidable demons among their ranks. After the Hound fell, these powerful demons were left in shock, paralyzed by disbelief. The Hound Lord fell by a single strike. What of us? The Sword Immortal reborn. It must be the Sword Immortal reborn. Is this why the Demon Lord has refrained from annihilating humanity? Yet, do they now wish to perish together? Fortunately, this terrifying being possesses only a single strike of might. The gaze of the demonic warriors remained fixed on Su Yuan. Just as they believed that Su Yuan's seemingly immobile figure would remain forever still, the youth upon the dark steed slowly opened his eyes. Phew. It was still a narrow margin. Despite his innate sword heart, he had yet to fully grasp that elusive feeling. Otherwise, he sensed that the first sword of demon extermination had not been fully realized, and he could ascend to a new tier. As Su Yuan reopened his eyes, the remaining demonic warriors were seized by terror. He approached the fallen hound, which, despite its defeat, still bore a glimmer of awareness in its massive eyes, revealing a flicker of fear. Yesterday, the disturbance I sensed was you. Su Yuan replied calmly. It was I, along with my demon extermination army. I perceive the dark shadow descending. No one beneath the heavens can achieve this, except for you. The fear in the eyes of the hellhound gradually dissipates, along with the last vestiges of its struggling vitality, as the dark energy emanates from its mountainous form. It bares its teeth, its canine nose twitching, uttering its final words. Yet, I can discern the truth. You and we are the same ilk. Hee hee. The hellhound emits a terrifying and discordant laughter. In contrast, Su Yuan merely smiles at its words, his gaze unwavering, silently observing the hellhound's life force ebb away, before plunging his dagger directly into the creature's skull. As the blade reveals increasingly vivid crimson patterns, the hellhound's demonic blood is entirely drained, and its menacing aura vanishes without a trace. Even the members of the demon extermination army feel a sudden lightness, as the oppressive presence of a formidable demon dissipates. In that instant, the demon extermination army becomes even more valiant, charging forth and creating a gaping hole in the ranks of the demonic forces. Su Yuan lightly swings his sword, refocusing his gaze on the remaining demon warriors. Wherever his eyes land, the demon warriors exchange fearful glances. Witnessing the fall of the hellhound, their hearts are filled with a desire to retreat. Chapter 43, Breaking Through the Demonic Tide. Sword pointing to the imperial city beneath Su Yuan, the dark steed strides leisurely across the battlefield strewn with the corpses of demons. Each step seemingly detached from the chaos of war. It feels as though he is merely strolling by a river, as a general awaits to embrace his betrothed adorned in bridal finery. With every step the dark steed takes, it lightly resonates, akin to a heavy hammer striking deep within the minds of the demon warriors, each sound echoing with a weighty authority. Some demon warriors, unable to endure the pressure, are the first to turn and flee the battlefield. Observing this, the remaining warriors hastily scatter in all directions. Ultimately, only a scant few remain on the battlefield, facing Su Yuan, who does not even need to summon the first sword of demon extermination to vanquish them beneath his blade. Having eliminated the formidable demon warriors, Su Yuan turns to behold his 3,000 demon extermination troops sweeping through the demon horde, which is at least tenfold their number, as effortlessly as slicing through vegetables. Deprived of their leaders and constraints, the remaining demonic forces, lacking in intelligence, dissolve into chaos, mindlessly following their instinct to kill. In the face of the organized demon extermination army, even sheer numbers are rendered insignificant. Yet, this very army gazes upon Su Yuan atop the dark steed with profound reverence. The mightiest hellhound of the demonic forces has been slain by your blade, leaving the remaining demon warriors in a state of shock as they flee in disarray. The demon extermination army crushes the defenses of the demonic horde, penetrating deep into their heart, tearing the enemy apart as they march northward, leaving a trail of slain demons in their wake. The soldiers on the front lines are already stained with the black blood of demons. In the first echelon of the demon extermination army revels in the sight of a demon-free plain. After breaking through the demonic forces, they reverse direction, transforming the front rank into the rear, and charge back once more. This cycle continues countless times on the vast plain. An endless sea of demon corpses lies alongside a few fallen soldiers of the demon extermination army. The rivers flowing through the imperial city have been tainted black with demonic blood, resembling a river of abyss, having slain hundreds of thousands of demons. The demon extermination army regroups behind you. The once prosperous plains are now entirely shrouded in darkness, and the winds carry the ominous aura of demonic energy, rendering the atmosphere increasingly desolate. Yet every soldier in the demon extermination army has been tempered like the finest steel, shedding impurities to emerge as a formidable force. They silently align under Su Yuan's command. The overall temperament of the army has reached its zenith, attaining a new height of lethality. With his back to the imperial city, Su Yuan slowly turns his steed around. This time, however, the direction is aimed squarely at the grand gates of the imperial city. Su Yuan observes a dignified figure standing atop the city gate tower, flanked by 4 elders exuding varying degrees of oppressive aura, casting lofty gazes upon him. As Su Yuan moves, the demon extermination army silently adjusts their stance, this battle-hardened force subtly aligning their weapons toward the imperial city. The overwhelming killing intent rises to a palpable degree, sharp enough to pierce the heavens, shattering the oppressive atmosphere emanating from the city gate tower, standing defiantly against it. In the face of the 9 figures, Su Yuan gradually lifts his gaze, his eyes sharp as that of a predator, carrying an implicit warning that directly meets the dignified figure at the center. His gaze, cutting and intense, dispels the condescending airs held by the elders, even hinting at the possibility of unseating them from their lofty positions. It is as if, in the next moment, he could command his entire army to raze the imperial city before him to the ground. Upon making contact with Su Yuan's gaze, the 9 figures atop the city tower are initially taken aback. They had not anticipated that such a youthful figure, one who appears as a mere scholar, would lead such a battle-hardened army. Subsequently, a chilling realization washes over them as they lock eyes with Su Yuan. Some elders are indignant, for they have never been treated with such disdain from their elevated positions of power. Yet, recollecting the breathtaking sword strike from outside the city, they fall silent. That terrifying hellhound had not even withstood a single blow, instantly becoming a wraith beneath the blade. Moreover, the peak momentum of the demon extermination army, a force of 30,000 elite warriors tempered by blood, could rival their very presence through sheer force of will. The combination of these factors leaves them devoid of confidence. The soldiers defending the imperial city grow tense as they confront this iron-willed army, which only moments before had been decimating the demonic forces now poised to turn against them. The intimidating aura renders those with even the slightest trepidation unable to stand firm. They have witnessed firsthand how this mere 30,000-strong army penetrated the ranks of a demon horde many times their size. Should they charge into the fray, a massacre against the city defenders is all but assured. Behind the 9 figures atop the city gate stand individuals clad in extravagant garments, clearly members of noble families, each positioned behind their respective elder. Yet, under Su Yuan's piercing gaze and the overwhelming aura of the demon extermination army, some of these nobles step back in fright. A slight smirk of derision graces Su Yuan's lips. He chuckles softly, raising his sword towards the dignified figure before him, making a feigned strike. Then, he turns his horse's head once more and proclaims, "The demons have been exterminated. The siege of the imperial city has been lifted. I shall announce the deeds of the demon extermination army to the world." In an instant, a more vibrant light ignited in the eyes of every member of the demon suppression army. Which young man, upon enlisting, does not aspire to protect his homeland and resonate throughout the world? They erupted with a thunderous roar in response. From that moment on, a heavy burden was lifted from Su Yuan's heart. She would henceforth be freed from the title of a sacrificial offering. With no longer any pretext of the demon clan besieging the city, the tranquil sacrificial rites could never be initiated again. A stable era for humanity would be ushered in by him. His gaze drifted far northward. Yet this time, his gaze was imbued with an unparalleled tenderness and nostalgia. Reminiscent of the countless days and nights reign she had peacefully slumbered beside him. She no longer needs to hide in the shadows, but can instead live openly and freely in this world, according to her own desires, regardless of what Su Yuan has done along this journey or the cost incurred. Chapter 44. I shall abdicate. Su Yuan's actions elicited a tremendous reaction atop the city tower. Those surrounding the dignified figure changed color in unison. Your Majesty, this is a profound disrespect. This young man undoubtedly harbors treasonous intentions. He must be executed. He dares to offend Your Majesty, believing his strength grants him immunity. This individual must be punished. Your Majesty, this person has escaped control, forming his own army, brazen and lawless. If not eradicated, he will surely become a significant threat. Your Majesty, let the 8 elders act together. No matter his formidable prowess, he will have no choice but to yield. The dignified figure observed the retreating demon-slaying army, and the incessant chatter of the civil and military officials around her elicited a sardonic smile. My esteemed ministers, then, who shall rid us of this demon in the future? She uttered but a single sentence, and all those around her fell silent, exchanging glances of bewilderment. In a subtle manner, they directed their gazes towards various directions, seemingly inquiring. In those directions stood 8 venerable elders, yet even they found themselves at a loss for words. Indeed, who shall vanquish this demon? The dignified Empress surveyed the assembly, her gaze resting upon the noble families and ministers, a flicker of disdain crossing her countenance. Henceforth, I shall confer upon that individual the title of Grand Marshal of the exorcism and purification of the world. As soon as these words were spoken, the assembly erupted in astonished uproar. It was evident that Her Majesty had no intention of pursuing any accountability. The offense of brandishing a sword seemed to have vanished into thin air. The stately figure of the Empress turned and departed, leaving a multitude of civil and military officials in shock, exclaiming in dismay, Your Majesty, this is unwise. This is clearly inviting a wolf into the fold. Your Majesty, one may recruit, but to bestow such a lofty title is reckless. That individual harbors ulterior motives. Ambition will only grow bolder. Your Majesty, what if he refuses the title? The retreating silhouette of the Empress echoed a light, airy response. He will accept. Surrounding the Empress were women clad in gray robes, among whom the one closest to her, also dressed in gray, remarked softly as they distanced themselves from the noble families and ministers, a bunch of short-sighted individuals. The Empress, unfazed, replied coolly, not all of them lack foresight. They are merely puppets of the noble families, all wishing to pit me against that army and that individual. This indicates that those old men also harbor uncertainties. At this thought, she could not help but smile. The closest gray-robed woman inquired, then, Your Majesty, how shall we handle this army? The Empress nodded and replied, what else can be done? That individual has orchestrated a brilliant scheme. Leading an army to exorcise demons while causing no disturbance to the imperial capital, it is indeed a masterstroke. Firstly, his singular focus on eradicating demons, under the banner of such a noble cause, is sufficient to rally the hearts of the realm. From this moment forth, the momentum of the world converges upon him alone. To oppose him would be to defy the heavens themselves. Secondly, his strength is unfathomable. Even the demon hounds fall before a single sword strike, their depths unknown. Moreover, his troops possess the capability to slay demons. 30,000 soldiers could vanquish 1,000,000 demon forces. His very existence serves as a deterrent, a threat that none dare provoke. The woman in the gray robe beside her furrowed her brow. Your Majesty, I still sense something amiss. If he truly possesses the strength to vanquish the demon hounds with a single sword, then why? The Empress smiled. Why does he not take action against us? Correct? That is precisely the nature of the deterrent lurking in the shadows. Before the first bird steps out, who dares to touch that man's hidden scales? Indeed, the consequences of such a touch could yield only two outcomes. Either he is merely a paper tiger, resulting in no repercussions, or the entire clan of the one who dares to provoke him is obliterated. If it were you, would you take that gamble? The gray-robed woman's eyes brightened. Especially since the imperial capital itself is a murky pool, and the 8 great families are far from united. Who shall be the one to take the lead? The 8 elders could easily turn against each other over this matter. The Empress nodded. This leading figure could be a fortunate one. Yet they could equally be a tragic fool. However, the weight of misfortune is evidently far heavier than that of luck. It would be a loss too great to bear. The gray-robed woman could not help but admire. This individual is remarkably astute. Although he appears to be a mere fledgling scholar, he is unexpectedly shrewd. The Empress continued. In the past, mortals were mere playthings in the hands of the noble families, easily discarded at will. They did not care, no matter how many mortals there were. They were of no consequence, as their combined strength could easily be suppressed by the families. But now, with an unknown deterrent claiming to stand for the people against demons, they are paralyzed. The power of the mortals has coalesced around him, and the synergy of their influence with his unfathomable strength is indeed formidable. Alone, either could be dealt with, but when combined, it is akin to a cataclysm, unstoppable by any. And what of the third? The gray-robed woman inquired. Just then, someone arrived to report, Your Majesty, the envoy has returned. Another envoy, similarly clad in gray, approached the Empress, weary from travel, presenting a scroll. Your Majesty, His Highness Yushi has been located. Additionally, all other matters have been recorded within. The Empress carefully examined the scroll before tossing it to the gray-robed woman beside her. As the woman opened the scroll, she was greeted by a vivid monochrome painting depicting 2 close figures. One was a charming young girl, her eyes sparkling with affection for the other person. The other was a calm young man, not particularly imposing, yet exuding an innate confidence and serenity. The face of this young man was unmistakably that of the individual who led thousands of troops with sword drawn at the gates of the imperial capital. The Empress, feeling the capriciousness of fate, murmured, the third is the spirit's soothing ritual. This is likely his most fundamental objective. With the demon horde encroaching upon the capital, the noble families are pressing for the ritual's advancement. However, with the demons vanquished outside the capital, the necessity for the ritual has dissipated, and thus, no offerings are required. Should any noble family persist in pushing for the ritual, even a child could discern that they are colluding with the demons. At that point, not only he, but the remaining families would seek to denounce the advocates of the ritual to distance themselves. I could also leverage this to suppress those advocating for the ritual. No family would dare voice dissent. The gray-robed woman suddenly understood. What a masterstroke, achieving 3 objectives with 1 action. This scheme truly is an inescapable ploy. The Empress declared, from this day forth, the situation will undergo a significant transformation, unlike anything before. Within the empire, I, the noble families, he, and his demon-slaying army shall form a tripartite equilibrium, while outside the empire, the demon lords and the elite of the capital will counterbalance him, maintaining a precarious balance. After contemplation, the gray-robed woman remarked, is this not precisely what you envisioned? We need not retrieve His Highness Yushi to serve as an offering. The Empress, however, smiled wryly, a hint of bitterness in her expression. It does align with my expectations, yet this newly appointed Grand Marshal will not regard me as a benevolent figure. In his eyes, I fear I am no different from the noble families. If we speak candidly, I am indeed not unlike the noble families. But the determination in the Empress's gaze was sharp enough to pierce stone. I shall continue to tread my own path. In a few days, you will go to bring Yushi back. The gray-robed woman frowned. Your Majesty, are you compelling the new Grand Marshal to rebel? Did you not just acknowledge that he is a deterrent no one dares to challenge? She refrained from voicing this question. The response from the resplendent empress before her plunged her into a state of disbelief. I shall abdicate. It is time for the new emperor to ascend. Chapter 45. Princess Yushi, you repelled the demon horde, directing your sword at the imperial capital, instilling fear among the capital's elite, achieving an unprecedented feat. You led the demon-slaying army in a period of recuperation near the capital. The army had achieved remarkable victories, yet the casualties were equally staggering, with nearly 20% lost and the remaining soldiers bearing wounds. They are not invulnerable, they too are mere mortals. During this time of rest, countless individuals from the capital sought news, and many from the noble families invited you to visit. You turned them all down, save for the pardon that came from the capital. For your merits in slaying demons, you were granted the title of Grand Marshal of the demon-slaying army, with all your commanders receiving corresponding pardons, and the army even gained an independent banner, with all southern border cities designated under the army's command. Moreover, the achievements of the demon-slaying army were publicly proclaimed through the imperial edict. You also learned that all matters related to the spirit-soothing ritual had been cancelled, and those noble families involved were all imprisoned in the dungeons. You understood this was their concession. You have succeeded. Since that day when she beheld the breathtaking beams of light on the horizon, Yushi has been trapped in a recurring dream. In her dream, she is still a child, following closely behind a figure that, though not tall, offers great reassurance, asking, "What is your name?" The figure repeatedly replies, "Call me Mr. Demon Sword." Yet, she never believes it. She feels that he is unlike a demon. True demons are terrifying. She spoke thus. Then, the figure ahead would come to a halt. Slowly turning its head back, she tilted her head upward, striving to discern that visage. Beneath the blazing sun, she indeed beheld that face. Yet, the countenance was grotesque, resembling that of a desiccated corpse, unmistakably a demonic visage. She stood there in a daze, forgetting even to breathe, merely gazing blankly. In the next moment, a chasm appeared beneath the figure before her, deep and dark, resembling an endless abyss. That sinister visage plummeted into its depths. By the time she regained her senses, she could only lean over the edge of the abyss, calling out into the darkness below. She cried out repeatedly, yet no matter how fervently she called, there was no response. Each time she awoke from her dreams, she found herself engulfed by an overwhelming sense of helplessness. She is utterly incapable of doing anything. She could only curl up tightly in the corner, clutching her body. A faint, tinkling sound emanated from her clenched fist. It was delicate and soft. Yet she dared not look, for that would incessantly remind her of the painful truth that Mr. Magic Sword was no longer present. She could only huddle in the corner, listening to the intermittent sound of bells, drifting into a hazy slumber in the cold night, only to be awakened again. It was not until the dawn sun penetrated through the window that she could escape this cycle. The nascent light fell upon her face, her skin gleaming like jade, bearing a hint of ethereal weariness and a trace of despondent chill. Suddenly, a woman burst in from outside. "Xiaoxi, there is news from Liyuan City." The woman exclaimed with delight. A spark of life appeared on Yushi's face as well. It is said that an immensely valiant army, known as the demon-slaying army, has surged northward to the imperial capital, annihilating the demonic forces along the way. The imperial capital. Upon hearing this term after so many years, Yushi experienced a moment of disorientation. Such a foreign word, yet it was a place she could never forget. And then, she weakly inquired. "It is rumored that the demon-slaying army passed through Liyuan. Perhaps they have rescued people." This statement indeed ignited a flicker of hope within Yushi. Demon-slaying. She whispered, the words stirring ripples in her heart, provoking a surge of longing within her. It seemed, by some unseen thread, this was connected to her. Just then, a knock echoed from outside. When the woman opened the door, an astonishingly opulent procession came into view, led by a woman clad in a gray robe. The gray-robed woman bore an air of competence and solemnity, followed by several squads of armored soldiers. Ignoring the woman, she strode directly into the room. Yushi raised her gaze and beheld someone she had never expected. Upon seeing Yushi's frail appearance, the gray-robed woman felt a mixture of tenderness and relief. The girl she once knew had blossomed into a delicate young woman. "Your Highness," she called out. That single utterance of "Your Highness" yanked Yushi back to that singular, unforgettable moment of the sacred offering ceremony. She had come to accept everything. Yet someone shattered all that she was meant to embrace. It was the gray-robed maiden before her who led her astray from her predetermined fate, consequently introducing her to the fateful Mr. Magic Sword, who would forever alter the course of her life. She felt a moment of disorientation, as if she were no longer in the humble wooden cottage, but had returned to the resplendent palace with its red walls and yellow tiles. "You did not perish." The gray-robed woman beamed at Yushi with a dazzling smile. "Your Highness, all is well now. All is well. There is no longer a need for the soothing ritual. It is time to welcome you back." Upon hearing these words, Yushi instinctively recoiled. In that fleeting moment, her mind was a tempest of confusion, utterly unraveled and disordered. It was sudden, it was unexpected. At this moment, she was utterly at a loss. Suddenly, the gentle sound of a bell ringing in her palm drew her attention back. She slowly opened her palm to reveal a narrow gap, through which she beheld a circle of red thread adorned with a silver bell. "You owe me, and now the interest has increased. Keep that in mind," he had remarked when purchasing this ornament for himself. Countless days and nights, she awakened in a state of profound helplessness, the anxiety of her powerlessness, the yearning to protect, and the unwavering desire for the enigmatic sword master to remain by her side enveloped her. She finally comprehended that her current self was incapable of achieving it, unless a certain resolve gradually emerged in the depths of Yushi's eyes. She emerged from her curled-up corner, a flicker of fire dancing in her eyes, and extended her hand toward the woman clad in gray robes before her. She is Princess Yushi. Chapter 46, the Marshal heading south and the Princess returning north. You have spent over a month recuperating near the imperial capital, during which you have instructed your subordinates to recruit new soldiers, restoring the Ding Army's strength to its peak of 30,000. The exploits of the Ding Army have been proclaimed by imperial edict, shocking the world. The name of the Ding Army has spread throughout the dynasty, igniting the hearts of countless young men who had long been disheartened by the weakness of the human race. In a scholarly family of the North, with a lineage that has served in government for centuries, the eldest son of the family has been brooding for 3 days since he saw the imperial edict on the street. The sound of books and scrolls crashing to the floor echoes from his study. All the volumes, paintings, paper, ink, and brushes have been knocked to the ground as the family head storms out of the study, furious. You little rascal. You haven't even grown a proper beard, and already you wish to enlist? Would it not be better to study your classics and serve as an official? Joining the army is not a rare occurrence. Father, do not mislead me. Defending our homeland is just as honorable, especially when it involves eradicating demons. Get lost. Battling demons is a path fraught with peril. If you seek death, I shall break your legs. The Ding Army is different. That legendary marshal, with his unparalleled abilities, can annihilate demons with a single stroke. He commands a force that rivals 100,000. And it is rumored that he personally teaches the transcendent sword techniques. I seek to learn the finest demon-slaying sword in the world. Do you truly believe the tales of storytellers? Alas, do not run, do not run. Someone stop him. At the northern border, in a desolate fortress, the vice commander stands alone at the city gate, facing a giant whose physique is twice his own. The vice commander wears a pained expression. General, you must think this through. Such actions may lead to military punishment. The giant, visibly irate, retorts, damn it. I joined the army to slay demons. So what if I spoke my mind against those ineffectual aristocrats? They've exiled me to this godforsaken place. I've had enough. Military law? Huh. Go ahead and seek the marshal. He is the one leading a ragtag army to the imperial capital, and he has still been granted the title of marshal, regardless of your military code. Out of my way. The giant, with muscles as solid as the gates themselves, shoves the vice commander aside. The vice commander feels as though he has collided with iron. He dares not intervene. The giant has honed his body to perfection, nearly reaching the realm of mastery, yet has been held back for countless years. Offending the aristocracy, they have denied him the chance to engage the demon horde along the southern border, deliberately tormenting his spirit. The giant steps beyond the city gate, where countless soldiers with vacant expressions gather atop the gate tower, staring at him blankly. He stands outside, tilting his head back to shout, I shall join the Ding Army. Who wishes to accompany me in cutting down those demon scum? Upon hearing this, the lifeless expressions of many soldiers begin to waver, rekindling a glimmer of hope within their eyes. During the period of recuperation, numerous individuals came forth to enlist, all of whom you welcomed into the ranks. Among them were many soldiers from other armies. The martial officers sent from the imperial capital could only smile awkwardly at your actions, not daring to intervene. As the numbers of the Ding Army grew, you began to notice many individuals meeting the talent requirements of In the Name of the Sword. Among them was a young master from a scholarly family in the north, as well as a commander and his vice commander from the northern border fortress. As people flocked to the Ding Army from all directions, the ancient short sword in your possession responded more frequently. However, the sword's reactions to these individuals were not as intense as when it encountered Yushi. In terms of the offerings required for the In the Name of the Sword talent, they did not possess the rarity of Yushi. You grouped them together and personally taught them the techniques of the Li Yuan Ding Sword Manual. The ranks of the Ding Army expanded to a considerable size, exceeding 50,000 soldiers. You set forth with the Ding Army towards the south, sweeping through the demon forces still occupying human cities, reclaiming your homeland. Not long after Su Yuan departed with the Ding Army, an extravagant procession returned from the north to the imperial capital. At the center of the opulent carriage sat a young girl clad in simple attire. Despite her humble clothing, she could not conceal her enchanting grace, with skin as pure as jade and exquisitely refined features. Her autumn-like eyes could captivate countless souls with a mere glance. One could not help but wonder if she were the most cherished and beloved daughter of the heavenly emperor, descending to the mortal realm. If not for the tension etched on her delicate face, she would appear as a perfectly spoiled princess. Yushi gazed at the approaching gates of the imperial capital, where the grand walls and imposing entrance had once seemed so distant. The only time she had touched these gates was during the farewell procession to the mouth of the demon. Memories of the past resurfaced. The regal figure from her recollections had not even cast her a glance, coldly announcing her fate. The civil and military ministers surveyed her with delight, as though they were not observing a person, but rather an object of exchange. Their expressions of covert glee suggested that upon sending her away, they would gain boundless wealth and glory. The leaders of the aristocracy nodded at her, not in acknowledgement, but in satisfaction. She could only accept her predetermined fate with an emotionless resignation, unable to muster even the slightest resistance. Reflecting upon it now, she realizes that her former self was merely submerged in a profound sense of powerlessness that rendered her numb. Rainy Dawn glanced down at the red cord bell that had never left her grasp. This lesson, too, was imparted by the enigmatic swordmaster. Having endured such profound helplessness, she once again grasped its meaning. She reined in the fluctuations that would only manifest when gazing upon the red string bell, burying them deep within her eyes. Her expression impassive, returning to a state devoid of both sorrow and joy. The grand gates above, the opulent carriage, and the dignitaries awaiting at the far end of the wide street failed to elicit even the slightest interest from her. Gitu, I require your assistance in locating an individual. She softly inquired of the shadow clad in gray beside her. Who? The woman in gray, known as Gue Tu, paused momentarily. In truth, she was well aware of whom Yushi sought. Yet, she skillfully concealed her past. After a moment's reflection, Yushi refrained from uttering Su Yuan's name, instead providing a general description of his appearance. Gue Tu tilted her head, listening quietly, and ultimately nodded to signify her understanding. She inquired again of Yushi. Who is he to you? He. Yushi tightened her grip on the red string. He taught me something profoundly significant, and I have something to convey to him. This sentiment, a desire to protect him, surged within her. The words of Gitu pierced deeply into Yushi's heart, causing her to feel a slight panic, a sensation of being caught off guard. No, it's not like that. Chapter 47. Reclaiming the homeland. Gitu merely smiled, a smile imbued with both contentment and resignation. It seems that much has transpired in your life over the past 4 years that I was unaware of. Nevertheless, I am genuinely pleased to see your transformation. Though his words were tinged with half-truths, the joy he expressed was sincere. He reflected on the once porcelain doll-like girl, so endearing yet perpetually wearing a serious expression, pretending to be a little adult, constantly murmuring phrases like I was born to protect. Yet, he had never witnessed any other emotion on her face, as if she were not truly human. She was merely a soulless shell. Gitu recalled the secret scroll he had received from His Majesty, which depicted Yushi with a radiant smile. She couldn't help but feel a fleeting distraction, mingled with a hint of curiosity. What exactly has he taught you? I will do my utmost to help you find him, Gue Tu assured Yushi. She did not inform Yushi that, not long ago, a formidable army had marched southward. The commander of that army, merely a month prior, had ventured to the imperial capital for her sake, challenging the pinnacle of martial prowess in this realm with nothing but a sword. He carved a slice of heaven from the lifeless cracks of existence. A luxurious carriage was poised to traverse the broad, bluestone-paved street, at the end of which awaited an assembly of civil and military officials alongside noble families, beyond which stood the palatial buildings adorned with crimson walls and golden roofs. The grand gates of the palace stood ajar, eagerly anticipating their arrival. Deep within, Gitu understood that the emperor's secret envoy had erased all traces of the great marshal. Once they crossed that threshold, Princess Yushi would be forever oblivious to any news regarding that man. Until Yushi gazed upon the officials at her feet, particularly those from noble families, as an unnameable spark ignited in her eyes. She yearned to grasp something with her own hands, willing to pay any price for it. Sister Gitu, do you think I can become like my mother? Gitu nodded with unwavering certainty. Yes. You led the 50,000 demon extermination army southward. And after the blood sacrifice of the demon clan's formidable warriors outside the imperial capital, the purified essence and pills acquired barely sufficed to sustain the original 30,000 troops. The remaining 20,000 of the demon extermination army required further provisions. For at least half a month, your 30,000 troops would be an unstoppable force, sweeping through every city that had fallen to the demon clan, exterminating all demons within. Some of the demon clan's powerful survivors from the battle at the imperial capital encountered your forces, yet they were no match for your blade. Several of your commanders had practiced ancestral martial arts, which you imparted to the entire army, enabling them to cultivate their bodies according to the most suitable techniques. Although these martial arts were insufficient to breach the threshold of the 4th rank and attain the level of a master, any advancement beyond the 1st rank would provide significant assistance. You followed the route taken by the demon army, reclaiming the major cities of Mashanqing and Linqiao City, along with numerous smaller towns along the way. Only one large city remained, Guang'an City. Guang'an City was the largest stronghold in the south and a vital transportation hub. Controlling it meant controlling the entire southern frontier of the dynasty. Commander, over half of the lost cities have been reclaimed, but another challenge looms, reported Captain Zhao to Su Yuan. The demon extermination army had grown in number, complicating management. Fortunately, both Captain Zhao and the elderly commander with graying hair had decades of leadership experience, alleviating many of Su Yuan's burdens. The land within the city had been tainted by the blood of demons, transforming it into demonic soil. Aside from the soldiers of the demon extermination army who received elixirs, the common folk could not return for at least a century, as it would take that long for the demonic soil to revert to its original state. Worry was etched on Captain Zhao's face. If the cities were reclaimed but the populace could not return, it would be of little significance. And the previous border defenses would remain unrepaired. Advancing further south would mean venturing deeper into enemy territory, isolated from support. Su Yuan listened quietly, his expression unchanged. Captain Zhao understood that Su Yuan's thought process differed greatly from his own and refrained from disturbing him, waiting patiently instead. He then recalled another matter. Commander, half of the allotted time has passed. He referred to the duration since departing from the imperial capital. This indicated that the purified essence on the soldiers of the demon extermination army was nearing its expiration. Yet, the order to advance southward remained unrevoked. And the army continued forward. Captain Zhao recognized that they lacked sufficient sacrificial offerings for the blood rituals. Even disregarding the additional 20,000 troops, the original 30,000 soldiers had all received elixirs, necessitating only the renewal of the purified essence. However, that amounted to 30,000 doses of purified essence, requiring the blood sacrifice of 30,000 individuals. Apart from the demon clan warriors slain during the battle at the imperial capital, there were hardly any other opportunities to fulfill this requirement. Su Yuan continued to ponder in silence for a long while before finally speaking. We will advance to Guang'an City and halt there. Upon hearing this command, Captain Zhao breathed a sigh of relief. He had feared that Su Yuan would maintain the order to continue south, which would lead the demon extermination army into the depths of the demon territory, surrounded by an endless sea of enemies. Ultimately, it could result in no one returning alive, save for Su Yuan. Once they reached Guang'an City, the first priority would be addressing the issue of the demonic soil. Hearing Su Yuan's words, Captain Zhao smiled genuinely. Indeed, just as he prepared to depart, another figure entered, the elderly commander with hair as white as snow. The old commander respectfully reported to Su Yuan, Commander, we have received news that a considerable number of death row inmates are being sent from the imperial capital. This statement caused Captain Zhao, who was about to leave, to furrow his brow and glance at Su Yuan, only to find no sign of surprise on his face. Su Yuan nodded and stood up. Let us go and take a look. After exchanging glances with the white-haired commander, Captain Zhao followed suit. As Su Yuan stepped outside the military tent and looked towards the imperial capital from an elevated position, he saw a contingent of troops from the imperial capital escorting a long line of death row inmates approaching them. Captain Zhao was somewhat taken aback. How did they know we needed death row inmates? The elderly commander stroked his beard, appearing unfazed. As we neared the imperial capital, my actions to purge the collateral branches of noble families were too conspicuous to ignore. This information could easily be uncovered by Her Majesty's secret envoy. There must be over 10,000 death row inmates here. Not just that, death row inmates from across the dynasty are converging upon the imperial capital. And these are merely the first batch. Moreover, Her Majesty, under the pretext of cleansing the court, has designated numerous officials affiliated with noble families as death row inmates. And they are likely en route as well. Su Yuan paid no heed to the conversation between Commander Zhao and the old leader, instead quietly observing the endless line of death row prisoners being escorted past him under the watchful eyes of soldiers. It was not until the end that he glanced towards the imperial capital and instructed Commander Zhao to detain all the prisoners. Commander Zhao furrowed his brow, sensing an underlying disquiet, yet after coordinating with the general from the capital, he found no discrepancies. He could only suppress his unease and act according to Su Yuan's orders. At the very least, the arrival of these prisoners alleviated the immediate difficulties they faced. In a week's time, they would not find themselves in a precarious situation due to the dissipating magical energies. As he gazed at the prisoners, a vision of Su Yuan's blood sacrifice, both divine and demonic, suddenly flashed in Zhao's mind. A title swirled in his thoughts, refusing to dissipate, Demon Commander. In a panic, he forcefully expelled this notion, expending considerable effort to calm himself. He could not afford such thoughts. Now, he was irrevocably bound to the demon exorcising army, their fates intertwined, flourishing together or falling together. Reflecting on their journey, from the massacre in Li Yuan to the great festival in the imperial capital, where 50,000 were sacrificed, and then to the battle against the demon clan, the further they advanced, the more he realized that many decisions were no longer entirely at their discretion. They had to embody the demon exorcising army. There was no room for retreat. The consequences of its dissolution were too dire to contemplate. Thus, the demon exorcising army must remain the formidable force it had always been. You led the demon exorcising army directly to Guang'an City, where the powerful demons within had already been frightened away, leaving only the weak to face your might. Outside the city, the army, composed of 10,000 light and heavy cavalry, shattered the ranks of 50,000 demon heavy cavalry. The remaining forces surged into the city through the collapsed walls, slaughtering every demon in sight. Guang'an City, the largest stronghold in the southern border, was reclaimed. You established your presence within, beginning the restoration of the walls and several buildings. Su Yuan arrived at a special encampment, where all individuals met the requirements of the Sword of Destiny. He visited daily to impart the Li Yuan Demon Exorcising Sword Manual. The camp's inhabitants eagerly surrounded him, presenting the questions they had regarding the sword techniques learned the previous day. Even those who did not practice swordsmanship found inspiration and benefit from the sword manual he had created. Among them was a robust man named Nie Jinglong, who, despite lacking sword skills, learned rapidly and exhibited remarkable insight. His deputy, though somewhat skilled, possessed only average talent. Thus, Nie Jinglong followed Su Yuan closely each day, learning and then teaching his deputy. The sight of such a massive man wielding a sword that resembled a delicate embroidery needle was indeed comical, yet none dared mock him. For his prowess was among the finest in the demon exorcising army. Lacking the resources and techniques of noble families, he had nonetheless forged his body to the brink of mastery. A true prodigy. In addition to Nie Jinglong, there was a scholar named Yuchuan from a cultured family. Although he had never handled weapons, he adapted swiftly. His comprehension second only to Nie Jinglong. Just as Su Yuan was about to explain the day's lesson from the Li Yuan demon exorcising sword manual, a shadow darted out from the side, lunging at him. Bold thief! Nie Jinglong bellowed, the first to react and charging towards the shadow. In an instant, the shadow reached Su Yuan, raising a fist to strike him. Yet, Su Yuan merely fixed his gaze upon the assailant, standing resolute and immovable. Just as the fist descended upon him, Nie Jinglong collided with the shadow at an even greater speed, sending it flying amidst a cloud of dust. It was only then that everyone realized a throng of leaders from the demon exorcising army, accompanied by soldiers, was rushing towards them. Nie Jinglong returned, dragging a limp figure before Su Yuan and discarding it onto the ground. Marshal, this individual is as strong as gold and iron. Having reached the pinnacle of the postnatal stage, mere steps away from the innate realm, such an assassin can only be dispatched by a noble family. Su Yuan nodded knowingly. His expression remained unchanged throughout the ordeal. Countless eyes were fixed upon him, and this demeanor instilled confidence in the onlookers, assuring them that even without Nie Jinglong's intervention, Su Yuan could eliminate the assassin with a mere gesture. In a world where martial arts have declined and noble families dominate, a second-stage assassin was undeniably precious. The assassin, whose bones had been shattered by Nie Jinglong, lay on the ground, unable to move, only able to grimace in pain. Appearing youthful, he spoke. I am indeed from a noble family, but I am not from the main line. I am a branch disciple. Do you know the anguish of returning home only to find that most of my family has been slaughtered? The assassin gritted his teeth. I infiltrated the death row, solely to avenge my family by slaying you, the demon commander. At this revelation, the surrounding leaders were taken aback, erupting in outrage. Presumptuous! How dare you tarnish the name of the marshal? Marshal, this assassin spouts nonsense. He should be executed on the spot. Though the title of demon commander was well known throughout the ranks of the demon exorcising army, none had ever dared to utter it in Su Yuan's presence. Yet, upon hearing it, Su Yuan merely smiled. He waved his hand, signaling the assembled individuals to remain calm. Locking eyes with the assassin, Su Yuan stated, I slay only those who deserve it. They have met their fate. If you wish to protect them, you are no different from them. The assassin's eyes reflected a flicker of anguished struggle as he shouted, I understand, but those are my elders who cared for me, my childhood companions. What can I do? I can only distance myself from their corruption, bury myself in training, seeking a voice to discipline the younger generations of my family. Their sins ought to be judged by the emperor, not sacrificed by you. Su Yuan scoffed. So, you would allow them to oppress the common people, indulging in calamities, while the countless sacrifices made by the innocent go unnoticed. For centuries, many have perished due to noble families. Who has sought justice for them? Can one feign ignorance simply because they did not deliver the fatal blow? To sacrifice others for one's own preservation, can such actions be excused as anything but demonic? The assassin fell silent, the pain in his eyes deepening. Before he began to laugh maniacally, repeating, What can I do? What can I do? Su Yuan shook his head, turning to leave. But before he departed, he softly uttered, As long as you can bear the corresponding responsibilities. If noble families continue in such ways, then be prepared for the slaughter of your entire lineage. Seeking vengeance for your family is a noble pursuit, yet one must also be prepared for the possibility of death. Su Yuan strode away, as the surrounding commanders hurried to gather around him. Commander Zhao, appearing quite anxious, expressed his concerns about the inadequate surveillance of the death row prisoners, which allowed the assassin to infiltrate. Su Yuan merely waved his hand dismissively, assuring them it was of no consequence. They could not have prevented it. Under Su Yuan's guidance, the chaotic scene caused by the assassin gradually regained its order. Before departing, Su Yuan paused once more. Tomorrow shall be the day of blood sacrifice, he mused. After a moment of silence, Commander Zhao nodded. Marshal, do not take the assassin's words to heart. The downfall of the noble families is a consequence of their own actions. Any semblance of sympathy is unwarranted. Su Yuan responded with a smile. No need for concern. I merely wish to retain the assassin for tomorrow's proceedings. We cannot let such an opportunity go to waste. Moreover, I must say, the title of Demon Lord carries far more gravitas than that of Marshal. Chapter 49. The Princess's Decree. It has been half a month since Yushi returned to the palace. Initially, she found it quite disconcerting to be served by a multitude of maidens, indulged in the utmost opulence. Even during her baths, there were numerous attendants bearing garments and petals, along with an array of unfamiliar items. Her childhood memories seemed to echo this experience, Yet aside from a few vivid recollections, the rest remained a haze. In the early morning, she donned a strikingly red gown, accentuating her delicate figure, while a subtle touch of makeup adorned her face. Her clear eyes reflecting purity like a mirror. Lavish ornaments secured her flowing hair into an elegant updo, rendering her appearance both resplendent and regal. The once mischievous countenance of the young girl bore a newfound air of nobility, invoking a sense of reverence. If the previous Yushi could be likened to a spoiled princess, the current incarnation exuded the poise of a princess destined to bear the weight of the world. As she moved with grace, her unwavering gaze radiated an imposing presence that deterred direct eye contact. Gue too approached her, remarking how captivating she remained. Yushi merely nodded, inquiring if her mother would be holding lessons today. Gue too shook his head, stating that there would be no lessons today, for the emperor wished to show her something. Then let us proceed, Yushi responded, stepping forward, her urgency evident. Gue too, perceiving her impatience, followed closely behind, reassuring her that the emperor's promises would not wane. However, before that day arrived, Yushi needed to grasp the intricacies of the court and the complex relationships among the noble families. All this must be conveyed before the emperor would feel at ease. Upon hearing this, Yushi's concealed hand tightened slightly within her sleeve. The faint sound of bells chiming softly. I understand, she replied softly. I am not in haste. Yet, after a moment's contemplation, she hesitated and, after a brief internal struggle, finally asked, Gue Tuesday. Before her question could fully form, Gue too chuckled knowingly, already anticipating her inquiry. For she had posed it multiple times a day. Rest assured, Your Highness, should I discover that person, I will inform you at once. If no news has emerged, please remain calm. Regardless of life or death, I shall ensure he stands before you. Hearing Gue too's solemn assurance, Yushi gradually set aside her worries as they entered another palace. Inside, a dignified figure clad in a resplendent yellow robe sat at a desk. Upon seeing her, Yushi's eyes reflected a myriad of emotions, yet she ultimately took a seat beside her regal mother. Over the past half-month, Yushi had grown accustomed to this title, no longer finding it awkward. The majestic figure turned to her. She bore a face strikingly similar to Yushi's, appearing no older than 30. Unlike Yushi, however, the Empress radiated an innate nobility and an unmistakable air of authority. Her eyes, laden with scrutiny, assessed everything within her view. Only when they fell upon Yushi did the examination soften. Yushi, look over there, the Empress instructed. Yushi raised her gaze in the direction indicated by her mother. Before the palace lay a vast square, granting an unobstructed view of all that transpired within it. At that moment, the square was filled with an endless line of individuals clad in white, all shackled and kneeling upon the ground. Yushi was not intimidated by the scene. She merely tightened her grip on the crimson cord, puzzled as to its purpose. The Empress pushed a stack of documents towards Yushi. These individuals are all criminals. You are to review their files and determine whether they shall be sentenced to death. If deemed so, they must be sent away. Sent away? To where? Yushi inquired, bewildered. Why must I be the one to judge? To a military force known as the Demon Exterminating Army, the Empress replied coolly. Yushi's confusion deepened. Her knowledge of the Demon Exterminating Army was scant. She only recalled what the woman who had accompanied her from the dawn had said. There existed an extraordinarily valiant army that had fought its way to the imperial capital, annihilating the demonic forces entirely. Were they not the very army tasked with vanquishing demons? Why then, must they send the condemned to this fate? Was this a conscription into the military? At that moment, the regal Empress turned her gaze, fixing her serious and intense eyes upon Yushi. A look so profound that Yushi found it difficult to meet her gaze. No, they intended to offer these individuals as a blood sacrifice. These words caused an inexplicable flutter in Yushi's heart. A blood sacrifice. The first image that sprang to Yushi's mind was of herself riding in a grand procession, surrounded by the eyes of the multitude, embarking on the path towards the maw of the demons, to sacrifice herself for the peace of the realm. And then, in a moment of dazed clarity, a familiar silhouette flashed before her eyes. That figure walked ahead, fingers half curled as if grasping at something intangible. She yearned to follow, to take hold of that hand. Yet, no matter how she reached, it eluded her grasp, leaving her to watch as the figure receded further and further into the distance. She wished to call out to the retreating figure, yet her lips quivered slightly without producing a sound. Her thoughts returned to the present, and after a moment of contemplation, she responded, but if they are death row inmates, the Empress nodded in agreement, indicating that she had tasked her with determining who among them deserved such a fate. Chapter 50. Breaking through the mastery. Yushi lowered her head in deep thought, glancing at the towering stack of documents, her brow furrowing as she inquired, are there any specific rules or regulations? That depends entirely on you. The regal Empress replied, casting a penetrating gaze upon Yushi. Your assignment for today is this. With that, she rose and departed, leaving Yushi to confront the mountain of files alone. For a moment, Yushi found herself at a loss, pondering whether she truly held the power to dictate life and death at will. She cast a pleading gaze towards Gue too, but after receiving a sympathetic look of helplessness, he departed. The young maiden, in the prime of her youth, felt a flicker of distress at that moment. Yet, after this fleeting sorrow, she was left to confront the daunting pile of documents before her. A soft gingling sound emanated from her clenched palm, delicate and faint, almost destined to be whisked away by the wind in the vast hall. Upon hearing this gentle chime, an unexpected surge of strength welled up within her, and her spirit lifted slightly. Regardless of what lay ahead, she vowed not to yield, solely for the desire to see him a day sooner. With this resolute determination, Yushi began to diligently sift through the scrolls. In the expansive palace, Yushi was the sole figure kneeling at the desk. A few strands of hair cascading gently from her brow, swaying slightly, accentuating her tender visage. Her meticulous examination of the documents rendered her even more enchanting. The morning sun streamed through the gaps in the door, illuminating the hall and casting a golden path behind her. "Marshal, you summoned me for a purpose?" Nie Jinglong entered Su Yuan's tent, his typically unruly demeanor subdued in the presence of Su Yuan. "I know that assassin from yesterday was no match for you. But in a moment of impatience, I acted hastily. I hope you won't hold it against me." Su Yuan shook his head. "I did not call you here for that." Nie Jinglong's expression grew serious as he thumped his chest. "If you have any instructions, Nie Jinglong, will not refuse. Do you wish to break through to the Grandmaster level?" Nie Jinglong trembled with excitement. "Indeed, breaking through to Grandmaster is my second greatest aspiration. I have pondered it day and night, yet I have always been at a loss, just a hair's breadth away." Su Yuan chuckled at his candidness. "And what is your greatest aspiration?" "To slay demons, of course." Su Yuan burst into hearty laughter, but his expression turned serious as he fixed his gaze on Nie Jinglong. "If I possess a way to assist you in breaking through." Before Su Yuan could finish, Nie Jinglong's eyes sparkled with unrestrained eagerness as he leapt to his feet, his robust frame nearly bursting the confines of the tent. "Marshal, should you enable my breakthrough? I would willingly embrace death tomorrow, if need be. I would pay any price. If I could break through today, I would march into the heart of the demon realm tonight to challenge the demon lord. Such a death would be worth it." Su Yuan paused momentarily, observing the imposing man before him. "It's not as if you would die tomorrow. Moreover, even if you attained Grandmaster status, you would still be unable to defeat the demon lord." Nie Jinglong merely chuckled. "Whether I can defeat him is one matter, but fighting him is another." Su Yuan drew forth an ancient short sword, holding it before him as he instructed, "Extend your hand." Initially bewildered by Su Yuan's action, Nie Jinglong nevertheless chose to obey without hesitation. Su Yuan lightly traced the blade across Nie Jinglong's already impervious hand, staining the ancient sword with a drop of blood. In that instant, Nie Jinglong felt an overwhelming surge of power erupting within him. His internal barrier shattered, seamlessly connecting into a realm of his own, subtly resonating with the world around him. A faint golden aura enveloped his bones, muscles, and skin, rendering him as radiant as a celestial being, his aura reaching its zenith. At first, he stared in astonishment at the transformation unfolding within him, but soon he erupted into wild laughter. "Have I ascended to Grandmaster? No. It is beyond that. This is the pinnacle above Grandmaster, and I can feel an inexhaustible strength within me. I could take on 10,000 foes." Su Yuan silently observed Nie Jinglong's metamorphosis. This marked his inaugural application of the divine power bestowed by the sword's name. Correspondingly, the towering figure before him had become a vessel for the sword. Su Yuan sensed an extraordinary bond forming between Nie Jinglong and the ancient short sword, from which he discerned that the sword was drawing forth something intangible from Nie Jinglong, an indistinct essence flowing from unseen depths within him into the blade. Eventually, all but one vague connection between Nie Jinglong and the short sword was absorbed, leaving Su Yuan puzzled by this peculiar phenomenon. Furthermore, he realized that to receive feedback from the bestowed divine power, the vessel must perish first. After death, Su Yuan instinctively tightened his grip on the sword's hilt. Before him stood Nie Jinglong, endowed with divine power, while Su Yuan remained devoid of any such gift, save for the lingering essence bestowed by the demon-slaying talent. Yet, inexplicably, he felt a sense of relief. Thankfully, death was not imminent. He could sense the vibrant life force pulsating within Nie Jinglong, prompting a silent smile. Meanwhile, Nie Jinglong remained enraptured in the ecstasy of his breakthrough and newfound divine power. Among all those who met the criteria, he was the one who elicited the strongest reaction from the short sword, his transformation far exceeding Su Yuan's expectations. The bestowed divine power was commensurate with the rarity of the vessel. Reflecting on this, Su Yuan decided to name the bestowed power innate divine strength. After reveling in his newfound abilities, Nie Jinglong finally turned to express his gratitude. With eyes full of reverence, he bowed deeply to Su Yuan, saying, "Thank you, Marshal." Su Yuan waved his hand, merely requesting that Nie Jinglong summon the others. Joyously, Nie Jinglong dashed out, and moments later, his booming laughter echoed through the skies, resonating from the north gate to the south gate of Guang'an City, reverberating back and forth multiple times. The demon-slaying soldiers, hearing the laughter in the air, initially assumed a Grandmaster had arrived, causing some commanders to feel a sense of foreboding. However, upon recognizing the robust figure in the sky, their faces lit up with joy. "It's General Nye. He has broken through to Grandmaster. We now have a Grandmaster among us." Instantly, the entire demon-slaying army was enveloped in the elation brought forth by Nie Jinglong's breakthrough. Chapter 51. Resolving the Demon Soil. Those who were deemed worthy by the short sword were granted divine power. Following Nie Jinglong, the scholarly scion in Yuchuan was bestowed with divine power. Second only to Nie Jinglong, he could summon a pair of fated swords, propelling his strength to a level just beneath Nie Jinglong, making him one of the few to leap to the third tier in one bound. These individuals were assigned to different squads, each leading a contingent of the demon-slaying army. By evening, the allotted time for the cleansing of the demon-slaying army had elapsed, and the blood sacrifice was initiated once more. "Marshal, preparations are complete," reported the gray-haired, old commander with clasped hands. "This time, there are a full 30,000. Su Yuan merely nodded and stepped onto the city wall. Beyond the wall, on the demon-soiled ground stained black with demonic blood, deep pits had already been excavated. The gradually descending dust cast an orange glow upon the earth. While on the other side of the setting sun, the night sky began to unveil itself. This scene reminded Su Yuan of that moment spent on the rooftop with Yushi, where they had witnessed a similar sight. His gaze drifted northward, as if traversing 1,000 miles, until it fell upon a delicate figure adorned with a charming smile. He wondered how she fared now. Slowly, Su Yuan retracted his gaze, standing alone atop the wall, gradually raising the short sword in his hand. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed from the pit below, calling out with fervor. It was the assassin from yesterday. "Demon Commander, are you prepared to face the responsibilities you bear?" Su Yuan merely smiled faintly, choosing not to respond. Crimson patterns began to manifest upon the ancient blade of his short sword. As time passed, the light behind Yushi gradually shifted, until the great hall was enveloped in an orange hue. Unbeknownst to her, dusk had arrived. Yushi, suddenly aware of an elongated shadow before her, jolted from her concentrated state. At this moment, the documents before her were nearing completion, a small mountain of papers transformed into another. Yushi's eyes lowered. It was already this late. When one is fully engrossed, time seems to fly by. It felt just like when she was beside the master of the demon sword, where each day slipped away in a blink. She rose from her seat. And outside the hall, a silhouette leaned against a pillar, waiting for her in the twilight glow. For a moment, Yushi felt a sense of disorientation, a touch of magic. But just as she opened her mouth, the figure turned around. It was Gue Tuesday. Yushi immediately closed her lips, watching as Gue Tu approached her with a smile. "Your Highness, you must be hungry. His Majesty instructed us not to disturb you until you emerged. Here. This is a delicacy prepared by the Imperial Kitchen." Gue Tu produced a box of pastries from behind him. As she gazed at the treats held before her, Yushi's eyes flickered with a momentary daze. "Your Highness? Are you all right?" It was only then that Yushi shook her head and accepted the pastries. "I'm fine, just feeling a bit weary." Gue Tu smiled knowingly, for after a day spent managing state affairs, most would need 3 or 4 days to recuperate. "However, Your Highness, you bear a resemblance to the late Emperor. Once you immerse yourself in your duties, it seems fatigue does not touch you. Often sitting in the hall for an entire day and still brimming with vitality the next." Yushi could only smile in response, her gaze sweeping around until it landed on the setting sun, which painted the clouds in hues of fiery red. She was momentarily stirred, pointing at the lofty eaves of the palace. "Gitu, can we ascend there?" "Of course, Your Highness, do not move." Gitu gently supported Yushi, and with a light leap, they landed on the rooftop. A gentle breeze wafted by as Yushi gazed at the setting sun, flanked by fiery clouds, while the other side of the sky was already shrouded in the embrace of night. This celestial panorama caused her to drift into a reverie once more. Beside her, Gitu opened a box containing delicacies and inquired, "Your Highness, how do you find the day's experiences?" Yushi paused, recalling the documents she had perused throughout the day, her expression becoming somewhat intricate, unsure of how to articulate her thoughts. After a moment, she finally found the right words, whispering, "One is at the mercy of fate." Gitu's motion of presenting the delicacies faltered for a moment. Then he smiled at Yushi with delight. "It appears that Your Highness learns swiftly." Yushi offered a silent smile, her gaze fixed on the horizon where the sun descended, lost in contemplation. As she watched, for reasons unknown, her heart stirred with memories of that splendid beam of light she had witnessed from the carriage that day. Gitu. Just as she was about to inquire whether Gue Tu was aware of the matter concerning the pillar of light, her peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of an extraordinarily bright movement. She immediately turned her gaze towards the luminous source. In the distant horizon, she faintly perceived a radiant beam suspended in the sky. This beam shone with an unparalleled brilliance, akin to a serene, floating galaxy, captivating in its exquisite beauty. For a moment, Yushi was entranced. Although the scene before her was much more distant than the last time she beheld it, there was no doubt that it mirrored the former pillar of light perfectly. Yushi remained fixated on the beam, unable to shake off her reverie. Yet, inexplicably, a profound sense of loss deepened within her. It was a sensation of something slipping away, some intangible essence, something she could not grasp, receding further from her reach. As she gazed at the beam, an unwarranted sadness enveloped her, leaving her wordlessly distressed. A single tear slowly cascaded down her cheek. She merely wiped it away quietly. "What has happened to me?" she murmured to herself, yet no one could provide an answer. Only the indistinct sounds carried by the wind responded. She could scarcely discern what it was. After consolidating the Danma army and securing Guang'an City, you set about addressing the issue of the corrupted land. Simultaneously, you divided the Danma army into several contingents, dispatching them to reclaim the southern frontier cities beyond Guang'an. Each contingent was led by seasoned commanders paired with those endowed with divine abilities, while you remained stationed in Guang'an City. The Danma army, though dispersed, radiated an unwavering aura of invincibility, with good news pouring in as one frontier city after another was reclaimed. Concurrently, progress was made in tackling the issue of the corrupted land. It was discovered that the blood of soldiers who had received the divine elixirs could mitigate some of the taint's effects. If the quantity of soldiers' blood was sufficient, it could completely nullify the influence of the corrupted land, restoring it to its original state. Thus, you decreed that the corruption in Guang'an City be eradicated first, returning the city to its former glory. Chapter 52. Escape from the imperial palace to Liyuan with the blood of over 10,000 soldiers poured forth. All the land within Guang'an City was restored to its original state. In the ensuing period, the frontier cities under the jurisdiction of the Danma army gradually returned to their former appearance, with reconstruction efforts advancing steadily. The Danma army established a robust defensive line against the Demon Clan in the southern frontier. The entire force was dispersed across various cities, each garrisoned in a designated area, with rotations occurring every fortnight. News began to circulate from unknown sources, prompting fleeing refugees to return to these frontier cities. Moreover, not only were death row inmates dispatched from the imperial capital, but also a populace that had relocated. A large-scale migration commenced. For at least the next 6 months, the entire dynasty found itself in a state of turmoil, beset by heavy taxes and oppressive levies, causing widespread discontent among the populace, with continuous lamentations echoing across the land. As soon as Yushi spoke, Ketu understood the purpose of her visit. She continued to reiterate the same words countless times, merely altering her approach. Your Highness. When the calamity struck, only a few survived in Liyuan, and none inquired about the outcome. As for other regions, even if we wished to seek those lost, it would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. There is no urgency, and we must proceed with patience. However, to our surprise, Yushi shook her head in an unusual manner. I did not come to inquire about this. Yushi's lustrous black hair was elegantly tied back, and her form-fitting monochrome attire accentuated her exquisite curves flawlessly. Though her face bore little expression, a flicker of restlessness danced in her eyes. We slipped out of the palace. Gitu hesitated momentarily, saying, Your Highness, if there is anything you wish to command us, please do so. There is no need for. But Rainey's subsequent words sent a chill down Gitu's spine. We are going to Liyuan, Rainey declared with utmost certainty, her demeanor tinged with anticipation. Gitu thought to himself that this was a calamity. Though a tempest raged within, he maintained a facade of calm. Your Highness, venturing beyond the palace requires the Emperor's decree. Otherwise, should any misfortune occur en route, none of us can bear the consequences. Rainey cast an annoyed glance at Gitu. If anything happens, I shall take full responsibility. This matter is not open for discussion. We are leaving now. With that, Rainey seized Gitu's hand, leading him down a narrow path within the palace. Over the past 6 months, she had thoroughly acquainted herself with every corner of the royal residence. She had devised a method to evade her mother's watchful gaze. As she was pulled along by Yushi, Gitu found herself unable to extricate herself from the situation, surrendering to Yushi's lead down a narrow path. This secluded trail saw few footprints, presenting no obstacles along the way, until they arrived at an expansive palace gate, where the imperial guards stood in formidable layers. Upon sighting Yushi, the guards at the palace gate promptly bowed in deference. However, just as Yushi set foot through the threshold, the guards obstructed her passage once more. Your Highness, without the Emperor's decree, you cannot roam freely. The outside world is not as tranquil as you might believe. The guard, unable to meet Yushi's gaze, averted his eyes and spoke apologetically. Yushi surveyed the surrounding guards, her expression betraying no emotion, her thoughts shrouded in mystery, her eyes as cold and reflective as ice. Her demeanor transformed entirely, exuding an air of nobility and authority. Were it not for her mother's command, how would this princess ever contemplate leaving the palace? Her voice was remarkably monotone, revealing the unmistakable aura of authority. Would you not agree, Gitu? Yushi turned to inquire of Gitu, subtly winking with one eye. After a brief moment of inner conflict, Gitu could not help but let out a sigh within. Indeed, she could never betray Yushi at such a moment. The lieutenant, upon seeing the prominent figure Gitu beside the Empress, nodded in acknowledgement. Though he had already come to believe 7 parts of the way, a lingering unease remained, prompting him to furrow his brow and instruct his subordinates to confirm matters further. As one of the imperial guards departed at an astonishing speed, both Yushi and Gitu felt their hearts leap into their throats. With each passing second, Yushi's inner turmoil intensified, her expression betraying a hint of stubbornness. No, she would insist that Gitu accompany her to force their way through. Just then, the imperial guard returned, nodding respectfully to the lieutenant. Instantly, the lieutenant smiled and stepped aside, ceasing his obstruction. In that moment, Gitu found herself enveloped in a haze of confusion, while Yushi, taken aback, instinctively stepped out of the palace gates. As she traversed the deep palace walls, she beheld the sunlight outside and the bustling throngs on the distant bluestone street. she experienced a fleeting sense of unreality, which was swiftly supplanted by an overwhelming urgency from deep within her soul. She fixed her gaze upon a certain direction, that of the southwest. There, on the frontier, lies a small town named Liyuan. Your Highness, you are ill-prepared for a long journey. It would be wiser for me to guide you through a day in the imperial capital, returning by night. Gitu's furrowed brow, marked by confusion, soon relaxed as she came to a realization, altering her words. However, to her surprise, Yushi turned her head to stare at her, a playful smile gracing her delicate features. With a glint of mischief in her eyes, Gitu felt a tingle of apprehension under that gaze, uncertain of what schemes were swirling in Yushi's mind. Gitu, you must know of many discreet places for supplies. I entrust the preparations for our journey to you. Gitu felt a wave of despair wash over her. Half a day later, a carriage slipped out of the city amidst a convoy. Guang'an City. Commander Zhao presented a new list to Su Yuan. Marshal. The resettlement of the latest batch of citizens has been completed. Su Yuan nodded, setting the list aside. After a moment's hesitation, Commander Zhao spoke again. Marshal. Citizens continue to arrive from the imperial capital. Should we accept them? Yes, why not? Otherwise, what purpose does a dead city serve? Su Yuan replied without lifting his gaze. However, this is clearly their open scheme. With so many cities and so many people, our military forces will be dispersed and restrained. If we wish to advance further, we will lack sufficient troops. Since it is an open scheme, we must proceed for now. After all, accepting the populace benefits us more than it harms. For them, the optimal outcome is to maintain balance. After all, we have halted the tide of demons, and they need not face it. Presently, we are firmly established in the southern frontier, rebuilding cities and populating them from scratch. They are most pleased to see this. There is another matter. The demonic soil of Liyuan remains unexorcised. The cursed soil, influenced by that dark entity, proves impervious to the blood of ordinary demon-slaying soldiers. I understand. Let us abandon Liyuan City. Upon hearing this, Commander Zhao nodded, comprehending what must be done. Yet, before departing, he couldn't resist casting a glance at Su Yuan's face, partially shrouded in darkness. That countenance remained unchanged from years past, yet there were faint red markings that had begun to emerge. In the past 6 months, to sustain the demon-slaying army, a blood sacrifice had been performed every 2 weeks. Consequently, the souls that had perished under Su Yuan's hand numbered in the hundreds of thousands. Chapter 53. Are they demons? After a half-day's journey, the carriage that had departed the imperial capital arrived at the nearest small town. As evening approached, Gitu guided the carriage to a tavern. Your Highness, I shall tend to the horses. Although she claimed to be feeding the horses, Gitu's figure swiftly vanished without a trace, leaving one to wonder where she had gone. Yushi was well aware of the truth. She did not voice her thoughts. Rather, it was precisely in accordance with her desires. On the first floor of the inn, Yushi found a spot to sit. Despite her understated attire, a simple dress and a somewhat ashen complexion, her commanding presence was undeniably striking. Impossible to conceal. Her long hair cascaded beneath her loose robe, obscuring her graceful figure, yet as she moved, many were momentarily taken aback. Such a delicate young woman. When adorned, she must be an exquisite beauty. Her extraordinary aura suggested she hailed from a prominent family, possibly even a noble lineage. In these times, it would be wise to refrain from provoking her. One might easily find themselves ensnared next. After a brief murmur of speculation, the patrons redirected their gazes. Behind Yushi sat another table of guests, engaged in hushed whispers, their conversation touching upon the demon subjugation army. Instantly, Yushi perked up, listening intently. They spoke of apprehensions, likening the demon subjugation army to the demon clan itself. My neighbors, a household of 18, were all relocated last month, and since then, not a word has been heard from them. We remain unaware of their fate, one lamented. Indeed, they claim to have reclaimed the cities occupied by the demon clan. But how could anyone survive in that wretched place? It's merely a pretext to seize more people. Who knows what befalls them once they're taken? Another interjected, there is one silver lining. Everyone is now compliant, fearful that any misstep may lead to a death sentence. Several idle ruffians near my home have vanished, and the few remaining are too terrified to leave their houses, paralyzed by fear. Yushi, listening intently, felt a cloud of confusion envelop her, her brow furrowing in concern. What had transpired? Hadn't the demon subjugation army driven away the demon clan? Why did it seem that everyone was so afraid of them? Suddenly, a loud shout erupted within the inn. You little rascal, you've stolen from your grandfather. This was followed by a young voice pleading for mercy, repeatedly begging not to involve the authorities. Just then, a group of officials happened to pass by the inn, their attention piqued by the commotion inside. The leader's eyes brightened with opportunity. Without hesitation, the officials rushed in, seizing the thief. Daring to steal? Come with us. The thief, unable to contain his despair, cried. I want to go, I want to go. I merely took something. I am not a death row inmate. I am not a death row inmate, the leader scoffed coldly. You'll find out if you accompany us. It will be up to the esteemed officials of the demon subjugation army to decide your fate. Who knows if this is your only transgression? Take him away. Yushi frowned gently as she observed the officials dragging the thief away. The remaining patrons in the inn fell silent, wary of speaking above a whisper. In that moment, Yushi grasped the underlying truth. She sat at the table, staring blankly, lost in thought and oblivious to her surroundings. Even when Gitu took a seat across from her, she remained unaware. Your Highness, what occupies your mind? Rainy Dawn asked, lifting her gaze, her eyes still reflecting a hint of distraction. Gitu, what do you know about the demon-slaying army? Are they truly capturing people everywhere to serve as death row inmates? Gitu gazed intently into Rainy Dawn's eyes for a long while. Your Highness, do you genuinely wish to know? Rainy Dawn slowly nodded. She was uncertain why she felt such profound concern for the demon-slaying army. Yet, each time those words echoed in her mind, a tumult of emotions surged within her. She yearned to uncover information about them. Perhaps he was among the ranks of the demon-slaying army. Gitu pressed her lips together, and after a moment, exhaled a sigh, finally speaking. The demon-slaying army indeed requires a blood sacrifice. Many, many. Those simple words shattered the last thread of Rainy's composure, prompting her to question, why are they not slaying demons? Indeed, they are slayers of demons, yet they too demand a blood offering. Rainy averted her gaze, lost in a tumultuous whirl of thoughts. A profound silence lingered until Rainy finally mustered the courage to pose one last inquiry. Then, are they demons? Observing Rainy's despondent demeanor, Gitu felt a flicker of compassion in her heart, though it was swiftly overshadowed by resolve. That is a matter you must ascertain for yourself. Your Highness. A fortnight later, Gitu returned with Rainy to the ruins of Liyuan City. Rainy stumbled forward toward the remnants of the city. Gitu led the horse, gazing at Rainy's silhouette from a distance. Though Rainy was already aware that Liyuan City had fallen to demonic calamity, witnessing it firsthand unveiled a torrent of emotions within her. The ruins before her appeared strangely unfamiliar. She recalled the final moments spent in the carriage, gazing back at the city, when Liyuan still resembled the memory she cherished. Now, it lay as mere debris upon cursed earth, the air thick with a foul stench, tainted in shades of black and red. One could only imagine the ferocity of the battles that once raged here. Amidst the ruins, Rainy could still recognize familiar streets. She could not help but continue down the path, her heart racing as she approached a place so familiar it felt like home. Trembling, she clutched the object in her palm. A faint jingling sound echoed through the desolate ruins, a melody only she could hear. With great effort, Yushi arrived at the remnants of a small courtyard. In that instant, her gaze became utterly lost in reverie. In her memories, she had spent the most beautiful 4 years here, untouched by the outside world. She could lie carefree beside that familiar figure, grasping at the hem of his garment, drifting into a peaceful slumber. During tranquil afternoons, she would gaze at him as he feigned sleep, free from any worries. He had a knack for provoking her ire. Yet time and again, he would soothe her with other charms, even when she had sworn to ignore him from the depths of her heart. And then, memories flooded back, each one vivid and clear. Yet now, the courtyard lay in ruin, a scene of devastation. She was no longer the charming and somewhat proud young girl she once was. That figure had vanished without a trace. Yushi stood in front of the small courtyard, suppressing the tremor in her voice. Where, exactly are you? Chapter 54. The princess's ascension. Gitu silently remained behind Yushi. She lingered at the ruins of the courtyard for a long while before slowly turning around. However, when Gitu looked at her again, all he saw were a pair of vacant eyes devoid of any emotion. Your Highness, Gitu softly called out. Yushi shook her head. I am fine. Let us return. A moment later, seated in the carriage, Yushi could not help but gaze at the increasingly distant ruins of Liyuan City. Reminiscent of the time she was forcefully taken away. Yet now, she harbored no expectations for this small town. Yushi took one last glance at the ruins, gradually succumbing to darkness after sunset, then turned her head and closed her eyes. When she opened them again, all emotions had vanished, leaving only a pair of eyes as clear and emotionless as a mirror. The wind carried a faint, almost imperceptible jingling sound. Whether from the shaking of the carriage or the grip of its owner was uncertain. When this carriage, bearing the sole heiress of the dynasty, returned to the imperial capital, Yushi had already been missing for a month. Yet the palace remained tranquil as if nothing had transpired. However, the princess, revered by all, had become increasingly diligent. Moreover, she had grown even more silent. She no longer incessantly inquires about that question regarding the return map, which she has asked countless times. She closely followed the imposing figure of regal elegance, absorbing all that she observed and heard into her mind. Regardless of the multitude of tasks assigned to her, she would silently execute them to near perfection. Countless nights, the lights in the princess's quarters would blaze until dawn. The following day, during court, beneath the assembly of ministers, the princess would sit beneath the royal throne, dutifully attending to the myriad affairs of state in place of the graceful empress. Many of these matters were handled with such meticulousness that even the most seasoned officials could only marvel at the absence of superior methods. The graceful empress, observing the heir apparent known throughout the court, found her satisfaction growing day by day. Half a year had passed. It had been over a year since the princess returned to the palace. The The once timid and anxious girl who had first entered the palace had undergone a profound transformation. While her features remained largely unchanged, she had shed some of her youthful innocence, now exuding an aura of unspoken authority that commanded respect, causing others to regard her youthful visage with newfound reverence. Under the lavish provisions of the palace, her skin had become increasingly radiant, smooth enough to be described as delicate. Her silhouette was flawless, devoid of any excess. A vibrant gown draped elegantly behind her, and a beautifully crafted golden hairpin secured her long hair into an exquisite bun. Even the simplest glance from her was enough to leave one breathless. The only imperfection lay in her eyes, which perpetually bore an air of indifference. It seemed as though nothing could stir her interest, not even the most challenging of state affairs. With just a few words, she was able to elucidate the intricate connections at play. Faced with the differing opinions of the ministers below, a mere glance from her could quell dissent. Allowing her to articulate her rebuttals with clarity and poise, maintaining the upper hand, no one had ever managed to gain an advantage over her. Even those audacious enough to attempt a debate with this imperial heir would find themselves faltering under the gaze of her profound, abyss-like eyes, their hearts racing with uncertainty as they pondered the true thoughts of the princess before them. However, on this particular day, a minister proposed that, prior to her ascension, a suitable consort be chosen for her to ensure the continuity of the lineage, thus averting any unforeseen complications related to childbirth post-coronation. He concluded by suggesting that Li Xuanyi, the heir of the Li family, who had just turned 20 and was of a similar age, would be an excellent candidate. As soon as the words were spoken, the entire court fell into an eerie silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. The dynamics between the aristocracy and the throne had always been one of outward harmony, yet beneath the surface, the currents of unspoken thoughts swirled. Though the aristocracy did not hold official positions, their unique status meant that no one in the court lacked the support of a powerful family behind them. Yet, no one had dared to speak so boldly. Was the Li family out of their minds? Yushi did not hear the voice that came from the throne behind her. Thus her deep-set eyes shifted to the face of the minister who had spoken. She then executed a remarkably astonishing gesture in the eyes of all present. With her gaze slightly lowered, her expression impassive, she articulated in the most unremarkable tone. This princess has already given her heart to another. This matter need not be discussed further. Her demeanor seemed to suggest that she was not speaking of her own affairs, as if entirely detached from the matter at hand, exuding an astonishing calmness. Yet the content of her words sent ripples through the court, igniting a fervent uproar among the ministers. Yushi chose to disregard the clamor of the crowd and turned to leave, only to encounter the lofty gaze emanating from the throne, a scrutinizing glance that held a hint of appraisal. Upon meeting this gaze, Yushi exhibited no trepidation. She cast a fleeting look back before departing. Upon returning to her quarters, as she had anticipated, she was summoned to the imperial chambers. Within the opulent confines of the palace, the regal figure reclined in a chair, a soft voice resonating through the air. You ought to have managed this matter more adeptly. The words bore no hint of reproach, as if merely commenting on a trifling issue. Yushi remained silent, her eyes lowered, yet a flicker of defiance danced within them. She clenched her palm tightly. I do not wish to. In every other regard, she is willing to acquiesce. Yet, in this matter, she remains resolute. You must not be swayed by emotions. You must comprehend the responsibilities that accompany this position. Only by exercising the most judicious decisions, as you have in the past, can you emerge as a worthy emperor. Yushi bit her supple, crimson lips, and in the solitude of their chamber, she trembled slightly as she posed the question that had long been buried within her heart. Is it akin to how you chose me all those years ago? The moment the words escaped her lips, a heavy silence enveloped them both. They were acutely aware of what was being chosen, yet neither dared to utter those three words. The silence persisted until, at last, Yushi turned to leave without raising her head. I will find him. Her voice dissipated along with that fleeting silhouette within the palace, and after an indeterminate amount of time, a soft sigh echoed through the chambers. Yet, this sigh lacked the previous imperiousness and oppressive weight. Following the unexpected events that unfolded in the court, within a mere fortnight, the entire court, and even the capital were astounded. The Empress, who had reigned alone for decades and cast a long shadow over the dynasty, declared her impending abdication. The successor was the current princess, Yushi, who would be known as Empress Shi. Chapter 55, the demon-subduing expeditionary force for over 6 months. The scale of the demon-subduing army had barely expanded, maintaining a meager count of 50,000, scattered across various cities. The army's stronghold, comprising numerous towns, had gradually shown signs of improvement after a prolonged period of recuperation. Having endured the initial hardships of cultivation, they had finally established a foothold. However, it was evident that merely maintaining the status quo was inadequate. It was merely a temporary fix. Thus, plans were set in motion for the first expedition against the demon race. General Zhao and the increasingly gray-haired elder commander engaged in casual conversation. Outside, whispers seemed to permeate the air. I've heard some rumors from the newcomers. Words cannot be restrained. Let them speak. It has only been a year, surely. They haven't forgotten about the demon calamity. Humph. If not for the demon-subduing army, the present disaster would have engulfed the entire dynasty by now. How quickly they forget their wounds. General Zhao could only smile wryly at the elder commander's usual obstinate demeanor. The marshal intends to form an expeditionary force to penetrate the demon territory. However, General Zhao hesitated. I believe maintaining the current state is sufficient, especially since the demons have not dared to invade the borders for a year. The elder commander pondered. The marshal's considerations differ from ours. Since his mind is made up, we have no choice but to follow. Perhaps someone could speak a word or two. What if the marshal changes his mind? General Zhao suggested. And who will do that? You? The elder commander shot a sidelong glance at General Zhao. Just then, a figure, remarkably tall and seemingly beyond normal stature, approached them. Nie Jinglong beamed at the two, exclaiming, "The marshal has called for an expedition against the demons. Finally, I can step onto the battlefield and slay demons. This past year has been nothing but guarding the city, and all my martial prowess has gone to waste." Seeing Nie Jinglong's enthusiasm, General Zhao sighed again. "It appears I need not provoke the marshal's ire." "What do you mean?" Nie Jinglong inquired, following the two as they walked towards a massive military tent. Shortly thereafter, a figure clad in obsidian-like armor emerged from the tent. Upon sighting the armored figure, everyone simultaneously called out, "Marshal!" Yet, most dared not meet the figure's gaze. The armor bore a visage crisscrossed with red patterns, beneath which lay Su Yuan's youthful face, unchanged over the years. Su Yuan led various generals to the city gate, where a regiment of armored cavalry awaited below. Most of these soldiers had grown accustomed to Su Yuan's presence, yet some could not help but scrutinize his face repeatedly. Unperturbed by these furtive glances, Su Yuan smiled and announced the commencement of the first expedition of the demon-subduing army. Before departing, Su Yuan deliberated and decided to leave Nie Jinglong stationed in Guang'an City. This decision met with immediate objection from Nie Jinglong. "Marshal, I joined the demon-subduing army to fight demons. It has been a year, and I have yet to even catch a glimpse of one. I cannot bear it any longer." Su Yuan shook his head. Guang'an City is no longer the empty city it once was. Now, it houses not only the demon-subduing army, but also numerous citizens and supplies meant for the southern border cities. Should Guang'an fall, the consequences would be dire. Let them stay behind. Then, Nie Jinglong suggested, pointing at General Zhao and the elder commander. "Humph, what if a master-level being comes to cause trouble?" The elder commander retorted with a cold laugh. "After all, General Nie is one of our few master-level warriors. His presence in the city would be a stronger deterrent. Who knows what unforeseen events may arise while the marshal is away? The eyes of various factions are ever watchful." General Zhao chuckled lightly. Ultimately, it was Su Yuan who spoke. "How do you think you would fare against a demon dog or other powerful demons?" Nie Jinglong hesitated before reluctantly admitting, "I would not stand a chance." Su Yuan nodded. "Thus, you shall remain in the city this time. For the next expedition, you will lead the charge." Upon receiving this assurance from Su Yuan, Nie Jinglong's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Excellent. Marshal, a promise is a promise. You will maximize the troop strength currently in Guang'an City, leaving a small contingent to guard it. Nie Jinglong, being the second most formidable warrior in the demon-subduing army, will remain in Guang'an City while you personally lead 10,000 cavalry into the demon territory." In your view, Nie Jinglong's strength was somewhat mediocre, bordering on inconsequential. Moreover, you sensed a foreboding intuition, leading the 10,000 cavalry. You did not expect to achieve great victories in this initial expedition. Rather, your aim was to familiarize yourself with the terrain of the demon territory and gauge the strengths and weaknesses of its formidable beings. If the demon lord were to reveal himself, you wished to witness the extent of his formidable powers. During the initial 200 miles, you encountered no obstacles. Only a few demons that perished beneath the iron hooves of your cavalry without requiring your intervention. Gradually, you began to confront demon armies. Yet they scattered like headless flies upon encountering you. They could not possibly outrun the cavalry. Occasionally, you encountered one or two powerful demons, but upon seeing you, they fled in terror as if they had seen a ghost. The 10,000 cavalry advanced unimpeded, covering several hundred miles in a single day. However, you soon sensed something amiss. Based on your understanding of the demon race, you discovered that the land you traversed was not devoid of demons. The demonic energy there was dense, indicating a substantial presence. Yet, it seemed as if they had hurriedly vanished, leaving behind only the remnants of their existence. As you pressed forward, the path led not to the borders of the dynasty, but deeper into the demon territory. You realized that the demons were deliberately luring you onward. You ordered an immediate retreat back to Guang'an City. Yet, upon your return with the 10,000 cavalry, you discovered Guang'an had been besieged by the demon army. Nie Jinglong stood alone amidst the tide of demons, confronting numerous formidable foes without a trace of fear on his face. Rather, his eyes sparkled with battle fervor. Damn it. The marshal truly has a keen strategic mind. Since you demons cannot best the marshal, you resort to military tactics? In the face of Nie Jinglong's provocation, these formidable demons merely scoffed. Just as Nie Jinglong bellowed, intent on tearing these fiends to shreds, a dark cloud suddenly loomed overhead. A colossal black hand, as immense as a mountain, emerged from it, reaching for Nie Jinglong. Confronted by this ominous appendage, Nie Jinglong felt himself irrevocably ensnared, with no possibility of evasion. Realization dawned upon him, and he chuckled darkly. Alas, the demon lord has deigned to intervene personally on my behalf. It is worth it. In that final moment, Instead of retreating, he surged forward, like a meteor hurtling towards the Black Hand. Chapter 56. The Invitation to the Coronation Ceremony from a Distance. You witnessed the enormous hand descending upon Guang'an City. As you galloped forth, the hand released its grip, revealing a solitary, withered figure amidst the besieging demons. Frozen in a pose of striking at the heavens, Nie Jinglong lay lifeless before you. Raising your hand, you unleashed the first sword of demon slaying. Channeling the accumulated essence of countless blood energies into your short sword, your innate sword heart propelled this strike to unprecedented heights. You seized upon that elusive sensation and unleashed your most potent strike. The sword light burst forth, akin to a radiant comet, ensnaring the hearts and minds of all present, rendering them unable to look away. The sword light inexorably cleaved into the colossal hand, leaving a gash of unfathomable depth. A roar erupted from the heavens, a sound both bovine and feline, resonating with palpable fury. The black mist enveloping the hand writhed as the flesh around the wound sought to heal itself. Yet, the vast gash remained steadfast, impervious to the tumultuous black fog and the writhing flesh's attempts at restoration. In Su Yuan's eyes, only a calm, chilling resolve resided. Without a moment's pause after executing his self-evolved first sword of demon slaying, he struck again and again, targeting the demons who had joined in the assault. These variously shaped fiends barely registered the flash of radiant light before another ethereal sword light drifted towards them. Alas, they could not evade it, only emitting cries of terror. "My lord, save me." But the colossal hand remained unmoving. In mere moments, the multitude of demon warriors transformed into mere carcasses. The hand finally recognized its inability to dispel the sword mark, a wound that had nearly penetrated its palm, destined to be eternally engraved. Accompanied by a roar of utmost rage, the hand lunged towards Su Yuan once more. In this clash between the demon hand and the overwhelming purifying energy, a fierce battle ensued, neither side yielding. Ordinary mortals could not even approach this chaos. The soldiers within the city relied upon their walls to repel the demon horde. Outside the city, a cavalry force surged forth, carving a path through the sea of demons. The demon-slaying army, led by their respective commanders from surrounding cities, arrived in succession, their battle cries echoing through the skies. The duration of the conflict remained unknown. This battle far surpassed the scale of the capital's campaign. As soldiers atop the walls severed the arms of climbing demons, the fiends plummeted onto a mound of their own kind's corpses. When the cavalry outside vanquished their immediate foes, they beheld a demon tumble from a small hill, cleaved in two, only to discover they had reached the foot of Guang'an City. Only then did they perceive the vast battlefield, awash in hues of black and crimson. Corpses lay strewn about, dark streams of blood flowing along the terrain. At the battlefield's center, the colossal hand clashed with the endless purifying energy, producing a thunderous sound that could crush any unfortunate soul beneath its weight. Perhaps realizing that their offensive had faltered, or perhaps feeling the sword mark incessantly consuming its flesh, the black hand gradually weakened, ultimately retracting into the dark cloud with an explosive, wrathful snort. Su Yuan's figure re-emerged before the eyes of the assembled multitude. The gathered thousands of demon-slaying soldiers turned their gazes upon him. Behind Su Yuan, not far away, stood the still unchanged, robust form of Nie Jinglong. Silently, Su Yuan approached Nie Jinglong. He sensed the connection they had forged. The indistinct line extending from Nie Jinglong had grown faint. In his perceptual world, this nearly invisible thread led from Nie Jinglong to his own hand, pulling him closer, as if awaiting his final retrieval. Observing Nie Jinglong, this stalwart man still displayed an untamed spirit, defiantly raising his fist to the heavens, devoid of regret or hesitation. Placing his hand upon Nie Jinglong's shoulder, the moment crystallized, and the indistinct line converged to a singular point. In an instant, Nie Jinglong's robust form withered and collapsed, leaving nothing behind, turning to ash that mingled with the corpses and blood of demons. At that moment, Su Yuan's cultivation surged, breaking through 5 significant barriers, ultimately reaching the 5th tier. He now possessed the prowess equivalent to a peak martial artist. Su Yuan silently observed the dissipating figure of the stalwart man. Behind Nie Jinglong's silhouette, he beheld the thousands of soldiers of the demon-slaying army, their gazes fixed upon him, a mixture of awe and trepidation now surpassing mere respect. Su Yuan calmly surveyed the crowd, absorbing the myriad emotions reflected in their eyes. Without uttering a word of explanation, he sheathed his short sword and walked toward the city. Stepping upon the mingled black and red blood of demons and men alike, your name, the demon commander, quietly spread throughout the southern frontier cities. Yet none dared to utter it in your presence. In the aftermath, you began to root out the spies from other factions within the demon-slaying army. You uncovered numerous informants, all of whom you deemed suitable for sacrifice in the next blood ritual. That very night, the elder commander, his hair as white as snow, sought you out. This venerable figure, who had stood by your side since the inception of your rebellion, confessed that he might be the true instigator of the turmoil. Marshal, General Nie died because of me. The aged commander, having crossed the threshold of 50, resolutely divulged all that transpired. From the moment he orchestrated the gathering of 50,000 death row inmates within a span of 3 days, he forged an alliance with the Empress's clandestine envoy. Armed with a list, the envoy enabled him to identify thousands of collateral branches of noble families in a mere 3 days, culminating in a grand blood sacrifice that laid the foundation for victory in the battle of the imperial capital. Thereafter, he maintained a mutual exchange of intelligence with the envoy. The envoy sought only to track the movements of the demon-slaying army, while the old commander yearned for vengeance against the noble families. His hatred for these families consumed him. The only solace he found was in witnessing their members condemned to death row, even if only momentarily. The expression on the old commander's face was inscrutable. Yet, he never anticipated their collusion with the demon lord, culminating in the siege of Guang'an City that led to General Nie's demise. I had once believed it was solely the noble families. Su Yuan sat quietly, his face obscured in the flickering candlelight, rendering his expression unreadable. After an extended silence, he finally spoke. Having made your choice, you must be prepared to confront the consequences. Whether in collaborating with the Empress's envoy or in seeking my candid counsel, the old commander chuckled lightly, exhaling deeply, and candidly declared, let the marshal decide. The old commander's designation as a death row inmate sent shockwaves through the demon-slaying army, prompting a multitude of generals to plead for his clemency. Su Yuan suppressed all dissenting voices. Commander Zhao approached Su Yuan, imploring, Marshal, there must be some misunderstanding in this matter. I firmly believe he has not betrayed you. The recent siege by the demon army is likely the result of collusion among the noble families. After a moment of contemplation, Su Yuan replied, before the expedition. Few were privy to this information. It was only conveyed to the generals the day before departure. Moreover, even upon receiving the news, it must be relayed back to the imperial capital in an exceedingly brief time frame. Commander Zhao grasped Su Yuan's implication. His complexion paled. He understood that Su Yuan could not be mistaken. The Empress's envoy had wielded control over the entire dynasty for decades. Unless the noble families had engaged a master to convey their messages. With a heavy heart, Commander Zhao reflected on how he and the old commander had witnessed the growth of the demon-slaying army. From the desolation of fallen cities to the reclamation of their homeland from demons, only they could truly empathize with such experiences. He understood the old commander's motivations. Yet he also recognized that Su Yuan's resolution was unwavering and irrevocable. During the blood sacrifice, the old commander stepped forward willingly. The soldiers of the demon-slaying army silently observed the ritual, which occurred every fortnight. However, this time, an inexplicable aura enveloped the proceedings. As the blood sacrifice concluded, he refrained from gauging the expressions on their faces or exchanging glances with anyone. He simply returned with tranquility. Suddenly, an envoy of the Empress, cloaked in gray, made an unexpected visit. She handed over an invitation, beckoning you to attend the coronation of the new emperor, with the queen abdicating and the princess ascending the throne. A new generation of sovereigns is heralded, known as Empress. Chapter 57, Alone, returning to the imperial capital. Your Highness, the ceremonial robe for the coronation has been prepared. Will you not try it on? Gui Tu called out several times, yet the young girl, lost in thought as she gazed out the window from her corner, remained unresponsive. From Gui Tu's perspective, the girl's profile was as flawless as jade. With a delicately arched nose and supple lips that seemed to be sculpted by nature itself, exquisite beyond compare. Her entranced eyes appeared to be fixated on something unknown, gently flickering. After a prolonged silence, the girl finally lowered her head, retracting her gaze from the window. She inquired whether her mother had also invited that general from the demon-slaying army, aside from some whispers she had heard during her last visit to Li Yuan. Her knowledge of the army was limited to the fact that it was led by a general. Gitu revealed no secrets, stating that the coronation ceremony was no trivial matter. To ensure a smooth transition and the widespread recognition of your new title throughout the empire, this step was indispensable. Rainy Dawn's eyes, cast low, were filled with swirling thoughts. Her gaze flickering restlessly. Gitu, tell me honestly, how much do you know about the demon-slaying army? Gitu fell silent, wearing a faint, bitter smile. Your Highness, this matter can only be understood by you after your ascension. None of us can convey it to you. But what? Rainy Dawn immediately turned to Gitu. What I can tell you is that the general is commonly referred to as the demon general. Upon hearing the term demon general, Rainy Dawn's breath nearly caught in her throat. Yet, her mind soon recalled the incident during her journey when the officials captured death row inmates. Those condemned souls were taken for blood sacrifices. She reassured herself, it won't happen. The demon sword master would never do such a thing. Yet, an inexplicable pull and concern from deep within her heart filled her with an intense anticipation to meet this formidable figure. She was both anxious and hopeful. The names demonic sword and demonic commander echoed in her mind, differing by but a single character. To ascertain the truth, she felt compelled to behold it with her own eyes. The title Emperor Shi particularly captured your attention, prompting your decision to accept the invitation to attend the coronation ceremony of the new emperor in the imperial capital. However, prior to your departure, you made additional preparations. As Su Yuan beheld the majestic walls of the imperial capital once more, he noticed that the walls were adorned with vibrant red lanterns, while the gates bustled with a throng of people. The official roads were festooned with decorations, enveloping the entire capital in an atmosphere of grand celebration. Su Yuan had come alone, without any companions. As he traversed the thoroughfare leading to the capital, passers-by cast curious glances in his direction. Alone, he rode a magnificent black steed, clad in intricately patterned dark obsidian armor, with a vivid crimson cloak billowing behind him, clinging closely to his form. Yet, this was not what astonished the onlookers the most. Their surprise stemmed from the dark silver iron mask adorning his face, etched with complex designs resembling a beast's visage, featuring a green face and sharp fangs, yet possessing human-like features. Upon hearing the resounding hooves, people instinctively turned to make way, their eyes scrutinizing Su Yuan with varied expressions. Unfazed by their gazes, Su Yuan's focus remained steadfastly on the imperial gates. His eyes pierced through the towering entrance. Along the broad stone-paved avenue that led to the heart of the capital, where the distant silhouette of the palace could be discerned, Su Yuan's high-profile entrance had already reverberated throughout the capital, and an entourage awaited him at the gates. As the sound of hooves grew nearer, the welcoming party felt a mix of trepidation and anticipation, eager to behold the legendary demonic commander in person. Yet, when the shadowy figure approached, they realized that hearsay and reality were worlds apart. Though he was but one man, the palpable aura of dominance and battle-hardened ferocity he exuded left them nearly breathless. It was as though he alone embodied an entire army, strolling with an air of nonchalance, as if the imperial capital were merely his private garden. Especially upon making eye contact with the iron mask on his face, their hearts raced in unison. Before them stood an entity that seemed otherworldly, cold, dark, and predatory, as if gazing into an abyss from which they could not escape. The leading minister, before his subordinates could proceed with the planned grand welcoming ceremony, witnessed Su Yuan disregard them and approach the city gates. The minister forced a smile and attempted to remind Su Yuan to dismount and enter the city, only to be halted by a nearby military officer. The officer cast a warning glance at the minister, advising against any ill-timed attempts to approach. As this demonic commander was known for his unforgiving nature, this officer had witnessed the entirety of the imperial capital's battle from the walls. Having seen firsthand how Su Yuan vanquished demonic hounds and commanded an army of 30,000 against a tide of over 1 million demons, culminating in a decisive act of execution before the Empress and the 8 noble families, the minister swallowed hard and reluctantly followed Su Yuan, trailing behind him. Su Yuan rode at the center of the broad stone avenue on his imposing black stallion, followed by a throng of attendants, drawing the eyes of many along the streets. The inhabitants of the imperial capital, for the most part, lived in comfort, distanced from the ravages of war. Their faces seldom bore the numbness seen in the borderlands. Su Yuan's iron mask surveyed the crowd, which parted to grant him passage. The central avenue lay bare, leading directly to the palace. A thought unexpectedly crossed Su Yuan's mind. Had Yushi, in years past, been escorted down this very path to the jaws of a demon? Chapter 58. The banquet in the hall. The news of the demonic commander's appearance in the capital quickly spread. Those with even a slight understanding of the political landscape knew the significance of the name demonic commander. That evening, the reigning empress, yet to abdicate, announced a grand banquet, inviting dignitaries from all corners. Among them, the demonic commander was accorded the highest priority, even surpassing the 8 noble families. The banquet was to be held within the palace. In her secluded chamber, the Princess Yushi scrutinized her reflection in the mirror. The delicate features of the young woman were already exquisite, and with a touch of light makeup, she was radiant. Her clear and captivating eyes could ensnare hearts with a mere glance. Her hair was elegantly styled into an elaborate updo secured with a splendid golden hairpin, enhancing her grace and nobility, perfectly complementing the fading innocence of her youth, endowing her with a charming air reminiscent of a young princess poised to take the reins. At this moment, however, she furrowed her brow, visibly anxious and tense. Yushi repeatedly asked, "Gue-tu, do I look beautiful?" Gue-tu, ever patient, answered, "Your Highness, you are undoubtedly the most beautiful in the world. I have never seen anyone more lovely than you." A flicker of joyful anticipation crossed Yushi's face, only to be swiftly replaced by a shadow of worry. In Gue-tu's eyes, Yushi was no longer the authoritative princess she typically embodied, but rather a lovesick maiden waiting for her beloved before a date. Consumed by the eagerness and apprehension of their forthcoming meeting, Yushi rose, her crimson gown cascading like flowing water, the intricate patterns adorning it tracing from her shoulders to her waist and down to her ankles, perfectly accentuating her delicate figure. Her fair complexion, alabaster neck, and collarbone shone even brighter against the vibrant red fabric. She lifted the hem of her dress and twirled around. For a moment, the entire hall seemed to bloom like a vibrant red flower, captivating the gaze of all present. Yushi, with her eyes cast down, appeared lost in thought, a faint blush creeping across her cheeks as she repeatedly admired the spread of her dress. I wonder, if he were here, would he appreciate this? Gue-tu silently clenched the hands hidden behind his back, pausing in contemplation before finally gracing Yushi with a smile. Indeed, Your Highness. Immersed in nervous anticipation, Yushi remained oblivious to Gue-tu's peculiar demeanor. Your Highness, it seems you have a fondness for red garments. Upon hearing Gue-tu's question, Yushi momentarily froze in contemplation. Indeed, she seemed to always gravitate towards red dresses. She hadn't even realized this herself, merely choosing the striking color instinctively. As for the reason, A vivid image of a red wedding gown resurfaced in her mind, filled with longing. That was the wedding she attended before parting ways with the swordmaster. A girl of similar age donned a wedding dress, led by a young man, while the swordmaster sat by her side, telling her that one day, she too would have the opportunity to wear such a gown. Yushi mused. Perhaps it all began then. The girl who found her answer smiled radiantly, her smile akin to 1,000 flowers in bloom. As radiant as the first rays of dawn, dazzling to all. It was simply a matter of affection. The grand hall was adorned with tables, where dignitaries and notable figures took their seats, engaging in inconsequential chatter, until a striking figure clad in red made her entrance. In that instant, all conversation ceased. Even the sound of breathing faded into silence. Each heart harbored a singular thought of awe. Their gazes transfixed upon the enchanting figure as she gracefully made her way to the second seat at the head of the hall. Yushi was surrounded by guests, save for the seat directly across the hall that remained vacant. Those present had long heard of the unparalleled beauty of Princess Yushi, captivating even the scions of noble families, with the heir of the Leaf family boasting his desire to become her consort. Yet, it was only upon witnessing her beauty firsthand that one could truly comprehend its extent, and they began to understand why the Li heir dared to utter such bold claims. As the princess settled into her seat, the captivated gazes reluctantly withdrew. With the arrival of a stately figure, everyone rose in unison to pay their respects. Behind this imposing figure were 8 youthful faces, accompanying the empress into the hall. Once the empress took her place at the center, the 8 individuals dispersed to their designated spots, prompting those around them to flatter and address them as Your Highness. The empress surveyed the room before her gaze landed on the first vacant seat to her right. Has the invitation reached the marshal? Did he receive it personally? The empress inquired nonchalantly. Your Majesty, the marshal indeed received it, yet he has not provided a response. A voice quickly interjected near the empress. The empress nodded. If the marshal chooses not to attend, then so be it. Just as she prepared to announce the commencement of the banquet, a figure cloaked in darkness emerged from the distant palace gates. The great marshal of the demon suppression army has arrived. Yushi, fixated on the ripples in her teacup, felt time freeze, her grip tightening around an object in her hand. All eyes turned towards the entrance, including that of the empress. Only Yushi dared not look up, her gaze still fixed on the undulating surface of her tea. The metallic clang of armor echoed, growing louder with each step. A heavy tread that felt as though it bore down upon every heart, instilling a profound sense of pressure. As the dark figure emerged gradually, the weight of the footfalls reverberated within the hall. Whether civil officials or noble heirs, every gaze followed the advancing silhouette. Tap, tap, tap. Each footfall resonated in Yushi's ears, as if the figure were approaching her directly. The teacup in front of her trembled with each step, sending ripples across its surface. Yushi lowered her head further, nearly concealing herself within her chest, her hands tightly clasped in her lap. Yet, the footsteps ultimately halted at a distance. A deep, slightly echoing voice emerged from the shadow. I hope I am not late to the banquet? In the presence of such audacious words, none dared to contest. The empress fixed her gaze upon the figure before her, gesturing with her hand. No matter, Marshal. You lead the demon suppression army and have worked tirelessly to protect us from afar. Your presence, regardless of the time, is always welcome. Please, take a seat. Su Yuan shifted his attention from the regal empress, only to find a hint of bewilderment in his eyes. Upon closer inspection, he realized that aside from their strikingly different demeanors, the empress bore a resemblance to another figure. However, he quickly averted his gaze and settled into the only available seat indicated by the empress. Only then did Su Yuan's gaze fall upon the crimson figure directly opposite him. Her head bowed. Even after nearly 2 years, he recognized her instantly, having identified her from the moment he entered the hall. Chapter 59. Ultimately not him every night for 4 years, this delicate figure had curled up beside him in slumber. Seeing her small head, reminiscent of an ostrich, elicited an involuntary chuckle from Su Yuan, yet he quickly withdrew his gaze, as if she were a stranger, entirely disconnected from him. When Yushi heard that voice, a wave of confusion washed over her. Though the tone was deep and resonant, it bore a striking similarity to one she remembered. Yet, it had transformed. Laden with changes she could not comprehend, Yushi hesitated to confirm that the voice belonged to him. Only by seeing him in person could she ascertain the truth. However, when she attempted to lift her gaze, she found her heart racing wildly, her body devoid of strength, and her neck too weak to rise. She is afraid. She feared that what she was witnessing was indeed the sword demon. Yet, she also dreaded the possibility that it was not the sword demon at all. Her palms had long since begun to exude fine beads of sweat, saturating the object she clutched within. Gradually, the sounds of casual conversation filled the grand hall. Yet those voices seemed to drift far away, as if she inhabited an entirely different realm. Yushi was at a loss as to what to do. It was not until a faint tinkling of bells resonated from her palm that she abruptly snapped back to reality, reintegrating herself with the cacophony of the world around her. She gently bit her soft, crimson lips, summoning her courage from deep within. Regardless of the outcome, she must confirm the truth with her own eyes. Yushi slowly raised her head, her gaze quietly probing towards the figure across from her. Within her wavering line of sight, a shadowy silhouette gradually came into focus. As she followed the dark figure's form up to its face, her resolve intensified. Yet, what she ultimately beheld was not the visage she had envisioned. It was a dark silver iron mask, with menacing fangs, exuding an intimidating authority amidst the somber armor that enveloped its form. The gaze behind the iron mask was entirely disinterested in her, fixated instead on the table before it. Indifferent to everything around, it appeared incongruous within the hall. As if the figure in its pitch-black armor belonged to another realm. The tightly fitted armor concealed all, leaving Yushi unable to discern a single clue. Despite her best efforts to reconcile the shadowy figure before her with the ever-present silhouette that loomed ahead. She found herself staring at the iron mask for quite some time before exhaling deeply, as though drained of all strength. She withdrew her gaze, filled with disappointment and a myriad of complex emotions, and continued to stare blankly at the ripples in her teacup, her mind swirling with chaotic thoughts. As the atmosphere of the banquet grew increasingly lively and raucous, 2 tables set apart by the grand hall housed 2 individuals, each lost in their own reflections. Yet neither uttered a word. It was as if they had been transported to another realm, untouched by the revelry surrounding them. In that moment, they were forgotten by all. As if the world had conspired to isolate them, the mere distance of 10 paces between them felt like an insurmountable chasm. The festivities persisted for an extended period, with the Empress having departed midway. Rather than dampening spirits, the remaining guests seemed to revel even more, gathering around the prominent families toasting and exchanging drinks, as though celebrating the dawn of a new era, or perhaps sharing in the laughter induced by the folly of intoxication. Yet, Yushi remained unconvinced. She remained steadfast in her beliefs. Until she witnessed that moment with her own eyes, she would never be convinced. Thus, Yushi made a resolute decision. She summoned Guei-Tu, who had been standing silently behind her, and entrusted him with the object she had held tightly in her palm. Guei-Tuesday, please deliver this to the marshal. It was a diminutive silver bell, tied with a red string. The bell was so small that it could only produce a faint, delicate tinkling sound, easily drowned out by the surrounding clamor if one did not listen closely. The red string, however, appeared somewhat dulled, perhaps worn from time or stained by other elements, altering its original hue. Guei-Tu was taken aback. This item had always been treasured by Yushi, who kept it concealed in her hand, reluctant to part with it even for a fleeting moment. Not even the most extraordinary treasure in the world could persuade Her Highness to relinquish it. Your Highness. Guei-Tu intended to speak further, but upon merely uttering her name, he hesitated and fell silent. She approached Su Yuan, holding the somewhat coarse ornament. Marshal, His Highness entrusted me to deliver this to you. Su Yuan slightly lifted his gaze, yet instead of meeting the penetrating stare from across the way, he focused on the woman clad in a gray cloak. He accepted an object from her hand that was all too familiar. Upon first sight of the bell tied with a red string, a silent smile crept across Su Yuan's stern face. Within that smile lay nostalgia, resignation, and a hint of relief. After merely glancing at it, he cast it aside onto the desk, as though discarding something of little significance. In an instant, the once bright eyes of Yushi dimmed, losing all their luster. She stood there like a child caught in wrongdoing. All her meticulous preparations rendered utterly futile in this moment. She tightened her empty palm, yet grasped nothing at all. That what should have been there was already gone. Your Highness, I wish to retrieve. Getu furrowed her brow, eager to return to Su Yuan and reclaim what was lost. However, Yushi clutched Getu's garment, preventing her from advancing. Suddenly, the surroundings erupted in uproar as a young nobleman rose and approached Yushi. It was the scion of the Li family. This young lord was strikingly handsome, his piercing gaze fixed upon Yushi as he called out to her. Yet, he received none in response. Yushi did not even lift her head, nor did she cast him a glance. The raucous laughter from the crowd rendered the young lord's countenance exceedingly uncomfortable, and it was Getu who stepped forward to provide him a semblance of dignity. As Getu turned, she heard Yushi's despondent voice. Getu, let us return. Yushi tugged at Getu's garment, resembling an injured little beast. Getu, unable to bear it, assisted Yushi to her feet, their figures fading into the shadows of the hall. Meanwhile, Su Yuan silently released his grip from the sword sheath at his waist. Concealed by the table, no one noticed Su Yuan's movements. The banquet continued until dawn. As the first light of morning crept into the hall, it lay in disarray, devoid of any guests, save for a solitary black figure seated at the innermost part. Resembling a puppet, clad in armor and a steel mask, no one could discern his thoughts. After sitting through the night, Su Yuan gazed at the red cord and bell upon the table, gingerly lifting them into his palm before stepping toward the exit. Upon descending the steps, he was suddenly intercepted by a regal figure. The imperious empress glared coldly at Su Yuan. Chapter 60. A farewell of divergent paths. Su Yuan's path was obstructed. In the vast expanse before the hall, only the two of them remained. Observing this empress, who bore a resemblance to Yushi, Su Yuan felt an entirely different aura emanating from her. The empress lifted her chin slightly, her gaze resolute and scrutinizing. You are indeed a demon. Your generals have fallen victim to your blood offerings from the very beginning. One must wonder how much humanity remains within you. Su Yuan, unperturbed, replied coolly. Everyone must take responsibility for their choices. The command was mine. He was unaware. He chuckled lightly. In this situation, who among us is truly innocent? Just as you are now elevating Yushi to the throne to mask the sacrifice of your own daughter to the maw of darkness. Their sharp gazes clashed in the air. Neither willing to yield, the atmosphere thickening to a frozen stillness. Su Yuan pressed further, if not for me, if not for the demon-slaying army. With the demon race encroaching and the noble families pressing, what would you have chosen? Would you still have captured Yushi from Li Yuan to serve as a sacrifice? The lofty empress furrowed her brow slightly before responding with an air of inevitability. If that is the reality, then sacrificing myself for all of this is Yushi's destiny. There is no other choice. Su Yuan clenched his fists, suppressing his fury, and took a step forward. Even now, to you, Yushi is not valued as your daughter. She is merely a useful pawn in your schemes. The empress's expression hardened as she too stepped forward. Are you any different? In this world, who is truly innocent? You. I, and all living beings are the same. Your actions are also for your own sake. You conspire with the demon lord because you fear I might truly eliminate the demonic calamity. Without an external foe, it would be your turn to contend with the noble families. You fear my opposition and that I might place Yushi upon the throne. So what? Does that cleanse your hands? What is the difference between sacrificing one to save thousands and sacrificing thousands to save one? The two stood at an impasse, each step drawing them closer. In the end, only a step separated them. You do not understand. Yushi was born to protect. She has always been prepared for this. She has long accepted it. The empress glared with her almond-shaped eyes, meeting Su Yuan's gaze, which was devoid of humanity. Through the gaps in the iron mask, she vaguely perceived the intricate red patterns encircling his eyes, terrifying and reminiscent of a predator poised to devour. She smiled. Indeed, you are a demon. Whether it be the common folk, your subordinates, or even General Nye, you can consume them all with ease. The entire demon-slaying army is likely nothing more than your sustenance. Su Yuan offered no defense, but slowly removed his iron mask. Beneath it lay a face so altered that its original visage was unrecognizable, marked by writhing crimson veins that pulsated with an overwhelming aura of bloodlust. The empress laughed triumphantly, as if her words had been validated. You are a demon. From the moment you commenced your blood rituals, you became irrevocably so, beyond the reach of change. The empress's imposing presence dissipated, and she turned to leave. Yet in the next instant, a spray of crimson splattered onto the azure stone tiles before her. The empress glanced down to find the tip of a sword, entwined with writhing red veins, piercing through her chest. A trickle of red blood escaped her lips, staining her regal visage with a shocking hue. She felt the vitality within her being siphoned away by the dagger, yet she made no effort to resist. Instead, a look of profound relief washed over her countenance. She slowly turned her head, a sense of relief gracing half her face, her features reminiscent of Yushi. Imbued with an inexplicable smile directed at Su Yuan, as if to say, "See, I told you so." Su Yuan's expression remained inscrutable. He merely offered the empress a final statement. It felt like a proclamation, a farewell, or perhaps his choice. I have never believed in fate. He coldly observed the empress as her lifeblood flowed into the dagger, vitality fading gradually. Suddenly, a thud echoed from behind. Su Yuan turned to see a crimson figure collapsed on the steps. The sight was breathtaking, more beautiful than any celestial being descending from the heavens. The meticulously crafted crimson gown resembled a bridal garment. If this were a wedding dress, then she would undoubtedly be the most exquisite bride. In an instant, this thought flashed through Su Yuan's mind. In Yushi's remarkably lovely, clear eyes, the bloody scene below the steps flickered, trembling slightly. Her delicate, rosy lips parted. Yet no sound emerged, trembling in silence. The dagger, cloaked in crimson patterns, was familiar to her, even though this 2-foot-long blade had undergone a transformation. With its scarlet markings writhing like grotesque bloodworms, she recognized it. It now lay before another majestic figure. The owner of the dagger fixed a frosty gaze upon her. As Yushi's eyes met that face, her mind went blank. Why? Why had it come to this? Yushi, drained of all strength, crawled on the ground but lost her grip and tumbled down the steps. She rolled down an indeterminate number of steps, landing on the platform below. Hairpins scattered across the ground, her crimson gown in disarray. The meticulously crafted makeup and vibrant dress now appeared utterly disheveled. Yushi felt no pain, only a vacant stare fixed upon the two approaching figures. She strained to crawl forward, yet as she drew nearer, the expression on the shadowy figure's face grew increasingly terrifying. Su Yuan abruptly unsheathed his short sword, blood splattering the ground in a gruesome display, droplets cascading down the blade to pool at its tip, forming a crimson puddle. Do not come any closer. Yushi could only watch as the person she had longed for spoke to her with an icy demeanor. His gaze was chilling and menacing, akin to that of a predator fixated on its prey, the bloodied sword in his hand trembling as it pointed towards her, suggesting that she might be the next to be consumed. Demon. Yushi's lips parted in a futile attempt to utter the name she had yearned to call him countless times, but upon gazing at his face, she was met with a myriad of crimson patterns, formed by coagulated blood, obscuring his features to the extent that she could no longer recognize him. Was this truly the demon sword master? It felt as though her heart was being tightly grasped, each beat pulsating with a pain that could induce fainting. She yearned to cry out, yet the words remained lodged in her throat. Noticing that Yushi had ceased her advance, Su Yuan silently donned his iron mask once more. He then retrieved the red cord adorned with a silver bell from his sword hand, now stained with fresh blood. After casting a final glance at the cord, He discarded it into the sanguine pool and strode forward towards the palace gates without a backward glance. Su Yuan's dark silhouette appeared utterly foreign and chilling to Yushi, the profound blackness seeming to threaten to engulf everything. Gradually, Yushi crawled into the blood-soaked ground. She felt amidst the blood the bells and red threads all dyed the same hue. A mere step away lay the regal empress, her blood blooming like flowers beneath her, reduced to the last flicker of life. Yet, she still gazed at Yushi, her voice barely a whisper. Yushi, he is magic, did you see? Yushi instinctively wished to shake his head. But upon meeting the empress's gaze, which bore an inscrutable meaning, he found himself momentarily paralyzed. The authority that once defined her was utterly dissolved, replaced by a softness so profound that Yushi could hardly believe it. This tenderness was resolute, yet imbued with an inexplicable sorrow. The one you seek has long since vanished. Chapter 61. The bewildered maiden once more you strode forth, sword in hand, towards the palace exit. The guards along the path regarded the bloodstains upon you with confusion, yet none dared to intervene. At last, at the final gate of the palace, a guard mustered the courage to halt your passage, but in the next moment, a command echoed from within the palace. Let him pass. You emerged from the palace, departing the imperial capital, and journeyed towards the southern frontier, the place where you were meant to be. Soon after, news of shocking magnitude reverberated throughout the palace. Yet, Yushi sat silently at the edge of the bed, his gaze still vacant, his slightly parted crimson lips seemingly poised to utter something. Yet when he opened his mouth, no words emerged. She was unaware of how she had arrived here from before the throne. On the bed lay a figure so emaciated it was almost unrecognizable. The air was filled with the chaotic footsteps of imperial physicians, yet despite their utmost efforts, they could not save the frail being on the bed, teetering on the brink of life. The vitality within the gaunt figure had all but vanished, sustained only by the faintest breath. Suddenly, a hand, as withered as a mere skeleton draped in skin, grasped Rainey's hand, slipping something into her palm. Continuation. Above all else, as long as you survive, there remains a chance, even if it means sacrificing everything else. Sacrificing everything else. Rainey gazed into the eyes of the person on the bed, the once exalted emperor, now reduced to a visage that bore the weight of decades of decay. A mere shadow of a woman with a face etched in wrinkles. She yearned to inquire whether her selection as a sacrificial offering stemmed from this very reason. The empress, perceiving the unspoken question in Yushi's eyes, forced a grim smile. Once, perhaps, but now, perhaps yes, perhaps no. I too am uncertain. The empress slowly closed her eyes, and in that final moment, something seemed to flicker in her mind, softening the expression within her gaze. This gentle demeanor momentarily enveloped Yushi in a haze, transporting her back to a distant past, a time when the empress had gazed upon her in the same manner. I do not seek your forgiveness. I merely wish to convey that he is right. Everyone must take responsibility for their own choices. He does, I do. And so must you. As the empress's final words drifted softly beside the bed, her grip on Yushi's hand slackened, devoid of strength. Yet, Yushi, lost in reverie, lowered her head, her voice echoing helplessly, mourning for an indeterminate cause. Yet, I cannot discern. Before her stood a formidable and unyielding queen, whose imposing presence gradually merged with that of a gentle woman adorned with a tender smile. Though clearly distinct, they unmistakably represented the same individual. Furthermore, the reassuring silhouette that walked ahead of her converged with the dark figure that turned away coldly, devoid of compassion. They were undoubtedly the same person, yet why did they embody such stark contrasts? As Yushi gazed at the object bestowed upon her by the queen in her final moments, she beheld a smooth, jade-like crystal, transparent as amber, encapsulating a spherical form resembling a phoenix. The entire stone appeared to resemble the eye of the phoenix. Yushi sensed that it harbored an immense power, accessible at her command. This object had been cradled in the queen's palm, but it was only now that it was entrusted to Yushi. In that instant, a realization dawned upon her, and her expression became profoundly intricate. Perhaps, by wielding this phoenix eye, she could sustain her life and even alter the course of events, leaving the sword master of demons to perish. Yet, such a path would render the queen an enduring executor, necessitating further sacrifices, including her own. Tears began to cascade down her cheeks, each droplet landing on the phoenix eye. Why? Why must you all be this way? Which of you is genuine, and which is mere illusion? Why cannot you reveal the truth to me? I am utterly bewildered. The young woman recognized that even if she ascended to the status of a princess, even if she mastered all that those around her had yearned for, even if she was about to claim the singular highest position, she remained powerless. What am I to do? What can I do? What can I possibly do? The phoenix eye in her palm remained unresponsive, merely reflecting the image of Yushi's tear-stained face within the transparent amber. It seemed to whisper the fate of the enduring executor, now resting upon her shoulders. Henceforth, she was destined to sacrifice everything but herself, solely for the sake of continuity. Yushi locked herself within the grand hall, much like when the sword master of demons had cast her aside. She has lost her purpose, her hopes, and everything that once mattered. Once again, she finds herself engulfed in confusion. She nestled herself in the corner, one hand clutching a silver bell tied with a crimson cord, the other grasping a piece of Phoenix stone. The news of the queen's demise was suppressed within her. The covert envoy led by Gitu merely announced the passing of the former queen, omitting the cause. Yet, on that fateful day, Su Yuan traversed the palace in the imperial city with sword in hand, observed by many, and soon enough, rumors spiraled out of control. Fortunately, the envoy concealed everything beneath a veil of deception. Until this very day, Gitu burst into the hall. Your Majesty, the coronation ceremony is about to commence. Yushi tightened her grip on the two objects in her palm. She understood. She slowly rose to her feet and pushed open the door. A brilliant sunlight streamed in from outside, momentarily blinding her. As she basked in the warmth she had not felt in a long time. Standing in the highest hall of this world, a sense of something profoundly different began to blossom within her heart. She slowly reached out her hand to shield her eyes from the blinding sun. Outside the palace, the square was filled with an endless sea of imperial guards and civil and military officials, their voices rising in unison, resonating through the heavens. We pay our respects to Emperor Shi. Chapter 62, The Inevitable Thread of Fate. Upon returning to Guang'an City, you are met with an ever-increasing tide of demons. The Empress is dead, and the Demon Lord, as if liberated from some burden, grows ever more audacious. Though he fears your dazzling sword each time he strikes, it is merely to entangle you, while his demonic army swells and swarms towards other border cities. You are unable to provide simultaneous support, sending forth the gifted warriors stationed outside, one by one, to their demise. Each time you repel the Demon Lord and rush to the battlefield, you are met only with lifeless corpses. You always reach out silently, in the gaze of countless demon-slaying soldiers, as their final remains turn to ash in your hands. With each retrieval, your strength has surpassed the pinnacle of the 5th level, ascending to the 6th level of external manifestation. Marshal, more than half of the cities we reclaimed have succumbed to the onslaught of demons, but fortunately, the citizens have retreated to safer cities. With his iron mask, Su Yuan listened in silence to Commander Zhao's report. The familiar faces around him had become increasingly scarce, of the generals from the inception of the demon-slaying army. Only Commander Zhao remained. Marshal, will you still organize an expeditionary force? Recently, the Marshal had established several expeditionary forces. Yet each time they had to return due to the constraints of the demonic tide. Su Yuan remained silent. Suddenly, a resounding horn echoed from outside the city. A dark cloud drifted into the sky. The demonic tide was upon them once more. Su Yuan rose. Recalling something, he inquired, Hasn't Yuchuan returned to Guang'an City? Commander Zhao hesitated, furrowing his brow. 3 days ago, General In was notified to return. By all accounts, he should have arrived by now, yet there has been no word. Without delay, Su Yuan exited the military tent, stepping into the air. A pristine demonic hand extended from the ominous cloud, and a glint of cold light flashed in Su Yuan's eyes. Begone. The brilliance of his sword began to shimmer. Seeing Su Yuan prepare to unleash that unparalleled strike, the demonic hand retreated without hesitation, disappearing into the cloud. With the obstruction gone, Su Yuan sheathed his short sword and soared towards a specific direction. Yet, he still arrived a moment too late. Not far from Guang'an City, a small town had been completely engulfed by the demonic tide. In midair, a demon hand, marked by the scars of his sword, withdrew into the clouds. Su Yuan found in Yuchuan at the city gate. This young man, once from a scholarly family, had now become a seasoned general. Armed with dual swords, he knelt before the gate. Just a step behind him lay the city entrance. Su Yuan approached in Yuchuan. The gate remained intact, but in Yuchuan was bleeding from all 7 orifices, his meridians shattered, barely clinging to life. Upon hearing footsteps, in Yuchuan attempted to raise his head, but could not. Yet he knew who had come, and he could only rasp out a few tones. Marshal, you have come. He was the last of those who had been bestowed with gifts. Su Yuan spoke not a word, nor did he question why in Yuchuan had disobeyed orders. He simply gazed silently. And Yuchuan continued to speak. I am fortunate to have fulfilled my duty. The citizens are safe. Please, tell my father, his son, has made a name for himself. Su Yuan said nothing, stepping forward to In Yuchuan's side, slowly extending his hand. In Yuchuan understood what was to come. Yet, there was no trace of fear upon his face. He summoned all his strength to lift his head, and he beheld Su Yuan's visage. It was a face marred by swirling veins of crimson. Su Yuan's hand rested gently upon In Yuchuan's shoulder. And Yuchuan smiled, saying, They all say you are a demon, but I have never regretted joining the demon-slaying army. As the indistinct thread connecting In Yuchuan to his short sword contracted to a singular point, his life force extinguished. In that moment, Su Yuan's cultivation reached a new pinnacle. Just a breath away from breaking through to the 7th level, he stood on the threshold of becoming a terrestrial immortal. Henceforth, all who had been graced by Su Yuan's divine powers became his offerings. Time and again, he returned to the deceased to reclaim their essence. Su Yuan's suspicions were repeatedly confirmed. When he bestowed divine powers, the countless indistinct threads that emerged from their bodies were indeed their fates. Those threads were absorbed, leaving only one singular fate line remaining. This lone fate line was inexorably bound to death. In the vast main hall, scrolls were piled high. Within them lay untold secret histories of the past few decades. Among these scrolls sat a young girl, her youthful innocence faded, adorned in opulent garments that bestowed upon her an air of regal grace unique to a youthful empress, pure and unblemished. Upon ascending to the throne, the first task of Yushi was to personally uncover all that she had been unaware of. Yet, the deeper she delved, the more complex her gaze became, and her thoughts tangled further. Many truths she had begun to sense dimly, but only when she witnessed them with her own eyes could she be certain. Footsteps echoed from outside the hall. Without lifting her gaze, Yushi knew who had arrived. Gue Tuesday. It was you who chose me as a sacrifice, and you ordered him to take me away from the Inshun ritual. Indeed, your majesty. At that moment, Yushi's voice remained relatively calm. Since the day Gue Tu had found her, she had been aware of this possibility. Yet, her next words faltered, her composure slipping. But similarly, for years later, when the demon tide surrounded the city, it was you who ordered people to capture me back from Li Yuan, restarting the Inshun ritual. Indeed, Yushi's voice trembled increasingly. The demon. He formed the demon-slaying army for this very reason, marching north, slaughtering his way to the imperial capital, to retrieve me and restore my position as a princess, rather than as a mere sacrifice. All of this, you forbade him from telling me, even erasing all traces of the demon-slaying army and him from my surroundings. Indeed, your majesty, until everything is set in stone, and you return to present me with this absurd outcome, to witness him become the demon in the eyes of the world, in the depths of Yushi's eyes. The scene before the steps of the palace flickered, as she yearned to draw closer. The figure clad in obsidian armor unsheathed a short sword and called out to her to stay back, clearly suppressing his emotions. When he resolutely turned away, not sparing her a glance, it was not merely an abandonment, it was a farewell directed at her. All of this was wrought by her own hand. She had conjured this reality. The sins of the demon's sword master were, in essence, her own transgressions. Ultimately, it was because of herself. Gue Tu said nothing, but approached Yushi, steadfastly gazing into her eyes. His Majesty had instructed me to inform you that you still have one lesson to learn. In her words, your Majesty did not refer to Yushi, but rather to the late Empress. Gitu continued, stating that this final lesson was entitled The Aristocracy. Chapter 63, Sacrificing Everything Else. A voice of announcement echoed from outside the hall. The families of Li, Xian, Zhao, Tang, and Su sought an audience. However, the voice trailed off as chaos erupted outside the hall. Soon, 8 pairs of footsteps, perfectly synchronized, grew increasingly closer, each step measured with utmost precision. 8 venerable elders, their hair and beards as white as snow, entered the hall with an ethereal grace, disregarding the need for Yushi's permission. It seemed that this grand hall was a realm where they could come and go as they pleased. Yushi suppressed the tumult of emotions within her, momentarily restoring her regal demeanor, and gazed coldly at the 8 representatives of the great families who approached in unison. We pay our respects to the Shi Huang, they intoned, with the 8 elders merely nodding slightly to Yushi, their presence exuding an air of superiority that dismissed her entirely. Yet, Yushi clenched her fist around the Phoenix Eye, acutely aware that each of these individuals wielded power akin to hers. They were the very foundation upon which the 8 great families rested. Unyielding, Yushi coldly inquired, "What brings you here?" One elder, upon seeing Yushi, smiled and remarked, "Your Majesty is indeed a vision of unparalleled beauty, truly divine. No wonder my apprentice has lost his soul to your allure. I propose, if it pleases your Majesty, a union with my apprentice." At these words, an overwhelming fury ignited in Yushi's eyes. Gitu, standing behind her, stepped forward, poised to act at Yushi's command. The atmosphere turned palpably tense. However, Yushi raised her hand, signaling Gitu to refrain from any rash actions. She was acutely aware that these individuals were probing her, seeking to gauge her reactions. It was akin to a pack of ravenous wolves encircling her. Any hint of vulnerability would render her prey to their insatiable hunger. Rainy Dawn suppressed the fury brewing within her and coldly remarked, "Before my ascension to the throne, it seems a certain minister broached a similar subject. Do you know what became of him?" "Oh, we are indeed unaware of the outcome." "What transpired?" "On the very first day of my reign, an enormous sum of illicit gold and silver was discovered in his residence. His entire family was imprisoned in the dungeons, marked as capital offenders." Upon hearing Rainy Dawn's resolute response, the elders were momentarily taken aback, exchanging glances of surprise before breaking into faint smiles. It appeared they recognized that the new empress was neither weak nor easily intimidated, nor was she a capricious ruler swayed by sentiment. "Given your sagacity, your Majesty, we shall be forthright. You must understand that the treacherous demon general dared to assassinate the late emperor within the palace. Such an act of profound rebellion necessitates retribution. We implore you to declare the demon general a common enemy of the realm, announcing his crimes to the world, so that all may rise against him. Furthermore, let the demon-slaying army, the inhabitants of the southern territories, and the people of the realm be aware that the esteemed late emperor who led the dynasty to decades of prosperity, was slain by this fiend. We call upon the soldiers of the demon-slaying army to unite against the demon general. Should any soldier refuse to heed this call, they shall be deemed traitors, and we shall apprehend them together. Until this menace is eradicated, we shall find no peace. The citizens of the imperial capital shall know no solace, and neither will the populace of the realm. As these words echoed in her ears, a fire ignited in Rainy Dawn's eyes, far more potent than the anger she had felt moments before. How she endures the words of those individuals is a mystery. Yet she finds herself utterly unable to tolerate only the presence of the enigmatic swordmaster. She suddenly rose to her feet, her eyes ablaze with uncontainable fury and murderous intent. They sought not only to use others as instruments of their vengeance, but aimed to strike at her very heart. Upon witnessing the stance of Yushi, it seemed as though she would act in the next moment. Yet the 8 elders remained composed, addressing her calmly. Your Majesty, the late emperor, may have left something for you, but you must consider carefully whether it is wise to act now. For a demon who has slain his own mother and sacrificed countless innocent lives in a bloodbath. A tremor coursed through Yushi's heart, a flicker of sorrow passing through her gaze. These were indeed her sins. Yet, she could not voice this truth, even if she wished to amend everything. The undeniable reality pointed blame solely at the demon swordmaster. Noticing her wavering resolve, the elders continued. Moreover, the common folk seem to perceive the matter differently than you. Your Majesty, in this current dynasty, the name of the demon commander is well known. The demon-slaying army is no longer what it once was. And even within the military, the notion of the demon commander has gained acceptance. This commander has not only sacrificed the populace, but has also spared no military leaders. Your Majesty, do you still wish to hold on to your idealistic vision, ignoring the prevailing sentiments of the realm? Each elder spoke in turn, their voices resonating powerfully, as if they had grasped the very essence of reason. In that moment, Yushi comprehended something profound. You have apprehended the innocent and those guilty of minor offenses to serve as scapegoats. It was not the deceased, elegant figure she mourned, but rather the actions of the noble families before her. Seeing her expression, the elders nodded in understanding. Your Majesty has just assumed control of the dynasty, and it is only natural that you have yet to grasp the complexities of governance. However, now that you occupy the throne, you are no longer a mere pawn. You must realize that in this game, every desire must be exchanged for something of equal value. After all, an elder scoffed, unabashedly stating, to slay thousands of my Sioux family's collateral branches comes at a cost. To kill a member of my family and capture one of your subjects. This is but one form of exchange. Which minister in the court is not backed by a noble family? The only individuals who wield true power are the secret envoys and the imperial guards. Beyond the capital, within the military and the provinces, noble families are omnipresent. The entire dynasty relies on the operations of these families. It is no mere idle talk. Yushi remained silent for a moment, her gaze fixed upon the elders. Is the demon tide's encirclement without assault on the capital also a result of your collusion with the demon lord? The elders laughed heartily. It is not collusion, but rather an exchange. After all, your moment of compassion in sparing what was meant to be a sacrifice has drawn the wrath of the demon lord, necessitating some form of appeasement. The peace offering was a mutually agreed upon exchange. Had it not been for the disruption caused by the demon-slaying army, you would have already fallen into the demon lord's grasp, and the dynasty would have enjoyed decades of tranquility. Alas, the late emperor ultimately failed to fulfill his promise, falling short. The demon-slaying army and the demon commander must be eradicated, and in exchange, you shall be able to take the throne with stability, obtaining all that you desire, while also earning the right to stand upon the chessboard. Otherwise, a powerful aura emanated from them, as if they were on the verge of transcending their current state to attain martial sanctity, and they ceased their idle chatter with the young emperor. Yushi clenched the phoenix eye in her hand, her gaze fixated on the repugnant noble families before her. In that instant, she comprehended the ultimate intention of the emaciated woman upon the bed. To sacrifice everything was to compel the demon sword master to engage in a life and death struggle with the noble families. This task was one that none could accomplish but her. Chapter 64. This is unfair. The demon commander had succumbed to darkness, turning against the dynasty following the murder of the empress. As the reigning empress, Yushi could now unreservedly make that singular choice. Lowering her delicate head, she understood the choice she must confront, alongside the poignant yet gentle expression of regret upon the figure sprawled in a pool of blood. The one you seek has long since vanished. The young empress finally grasped the profound truth of it all. Yet, it was far too late. The rulers of these noble families remained indifferent to the silence of the young emperor. Her attitude was of little consequence, and her thoughts were trivial. What truly mattered was her actions. The demon general was the same, as was the former emperor. They all shared this trait. They understood that sooner or later, the new empress would make choices akin to those of her predecessor. The great hall was enveloped in profound silence. Yushi slowly lifted her head. The patriarchs of the noble families smiled as they gazed upon the new empress, who was poised to make her decision. What if I refuse? The leaders of the noble families were momentarily taken aback, their brows furrowing as they prepared to respond, when suddenly, a figure rushed in from outside the hall. Your Majesty. The demon general has rebelled. He has proclaimed to the world that he killed the former emperor, and then he stepped into the demon lands. These words echoed in Yushi's mind like the tolling of a great bell, plunging her thoughts into an abyss of blankness. Her gaze, devoid of spirit, drifted towards the palace's exterior, as if she had momentarily pierced through the vast expanse, beholding a solitary figure traversing towards the dark lands beyond the border. That silhouette grew increasingly distant, eventually vanishing from her sight. Yet she could grasp nothing. It was akin to the countless visions she had witnessed in her dreams. She could only watch helplessly as the figure in front of her, once a source of immense comfort, transformed into a visage of despair and plummeted into the abyss. The 8 venerable elders of the noble families observed the young empress's pallid and vacant expression, equally astonished by the sudden turn of events. Yet, their objective had seemingly been accomplished. It appeared that the demon marshal had made a choice on her behalf. When the old sword immortal was still present, we understood deeply that the demon lord could not be vanquished. With the demise of the old sword immortal, humanity was destined for annihilation. Yet it remained a mystery what contingency he had left behind, which instilled fear in the demon lord, preventing him from utterly eradicating our kind. Nevertheless, even so, the demon lord embodied the essence of the world. In his domain, he was invincible. The demon marshal's descent into the realm of darkness was a choice to embrace death, severing his own path to survival. Had he not been an adversary, he would indeed be worthy of respect. Although the outcome was rather unexpected, it sufficed. From this day forth, you shall be the sovereign of this dynasty, ushering in a new era, a time belonging to you, the radiant empress. The elders exchanged glances, laughing heartily as they exited the grand hall. They had preemptively dismantled the intricate scheme orchestrated by the late emperor before the young empress could make her decision. With the greatest source of anxiety removed, the demon army and the demon marshal would no longer pose a threat to the noble families. Only Yushi remained, collapsed on the ground, her vacant gaze fixed in despair. A desolate and haunting voice echoed from within the hall. Why does it all rest upon your shoulders? This is unjust. In front of Guang'an City, Su Yuan cast a glance back at the demon army he had nurtured. Apart from Commander Zhao, the remaining faces were all unfamiliar. After repeated onslaughts of demonic tides, the original demon army had ceased to exist. From the fearful gazes of these strangers, Su Yuan perceived nothing but trepidation, as if a ferocious beast stood before them. He chuckled lightly, indifferent, before turning his gaze northward. The one who had ascended to the throne as empress had acquired the ability to protect herself. His mission as the demon marshal was complete. Commander Zhao stepped forward, his expression laden with complexity. What shall we do with the demon army? Without you, are we still the demon army? Su Yuan merely shook his head. Your mission has also concluded. Why must you declare such a thing? If it remains unspoken, we could still act as if. Su Yuan interrupted Commander Zhao, pulling out a tome. The cover bore the ancient characters Li Yuan demon-slaying sword cannon. He handed it to Commander Zhao. Within lies the swordsmanship I have comprehended, simplified, and refined to its zenith. It may lead to the understanding of a singular sword. Commander Zhao perused the Li Yuan demon-slaying sword cannon, growing increasingly astonished. This was no mere sword technique. It was a scripture that guided one to divine enlightenment through swordsmanship, albeit with an exceedingly low threshold, accessible to any individual. Its lower limit was modest, yet its upper limit was boundless, contingent upon one's understanding. As Commander Zhao turned to the final page, he found a single sword inscribed there, a sword named, "Killing life is not me." The memory of Su Yuan wielding that breathtaking sword against the demon lord flashed in his mind. So, this was its name. He suddenly noticed that the tome bore no indication of its creator, and despite searching, he found no attribution. Yuan. Before he could utter the name, Su Yuan shook his head. Do not attribute it to me. Simply refer to it as, he paused, the sword. Commander Zhao was taken aback. Merely the word sword? Not a demonic sword, nor a divine sword. Just the singular term sword. Su Yuan smiled and nodded. But how does this differ from a blank slate? General Zhao was perplexed, yet Su Yuan offered no response to his queries. He handed over the marshal's cap that adorned his head to General Zhao, then turned to gaze further south, for he had another matter to attend to. Zhao silently observed as Su Yuan rode alone upon his dark steed, traversing the vast, boundless expanse of the demonic land. That silhouette appeared utterly ordinary. He was neither the demon slayer grand marshal nor any sort of demon leader, but rather, he seemed merely an unremarkable figure. Even as both horse and rider faded beyond the horizon, Zhao continued to watch in that direction. Suddenly, a flicker of understanding dawned upon him. He pondered that none among them possessed the right to judge whether this receding figure was divine or demonic. Thus, it was nothing at all, merely a sword. From that moment forth, the tide of demonic calamity that Zhao had so feared never re-emerged, not once. Chapter 65. A decade had passed since the demon lord declared the assassination of the former emperor, becoming a common enemy to all. Many were unaware of the demon lord's ultimate fate. They only knew he had vanished, freeing them from the constant dread of being seized for a blood sacrifice. This was a being bold enough to slay even the former emperor. In the span of 10 years, no demonic disasters had befallen them. It seemed as though the populace had forgotten the despair they once faced against the tide of demons. The calamity had become a relic of history. The demon-slaying army too had faded into obscurity, often difficult to recall, and when thought of. It was seen as an ominous emblem entwined with the demon lord, with only a few systematic legends lingering in certain southern cities. With the demon lord gone, so too had the calamity. All of this began with the ascension of the new emperor. People extolled Emperor Shi for his wisdom, adept governance, and concern for his subjects. Under Emperor Shi's rule, everything flourished, the realm prospered, the populace lived in peace and contentment, with ample harvest year after year, and strict laws ensuring that no officials would seize citizens to serve as scapegoats. A peculiar sword technique made its way from the south to the north, becoming so commonplace that anyone could learn it. The origins of this strange sword technique remained a mystery, known only by the name sword, a pseudonym left unclaimed, which deterred many from delving deeper. Some dismissed the technique as worthless, while others regarded it as a treasure, leading to the emergence of masters among the common folk. As the technique spread, martial arts began to flourish once more. Oddly enough, whenever this sword technique appeared, local officials would confiscate it, labeling it a forbidden text, yet inexplicably. Hundreds or even thousands of copies would emerge the very next day, with each household possessing at least one, rendering the ban ineffective. It was as though countless hidden masters had delivered the technique to them overnight. No one understood the reason for this peculiar phenomenon. Fortunately, as the number of masterful commoners grew, the sword technique ultimately reached every corner of the empire. The new empress lived up to her name, pure and radiant like the morning sun after rain, guiding her people toward a bright future. The era initiated by Empress Shi was known in history as the era of Shi Yuan, in the imperial capital. Following an unprecedented era of clarity and prosperity a decade prior, the current affluence of the capital was unmatched in any age since the dawn of humanity. Beneath the towering city gates, a steady stream of traffic flowed, with people entering and exiting the capital in a continuous throng, whether residents or visitors. Every face radiated smiles and hope. Yet on this day, the incoming populace was greeted by an extraordinarily grand ceremony. Its decorations and scale reminiscent of the coronation 10 years prior. The wide cobblestone avenue before the palace could accommodate several horse-drawn carriages side by side, yet at this moment, it was entirely sealed off. A towering altar, nearly reaching the heavens, extended for miles, gradually rising to a peak that far surpassed the height of the city walls. In an inn, some bewildered visitors inquired about the purpose of such a magnificent ceremony, having never heard of it before. The inn was run by a mother and daughter. The mother bore the marks of time, yet her eyes sparkled with determination, while her daughter, now blossoming into her teenage years, was in the prime of youth, adeptly handling her tasks. They seemed to have fled to the imperial capital over a decade ago, and after years of hard work, they managed to save enough to establish this inn. The daughter, accustomed to the grand ceremonies that attracted outsiders, deftly tidied up the remnants left by a table of guests while explaining, "This is the unique sword offering ceremony of the imperial capital, held annually and presided over by His Majesty the Radiant Emperor. It commemorates a certain general from a decade ago, ensuring his memory endures." Yet, every year, many dissenters raise their voices in protest, creating quite a commotion. Therefore, it is only natural that you visitors from beyond the capital are unaware of it. Intrigued, a guest inquired, "A decade ago? A general? Surely, it cannot be the demon commander? He was hardly a virtuous figure. How could the wise Radiant Emperor choose to commemorate him? There must be some misunderstanding. How could His Majesty be associated with demons?" In a corner, a burly man with graying hair, concealed beneath a wide-brimmed hat, felt the urge to rise at these words but ultimately restrained himself. Within the inn, there were several perceptive individuals who, observing the man's posture and vigilant demeanor, speculated that he was likely a former soldier. His attire suggested he preferred to remain inconspicuous. As the mention of the demon commander ignited animated discussions among the patrons, they exchanged tales, albeit limited to their own experiences, mainly the accounts of many who had been seized and condemned to death. Regarding matters further afield, their knowledge remained vague and speculative, with no certainty in their conjectures. Some claimed the demon commander was slain by the Radiant Emperor himself, while others insisted he was taken away by celestial beings from the heavens. Still, others spoke of him being imprisoned in a certain demonic realm, awaiting a destined individual to inherit his legacy and once again unleash chaos upon the empire. Finally, the daughter, unable to bear the incessant chatter any longer, addressed the loquacious guests. "What does it matter who he was? I only know that without His Majesty the Radiant Emperor, we would not enjoy the life we have today. Over a decade ago, we fled from the south. Back then, we dreamed of a simple wheat cake and a home free from drafts, with a dry straw bed. Now, we feast on fine white bread and sleep in a spacious room under warm blankets. That is more than enough." Suddenly, she recalled that night over a decade ago. A magnificent beam of light, radiant with vibrant hues, pierced through the heavens and the earth. She made a wish, hoping only for her days to improve. To her astonishment, as if blessed by the heavens, her circumstances gradually began to brighten with each passing day. Initially, she attributed this fortune to divine providence, but now, with the wisdom that comes with maturity, she realizes it was merely the result of His Majesty the Sun Emperor's grace. The man in the corner, who had been quietly listening under his conical hat, silently rose and departed, his silhouette tinged with a sense of desolation and solitude. The daughter, who came to tidy up, noticed an object left on his table, a family insignia engraved with the character for Zhao. It turned out he hailed from a distinguished lineage. She contemplated this before rushing out to return the token to the burly man in the hat. The man expressed his gratitude, and the girl nodded with a smile as they brushed past each other. The man gazed up at the towering altar, bathed in brilliant sunlight, amidst a cacophony of voices. Everything around him radiated beauty, and he silently smiled. Marshal, you have indeed succeeded. This is an era of humanity devoid of the ancient ritual. Within the imperial court, the dissenting voices against the sword offering ceremony grew louder with each passing day, yet the cold figure seated above displayed no signs of wavering. Her eyes, infused with a murderous intent, swept across each individual below, and a hint of derision flickered in her gaze. For she was acutely aware of the powerful clans each person represented. She silenced all sounds and, as usual, commenced the 10th sacrificial ceremony. Beneath the resplendent sky, a figure adorned in a splendid and luxurious robe ascended the first step of the palace gates. A decade had passed, yet time had left no trace upon her crimson silhouette. That enchanting visage, capable of captivating nations, remained as charming and alluring as ever, having shed all remnants of youth. Her elegantly elongated, alabaster neck and exquisitely sorrowful profile evoked an ethereal beauty reminiscent of a celestial nymph, enchanting all hearts. With each step she took towards the lofty altar, she seemed to tread upon the very heart of the imperial capital beneath her feet. She shed the long robe draped over her, revealing the intricately woven crimson garment beneath. The opulent silk brocade fashioned the red dress, clinging closely to her slender form, perfectly accentuating her graceful curves. Beneath the flowing skirt, her snow-white ankles and delicate feet appeared and disappeared with each step. Standing alone upon the altar, she gazed vacantly towards the farthest southern reaches. Her gaze seemed to pierce through both space and time, envisioning the silhouette that had ventured into the cursed land a decade ago. Just as the figure that once guided her remained unchanged, so too did this memory endure without alteration. She knelt helplessly in the center of the altar, her expression one of profound desolation. The majesty and coldness of the court vanished without a trace. Only on this day could she shed the fade she wore daily, as if returning to the time spent by the side of the master of the demon's sword. Her long hair, cascading to her waist, was scattered by the wind as she clenched the object in her palm, her eyes closing in sorrow. This was a sacrificial sword ceremony that belonged solely to her. She is the sole participant in the sacrificial rites, the exclusive offering for the ritual of the sacrificial sword. For a decade, this has remained unchanged, year after year. She does not believe that Sir Magic Sword is deceased. Chapter 66. Your Highness, flee. Countless times, she ventured deep into the southern wasteland, driven solely by the desire to uncover a trace. Yet, amidst the vast expanse of this cursed land, locating a single soul proved as arduous as searching for a needle in the ocean. Within the desolation, no signs of the demonic race were found. It was as if they had vanished overnight, their whereabouts shrouded in mystery. No one could fathom the events that transpired. The radiant emperor knelt upon the ground, fervently beseeching. If only it were possible. She yearned to safeguard the power of the demon sword master. The sky above the imperial city had inexplicably darkened, as an expanse of ominous clouds gathered beneath the previously clear azure. Thunder rumbled like the voice of a giant, reverberating ominously. A fierce wind swept across the towering altar, where a graceful figure rose solemnly. Boldly, I have agreed to your terms. I shall grant you the method to break through. You must swiftly capture that child for me. The voice, both elevated and tinged with anxiety, echoed amidst the tumultuous clouds, prompting all to gaze skyward toward the source of the sound. From the sprawling courtyards of the noble families, a hearty laugh erupted as an elder, his hair and beard white as snow and ethereal as an immortal, leapt into the air. Demon Master, first grant me the method of breakthrough. He appeared utterly confident in his leverage over the Demon Master. The voice from the clouds ground its teeth in frustration, a mix of panic and urgency evident. Finally, it let out a heavy snort, and a beam of black light descended, landing before the elderly. In the air, 7 other elder figures emerged, representing the remaining 7 noble families. Upon witnessing the black light, each displayed a fierce demeanor, abandoning any pretense of decorum as they struck with lethal intent. Charging towards the elderly, observing these erstwhile allies, Li let out a mocking laugh. In the end, time is short, and the years are few. Otherwise, I would not resort to this dark method for a breakthrough. From this moment forth, there shall be no 8 great families, only the Li clan. He seized the black light before him. In the next instant, countless writhing black lines emanated from his body, connecting to the 7 approaching figures. The black flames surged along these lines, enveloping them in an instant. The air was soon filled with their agonized screams, echoing across the skies of the imperial city. As the black flames consumed them entirely, they coalesced into 7 resplendent jade stones. Immortal essence. The elderly gazed at the 7 jade stones surrounding him. Perceiving the profound mysteries contained within, his eyes gleaming with anticipation, He swallowed all 7 simultaneously, assimilating the essence within his being. In that fleeting moment, he realized he could sense the starry sky above him shimmering as if breathing. With a mere thought, he could step into the celestial river. With the aid of the 7 fellow pinnacle practitioners, he finally broke through to the martial saint realm. His once frail form now pulsed with vitality, capable of shattering mountains and redirecting rivers with a mere punch. The transition from the pinnacle of external scenery to martial saint was a chasm. A leap from the 6th to the 7th tier, akin to a celestial being versus a mortal. From this day forth, I too can claim the title of immortal. He laughed heartily. Centuries of scheming had been devoted to securing the time necessary for his breakthrough, a common aim shared by the 8 great families. The one who broke through first would seize the advantage. For them, ensuring their own strength was paramount. As long as they existed, the families would endure, their status unassailable. The demon master's voice urged once more, "Oldly, hasten, capture that child for me." A cunning glint flashed in the eyes of the elderly, now a martial saint. "Demon master, it seems you are not faring well. You can't even spare a hand." He stepped onto the altar, gazing at the resolute figure of Emperor Shi. The sudden turn of events prompted Yushi to tightly grip the phoenix eye in her palm, ready to crush it at any moment. "Your Majesty." The old sword immortal who has protected the dynasty for centuries must have left something behind, a relic that still instills dread in the demon master. The late emperor must have entrusted it to you. The elderly spoke with an air of certainty. "If I am not mistaken, this artifact can only be used once. Between me and the demon master, you can only choose once. Thus, to prevent humanity from being entirely consumed by the demon master, it would be wise to hand this artifact to me. I shall confront the demon master. This is the most prudent choice, as you surely understand. In return, I can guarantee your safety and ensure your descendants continue to reign over the dynasty. I shall be your most loyal supporter and bulwark. As the sovereign of the dynasty, cherished by the people, your Majesty, you ought to know how to choose." His words carried an implicit threat. Yushi glared coldly at the elderly, recalling how he had been among those who forced her into a choice a decade prior. The despair of that day was forever etched in her memory. "You are dreaming." Though she clenched her phoenix eyes tightly, there was not a shred of confidence within her heart. The power she sensed from the phoenix eye was merely sufficient to contend with those who had yet to step into the pinnacle of the martial saint realm. It was utterly inadequate for facing the martial saint before her. If there truly existed something that could instill trepidation in the demon lord, possessing the single phoenix eye would be far from sufficient. Despite the doubts lingering in her heart, Yushi did not waver in her resolve. The slightest hint of weakness would render her prey to the ravenous wolf before her, poised to tear her apart. Observing this delicate and opulent girl's stubbornness, the elderly man surnamedly could not help but shake his head and sigh. "Your Majesty, you always fail to recognize the opportune moment when it matters most, squandering the excellence you so often display." A cunning glimmer flickered in his eyes as he gently raised his fist, mimicking a strike poised to descend. Meanwhile, Yushi clenched her jaw, aware that a single blow would expose her. The overwhelming force of the punch gathered before her, yet she stood her ground. Her cascading hair lifted by the onslaught. Raising her alabaster chin, she faced the earth-shattering power head-on, bracing herself for whatever may come. At that pivotal moment when the fists might solidified, a figure suddenly surged forth from behind Yushi. In that instant, she witnessed this figure shatter a phoenix eye identical to the one in her grasp, turning to shout something at her. The lips formed the words unmistakably, "Your Highness, run." In a heartbeat, Yushi was transported back over a decade to the vast wilderness, where a younger version of herself echoed the very same words from behind her. As Guei too turned, his eyes were imbued with both regret and hope. She had committed a transgression against his highness. Yet, in her gaze, she did not behold a mere emperor, but rather the dawn of a promising future. A fierce blaze erupted from Gitu, shielding Yushi from the force of the impending strike. However, in an instant, she, too, dissolved along with the oncoming blow. Just before her form vanished entirely, a voice resonated in Yushi's ears, "Continuity, above all else. Now, you are the one who cannot perish." Chapter 67. You have come to find me. The reflection of the figure dissolving in the crimson light lingered in Yushi's pupils. Transitioning from existence to oblivion, she stared blankly, then silently closed her sorrowful eyes. Run, where could she flee in the presence of the martial saint? The elder with the surname Li suddenly burst into a wild laugh, his eyes gleaming with a triumphant understanding. "Just as I thought. Indeed, that merciless former emperor was determined to keep you, and so was the demon lord, resorting to every means to force the former emperor to surrender you. It was also the year of your birth when the old sword immortal, who could have lived for at least another 50 years, perished. What the old sword immortal left behind was never a mere object, but you, my sovereign." The elder's long-held suspicions were finally validated today. It is said that the old sword immortal traversed realms, journeying through numerous worlds, acquiring a lifeless phoenix egg, which was laid by a divine phoenix. The old sword immortal must have derived countless benefits from it, even creating envoys to mass-produce these secretive martial artists. Now, let me partake of it myself and see if it truly holds such advantages. He laughed heartily, conjuring a colossal hand to grasp the enchanting figure on the altar. The gaping maw seemed to be unable to contain its eagerness. A thunderous voice echoed from the storm clouds above, "Elderly, do you dare to defy our agreement?" The demon lord was not so easily deceived. Witnessing Elderly's intent to seize the sacrificial offering meant for himself, the demon lord deployed his own contingency. A surge of demonic fire erupted within Elderly, swiftly engulfing him. A flicker of resolve flashed in Elderly's eyes as his martial saint bloodline blazed fiercely, temporarily suppressing the consuming flames. His immense hand inched ever closer to the figure upon the altar. If he consumed her, he could restore everything. At that moment, this singular thought consumed his mind. Yet, the clouds above were suddenly cleaved apart by an immeasurable force, revealing the scene beyond. The sky behind the clouds mirrored another world. An abyssal darkness exuding demonic energy, with the cracked earth littered with grotesque corpses and viscous black liquid. At the center stood a colossal black titan, appearing to bear the weight of this shadowy realm upon its shoulders. Its body was riddled with countless sword scars, writhing as the black flesh and blood engaged in a fierce struggle, devouring one another in an unyielding conflict. Yet, despite this, the black titan remained unyielding. And then, a sort of breathtaking brilliance, akin to dawn breaking through the night, suddenly emerged before the black titan. In an instant, the sword's radiance pierced through the mirrored boundary of worlds, traversing the somber skies, carrying an unparalleled might that seemed to draw in all things. Both the demon lord and Elderly found their thoughts ensnared by the brilliance of that sword light, unable to avert their gaze. You departed from Guangan City, journeying alone for hundreds of thousands of miles, discovering the entrance to the demon realm. In the demon realm, you confronted the demon lord, halting all demonkind from traversing into the world of humanity. You fought tirelessly against the demon lord, disregarding any cost, intent on unleashing your ultimate technique. Slashing at the demon lord. The demon lord scoffed at your audacity, proclaiming himself the embodiment of heaven and earth, invincible in the demon realm, where neither the realm nor the demon lord would perish. You unleashed your ultimate technique. You unleashed your ultimate technique. You unleashed your ultimate technique. A year later, the demon lord began to feel a twinge of panic as you relentlessly executed that sword strike time and again. Your avatar was obliterated countless times, yet as long as your sword form remained, that strike would never cease. You unleashed your ultimate technique. You unleashed your ultimate technique. You unleashed your ultimate technique. 5 years later, the demon lord sought to negotiate with you, but you offered no response. You unleashed your ultimate technique. You unleashed your ultimate technique. You unleashed your ultimate technique. 10 years later, the immense form of the demon lord was covered in your sword scars, and though it could not perish, its aura had waned significantly. Meanwhile, your sword form bore fine cracks, though you could not discern when they had appeared. In front of the demon lord, another sky reflected back at you. You beheld the side of the imperial capital. You also caught a glimpse of the solitary figure in red atop the towering altar. You had arrived at her side. The instantaneous brilliance of the sword shattered Elderly's ethereal hand. Initially startled, Elderly quickly regained his composure. He sensed that although this sword light surpassed his comprehension, the wielder's strength was inferior to his own, at most reaching the peak of the external realm. And he was a martial saint. Even with the majority of his cultivation dedicated to suppressing the demonic flames, the disparity between their strengths was vast. It was merely a single strike. His gaze returned to the altar, urgently searching, but the altar was empty, devoid of any presence. With closed eyes, Ranchi faced everything without expectation of demise. Instead, she felt weightless, as if floating among the clouds. Her slender waist was encircled by powerful hands. She slowly opened her eyes. High above the threshold of another world, Yushi, clad in a fiery red garment, lay upon a familiar chest. Even after the passage of more than a decade, without the need to look up, Yushi recognized it at a glance. Her crystalline gaze, lost in a trance, flickered gently before she finally closed her eyes with a soft smile. A solitary tear glided down her cheek. You have come to find me. In that fleeting moment of joy, a myriad of emotions intertwined, both bitter and sweet, both joyful and sorrowful. I have become a splendid queen, yet I cannot find you. Uncontrollable tears cascaded down her face, which was adorned with a smile. No matter how hard I search, I cannot locate you. She lay closely against his chest, her soft murmurs resembling those of an injured creature, infused with an unspeakable sorrow. Chapter 68. I am the sacrifice belonging only to you. Su Yuan listened to the gentle words steeped in longing, rendered speechless, and could only hold the delicate figure in his arms tighter. His hands firmly encircled her slender waist, embracing her with a force that seemed to suppress his emotions, while also attempting to atone for the past. Su Yuan began. But the sound that emerged was unfamiliar and obscure. After a decade of silence, he had nearly forgotten the sensation of speech. I cannot. His somewhat peculiar voice echoed in Yushi's ears. Yet, Yushi felt a sense of peace and closed her eyes. She began to softly murmur. Do you remember when it all began? You asked me, do you desire power? At last, I can answer you. I do not wish to experience the feeling of helplessness again. I not only want to protect everything, but more importantly, I want to possess the ability to safeguard you. She lifted her head, facing the person before her. Her choice has never wavered. It has always remained the same. Before her, there has never been a sorcerer, much less a demon. Only her esteemed sword, her beloved. I am but a sacrifice destined solely for you. In the voice of rainy dawn, there resided an unprecedented resolve and a sense of liberation. In her widened eyes, she beheld the figure before her. What she beheld was not the grotesque visage marred by writhing veins of crimson, but rather the warm, gentle countenance of the youth who had taught her everything beneath the brilliant sun of that small town. Su Yuan, in a daze, gazed at the youthful beauty before him. Her visage still as enchanting as it had been all those years ago, exuding an air of delicate pride that was reminiscent of the stubborn girl she had always been. Nothing had changed. As Su Yuan struggled against the instinctual impulse of his dagger, he felt a profound sense of helplessness towards the girl as response. It was precisely because of you that I would. Yet, before he could finish the thought, his lips were enveloped by an extraordinarily soft sensation. I am willing. The brief words faded softly in his ears. The fragrance brushing against his nose, the gentle warmth upon his lips, and the heartfelt declaration combined to shatter the last vestiges of restraint within him. In that instant, all other thoughts vanished from Su Yuan's mind. He succumbed to his desires. Biting into the tender offering before him, the primal urge for sacrifice unleashed without inhibition. In his embrace, her body, draped in a fiery red garment reminiscent of wedding attire, felt as though it was melting into him, their forms merging with a force that threatened to unify their very beings. From her naturally radiant visage to her swan-like neck, a sheen of rosy hue enveloped her, vibrant and intoxicating. All of this was etched into Su Yuan's gaze, intensifying the wild and fearsome emotions swirling within him. With a soft, muffled moan, her body shivered slightly, crimson droplets cascading from her lips onto the ancient blade that lay in his grip, staining it with a brilliant scarlet. In that moment, a bond transcending all boundaries was forged between Su Yuan and Yushi. From Yushi emanated a fierce and overwhelming blaze, a formidable presence slowly awakening. Elderly, suspended in midair, noticed an abrupt change in the sky above. Within mere moments, he realized that the figure of the emperor was absent from the altar, and a tremendous fireball loomed ominously at the edge of the boundary between the human realm and the demonic world, resembling a fiery sun. The aura radiating from it caused both Elderly and the demon lord from the opposing realm to alter their expressions with alarm. As the fireball swelled with increasing intensity, it began to plummet like a meteor, engulfed in flames, descending with a thunderous force. It appeared as if the very heavens were ablaze. The unstoppable momentum of the fireball struck the earth, and Elderly's sense of foreboding intensified. He swiftly maneuvered to evade the impending impact. The fiery meteor, observed by the inhabitants of the imperial capital, crashed directly into the ground, creating a massive crater upon the expansive bluestone avenue, wide enough to accommodate several horse-drawn carriages side by side. Flames and the acrid scent of charred earth enveloped the area, the stone pavement melting into molten rock. People scattered in fear, daring not to approach, save for a few audacious souls who ventured closer for a glimpse. As the mist swirling within the crater gradually dissipated, the scene within came into focus. At the center of the pit stood a figure, wielding a crimson longsword. The sword, once a dark obsidian blade, now radiated an ethereal scarlet glow, with dazzling flames dancing along its edge, transforming the original 2-foot length into a 6-foot inferno of a sword. The figure, adorned in striking red, was engulfed in an endless embrace of fire, her flowing hair swaying with the burning gusts, her fair visage resembling that of a fire-born deity. In her sharp gaze, a series of golden flames flickered, dazzling and intimidating. At her forehead, a crimson phoenix seal, seemingly ablaze, continuously radiated a splendid crimson glow. Oldly gazed in disbelief at the solitary figure standing in the vast pit below. This is impossible? Hadn't that phoenix egg long since lost its vitality? As if she had heard the exclamations from the air above, the flame-enshrouded Ruishi lifted her gaze towards Oldly, her eyes cold with murderous intent. She gripped the flame-wreathed sword tightly in her hand. The sensation coursing through her fingers felt strikingly vivid at this moment. At long last, she grasped the enchanted sword. Sir Magic Blade. Chapter 69. I have never believed in fate. A formidable power surged ceaselessly from the sword in her hand, accompanied by an elusive connection that could not be severed. All of this conveyed to her that, at this moment, she was utterly bound to Sir Magic Blade. Her lips curled into a charming and satisfied smile. Grasping the sword, Yushi once again experienced that incomparably reassuring familiarity. No matter the cost. As long as she could stand alongside the demon sword master, as long as he did not bear the burden alone, simply having him by her side was sufficient. Yushi raised the flame longsword and gently struck down towards the old manly, who hovered in the air. The old man felt as if a fiery phoenix surged forth from the flame longsword, carrying an endless intent of the sword towards him, a force that even a martial saint would find hard to withstand. He grew somewhat flustered, shouting, "Master of demons, we should join forces at this moment, otherwise you will not fare well either." On the other side of the mirrored dome, the master of demons scoffed, and the demonic flames surrounding the old manly instantly dissipated. Simultaneously, the master of demons could not care less that every inch of his body was riddled with sword scars, ceaselessly eroding him. He extended his hands towards the mirror, seemingly attempting to penetrate the boundary between the two worlds and descend upon the imperial capital. However, upon touching the mirror, he encountered tremendous resistance, as though an invisible barrier lay between them, making it difficult to breach. Seeing the demonic flames vanish from his body, the old man Li's confidence surged. Having already burned the essence of the martial saint's blood, all his strength concentrated in his fists. He unleashed a powerful strike towards the fiery phoenix composed of sword intent and flames. The air erupted as if a volcano had exploded, unleashing a wave of fire that engulfed the entire imperial capital. When the flames and mist in the air receded, a figure remained in the pose of a punch. His arms already charred. Wisps of white vapor escaped from his nostrils, a testament to his survival. Yu Shi, with her golden-flecked eyes ablaze, fixed her gaze on this figure, her eyes gleaming with a cold, murderous intent. Without the enhancement of the flame longsword, even she would find it quite troublesome to deal with a martial saint. Yet, with the power of the flame longsword, particularly its unrestrained sword intent, combining her strength with that of the demon sword master, this strike would leave even the martial saint devoid of the strength to resist. The flames that surged from within her embodied a destructive force that signaled to her that she merely needed to extend her hand and send a wisp of flame towards the elder in the air to refine him. As her hair danced in the gusts, she conjured a flame in her hand. The crimson flame, tinged with gold, transformed into a nimble little phoenix at her delicate fingertips. The little phoenix nuzzled her hand, then flew straight towards the elder above. The old man Li, having just caught his breath, saw a streak of gold approaching him, the destructive force within it instilling fear in his eyes. Yet, there was no escape. He could only watch helplessly as the golden light drew near, leaving behind an echoing roar in the air. No. As the golden light engulfed him, an everlasting crimson flame surged forth from his body, methodically refining his martial saint-grade bones and flesh. Gradually, the old man's form dissolved into nothingness within the crimson flames until only his head remained. Before his head was completely turned to void, the cunning glint in his eyes faded, replaced by a vacant stare at the fiery silhouette below. He understood that. At this moment, all the families had met their end, including his only clan. Years of scheming had culminated in this moment of futility. Gazing at the prosperous imperial capital, the unwavering old man finally felt a twinge of regret. As the old man Li's entire being was refined into nothingness by the crimson flames, a wisp of wailing black smoke was also consumed. Yielding a crystalline jade stone from the martial saint's form, Yu Shi grasped the jade in her hand, sensing an enigmatic profundity emanating from it. This is the essence of immortality. But it was not over yet. A familiar youthful voice resonated from the flame longsword in her hand. Yu Shi looked up at the mirrored dome. At the junction between the two worlds, the master of demons was relentlessly tearing at it, striving to breach through. Yet now he was not as powerful as in his prime, finding it exceedingly arduous. The master of demons embodied the essence of the demon realm. Unless the demon realm devoured this world, the master could not fully descend. Similarly, as long as the demon realm persisted and the master remained alive, he would ceaselessly erode other worlds, assimilating them into the demon realm. Listening to this, Yu Shi resolutely declared, "Then I shall forever stand guard between the two realms, never allowing the master of demons to step even a single inch." She possesses the confidence that her present self is capable of achieving it. Within her, there existed an endless crucible, ceaselessly erupting with an unparalleled crimson flame, the potency of which was continually amplifying and reviving. "No," a calm voice emanated from the fiery sword. "You cannot achieve this." Yu Shi's grip on the sword faltered, her exquisite brows knitting together slightly, a sense of foreboding welling up within her. "As long as I am here, you will not succeed." "What does that mean?" Yu Shi lowered her head, half of her face shrouded in shadow. Su Yuan did not directly respond to her inquiry. Instead, he materialized once more before her, enveloping the figure in red along with her lowered head in his embrace. "For the past decade, I have pondered a singular question. I have been contemplating how I might return to your side, even if it is just for a fleeting moment." Yu Shi could not grasp the meaning behind his words. She could only clutch his garment tightly. The ominous premonition grew ever more intense. She murmured in a state of panic and helplessness, "I assent it. All over now?" Su Yuan merely shook his head, gazing up at the reflection of another world in the dome above, one side vibrant with the splendor of the imperial capital, the other steeped in the darkness of the demonic lands. The roar of the demon lord echoed in everyone's ears. Later, a possibility dawned upon me. To alter that immutable fate. From Su Yuan's perspective, he beheld the faint thread connecting him to Yu Shi, singular and unique. Indeed, he had returned to Yu Shi's side, yet this had forged that singular destiny. He raised the head before him, locking eyes with those clear autumn-like orbs. They mirrored the pure gaze of the small figure from years past, looking up at him as they picked up a short sword from the ground. In those eyes reflected the unchanging visage of Su Yuan. He lowered his head and kissed the beloved tightly held in his embrace once more. Icy tears cascaded down that exquisite face. Yu Shi, it seemed, understood the reason. What should have been a moment of joyous intimacy turned tragically cruel. With fierce determination, Su Yuan marked his claim upon those delicate lips, then defiantly gazed up at the dome. Whether he was looking towards the demonic realm or the starlit sky beyond the dome, he vowed, "I, a man, have never believed in fate." His words abruptly ceased. That powerful embrace vanished as suddenly as it had come, as if it had never existed. In the next moment, A strike so sharp it could pierce the stars erupted from the imperial capital. An indistinct flash of sword light generated a shockwave potent enough to sweep across the plains outside the capital, penetrating the realm of humanity and the mirrored surfaces of two worlds, vanishing into the demonic realm in the blink of an eye. Chapter 70. The third conclusion. The demon lord, tearing through the mirror, was struck by an invisible force and crashed heavily onto the ground of the demonic realm. The impact trembled the very earth, fissures crackling open, and the bloody demonic energy surged forth from the gaps. Embedded in the demon lord's chest was a short sword that gleamed with the colors of a starless sky, unleashing everything contained within its blade. The sword forced open the wound upon the demon lord, enlarging it relentlessly. A tempest of purifying energy swirled around, tearing apart all in its vicinity. As the blade grew in size, the intricate cracks that had once adorned it silently spread, becoming more numerous and pronounced. Ultimately, a colossal dark sword, resembling a mountain, impaled the demon lord deep into the ground of the demonic realm. The demon lord let out a wretched, defiant scream, attempting to escape, but found himself powerless beneath the weight of the immense sword, his voice fading into a low murmur. In the end, the black giant nailed to the earth fell silent. Not only the demon lord, but the entire demonic realm was suppressed beneath the dark blade. The colossal sword, akin to a mountain of blades, bore countless intersecting cracks, its form teetering on the brink of shattering. As the demon lord fell silent beneath the weight of suppression, the sword too succumbed to a profound stillness. No trace of life could be felt. This nearly shattered sword mountain would become eternal, coexisting forever with the demon lord in the demonic realm. As the demon lord was subdued, the intersection connecting the two worlds transformed, the mirrored surface fracturing into countless crystalline shards that fluttered gracefully down like snowflakes over the imperial capital. Without support, Yushi collapsed to the ground. The myriad stars encircled her, descending gently, dreamlike, resembling a crystalline reverie. It felt as if that warmth, which had been so near just moments ago, was merely an illusion. Were these just figments of her imagination? The abruptly halted speech, the warmth of the embrace grew increasingly indistinct, prompting her to question herself repeatedly. Yet, the sensation lingering on her lips remained. It felt profoundly real, imbued with a bittersweet essence that compelled one to linger in memory, even as one wished to relinquish it. The dreamlike, fragmented starlight fell silently, enveloping the entire imperial capital in an exquisite world, as countless citizens gazed upward in awe. Yet, they could not comprehend its significance. How beautiful, like a snowfall. This isn't snow, it's falling stars. A boy and girl exclaimed, pointing at the crystalline lights. It seemed as though such a scene had been witnessed before. In front of an inn, a little girl stood beside her mother, her eyes filled with emotion. Yet she could not recall where she had seen a similar sight. The stars scattered, shimmering like the galaxy. In a corner of the city, Commander Zhao gazed at the starry sky, his countenance silent, tears streaming down his weathered face, a man who had witnessed countless brutal scenes over decades of service. He knew that from this moment forth, the demon-slaying army was truly no more. In the depths of the fire pit, where no one dared to tread, a faint sound of bells echoed. The sound was soft and delicate, carried by the wind, as if gently soothing, or perhaps affirming someone's existence. You have accepted Yushi's sacrifice. As the most precious offering, in the name of the sword, you have activated the most powerful divine ability. The dormant bloodline within Yushi is rekindled, blazing with a radiant golden flame, as the divine phoenix of fire returns to its rightful place. An unbreakable bond has been forged between you. She clasped your hand, and you activated the phoenix form. With a single strike, Rainy, wielding the power of the phoenix, inflicted severe damage upon a martial saint. A martial saint had fallen. The demon lord remained in a state of furious wrath, yearning to breach the boundaries of this realm. You understood that only one method could provide a definitive solution, an answer you had contemplated deeply to return to Rainy's side. With a blow powerful enough to pierce the stars, you collapsed the connection between two worlds, simultaneously pinning the demon lord to the ground. You poured everything you had into this endeavor, opting for the eternal sword mountain, to suppress the demon realm for generations to come. Your sword was on the verge of shattering, and your consciousness faded. The simulation concluded. When Su Yuan opened his eyes, he was momentarily dazed by the sight of countless swords scattered around him. It took a while for him to regain his composure and remember where he was, in the Sword Valley, selecting a sword. This simulation, spanning over a decade, was profoundly impactful, even more so than the previous century-long experience. The myriad events he underwent were too numerous to articulate. In just a short span of 10 years, he had lived a life filled with grandeur, enough to rival that of countless individuals. Su Yuan reminisced about his moments with Rainy, from the frail, dirty little creature she once was to the enchanting young woman she had grown into, ultimately ascending to the height of power as the revered empress. He had witnessed every transformation with his own eyes. Reflecting on this, Su Yuan turned his gaze towards the ancient short sword he was choosing in the Sword Valley. It was this very sword that had activated in the name of the sword talent. This weapon truly deserved the title of a demon sword, he mused. Fortunately, Rainy was the final sacrifice. She had broken the inevitable cycle of death at the cost of her own life. For him, it was merely the conclusion of a simulation. As for Rainy, she had indeed become the rightful empress, wielding both power and esteem. Regarding his own sacrifices, Su Yuan merely smiled faintly. Those matters held little significance now. Suddenly, a familiar image flashed through his mind. He fished out a fragment of a red cord, once part of an ornament. This cord appeared to have been held repeatedly by someone, worn and tattered, its original form unrecognizable, with the remaining half frayed and disheveled. Yet, Su Yuan still felt a flicker of familiarity. A mischievous girl's visage flashed before him. Miss Su Yuan. Perhaps he had only encountered her once, and the memory had long since faded. Or perhaps he had been too immersed in the simulation to recall. But now, back in reality, as Su Yuan thought of Zu Yuan, the mischievous face and the radiant sunlight reflecting off the features of his charming girl began to overlap in his mind. Su Yuan lingered in this trance for a while before tightening his grip on the fragment of red cord, disbelief washing over him. No, they are not the same. He tried to remember Zu Yuan's face, and it dawned on him that she did not resemble Rainey. From a distance, they might appear similar. But Zu Yuan's features were decidedly more ordinary compared to Rainey's. The familiar sensation stemmed from the striking resemblance in their spirit and demeanor. Relying solely on this feeling to assert they were the same person was a conclusion Su Yuan dared not draw. He gazed thoughtfully at the red cord in his hand. Feeling perplexed. Rainey. Zu Yuan. Chapter 71. The death of the Phoenix egg. On that day, the noble families rebelled, and the demon lord descended upon the world. An unknown divine fire rained down from the heavens, wielding boundless might to suppress all. Since that day, the exploitation by the noble families ceased, and the assault of the demon race was no more. Within the cold palace, the Empress, possessing an otherworldly beauty, gazed down upon the chaos below with vacant eyes. Your Majesty, please, cease the slaughter. We had no choice. Do you intend to annihilate all the officials of the realm? The expressionless Empress did not even flutter her eyelids. Those exquisite eyes, capable of captivating the soul, glanced downwards. Yet her gaze drifted aimlessly, never settling on the pleading figures below. The sound of flesh tearing echoed through the hall. Blood splattered across the chamber, pooling amidst the lifeless bodies of ministers, the crimson liquid converging into a river that flowed beneath the throne, mirroring the red garments of the Empress. Outside the grand hall, the steps were already drenched in blood, the air thick with a sense of foreboding. In the vast plaza, thousands of corpses lay piled high, the noble families utterly decimated. After this day, the 8 great families would be forever erased from existence. Yet, for the Empress seated upon the throne, none of this stirred even a ripple within her. It seemed as though it was still far from enough, unable to compensate for everything lost. She merely lifted her finger slightly, and a flicker of flame erupted from her fingertip. Initially, it was but a small wisp, yet the fire's vigor surged, transforming into a magnificent phoenix of flames. The fiery phoenix spread its searing wings and soared out of the grand hall. In its wake, the corpses and bloodstains were incinerated to nothingness. After the phoenix circled the square outside the hall, everything returned to its original state, with only a faint metallic tang of blood lingering in the air to attest to the past events. The emergence of the intensely hot phoenix raised the temperature throughout the palace significantly. The phoenix spiraled upward, its triumphant cry resonating across the imperial city and beyond. Its formidable presence enough to instill trepidation in countless master warriors. Ultimately, as it ascended to the heavens, the fiery phoenix gradually extinguished, dissolving into nothingness. At this moment, her casual conjuration of the phoenix was potent enough to rival even the martial saints. Yet, this achievement failed to stir any emotion within her. Her once vibrant eyes, now devoid of luster, stared vacantly at the silhouette of a person who no longer existed. That figure left her with memories that were both profoundly etched and extraordinarily sweet. Yet, paradoxically, her own time seemed to have come to a halt, suspended in that very moment. Her eyes repeatedly reflected that final strike. A blow that quelled all and took away everything she held dear. Once seated upon the throne, she was now but a soulless puppet. Time slipped by, and a flicker of confusion appeared in her gaze, as if momentarily awakening from an endless moment. The phoenix eye in her hand radiated warmth, conjuring forth images long sealed within. Before her were 2 silhouettes, one, a figure with flowing white hair, wielding a long sword with ethereal grace, the other, an exceedingly youthful and strikingly beautiful woman. Despite her youth, she recognized her instantly, the regal figure she knew so intimately, frail and emaciated upon her bed. Who had entrusted the phoenix eye to her? The graceful figure with the sword spoke. I have attained the status of a martial sage, traversing numerous worlds, even venturing into another stellar orbit. Though I have reaped benefits from that trajectory, it also summoned calamity. In one of the desolate worlds, I discovered this lifeless egg. While its exterior remains intact, its vitality has long since vanished. Before the young woman lay a bowl-sized egg of white jade. A being who claimed to be the demon lord relentlessly pursued me upon acquiring this dead egg. This is where my hubris lay. I believed that I could contend with the demon lord using the powers of this world alone. Master, this is not your fault. Who could have foreseen such a being beyond the heavens? The ethereal figure shook her head. I have already obtained the foundational essence of our world, becoming one with it. Should the demon lord consume me, our realm would lose its anchor, vulnerable to annihilation. I now pass this essence to it. The figure summoned a wisp of nebulous chaos from her chest and infused it into the egg. In that instant, she appeared to age exponentially, becoming frail and diminished. Then, she solemnly addressed the young woman, I shall employ secret arts to transfer the bloodline of this divine phoenix egg to your soon-to-be-born flesh. You will gain immense benefits. But you understand the implications, do you not? The young woman's expression was resolute. She nodded without hesitation. I understand, master. Since the day I married the emperor, I have made my choice. The ethereal figure sighed softly. This lifeless egg, though devoid of life, is not entirely inert. Its bloodline remains extraordinary, yet it cannot be awakened. Even I have no means to do so. Moreover, this phoenix blood is intensely potent. Should the demon lord consume it, he would inflict great harm upon himself while wounding his adversaries. As long as the foundational essence resides within you, the demon lord will always covet you. But he is a wary being, cautious not to act against me. You must allow the demon lord to pursue her while ensuring he cannot easily obtain her. This balance is yours to maintain. Perhaps this is the sole method to dismantle the demon lord and even the entire demon realm. The young woman nodded with unwavering conviction. The ethereal figure noted her disciple's unyielding resolve, yet felt a pang of guilt and reluctance. He understood that it was his actions that had led her to this fate. Perhaps you might gamble on that elusive chance to see if her bloodline can still be activated. However, the young woman dismissed this notion with a casual shake of her head, as if the minuscule possibility held no weight. Rest assured, master, I know my limits. At this juncture, the vision ceased. Yushi merely lifted the corners of her mouth in a faint smile. Perhaps her mother was indeed correct. From the very beginning, it should have been her that perished, rather than anyone else. Closing her eyes and being swallowed whole would merely be a fleeting moment. Just endure a little longer, and all would be well. In that case, the sword of demons need not perish for her sake, nor would others. It would be a joyous resolution for all. Everything converged upon her. She is the one who truly deserves to perish. Yet, how is it that she has become the sole individual who cannot meet her demise? Rainy Dawn discovers this. She seems to comprehend everything rather belatedly. She lifted her gaze towards the outside of the hall, where darkness had already enveloped the surroundings, with only wisps of moonlight cascading down. In this obscurity, she felt an inexorable chill, even though a fire capable of incinerating the world coursed through her veins. She retreated to a corner of the throne. Shedding the facade of the formidable empress, curling herself into a ball, the object clutched in her hand, emitting a faint jingling sound. Silent tears streamed down her cheeks, soaking the fabric of her chest. Without the presence of the enchanted sword, what significance did it hold for her to sit upon the throne and be the exalted empress? She merely shrank back in a different place. Chapter 72, The Truth of History. When the sun rose the next day, the people in the palace were astonished to find the empress's face, adorned with a radiant smile. The courtiers grew increasingly anxious, consumed by fear of any misfortune befalling her. Yet, to their surprise, the empress simply smiled and instructed them to issue a royal decree to summon talented individuals from across the realm. It was as though everything that had transpired before had been but a fleeting shadow. No one dared to speak further. Once the decree was announced, numerous scholars and gifted individuals, previously suppressed or disdained by the aristocracy, eagerly responded, leading to an unprecedented surge in the number of intellectuals within the imperial capital. All praised this as the dawn of a greater era. Not only did Her Majesty actively seek out exceptional talents, but she also welcomed commoner sages, incorporating them into her inner circle. Simultaneously, she officially declared the Li Yuan demon-slaying sword technique to be the foremost swordsmanship of the dynasty, an unalterable foundation. Those who achieved merit in this field would be granted military positions, receiving guidance directly from the masters. Furthermore, the Empress enacted a new law aimed solely at addressing one crime, the sin of forgetting. This law pertained to the oblivion of those unrecognized or misunderstood, yet whose actions had altered the fates of countless lives. Influential common scholars began to emerge, fervently critiquing the actions of the aristocracy from the previous fallen era. They traversed the land, unearthing information and compiling historical accounts into volumes. During this endeavor, some stumbled upon earth-shattering revelations capable of altering the course of history. These revelations concerned an alternative narrative of the notorious demon lord rumored to have slaughtered millions, even turning against his own generals. In this version, the accounts were devoid of emotion, presenting only straightforward records. In the 768th year of the dynasty, the venerable Sword Immortal, who had safeguarded the realm for centuries, passed away, leaving the dynasty vulnerable to demonic incursions. On the night of the Sword Immortal's demise, the late emperor's only daughter was born, named Shi. In the 779th year of the dynasty, the demon horde threatened the borders once more, and the 8 great aristocratic families conspired to enter the palace, agreeing to select a sacrifice for a calming ritual destined for the 12-year-old princess. That same year, the princess fled from the sacrificial site, resulting in the ritual's failure, allowing the demons to invade and wreak havoc. By the 782nd year, Guang'an City fell, its populace devoured by demons, and the streets were devoid of corpses. Soldiers struggled to contend with the demonic forces, needing dozens to vanquish a single demon, and even the survivors faced a lifetime of torment from demonic energy. The southern stronghold fell, and the demon army advanced relentlessly, consuming over 1 million souls along the way, a mere compensation for the failed calming ritual. The 8 great families negotiated with the demon lord for another calming ritual, while the late emperor issued secret orders to retrieve the princess. Disguised as a commoner, the princess fled northward from Li Yuan. Subsequently, Li Yuan fell, and a young warrior stood valiantly at the city gates, leading 400 soldiers in a desperate defense, ultimately preserving a corner of the city. In the ensuing months, the young warrior rose to prominence, branding his forces as the demon-slaying army, marching towards the imperial capital, exterminating demons in every city they passed and rallying troops. Within months, the demon-slaying army expanded from a mere few hundred to tens of thousands. However, the cost of eradicating demons was steep. For every soldier granted the power to slay demons, one life was demanded as a sacrifice and to obtain protective abilities. Another life was required. Initially, only death row inmates were sacrificed, yet this proved insufficient. With the assistance of the late emperor's secret agents, the leaders of the demon-slaying army captured 50,000 guilty branches of the aristocracy for a grand sacrificial ceremony outside the capital. In June of the 782nd year, 30,000 soldiers of the demon-slaying army clashed with over 1 million demons on the plains of the capital, quelling the demonic disaster. The young commander was bestowed the title of Supreme General of the demon-slaying army, with the southern border cities granted to his forces, attracting countless followers and elevating the army to its zenith. The late emperor ordered the cessation of the calming rituals while covertly seeking the return of the princess. Upon learning of the mass sacrifice of guilty branches, the 8 great families' top martial artists were incensed, yet fearful of the might of the demon-slaying army's commander. They conspired to undermine the army, ultimately deciding to secretly instigate chaos and sabotage from within. Outside the capital, under the guise of the demon-slaying army, they began an extensive campaign to capture death row inmates, regardless of their crimes, sending them to the southern regions for sacrifice. The late emperor was well aware and did not intervene. In the 783rd year, the demon-slaying army breached the demonic territories, reclaiming their homeland and fortifying the border cities. Beyond the southern regions, fear gripped the populace, dreading that they might be the next to be captured. The demon-slaying army was no longer regarded as a righteous force, and the young commander's reputation as a demon lord began to spread. Concurrently, the demonic army grew increasingly formidable, and a wave of sudden masters and above emerged within the ranks of the demon-slaying army. These individuals were either former members of the army or new recruits, yet all inexplicably acquired formidable powers. In August of the 783rd year, the young commander sought to form an expeditionary force to confront the demon lord. Sensing the timing was not ripe and fearing his defeat, the late emperor leaked information to the aristocracy, compelling the demon lord to intervene and force the young commander to retreat. The young commander recovered the bodies of his fallen warriors, who had perished at the hands of the demon lord, gaining their powers at a cost, witnessed by tens of thousands of his soldiers. Simultaneously, the late emperor announced his abdication, paving the way for the new empress, named Shi. The young commander returned alone to the capital, where he assassinated the late emperor. With Empress Shi's ascension, the late emperor's plans had come to fruition. In the 784th year, the 8 great families once again invaded the palace, pressuring Empress Shi to make a choice. She realized that as long as she wished, a path devoid of obstacles lay before her, with the families and the demon-slaying army locked in mutual conflict, allowing her to reap the benefits. However, the young commander, having claimed the life of the late emperor, became a common enemy, subsequently vanishing into the demon territories. For the following decade, no demonic calamities arose, and the populace no longer lived in fear, rendering the need for death row inmates obsolete. In the 793rd year, the demon lord re-emerged amidst the turmoil within the aristocracy, with the Li family patriarch rising to dominance, achieving the rank of martial saint and attempting to scheme against Empress Shi. The young commander of the demon-slaying army resurfaced, bestowing divine powers. On that day, a fiery phoenix descended, and the martial saint was instantly reduced to ashes. Although the demon lord remained, the young commander transformed into a sword, forever subduing the demon realm and ensuring peace for generations to come. This historical account elucidated many uncertainties for those scholars investigating the actions of the aristocracy. The tales surrounding the demon lord and the demon-slaying army were rife with ominous implications. The earliest members of the army had long since vanished amidst the waves of demonic tides, leaving only a handful of surviving veterans. The perceptions of others regarding the demon lord and the demon-slaying army were merely repetitive rumors, claiming the demon lord consumed people, offering little in terms of credible reference. Many truths had become irretrievable. It became evident that the ephemeral existence of the demon-slaying army was not merely a tale of cannibalism, but rather a matter of sacrifice, which, under the embellishments of the scheming aristocracy, transformed into a narrative that instilled fear in all. This also clarified why tales of the demon lord consuming his generals persisted, as the acquisition of divine powers indeed came at a cost. I find this historical record to be remarkably credible. The question of whether what is termed magic is truly sorcery or merely a construct of human perception lingers on, challenging the very essence of historical truth. Upon completing this historical document, the scholars could not help but express their astonishment. If one were to inquire who currently holds the greatest renown in the realm, the answer would undoubtedly be His Majesty, the Emperor Shi. A casual question posed to anyone regarding the architect of this flourishing era would elicit an unhesitating affirmation of His Majesty's pivotal role. Yet, unbeknownst to many, there exists a convoluted narrative lurking behind the emperor's ascendance. This document hints at various enigmatic elements, including the first emperor's intentions towards the young Emperor Shi, whether he was genuinely considered as a sacrificial offering, or if such notions were abandoned midway, and if so, when this change of heart transpired. Such matters defy clarity. Human thoughts are often capricious and unpredictable. Moreover, the relationship between His Majesty and the enigmatic commander, the young chief, appears to be of considerable significance. The historical accounts remain vague, noting their simultaneous presence in Liyuan. From the emperor's escape during the Anshan right to the fall of Liyuan City, the 4 intervening years raise questions. If one were to narrate this tale in a tea house, a sensational chronicle of the commander and emperor, she would surely captivate audiences, promising great success. However, as historians, we must adhere to rigor, ensuring that adaptations do not devolve into mere fabrications. Perhaps we could title it For the Sake of You, My Sacrifice. I would defy the world. No, where did you acquire such peculiar naming? It would be better labeled The Chronicles of the Divine Phoenix Empress. Alas, that suggestion seems even more misguided. As their conversation progressed, the scholars found the topic increasingly absurd and decided to cease their banter. They had invested several months meticulously exploring the sites referenced within the document, confirming that every detail aligned impeccably. To their astonishment, numerous events had been deliberately concealed prior to the fall of the noble families. Only now, under the omnipotent rule of His Majesty, do the truths emerge in their entirety. Considering the profound connection between the young commander of the anti-magic army and Emperor Shi, the scholars began to harbor a startling hypothesis regarding the origins of this document. They exchanged glances, contemplating its provenance. Regardless of its source, as long as it remained unabridged and unembellished, it must be regarded as authentic. In essence, this holds true. After all, the young commander's commendable actions undeniably contributed to the prosperity of Emperor Shi's reign. Should such a figure be vilified and misrepresented in the annals of history, it would render history itself utterly ludicrous. Notably, the period between the decline of the noble families and the current era of Emperor Shi is characterized by a dearth of significant literary contributions. Thus, the scholars resolved to collaboratively compile a new historical tome. But who would undertake the writing? Given their diverse areas of expertise, they decided each would author a chapter, which they would later amalgamate. This plan was met with approval. A month later, a monumental historical work was unveiled. It meticulously and objectively chronicled the machinations of the noble families since the emergence of the calamity, alongside the dynamics within the imperial court, culminating in the rise of the anti-magic army. Every detail was laid bare without concealment. The book was immediately embraced by numerous scholars and literati, its vivid and immersive narrative captivating readers without excessive personal bias, allowing them the space to ponder whether the actions of each party were more commendable than condemnable, or vice versa. This evaluation was left to their own judgment. In contrast to the literary elite, as misunderstandings dissipated, the reputation of the so-called demon commander began to subtly transform. Initially, in taverns and tea houses where the common folk congregated, tales of the commander became the talk of the town. The image of a figure clad in black, perpetually mounted on a grand black steed, shifted from that of a sorcerer to that of a heroic figure in the popular narrative. Adults and children alike listened with rapt attention to the brief, yet tumultuous tales of the commander of the anti-magic army, each story igniting boundless admiration and longing. When the storyteller concluded a chapter, observing the engrossed audience reluctant to part with a few coins, he chuckled. Ladies and gentlemen, next I shall recount the tale of the resilient demon commander clashing with the delicate emperor Shi over 800 rounds, as the round sword danced in and out, accompanied by an indescribable tension. Instantly, the audience's eyes sparkled, and a chorus of enthusiastic approval erupted, with coins flying towards the narrator without hesitation. On the silent, solemn throne, reigned Shi gazed upon the documents before him, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Within that smile lay a hint of satisfaction and relief. She did not personally vindicate the Dark Sword Master. She simply laid out all the facts. As for how others choose to evaluate them, that is entirely up to them. Yushi also profoundly understood that this was the original intention of the master of the demon sword. She caressed the first volume of the Liyuan demon-slaying sword scripture, penned by Su Yuan himself, the character for sword inscribed on the cover revealing the essence of Su Yuan's being, neither a deity nor a demon. As Yushi smiled, tears began to cascade down her cheeks, her gaze fixated on the lofty sky where that one short sword had vanished. It seemed as though her vision pierced through the azure expanse, glimpsing another realm, the towering sword mountain, teetering on the brink of collapse. Rising to her feet, Yushi opened her palm, revealing the sole remaining Fengyan nestled within. She exhaled softly towards the phoenix eye, releasing a misty, chaotic essence. As this breath departed her corporeal form, the entire world seemed to tremble with an unsettling disturbance, the faint sound of the earth reversing echoing at an imperceptibly low frequency. The departure of her breath momentarily drained color from her visage, Yet she wore a smile of profound liberation as she blended the chaotic essence with the phoenix eye. The nebulous essence transformed continuously, and the phoenix eye appeared to undergo a metamorphosis, seemingly nurturing a nascent life. Within the transparent amber that encased the form of the phoenix, a flicker of golden flame suddenly emerged. This flame intensified, shattering the outer layer of the transparent amber, morphing into a fire spirit shaped like a phoenix, towering at half a man's height. The blazing, ethereal fire spirit gradually took on a humanoid form. As the flames receded, apart from its features, the spirit bore an uncanny resemblance to Yushi, exuding an air of majesty. Its face concealed, it was indistinguishable, projecting the demeanor of a sovereign, except for its hollow eyes. The newly manifested fire spirit appeared oblivious to its surroundings. Yushi merged the jade stone left behind after incinerating the elder of the Li clan into the spirit-s being. The jade dissolved within the spirit, infusing it with an ethereal quality. The humanoid form of the fire spirit wielded the power of a martial saint. Gradually, understanding dawned in its eyes, and under Yushi's guidance, the fire spirit recognized its impending purpose. Yushi, feeling liberated, turned away, casting a glance at the throne without a hint of nostalgia, moving towards the palace's exit. The fire spirit, seated upon the throne, looked on with a mix of confusion and curiosity at the figure walking barefoot out of the palace, unaware of its master's intentions. Chapter 74. The phoenix branch entwines the sword. Upon exiting the palace, Yushi gazed up at the clear blue sky, her eyes filled with unparalleled tenderness and nostalgia for those most splendid 4 years. Each day seemed to offer such delightful weather, a gentle breeze gracing the tranquil afternoons. The demon sword master reclined with closed eyes by the pavilion, while she watched him intently, a gentle smile gracing her lips. The slanted golden rays bathed them in warmth, enveloping them in a world that belonged solely to the two of them, serene and infinitely beautiful. Demon sword master, I have come to find you, she murmured softly. She has never been a radiant sovereign. She is merely the charming and somewhat proud girl beside the master of the demon sword, yearning to stand shoulder to shoulder with the figure that strides ahead. It has always been so. The red cord in her hand swayed gently, producing a series of melodious tinkling sounds. In the next moment, an enormous flame phoenix soared into the sky, ascending rapidly towards the lofty heavens above. As the flames enveloping the phoenix grew ever fiercer, even the azure clouds began to warp, and countless tiny fissures appeared in the firmament, leading to another realm. This other world was shrouded in darkness, its only visible feature being an immensely towering mountain of sorts. The flame phoenix charged straight into the fissures, disappearing into the abyss of the shadowy domain. With a gentle flutter of its golden, fiery wings, it unleashed a cascade of molten flames upon the dark earth below, a fire that would burn eternally. With each expansive flap of its wings, torrents of searing flames descended, engulfing the land of the demon realm in a scorching inferno. The once suppressed demons let out wretched cries, utterly powerless against the relentless blaze that consumed them. As the entire demon realm was illuminated by flames, it transformed into a veritable infernal hell. The flame phoenix altered its course, heading directly towards the silent sword mountain at the heart of the demon realm. Surrounded by flames, the phoenix circled the grand sword mountain time and again, showering it with fire. Ultimately, it spread its boundless wings wide, embracing the silent, imposing sword mountain and settling beside its blade. In a fleeting moment, it seemed as though a delicate girl clad in red emerged from behind, wrapping her arms around the towering figure that turned away from all things. Gradually, they became one. The girl closed her immensely contented and tranquil eyes. At last, I can be by your side. The true essence of guardianship. And so it was. As the flame phoenix embraced the sword and descended, its colossal fiery form gradually dimmed, losing its brilliance. Life ebbed away from the phoenix's body, and as vitality dissipated, its remains transformed into a substance that was neither stone nor wood. A branch of phoenix wood sprouted from the original spot, its roots as sinewy as bones, its branches as fleshy as flesh, and its leaves resembling feathers of the phoenix. Initially, the phoenix wood was diminutive, dwarfed by the towering sword mountain, akin to a child being led by the hand. Yet, it entwined itself around the mountain, slowly extending its reach. The fissures across the sword mountain became ensnared by the branches of the phoenix wood, intertwining and securing them together. Eventually, the phoenix wood grew to match the height of the sword mountain, its tendrils reaching up to the sword's hilt, resembling a magnificent tree. Golden flames flickered faintly among its branches and leaves, illuminating the silent sword mountain. The two became inseparable. At the highest branch, a red cord was tied, and a silver bell at the bottom of the cord chimed softly as the phoenix wood swayed in the whimsical breeze, ringing out in this darkened world illuminated by the phoenix wood. The sound was faint yet carried far. As the bell rang, it seemed that the girl with closed eyes perceived the ancient, unchanging figure before her slowly turning to her, extending a hand. The ever-familiar visage bore a gentle smile. In the vast sea of stars, a brilliant star fell unnoticed to an unknown place, where a baby girl cried as she landed. The men and women, young and old, in the mansion looked on with anticipation at the newborn. Master, a child has been born. It is a girl. However, A striking red mark adorned the infant's forehead, drawing immediate attention. A middle-aged man approached and cradled the child, his expression one of tenderness rather than disdain. This is auspicious. The mark resembled a phoenix, its wings poised in flight. Though its color was as deep as blood, at first glance terrifying, it became endearing when complemented by the girl's remarkably spirited eyes. Contemplating thoughtfully, the middle-aged man joyfully held the girl and finally declared, since that is the case, let us name you Ziyuan. Ziyuan, too, recognized that the confusion of the moment could not be resolved, and thus chose to set aside thoughts of the half-read cord in his hand. Instead, he turned his attention to the fruits of the simulation. As the scene before him shifted, a scroll reminiscent of a flowing surface unfurled. The image appeared to be gently stirred by the wind, causing the elements within it to sway. It depicted a lofty tree of golden flames, a mysterious material whose form resembled that of a proud phoenix. The feather-like leaves of the tree danced in the breeze, accompanied by the faint sound of bells. An unsettling premonition surged within Su Yuan, causing his pupils to dilate. Upon closer inspection, he realized that at the center of the image, encircled by this towering phoenix wood, was the very sword mountain he had simulated. The fissures in the sword were now all entwined by the phoenix wood, interweaving tightly. At the bottom of the image, the subdued demon lord remained engulfed in flames that would never extinguish. All of this pointed to a singular conclusion, a conclusion that Su Yuan wished to avoid. Based on the results of this simulation, a memory was generated. Phoenix branch entwined with sword, gold. You shall be the rock, and I shall be the reed. The reed is resilient as silk, while the rock remains unshaken. Special effect of memory adds an additional random talent slot, with at least a purple-gray talent, capable of synergizing with other talents to form combination techniques. At this moment, Su Yuan was disinterested in the effects of the memory. His focus was solely on that simple phrase. You shall be the rock, and I shall be the reed. The reed is resilient as silk, while the rock remains unshaken. Chapter 75. Third simulation reward. Both the phoenix-like divine wood and the subtle sound of bells conveyed a singular truth. Vivid images of moments shared with Yushi flashed before his eyes. At first, she was utterly at a loss for how to express her emotions, merely gazing with her clear eyes, yearning for his attention. Each time, it was Su Yuan who succumbed first, indulging her with delightful treats and entertainment. The little one, however, remained timid, quietly enjoying her moments beside him. Eventually, she learned to be audacious, but only in Su Yuan's presence. When she was joyful, her sparkling eyes fixed upon him, the corners of her mouth curling upwards, oblivious to everything else. When angered, her gaze would never meet Su Yuan's. Yet her peripheral vision lingered on him with a mixture of resentment and hope, waiting for him to approach her with a snack. On the day before the coronation, from across the grand hall, Su Yuan noticed her melancholic and forlorn expression. Yet, he dared not approach her. Still, he recognized that even as she was about to ascend to the throne as a powerful empress, Yushi remained the girl he cherished. Alas, she did not live up to his expectations. Yushi became a remarkable empress, yet she lost herself in the process. Countless images of Yushi flickered before Su Yuan, forming a delicate girl named Yushi. His gaze was steeped in complexity. How could you still be so foolish? More than this, Su Yuan feared another matter entirely. He feared whether the immutable fate had indeed shifted. The intertwining of fate and choice, was it truly Yushi's decision, or an inevitable consequence dictated by destiny? With this thought, Su Yuan tightened his grip on the half-read string in his hand. There were certain truths he needed to ascertain. Before that, the results of the simulation had presented themselves to Su Yuan. In this iteration, you transformed into a wandering sword seeking offerings. From the very beginning, the most formidable offering lay before you, yet you hesitated. Your choice altered the fates of many. Over the span of 4 years spent together, the most powerful offering shared countless days and nights with you. Though you spoke of consuming her, your actions were those of protecting her. Indeed, you taught her the meaning of guardianship, but her understanding diverged from your teachings. Where had the essence changed? You shared a bed for 579 nights. Though it was merely the brushing of garments, the intimacy between you could be likened to that of a married couple, drawing you closer still. Even as the girl matured and revealed her feelings to you, you harshly cast her away. You ought to have sent her away, yet you should also have acted as a wooden figure, tethered to her garment for over 1,000 nights. The sun and moon bear witness. Whether you have transformed or not, it is all the same. You fought monsters and slaughtered for her, even reaching the imperial capital. Yet fate proved to be a cruel puppeteer. She became a casualty of political strife, and you drifted apart, becoming adversaries. Since you could not resist fate, it was better to lie down and await its ruthless trampling. You turned the tide, bearing the sins that rightfully belonged to her, walking through the darkness alone, leaving behind a radiant and flawless empress upon the throne. You were like the sun and moon, forever separated. You had granted her true self, endowing a soulless vessel with authenticity, yet in doing so, you were forced to accept her as the offering, the most powerful offering. Indeed, she possessed extraordinary abilities. You disregarded her will, shouldering her destiny, forever suppressing the demon realm. But Did you truly alter her fate? Evaluation. To bear the burden of fate while claiming its sins. This outcome did not surprise Su Yuan. The evaluation remained remarkably high. Su Yuan had instinctively filtered out the extraneous remarks. The simulator resembled a loquacious entity in darkness, incessantly whispering from the abyss, testing his resolve. Yet, Su Yuan's determination was unshakable. He believed in his choices and in the significance of all he had shared with Yushi. He resolved to continue on his path. If one attempt failed, a hint of madness flickered in Su Yuan's eyes as he gazed up at the sky above Jian Valley, contemplating the intangible hand of fate that may or may not exist. Merely altering fate once would not suffice. He would try twice, thrice, until he had exhausted every possibility. At that moment, he recalled the words spoken by Zi Yuan during their encounter, "Until death do us part." Before him lay a floating scroll, intertwined with the sword of the Phoenix. It clearly indicated the choice Yushi had made. With this in mind, Su Yuan resolved not to remain stagnant. The results of the simulation were ultimately futile. His current strength across the 5 realms and 10 heavens was paramount. You have unlocked the following achievements. Hesitation leads to defeat. Where did it change? 15-day spouses. The same wooden figure. An unyielding fate. What is destiny? Achievement reward. Guidance of the star chart. The term star chart was unfamiliar to Su Yuan. Yet, as he gazed into the boundless sky, a flicker of understanding glimmered in his eyes, both from the recent simulations and from Zi Yuan. It was evident that beyond the 5 realms and 10 heavens lay a more expansive realm. Within the endless starry river, other worlds existed. Once he reached the 7th tier, he would be qualified to explore the worlds among the stars. As it pertained to the boundless starry river, there was no need for haste. Simulation reward. Black Fiend's sword intent. Red. The innate sword had unlocked the Fire Phoenix form, not yet activated. A trace of residual feedback power, an extremely turbulent and chaotic feedback force, rich in strength yet difficult to absorb. This time, the simulation reward was not as plentiful as the last, yet Su Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Black Fiend's sword intent. Its origins could be traced back to the first simulation. In the first simulation, as a sword traversing the world, it was pursued by many, inciting great turmoil and resulting in countless deaths. As a treasured sword, it absorbed a touch of bloodlust. This bloodlust lingered into the second simulation. In the rewards following the second simulation, it manifested as a wisp of malevolent energy. A wisp of malevolent energy, accumulated from the lives of thousands, greatly enhancing the innate sword's deterrent power and attack. Mere mortals dared not gaze upon it, and the ominous fate had been averted. Refinement is possible. If one possesses sufficient insight, one may comprehend one of the supreme sword intents, the Black Fiend's sword intent. Conversely, even with inadequate comprehension, one can still enhance their understanding of this sword intent. It has been mentioned that if one's insight is profound enough, the Black Fiend's sword intent can be refined. To his astonishment, it now lay directly before him. However, the term lay may be somewhat inappropriate. Su Yuan recognized that the Black Fiend's sword intent was intrinsically linked to his identity. As the demon commander, he had slain countless beings, infusing his very essence with a palpable aura of killing intent. This might very well be the direct source of the Black Fiend's sword intent. In Chapter 76, The Sea of Swords and Suffering, the recent simulation reward did not directly elevate Su Yuan's cultivation. Instead, it granted him a fragment of residual feedback power. From its description, Su Yuan discerned that this was the remnant of the energies left behind after he had transformed the Sword Mountain. The feedback he received from those who had been bestowed with divine powers had once propelled his cultivation to the pinnacle of the 6th stage, just a breath away from transcending into the 7th. If it combined with the feedback from Yushi, perhaps the 7th stage was merely the beginning, with the possibility of ascending to the 8th stage. Yet, such potential was something Su Yuan might never witness. Before Su Yuan appeared a chaotic mass of vibrant colors, a swirling amalgamation of energies, both coarse and fine, reminiscent of a swarm of headless flies. He sensed the immense power contained within this feedback. Yet absorbing it would prove to be no simple task. Nevertheless, it was not entirely unattainable. Su Yuan intended to devote time to explore this further. In comparison to the Black Fiend's sword intent, the enhancement of his cultivation seemed secondary. The Black Fiend's sword intent was among the most coveted of sword intents, a treasure that could be encountered but not sought after. Reflecting on the final reward, the Fire Phoenix form, Su Yuan recalled that he had previously unlocked the Ice Phoenix form during the last simulation, yet had not had the opportunity to test it. However, he had gained some insights into the Fire Phoenix form. When Yushi, endowed with boundless divine powers, held his sword, the short blade, originally 2 feet in length, ignited in flames, transforming into a 6-foot-long blazing sword. The might of this fiery sword could severely injure a martial sage. Yet, Su Yuan perceived even more at that moment. It felt as though the sword did not unleash its full potential, retaining a significant portion of unactivated power within. The manifestation of that power was not merely flames, a mystery that Su Yuan would need to investigate further. The thought of such exploration brought to mind the delicate visage of Yushi, which led him to think of Zi Yuan. It was time to leave the Sword Valley and seek her by the lake once more. Their last serendipitous meeting had resulted in but a fleeting encounter with Zi Yuan, and when he sought her again, her presence eluded him. With this thought he rose. Still clutching the ancient short sword he had dubbed the Demon Sword. In comparison to the resplendent swords within the Sword Valley, this short sword appeared unremarkable. Seemingly an ordinary blade devoid of extraordinary qualities. Yet, Su Yuan was acutely aware that it was far from being as simple as it appeared. After securing the short sword, Su Yuan attempted to attune himself to the newly acquired Black Fiend sword intent, as a flicker of black and red energy danced in his eyes. A veil of indistinct black and red sword radiance enveloped his palm. An overwhelming sense of oppression emanated from it. As if confronting a sea of corpses and a boundless abyss of blood, his entire demeanor shifted, becoming cold and somber. Akin to the depths of a dark ocean or the eternal ice of a southern snow valley, a potent aura of malevolence emanating faintly. As this black and red sword radiance manifested, the swords surrounding him vibrated in resonance, gravitating toward the energy emanating from his palm, as if in reverent submission. Su Yuan was quite pleased with this effect. Just as he prepared to retract it, a sudden, urgent sound sliced through the air, and a blood-red light surged forth from the depths of the Sword Valley. In an instant, the crimson light entered Su Yuan's hand, leaving behind a small red sword imprint. He hastily dispersed the black and red sword radiance, only to find that the red hue of the imprint seemed to flow like water, extending into his palm and coalescing into a graceful blood-red blade. Astonished, Su Yuan found himself both amused and bewildered. Could it be that a divine sword had sought him? He examined the blood-red sword, measuring 7 feet in length, its blade fashioned from an unknown material that shimmered with an otherworldly brilliance under the sun. This ethereal glow was both alluring and unnerving, capturing his gaze in a mesmerizing dance of light. As he gripped the blood-red sword, Su Yuan was momentarily transported to a vision of a blood-soaked ancient battlefield, littered with weapons and the fallen. At the center stood an indomitable figure, kneeling, clutching a blood-red sword embedded in the ground, an overwhelming aura of killing intent and unyielding resentment radiating from him, threatening to consume all. You are the Sea of Suffering, Su Yuan mused, contemplating the ancient, elegant inscriptions on the sword's hilt. As if in response, the Sea of Suffering sword gleamed with a radiant light. Indeed, this sword was a divine blade. Yet, upon further reflection, a sense of disappointment washed over him. While it was a divine sword, it was not the caliber he had anticipated. The Sea of Suffering, in its broken state, was considerably weaker than he had hoped. After all, not everyone possessed the breath of creation at their side. Nevertheless, the power contained within the Sea of Suffering should not be underestimated. It was undoubtedly a formidable weapon, akin to those wielded by his master during the tribulation period. This unexpected boon was beyond Su Yuan's expectations, yet it left him in a quandary. He was uncertain whether he could exit the Sword Valley with 2 swords in hand. The ancient short sword was irreplaceable, and the blood-red sword had seamlessly melded into his grasp. He could relinquish neither. With a resolute heart, he strode toward the exit of the Sword Valley. Upon emerging, several figures rushed toward him. Among them was his senior sister, Qin Shu, and even his master appeared. As they approached, Qin Shu seized Su Yuan's arm, her expression brimming with concern. Sha Yuan, you've finally come out. You've been in the Sword Valley for 7 days. Upon hearing her words, Su Yuan felt a jolt of surprise, yet he maintained a calm smile in response. The situation was complex, he had not anticipated. Before he could finish, a middle-aged female cultivator who had been guarding the entrance of the Sword Valley grabbed his hand, revealing the vivid red sword imprint on his palm. You acquired the Sea of Suffering sword. At her exclamation, the expressions of those around him transformed dramatically, their gazes igniting with fervor. The Sea of Suffering sword. Was it not the divine blade formed from condensed blood essence, as noted in the sword scroll? I must report this to the palace master. This disciple cannot remain in your Heavenly Gate Palace. He must be allowed to choose anew. The Earth Axis Palace is far more suited for him. Humph. You can convey that to the palace master. He was born of the Heavenly Gate Palace and will die as a specter of the Heavenly Gate Palace. He cannot be allowed to leave. Amidst the astonishment, Su Yuan's master, Wan Chantian, stroked his beard and chuckled, exuding an air of self-satisfaction. Enough, enough. What is yours and what is mine? He is my disciple, do you understand? My disciple. The remaining elders glared at Wan Chantian, their teeth gritted. For anyone who encountered such a situation would surely awaken in the middle of the night with laughter. After the initial shock, they could not help but shake their heads and sigh, each one thumping their chest in despair. Old Wan is exceedingly fortunate. After so many misjudgments, has he finally seen clearly this time? Alas, perhaps this is a form of compensation from the heavens. They were mistaken, thinking he had once again misjudged, unaware that such a talent was squandered under his tutelage. Wan Chantian immediately bristled, eyes wide, and retorted sharply to those who spoke against him. Who has misjudged? I have never misjudged. If it were not for my discerning eye, recognizing Sha Yuan as a pillar of strength, he would have been buried amongst you old ghosts. Chapter 77. The explanation of the star chart. Qin Shu, unfazed, looked at Su Yuan with a sense of relief and affection, gently patting his head. It is good that you are out. I was beginning to think that my little junior would become a lost soul in the Sword Valley. In truth, even had you not acquired the immortal sword, No one would have faulted you. Do not put yourself in peril. Qin Shu believed that Su Yuan's unspoken struggles were due to the immense effort he had expended to obtain the bitter sea sword. The middle-aged female cultivator regarded Su Yuan with an expression that held profound meaning, a blend of admiration and astonishment. It had been over a century since an immortal sword had emerged from the sect, and since he had garnered the recognition of the bitter sea sword. It was evident that he possessed extraordinary qualities. The 7 days of labor had indeed been worthwhile, and Wan Changtian had gained an exceptional disciple. She stood at the closest point to the sword valley, appearing far more composed than the others. Yet, beneath her serene exterior, there lay an unmistakable glimmer of surprise and a hint of envy in her eyes. Su Yuan had initially intended to explain that the sword had been cast forth by him. However, after some contemplation, he chose silence instead. After all, it would be quite absurd to admit that he had slumbered in the sword valley for 7 days, only to awaken with a celestial sword beside him. The middle-aged female cultivator employed a single hand to execute her techniques, seemingly inspecting Su Yuan. Once she confirmed the details, she addressed him, stating that he had indeed brought forth only one sword, the bitter sea sword. The records regarding this sword are scant. It is known merely as a celestial sword adept in the art of combat, difficult for ordinary individuals to wield. A moment's carelessness could result in becoming a puppet, consumed by the desire for slaughter. You have acquired a celestial sword, so do not let pride cloud your judgment. Be mindful and prudent. The revelation that only one sword had been retrieved sent a shiver down Su Yuan's spine. Nonetheless, in response to the middle-aged cultivator's earnest counsel, he expressed his gratitude with due respect. Observing Su Yuan's humility and understanding of decorum despite his newfound power, the cultivator's admiration deepened, and she nodded with a smile. Since you have received the celestial sword and find yourself unencumbered, you may return to your master. The outside world is likely to erupt in chaos. It has been many years since our sect experienced such fervor. The elderly companions of Wan Changtian had long since dispersed after their banner. The news of the celestial sword's emergence would soon reverberate throughout the sect. Wan Changtian chuckled as he clasped his hands in reverence to the middle-aged cultivator before leading Su Yuan and Qin Shuluo to a mountaintop that had been designated as Su Yuan's dwelling. Though Su Yuan had only recently embarked on his journey, most of his time had been spent within the sword valley. Yet, Wan Changtian regarded him as his own kin and solemnly advised, "Little Yuan, acquiring a celestial sword is both a boon and a burden. Given your current prowess, you must not leave the sect until you ascend to the heavenly stage." This admonition extinguished Su Yuan's intentions to seek out Ziyuan. However, the fact that he possessed a celestial sword was not something that could be concealed. Su Yuan accepted this reality. The disciple understood. Wan Changtian harbored further thoughts, but after a moment's reflection, he refrained from speaking more. Instead, with a flourish of his sleeve, he left Su Yuan with numerous secret scrolls and jade stones. These contained insights from predecessors regarding sword cultivation and other systems of practice. He encouraged Su Yuan to familiarize himself with them before deciding which auxiliary cultivation system to pursue. Additionally, arrangements would soon be made for training in the way of the sword, and should any questions arise thereafter, he was welcome to seek guidance. Having concluded his remarks, Wan Changtian prepared to depart, but Su Yuan called out to him, "Master, I have heard that upon reaching the 7th stage, one may traverse between realms. What is this experience like?" Wan Changtian stroked his beard, considering that sharing this knowledge might serve as motivation for Su Yuan, and thus he replied, "In the 5 realms and 10 heavens, this is no secret. Beyond the dome, there exist numerous other worlds. Each cultivation system bears tales suggesting that every star corresponds to a different world. Buddhism speaks of 3,000 worlds, while Taoism refers to blessed lands. The multitude of worlds is vast, and no one can determine their exact number. Yet, the arrangement of these worlds is not as scattered as the stars appear in the sky. The configuration of worlds must adhere to specific trajectories, following these paths from one world to the next. These trajectories are known as the star navigation paths." At the mention of this term, which intrigued Su Yuan, he could not help but inquire, "What lies beyond the star navigation paths?" Wan Changtian, pondering, responded, "Beyond the star navigation paths, to our eyes, there exists only endless darkness, a realm devoid of matter. Should one become lost within, there would be no returning. Thus, to explore the myriad worlds, one must adhere to the established star navigation paths. To stray into darkness is to court peril." He chuckled. "Why do the 5 realms and 10 heavens pride themselves as the center of all realms? It is because they lie at the intersection of multiple star navigation paths, where countless heroes and talents converge, creating the present flourishing state. Moreover, there are disparities between worlds. In some lesser realms, merely stepping within could lead to destruction. The 5 realms and 10 heavens, having developed to this day, possess a grandeur unmatched by those smaller worlds." Su Yuan silently committed these insights to memory. The disciple understands. The duration of the 2 simulations was not consistent. This time it spanned a full 7 days, whereas the previous one lasted merely a quarter of an hour. Although no answers were gleaned from Wan Changtian, Su Yuan had begun to formulate a hypothesis. What if the simulated world was not merely virtual, but rather a manifestation of one among the myriad realms? Perhaps the temporal flow of worlds, corresponding to different celestial orbits, does not align uniformly with the passage of time in the 5 realms and 10 heavens. If that were indeed the case, Su Yuan's inexplicable hope ignited once more, deepening the possibility of a connection between Ziyuan and Yushi. After Wan Tian departed, Qin Shu observed her junior disciple. Sensing a subtle transformation in his demeanor since his return from the Sword Valley, he appeared different, though she could not pinpoint the nature of this change and ultimately chose to remain silent. Chapter 78. Whose shadow do you see in me? Since leaving the Sword Valley, Su Yuan immersed himself daily in the secret scrolls and jade stones left by Wan Tian. Regarding sword cultivation, especially concerning the first sword of demon slaying, Su Yuan perceived the wisdom of his predecessors as a university student might view the work of elementary scholars. After all, he had not only mastered the first sword of demon slaying, but had also progressed beyond it, crafting his own ultimate sword strike. This achievement remained unknown to all. Were it to be revealed within the sect, it would likely cause a stir greater than the emergence of a celestial sword. At that time, not only would the Heavenly Gate Palace and the Earth Axis Palace tremble, but even the sect master of the demon-slaying sword sect would have to take notice. To create a sword based on the first sword of demon slaying was truly unprecedented. Compared to the many prodigies in the history of the demon-slaying sword sect, Su Yuan undoubtedly overshadowed them all. Only the founder of the sect, who bequeathed the 5 swords of demon slaying, could be considered his equal. Su Yuan also began to delve into the teachings of the second sword of demon slaying, with an innate sword heart and vast insights from predecessors. His progress was remarkably swift. Within the upper echelons of the sect, rumors began to circulate of a disciple attaining a celestial sword. But this news was confined to the higher ranks of the Heavenly Gate and Earth Axis palaces, along with a select few trusted disciples. Besides that, the news of the celestial sword's emergence was deliberately suppressed within the sect, leaving most ordinary disciples oblivious. Nonetheless, some individuals seemed to have caught wind of the rumor, arriving daily at Su Yuan's residence to issue challenges. These challengers were often youthful and spirited, displaying considerable talent and swordsmanship, brimming with an unyielding vigor and defiance, clearly hailing from prestigious lineages. Yet, it was typically Qin Shu who, with hands on her hips, confronted them, berating them in their presence before sending them away. One day, atop the mountain in Su Yuan's courtyard, a figure approached. A man, bare-armed and shouldering a hefty sword reminiscent of a woodcutter, ascended step by step. Upon seeing him, even Qin Shu retreated respectfully. This woodcutter-like man exuded a resolute demeanor, akin to a steadfast mountain firmly anchored to the earth. The heavy sword on his back seemed to bear the weight of the heavens, leaving deep imprints with every step. He strode directly to Su Yuan, who was engrossed in contemplating the principles of the second sword of demon slaying. You have taken the bitter sea sword? Su Yuan responded with a solemn nod, feeling an overwhelming presence akin to a mountain bearing down upon him. The woodcutter shook his head with a sigh, as if releasing a long-held wish. Even the top 10 celestial swords in the sword manual are not akin to the deities of the heavens, eternally untouched by the mortal realm. It seems I am simply foolish. Su Yuan subtly deduced the identity of the woodcutter before him. Are you studying the second sword of demon slaying? The woodcutter noticed the scroll in Su Yuan's hands, observing him for a moment longer, but not delving further. After all, the leaders of the Heavenly Gate and Earth Axis palaces practiced different styles, yet in practice, there were no restrictions on which sword techniques disciples could cultivate. If you have any questions, feel free to seek me out. The woodcutter left a jade slip behind and departed with an imposing aura. Senior sister, that must be the sword saint of the Earth Axis Palace, Su Yuan remarked. As he had anticipated, Qin Shu confirmed. That sword saint has long harbored regrets over not obtaining a celestial sword, even doubting whether such swords would ever choose mortal beings like us. It seems this obsession has now been resolved. As a figure of martial saint caliber, the presence of the sword saint was far more formidable than that of the elderly Li from the imperial capital. Su Yuan even felt that the sword saint could easily subdue the elder with a single hand. His oppressive aura was comparable to that of the demon lord. Fortunately, he bore no ill will towards Su Yuan. In fact, he was a genius who had comprehended the second sword of demon slaying. The visit from the sword saint was but a fleeting episode in Su Yuan's life. His days were consumed with sword comprehension and seeking ways to harness the residual power. Transitioning his innate sword from the earth tier to the heaven tier would require at least 3 to 5 years. He needed to discover a more expedient method to ascend. The time spent solely focused on cultivation flew by swiftly, and soon, a month had elapsed. On this day, Qin Shu brought news. Xiao Yuan. The supreme sects of the 5 realms and 10 heavens have converged upon the demon-slaying realm, each dispatching a team led by a 7th-tier expert to our sect, seemingly to discuss some matters. It appears that each sect has sent forth their most talented disciples. I wonder who will arrive. Qi Guandaozi from Qinghai Heaven, Ming Sha Xingzi from Huangquan Gate, Qi Yuan Xianzi from Biu Sect, Miao Yu Xianzi from Yu Luo Heaven. These are all renowned prodigies in the 5 realms and 10 heavens. It would be quite a spectacle to see them all at once. Qin Shu, with her naturally lively disposition, was particularly excited about such a grand event, having been cooped up in the sect for so long, consumed only by her training. In contrast, Su Yuan remained remarkably composed. Having experienced 2 tumultuous simulations, he had seen his fair share of grand spectacles. Perhaps it was related to the sudden tolling of bells within the sect not long ago. That day, the sect's experts had surged forth, suspecting an attack from rival sections. Su Yuan speculated, while Qin Shu nodded, his eyes sparkling as he chattered incessantly. Su Yuan simply smiled and listened. The arrival of people from other sects did not capture Su Yuan's attention. He was solely focused on his cultivation, yearning to leave the sect as soon as possible. Recently, while practicing the second sword of demon slaying, he had gained some insights, yet he found himself unable to break through after these reflections. After much contemplation, Su Yuan decided to seek out the Sword Saint for guidance. Upon inquiring with Qin Shu about the Sword Saint's residence, Su Yuan set out, relying on his vague memory of the sect's topography. However, the demon-slaying sword sect was nestled within an expansive mountain range, with just a few of its principal peaks spanning dozens of miles and countless other mountains scattered throughout. Without familiarity with the terrain, straying from the main path could easily lead to disorientation. The Sword Saint resided in a particularly secluded location, unable to traverse the skies. Su Yuan descended from the main road to a smaller path, soon losing sight of the peak Qin Shu had indicated. He arrived at an exceptionally tranquil area, surrounded by deep valleys and dense forests, caught between several towering peaks. This place was nearing the back mountain, seldom trodden by human feet, and it would take a while before he encountered any figures. Fortunately, he could still see the majestic silhouettes of a few principal peaks, allowing him to retrace his steps without concern of losing his way. Thus, he ascended towards higher ground to orient himself. As he walked, he passed a serene courtyard nestled against the mountainside, where a gentle stream cascaded from a nearby waterfall. Hidden among the trees, a red-painted wooden bridge spanned the stream, leading into the courtyard. Amidst the babbling brook, Su Yuan beheld a figure on the bridge, clad in a flowing lavender gown that swayed with the breeze, resembling a quietly blooming iris. The silhouette leaned against the railing, gazing into the distance, her graceful profile, cascading hair, and delicate form reminiscent of a cherished memory. The enchanting figure flickered between the mountains and waters, evoking a sense of ethereal illusion, as if she might vanish at any moment. This captivated Su Yuan, prompting him to approach instinctively. It seemed that the sound of his footsteps roused the figure, who turned her head, locking eyes with Su Yuan with a pair of clear, expressive orbs. Her gaze was so pure, devoid of any impurities, with sharply defined black and white, and a gently charming face adorned with a smile that hinted at an unspoken anticipation. In that instant, Su Yuan clenched his fists, whispering softly, "Yushi." The figure initially appeared slightly startled, but then a glimmer of mischief flashed in her eyes, and she laughed. The girl in the purple gown, standing on the bridge with her hands behind her back, basked in the sunlight that turned her hair golden. Her smile was reminiscent of the past, blooming like a flower. "Young Master Su, whom do you see reflected in me this time? Pray, do not mistake me for another." Chapter 79. A shared pride. Her words resonated in Su Yuan's heart like the tolling of a great bell, awakening him to clarity. When he looked again, he was startled to realize that it was the girl Zi Yuan, with whom he had shared a brief encounter. Su Yuan regarded Zi Yuan's face with a mix of complexity and scrutiny. Undoubtedly, she bore a striking resemblance to the grown Yushi. Yet her features appeared somewhat more ordinary upon closer inspection, revealing subtle differences. Zi Yuan's current appearance was undeniably striking among ordinary folk, but the profound similarity in essence remained indistinguishable. Her overall demeanor exudes an ethereal quality, as if she has subtly transcended the mundane realm. Her delicate brows and eyes seemingly harboring a playful secret, akin to a celestial princess frolicking on earth. This juxtaposition evokes a sense of great distance between them, yet simultaneously conveys an impression of accessibility, resembling a cheerful neighborly sister. Such a conflicting sentiment renders her irresistibly captivating, as if she were just an inch away from reach. "Lady Ziyuan?" Su Yuan queried, a hint of bewilderment in his voice. Ziyuan, lifting the slightly damp hem of her dress, approached Su Yuan with measured steps, scrutinizing his garb as a disciple of the sword sect, and curiously remarked, "So, you are a disciple of the sword sect. What a delightful twist of fate to encounter you again. But, do remember, sir, not to mistake me for someone else." Though Su Yuan gazed intently at her, Ziyuan discerned that his eyes lacked the lascivious gleam typically associated with lascivious men. Instead, his gaze bore an inexplicable sorrow, intertwined with an enigmatic complexity, as though a world of intricate tales lay hidden within a mere glance. It was ineffable, elusive, stirring a curiosity within her, a desire to unravel the enigma. This natural allure bewildered even her, for she was aware that she harbored no aversion towards the man before her. "I am not the girl you endlessly yearn for. Should you betray her with fickleness, know this, not only will she not spare you, but neither shall I condone your heartlessness." The weight of her words left Su Yuan at a loss for response, ensnared in a web of complexity and intrigue. He found it difficult to articulate his thoughts, as the her Ziyuan referred to as both the object of his longing and yet distinctly not. Su Yuan opened his mouth, only to find himself at a loss for words, managing a bittersweet smile instead. Ziyuan observed the subtle shifts in his expression with keen interest. Some feigned profundity to ensnare the hearts of maidens, yet she saw through such transparent artifices. But there were certain truths that could not be feigned. Su Yuan's authenticity resonated profoundly, as if he had truly lived through the tumultuous experiences akin to those in romantic tales, always in search of a girl who eluded him. Once more, Su Yuan smiled, dispelling the weight of emotions, and inquired, "What brings you here, Lady Ziyuan?" With a gentle smile, Ziyuan replied, "I have come to visit your esteemed sect with my master, and fortuitously have been assigned to stay here. The ambience is quite pleasant, a stark contrast to our own, and venturing out to witness new vistas is indeed a facet of cultivating one's mind. I heard from my senior sister that the supreme sects of the 5 realms have gathered in the demon-slaying realm. Could it be that you are also a disciple of one of those esteemed sects?" Su Yuan had already surmised Ziyuan's identity. Ziyuan winked playfully, raising a finger to her lips. "Shh, do not speak of it, lest I find myself in great trouble." "Trouble?" Su Yuan chuckled knowingly. "The Crimson Kite Fairy?" Upon hearing this title, Ziyuan's demeanor shifted, akin to a child caught in mischief, exuding an air of guilt. No. Su Yuan could not suppress a smile. It seemed serendipitous that he had stumbled upon the truth. After all, how mature could a girl, enamored with stories and fantasies, truly be? Observing Ziyuan's flustered expression, Su Yuan felt a playful impulse to tease her, lowering his voice. "Imagine how many would go mad if they knew the Crimson Kite Fairy resided here." Ziyuan bit her lip, glaring at Su Yuan. "You dare?" With her head bowed, she wrestled with her emotions for a moment before raising her chin, closing her eyes with a huff, as if resigning herself to her fate. "Fine, since you've seen through me, I shall confess. I am indeed the Crimson Kite Fairy. Is that satisfactory?" Ziyuan closed her eyes, anticipating the common reaction she had grown accustomed to, yet after a pause, she realized that Su Yuan remained inexplicably silent. Peeking through her lashes, she found him wearing a perplexed expression. Is the Crimson Kite Fairy well known? Su Yuan genuinely did not know. Had it not been for his senior sister's mention, he might not have recognized the name at all. Yet, he surmised that the title must carry significant weight. However, witnessing the faint pride etched upon the young maiden's face, he could not resist the urge to tease her further. Ziyuan felt as though she had been made a fool of, her cheeks flushing with warmth. Reflecting on her previous remarks, she lowered her head in silence, her fists clenched, her body trembling slightly. "Ah, smoke is rising from your head. Do not speak." Ziyuan abruptly lifted her head, pressing her hand over Su Yuan's mouth. Her eyes, glistening with embarrassment, seemed ready to spill over, her cheeks flushed red, radiating warmth to her very ears. Her slightly parted lips biting down on her pristine white teeth, as if she were on the verge of pouncing upon Su Yuan like a hungry tiger. This delicate girl, no more than a child, seemed to navigate the treacherous waters of human emotions with innocence. Chapter 80. Do not seek me out again. Ziyuan braced her arms, her hands pressing firmly against Su Yuan's lips, her eyes flashing with a mix of shame and indignation, almost lethal in their intensity. She yearns to clarify that she is not typically like this in her daily life. She was never the kind of person to take pride in being called the Red Kite Fairy. Yet, uttering such words felt utterly futile and insipid, rendering her irredeemable. This was the greatest blemish of my life. Indeed, it seemed the only option was to silence it. A moment of carelessness had led to such a significant misfortune. Ziyuan pondered with deep embarrassment how she could possibly cleanse this stain. From Su Yuan's perspective, lowering his gaze slightly revealed the delicate collarbone, now flushed with color. As his eyes traveled downward, he found himself unable to suppress a swallow, his lips inadvertently brushing against a finger that resembled a jade onion. The texture was smooth and exquisite, accompanied by a faint, unique fragrance of youth. Before he could savor the moment further, the girl, like a startled bird, swiftly withdrew her hands, clasping them protectively against her chest. What are you doing?" Ziyuan felt a surge of embarrassment and fear, her fingertips tingling with an extraordinary sensation. This feeling was peculiar. She found herself at a loss for words. Yet, the more she struggled to articulate her thoughts, the more apprehensive she became, fearing that Su Yuan might press further. In response to her pointed inquiry, Su Yuan inexplicably smiled. Such a method of silencing someone is indeed quite unique. However, Miss Ziyuan, I would not mind silencing you a few more times. Ziyuan bit down hard on her silver teeth, and suddenly, with a fierce flick of her sleeve, she turned away, leaving only a profile behind. Her complexion appeared to regain its composure, as if everything that had transpired was merely an accident of no consequence to her. Yet, the slight flush in her cheeks suggested that she was not as indifferent as she seemed. "Master Su, please take your leave. Our meeting today was merely fortuitous. I am not the one you yearn for." Ziyuan endeavored to respond with calmness, striving to return to her usual demeanor. However, despite her efforts, she found it inexplicably easy to relax in the presence of this man, inadvertently revealing her true nature rather than maintaining the aloofness of the celestial red kite. Admired by many, it was perplexing, Although her heart remained tumultuous, still reeling from their brief encounter, she skillfully concealed her turmoil behind a turned profile. As she continued to reflect, irritation over her own behavior that day surged within her, prompting her to speak coldly. In the future, Master Su, do not seek me out. You should pursue that young lady of yours. As a disciple of the sword sect, your future is boundless, and you are certain to become an enviable couple with her. Upon hearing such words from Zi Yuan, reminiscent of Yushi, a myriad of emotions welled up within Su Yuan, and a fleeting, indescribable change swept across his face before he ultimately smiled with acceptance. He calmly produced a piece of red string. Last time, Miss Zi Yuan. You dropped something when I sought you, but I could not find it. This time, I return it to you. Su Yuan handed her the worn and rough segment of red string and turned to leave. Zi Yuan gazed at the piece of string, momentarily stunned. The fleeting change in Su Yuan's expression flashed in her mind, a look akin to that of someone abandoned by their most cherished companion, filled with confusion and sorrow, yet quickly brushed aside with a smile. In tandem, her heart inexplicably tightened with a dull ache. In that instant, Zi Yuan deeply regretted the words she had just uttered. She gazed at Su Yuan's receding figure, yearning to call out to him, yet as she opened her mouth, no sound emerged. She could only watch as he vanished into the thicket halfway up the mountain. Zi Yuan lowered her head, feeling lost and helpless. Gripping the red string tightly as she stood still, her feet stamping in frustration for quite some time. She felt an undeniable sense of wrongdoing, yet the reason eluded her. After considerable effort, Su Yuan finally located the abode of the Sword Saint, situated far from the main lineage of the Demo Sword sect. This place was on the verge of leaving the mountain ranges, and before the Sword Saint's residence lay an expansive lake, its endless waters dotted with reeds, beside which numerous families depended on fishing for their livelihood. A modest thatched cottage by the lake served as the Sword Saint's dwelling. The jade slip left for Su Yuan by the Sword Saint could dispel the barriers surrounding the cottage. However, upon entering, he found it utterly devoid of any presence. Suddenly, a continuous roar of waves emanated from the lakeside. Following the sound, Su Yuan gazed at the tranquil surface of the lake, which now revealed a broad fissure through which torrents of water rushed, disturbing the previously calm waters. This was the source of the tumultuous noise. From this rift, a figure slowly emerged, resembling the woodcutter Su Yuan had encountered earlier. He walked upon the water, approaching Su Yuan step by step. And though his feet clearly touched the surface, no ripples formed. Moreover, Su Yuan sensed no hint of him harnessing the energies of heaven and earth. The Sword Saint, Lei Xian, appeared beside Su Yuan, displaying no surprise at his arrival. Upon learning that Su Yuan had been contemplating the second sword of Demo, Lei Xian could not suppress his astonishment, regarding Su Yuan with an expression akin to that of disbelief. Was this truly one favored by the immortal sword? Lei Xian almost began to doubt his own reputation as a genius. Su Yuan had little to say to Lei Xian, and the latter, understanding the futility of further inquiries, chose not to press on, fearing he might inadvertently discourage himself. The second sword of Demo, known as the sea-splitting style, contrasted with the first sword, spirit-awakened style, which was intended for combat against a singular adversary, where its might reached its zenith. In contrast, the sea-splitting style wielded the power to cleave the seas. Lei Xian, however, did not conceal his insights. With a broad-minded demeanor, he shared his experiences, allowing Su Yuan to gradually become entranced. Time slipped away unnoticed until the sun set and rose again over the lake, awakening Su Yuan to newfound clarity regarding his previous uncertainties about the second sword of Demo. Beneath his innate sword heart, he perceived a vague vision of a sword poised to strike the boundless ocean. Noticing Su Yuan's epiphany, Lei Xian smiled slightly, informing him that disciples of the Earth Axis Palace typically journey to the Western Sea to practice the sea-splitting style each year, encouraging Su Yuan to join them if he had the opportunity. Su Yuan expressed his gratitude with a respectful bow while silently noting the Western Sea in his heart, pondering a potential visit. Upon returning to his residence near the main lineage, Su Yuan encountered his senior sister, Qin Shu, who was searching for him. Upon seeing him, she could not help but express her grievances. Sha Yuan, where have you been all night? You didn't go looking for some sister in the sect, did you? I've been so bored, all alone. Qin Shu's slightly melancholic tone stirred a sense of guilt within Su Yuan. This was not due to her lamentation. After spending several days together, he recognized that Qin Shu possessed a carefree and exuberant nature, one that thrived on social interaction. Left to meditate alone, she would inevitably resort to pretending to read a book filled with tales within half an hour. Su Yuan began to comprehend why their master was nicknamed the Visionary Immortal. I am unfamiliar with the sect. How could I know any sisters? Su Yuan averted his gaze discreetly. Qin Shu, oblivious to this subtle gesture, suddenly brightened at Su Yuan's words, devising a splendid idea. Hey, let us go. I'll introduce you to some sisters. There are so many beautiful fairies in the sect. How could we not get to know them? It would be advantageous to have more connections when we descend the mountain. As she spoke, Qin Shu eagerly pulled Su Yuan along. It seemed she had already prepared for this, confidently navigating their path until they reached the vicinity of the towering peaks close to the main lineage. Beyond this point, patrolling squads hovered continuously in the air. Observing the scene, Su Yuan sensed a rather tense atmosphere. The sect disciples were halted by the patrols and were not permitted entry. However, Qin Shu remained undeterred, leading Su Yuan around to the rear of the main lineage, ascending the mountain via a secluded path. "Sister, is this truly all right?" Su Yuan inquired. "Oh, it's perfectly fine. We're not heading to the main peak for discussions. This area is designated for guests. Many inner disciples ascend this way, eager to spar with those renowned prodigies. Perhaps they're merely using the pretext of sparring to see the fairies." "Not entirely. Challenges and sparring are often conducted discreetly within the sect to preserve reputations. Otherwise, whether one wins or loses, it becomes difficult to manage perceptions with other sections. However, if done privately, any outcome can be framed as mutual concession, preserving face all around. I've heard that those disciples and sons rarely face defeat, showcasing their prowess and becoming quite imposing. Sister, it seems this is your true intention." "Hee, Xiao Yuan, you know us well. We are like siblings. I guarded you outside the Sword Valley for 7 days, firmly believing you would emerge with the immortal sword. I envision you as the future palace master. The path to becoming a strong individual is seldom smooth. One is bound to encounter obstacles. For instance, your sister wishes to broaden your horizons, even if our master disapproves. Surely, you're eager, aren't you? You want to tell our master, will you?" Faced with Qin Shu's piercing gaze, Su Yuan could only nod in resignation. A broad smile spread across Qin Shu's face. Soon, Su Yuan found himself at a cluster of buildings halfway up the mountain, where numerous individuals gathered around a martial arts arena, consisting of sect disciples as well as unfamiliar figures clad in long robes from other sections. Qin Shu counted them off on her fingers. The disciples in moon-white robes and skirts bearing the crescent moon insignia are from the Moonfall sect. Those in black robes adorned with coffins represent the Huangquan sect, and the colorful-clad female disciples belong to the Bu sect, and more. As she continued her introductions, Qin Shu led Su Yuan to a 3-story building situated a distance from the martial arts arena. The uppermost floor was enclosed only by a railing, offering an unobstructed view of the arena below. A long table adorned the room, surrounded by several individuals. Upon entering the upper floor, a graceful young woman in a moon-white gown rose to greet them. "Xiao Shu, you finally arrived." "Oh, it's a long story. Our master has recently taken on a new disciple. This is my junior brother, Su Yuan, and this is the fairy Ninghua from the Moonfall sect, Tang Xiuxiu. She and I share a close bond." Su Yuan gazed intently into the eyes of the fairy Ninghua and greeted her with a respectful nod. The two exchanged polite bows, signifying their acquaintance. The fairy Ninghua scrutinized Su Yuan with an inscrutable expression, sensing that he was unlike anyone else. An indescribable feeling lingered, as if he possessed an aura that belied his apparent youth, skillfully concealed beneath a veneer of normalcy. With genuine warmth, fairy Ninghua arranged for them to sit nearby, placing Qin Shu and herself in the center, while Su Yuan occupied the periphery. Flanking fairy Ninghua were 2 young women clad in flowing moonlight-hued gowns. Compared to fairy Ninghua, these two appeared significantly more youthful. One was strikingly pretty, while the other eclipsed her in beauty. However, the more alluring of the two exhibited a cool demeanor, surveying the gathering with a discerning gaze, as though she were meticulously selecting her favorites. The two were identified as Su Huan and Baiyu, the latter possessing the colder expression. Su Huan surveyed the surroundings, observing the young disciples from various sects, and whispered to Baiyu, "Those 2 disciples from the Yellow Spring sect have been subtly courting your favor. One of them possesses talent that ranks among the top 100 within the sect." Baiyu cast a fleeting glance at Su Huan and replied in a barely audible voice, "Mediocre." Unfazed, Su Huan continued with a grin. "The newly arrived disciple from the Sword sect, a junior of the fairy Ninghua, is the youngest among them and not unhandsome. Naturally, anyone who enters the Sword sect must possess considerable talent, and it seems he has glanced your way several times." Baiyu had already assessed Su Yuan upon his arrival. Though he was not exceptionally striking, he was certainly commendable in comparison to the others present. Nevertheless, she shook her head dismissively. Just an ordinary disciple of the Sword sect, nothing remarkable. Yet a hint of pride lingered on her countenance. Su Huan, aware of Baiyu's lofty aspirations, continued to jest, much to her amusement. Meanwhile, a discussion amongst several men at the table drew attention. Among the fairies, in terms of temperament, the title surely belongs to Fairy Qiwan. As for beauty, I would argue that Fairy Miaoyue takes the crown. That's merely because Fairy Qiwan has never revealed herself. I believe that if she did, she would still surpass Miaoyue in allure. Upon hearing this, Baiyu's expression soured, and she glared disapprovingly at the male disciples engaged in the conversation. At that moment, a wave of astonished gasps erupted from the nearby training grounds, followed shortly by the entrance of several individuals into the hall. "Sister, the master has convened to discuss important matters. It's lively here as well." With the Sword sect disciples being truly exceptional, had it not been for the presence of so many outstanding talents from our sect, we might have faced humiliation. A female voice remarked. A slightly exasperated, cool response followed. "Sister, I have no fondness for such revelry. I shall wait for the master to return and promptly depart." As 2 figures ascended to the top tier, a profound silence enveloped the gathering. A tall woman wielding a sword accompanied a young girl veiled in delicate gauze, resembling a celestial being. The girl's visage was obscured by the veil, with only her clear, bright eyes visible. The girl glanced around, her limited view capturing several disciples from other sects and 2 female disciples from the moonfall sky. The gazes of the other disciples were fervently directed towards her, causing the veiled girl to furrow her brow slightly. There are too many people here. We should. At that moment, her gaze met that of a solitary figure in the farthest corner, and both were momentarily taken aback. The girl's eyelashes fluttered, and she quickly averted her gaze, nonchalantly stating, "Sitting here is fine." The tall woman, initially intending to persuade her sister that this spot offered the best view, felt a sense of surprise. "Why does it feel as though my sister is behaving oddly today?" After the veiled girl ascended, Qinshu excitedly grasped Su Yuan's arm. "Junior brother, that is the renowned fairy Qi Yuan, famed across the 5 realms and 10 heavens. It is said she possesses a natural fire phoenix body that must be suppressed by secret methods, preventing her true visage from being revealed." Su Yuan was momentarily taken aback by the familiarity of those bright eyes. Then, as quickly as they had met, the eyes shifted away, and they no longer locked gazes. Nevertheless, Su Yuan recognized her as Ziyuan. Upon hearing his sister's words, Su Yuan felt a mixture of skepticism and intrigue, unable to reveal her true form. "Is the veil part of the suppression?" Fairy Ninghua interjected, clarifying, "It is indeed as the rumors suggest. Within Fairy Qi Yuan resides an overwhelming fire essence that cannot be easily contained without the veil." The more Su Yuan listened, the more he doubted the narrative, perceiving it merely as an excuse. "Everyone is saying that Fairy Qi Yuan surpasses Fairy Miao Yue in beauty. Xiao, you have seen Miao Yue. Now that Fairy Qi Yuan stands before you, who do you think is more beautiful?" Qin Shuan abashedly queried Fairy Ninghua. His voice, though low, was audible enough for the other 2 female disciples from the moonfall sky to catch snippets of the conversation. Before Fairy Ninghua could respond, Baiyu, seated beside her, interjected with indignation. "Does that even need to be said? Clearly, it is Fairy Miao Yue who is more beautiful. She wouldn't dare reveal her true form for fear of being exposed and losing her reputation." Su Yuan raised an eyebrow at Baiyu's remark and declared, "That may not necessarily be the case." His mind flashed back to the day of the ascension, recalling the image of Yushi in her exquisite attire, akin to a bridal gown. With a hint of makeup enhancing her beauty, she radiated elegance and grace, striking a perfect balance between youthful charm and royal poise. If she were present, she would undoubtedly captivate all. Baiyu, upon hearing Su Yuan's words, felt a surge of irritation at his seemingly dismissive demeanor towards their esteemed Miao. With a touch of sarcasm, she retorted, "As if you have seen her true face. If you had, I would personally warm your bed tonight." Su Yuan hesitated. "That won't be necessary." While the idea of having multiple bed warmers was appealing, he was not that kind of person. Suddenly, Baiyu sensed an overwhelming gaze bearing down upon her. Unbeknownst to her, the illustrious Fairy Qi Yuan and her sister, Feng, had approached closely. Baiyu noticed that the veiled girl, though silent, was fixated on her with an intensity that was palpable, even through the veil. In that instant, Baiyu felt a wave of anxiety wash over her, as if she were struggling to breathe under the weight of that penetrating gaze. Yet, the next moment, she steeled herself, gritting her teeth defiantly and returning the glare. However, the veiled girl merely cast a fleeting glance before withdrawing her gaze, seemingly indifferent to Baiyu's defiance. Regardless of how much Baiyu attempted to regain her composure, she felt as though she had lost the encounter, undoubtedly inciting jealousy for having declared Miao more beautiful. Deep within her heart, she harbored a fierce resentment. At the opposite end of the long table, the male disciples' gazes were all fixated on the celestial maiden of the crimson kite, while she, in turn, directed her attention towards Su Yuan. She observed Su Yuan thoughtfully stroking his chin, seemingly lost in contemplation. Instantly, a surge of indignation welled up within her. How audacious of him to entertain the notion that someone would warm his bed. Truly, he was an indecisive libertine. The red kite fairy subtly clenched her fists, her gaze betraying a hint of displeasure. A chill inexplicably enveloped Su Yuan. The astute Zhao Feng, who had spent the most time with the red kite fairy, keenly sensed that something was amiss with her demeanor. She was aware that although her junior sister was quite young, she always presented herself with an air of maturity and aloofness in front of outsiders. No matter how many rumors circulated outside, they could not shake her resolve. However, today felt distinctly different. The deliberate facade of coldness that her junior sister maintained was gradually dissipating, unbeknownst to her. Zhao Feng settled down with her senior sister at a table not far from Yu Luotian and the others. The long table was divided, with several male disciples on one side and a group of female disciples on the other. The female disciples were subtly forming 2 factions. Meanwhile, Su Yuan found himself positioned right in the middle. He could sense the envious and resentful gazes of the male disciples, who longed for him to vacate his seat so they could take it instead. On one side were the fairies of Yu Luotian, while on the other was the illustrious Qi Yuan fairy. To occupy such a place for a lifetime would be a worthy endeavor.